the thud of his head hitting the mud puddle. When the yellow dog named Air Huang darted out, Tang Zheng was still gripping the rough hemp rope tightly in his hand. The rain-soaked ridge was slippery, and wet mud caked his cloth shoes. Air Huang spotted a wild hare leaping through the grass. Its hind legs exploded with power like a coiled spring. Before Tang Zheng could react, the brute force sent him flying. He fell hard, his forehead slamming into the bluestone slab on the ridge with a dull thud. He lay in the muddy water, ears ringing, vision blurry, while Air Huang barked wildly in the distance. At that moment, a voice drilled into his mind. Check-in system binding successful. Tang Zheng wiped the mud from his face, thinking he had hit his head hard enough to hallucinate. Current progress 0%. Daily check-in will be performed at 2400 sharp. Tang Zheng pushed himself up, a large bump on his forehead throbbing with pain. Did I hit my head so hard I'm going crazy, he muttered in his mind. That was the summer after Tang Zheng's elementary school graduation, and from that day on his life held a secret no one else could know. Every night at midnight the voice would appear on time, sometimes indicating a 1 increase in the activation progress bar, sometimes giving 1 or 10 points. But more often than not it would prompt that he had received some useless points, and the so-called activation progress bar crawled forward like a snail. His progress bar crawled for 6 years. In June 2023, the gate of Anqing No. 1 high school was crowded with parents waiting to pick up their children. Tang Zheng walked out of the exam hall, his faded school uniform soaked with sweat. Unlike his classmates, he didn't look for answers or rush toward the waiting parents. Instead, he walked alone to the shared bike station beside the school, ready to skin a bike. He was an orphan raised in Anqing's Anqing orphanage since childhood. Though the children there never starved, life was always a bit frugal. Yet somehow Tang Zheng grew into a handsome, clean-cut young man of 183 meters. If it weren't for his cold personality, he could have switched girlfriends a dozen times with the love letters he received in high school. Now he was about to ride back to the partition room he had rented in the urban village 2 months ago. He didn't have to move out so urgently, but 2 months ago the orphanage took in 6 new children and space was tight. Thinking that he would turn 18 after the college entrance exam and would have to leave the orphanage anyway, he offered to leave early and rented a partition room for 300 yuan a month in a resettlement neighborhood. The chain of the shared bike made a dry, clattering sound. Tang Zheng parked the bike under the crooked tree at the mouth of the alley, expertly pressed the lock button. The phone screen lit up, deducting 5 jiao. A thunderstorm had just passed. The narrow alley was filled with a wave of heat rising from the ground, mixed with the greasy smell of cheap gutter oil from a street-side food stall. Tang Zheng stepped on the uneven cement road, passing a barber shop with pink lights. Several women at the door cracked melon seeds and laughed, spitting husks in his direction. He ignored them and walked straight into the dark staircase next door. The stair railing was coated with a thick layer of black grease. Tang Zheng pressed his body against the wall. Climbing to the 4th floor, he pulled out a brass key and inserted it into the lock of 402B. The room was less than 10 square meters, partitioned by cheap 3-ply wood. In summer it was as stifling as a steamer, the only ventilation a palm-sized window near the ceiling. The walls were so thin he could hear the creaking of the neighbor's bed frame and the heavy breathing of a man. Tang Zheng tossed his faded canvas bag onto the hard wooden bed, walked to the sink, and turned on the faucet. The sun-warmed tap water gushed out. He cupped his hands and washed his face 3 times, water droplets dripping down his high nose bridge. He walked to the induction cooker and cooked himself a bowl of noodles. After eating, he lay on the bed to sleep. The months of intense exam preparation had left him exhausted. Accompanied by the whirring of the fan, Tang Zheng fell into a deep sleep. At 2340, after sleeping for 6 hours, Tang Zheng woke up. He turned on his phone. The time was 20 minutes before his 18th birthday. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching the red numbers jumping on the clock. 6 years. From the summer after elementary school, when he cracked his head on the ridge and bound this so-called check-in system, 6 whole years. The progress bar crawled slower than a snail. Every night at midnight it would appear, sometimes giving 1 progress, sometimes a few useless points. I wonder what it will give today. The noise from next door stopped, then came the sound of a lighter. Tang Zheng stared at the clock, his breathing gradually calming from excitement. 2359. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. 000. Deep in his mind the mechanical voice arrived on time. Daily check-in successful. Activation progress, gained 10. Current activation progress 100. System activation successful. Activation gift pack issued. Host, please check and accept. Usually there were only 1 or 2 dry prompts, but today the voice sounded 5 times in his mind. Before Tang Zheng could process what the so-called gift pack was, a violent tearing sensation exploded from the depths of his bones. He fell from the edge of the bed to the concrete floor. His knees hit the rough ground with a dull thud, and then the bones in his limbs began to emit a sickening crackling sound. Muscle fibers seemed to be forcibly torn apart by a brutal force, then rapidly reknitted and healed. Tang Zheng clamped his molars tightly, a strong metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He dug his fingers into the wooden edge of the bed, leg his nails full of splinters from the force. It hurt so much. Not like being punched or cut, but like someone reached into his flesh, crushed his bones inch by inch, and then reassembled them. Sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall hitting the ground. The sweat was mixed with gray-black impurities, emitting a strong stench. The whole process lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the power finally reseated, Tang Zheng was like a man pulled from the water. He collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. He pushed himself up, legs still shaky, and rushed directly into the cramped bathroom, turning on the shower. Cold water poured down, washing away the sticky black grime. Tang Zheng wiped the water from his face and looked up at the cracked mirror on the wall, its edges blackened. The person in the mirror made him freeze for half a second. He had grown taller. His original height of 183 meters was now definitely over 187. His shoulders, once thin from years of malnutrition, had fully broadened into a perfect inverted triangle. The muscle lines on his abdomen were carved as if by a knife, not bulky, but full of cheetah-like explosive power. Even more changed was his temperament. The awkwardness and greenness of a high school student and orphanage child had washed away completely. His facial features became deeper and more sculpted, his jawline sharp enough to cut the night. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking like popping beans. Power filled every muscle. This was the first reward of the gift pack. Tang Zheng pulled on a clean white t-shirt and stepped out of the bathroom. On the once empty hard wooden bed, a heavy craft paper document envelope had appeared, its opening tightly sealed with crimson wax that glimmered with an almost mysterious luster under the light. He walked over, broke the wax seal, and dumped the contents onto the bed in one go. A string of antique bronze keys, their patina ancient and their engravings exquisite. 2 thick property ownership certificates and land use right certificates. Over a dozen share transfer agreements and legal documents stamped with various official seals. Tang Zheng picked up the property certificate on top and opened it. Location, within Beijing's Second Ring Road, near Shikahai. Seeing this address, Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. The heart of Beijing's Second Ring was worth more than gold by the inch. Area approximately 600 square meters in total, with the residents occupying about 300 square meters and the gardens about 280 square meters. The residence is divided into central, eastern, and western sections, each composed of multiple courtyards. He pulled out his second-hand Android phone with a cracked corner on the screen and typed the detailed address from the property certificate into the search bar. The page loaded for a few seconds, and a news headline leapt into his eyes. Former Qing Dynasty Princess Mansion, overseas Chinese tycoon, spent $1.5 billion on restoration, creating Beijing's top private courtyard residence. $1.5 billion. Tang Zheng stared at the number on the screen, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rough edge of the phone. Although he knew Beijing courtyard houses were valuable, one with such deep historical roots spanning thousands of square meters and restored at the highest level was worth far more than money could easily measure. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and flipped open the thick legal documents beneath. The system left nothing to chance. The documents clearly showed that due to underlying asset restructuring of the overseas tycoon's family trust fund, the mansion had been legally transferred to Tang Zheng free of charge. All tax and title transfer procedures had been completed a day prior. In other words, now, as long as he took the keys to Beijing, he could open the vermilion door of the Princess Mansion study room. System hint: that key is for the heavily guarded study of the Princess Mansion, and no one besides the tycoon has ever known what is stored inside. Tang Zheng tossed the property certificate aside, took a deep breath, and picked up the second document. The absolute controlling share transfer agreement of Huanyu Entertainment Group Co., Ltd. Huanyu Entertainment. Seeing this name, even the usually composed Tang Zheng couldn't help but be slightly moved. In Huanyu, anyone with internet access had heard this name. As one of the top 3 entertainment empires in the country, Huanyu Entertainment gathered most of the top-tier artists in the industry, dominating the entire chain from theatrical film investment to hit variety show production. In the entertainment world, it reigned supreme. Tang Zheng carefully read the agreement terms. Written plainly above, through a series of complex offshore company cross-holdings and the execution of betting agreements, 100% of Huanyu Entertainment's equity had now been consolidated under his name. Tang Zheng neither laughed nor jumped up in excitement. He smoothed the documents flat on the bedboard, pulled over a broken plastic chair beside him, and sat down. When pies fall from the sky, they usually kill those who open their mouths wide waiting to eat. Huanyu Entertainment was a colossal entity worth hundreds of billions, and its internal interests were bound to be tangled beyond measure. The executives sitting on the board of directors, the agents who held resources, the stars backed by capital. Every one of them was a battle-hardened shark in the business world who devoured without spitting out bones. He, an 18-year-old orphan with no background, if he walked into Huanyu's building tomorrow waving documents and announced, "I am your new boss," there would be only one outcome: being sidelined by those people acting together, or even having an accident arranged to erase him from the world forever. The original accumulation of capital was always bloody, and the transfer of capital's power was no different. What's in this for me? If things go south, how do I get out? Tang Zheng calculated carefully in his mind. The legitimate documents from the system were a talisman, but also a death warrant. His greatest advantage right now was that the enemy was exposed while he remained hidden. The people inside Huanyu must have already received notice of the equity change. They were surely more panicked than him. When people panic, they reveal their flaws. Tang Zheng put the documents back into the craft paper envelope and stuffed it into a broken suitcase under the bed. He lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused his attention on the system panel in his mind. Counting up the points he had accumulated bit by bit over 6 years, he now had a total of 3960 points. As for what these points were truly for, he still wasn't entirely sure. However, a new option labeled Mall had appeared on the right side of the panel. He tapped open the mall with his consciousness. The list was densely packed with dozens of categories, but most options were gray and indistinct. Only 2 major categories were highlighted: technology and medicine. Tang Zheng first looked at the top row of medicine. Targeted cell repair, fluid, price 50 points. Description: precisely repairs aged and diseased human cells with complete curative effect on all known malignant tumors. Seeing this description, Tang Zheng's breath halted for half a second. A medicine that could cure all cancers. Once this came out, the entire world's medical system and pharmaceutical giants would inevitably trigger a magnitude 10 earthquake. Top-tier billionaires willing to empty their fortunes for survival would pounce like mad dogs. After all, immortality is everyone's ultimate dream. Suppressing his inner excitement, Tang Zheng shifted his gaze to technology. Room temperature superconductor material synthesis formula and production process, price 100 points. Description: completely solves power transmission loss applicable to maglev nuclear fusion and other fields. Complete drawings for 1 nanometer carbon-based chip process and lithography machine manufacturing solution, price 120 points. Tang Zheng leaned back against the headboard, looking at the dim yellow light bulb on the ceiling. Compared to the Courtyard Mansion and Huanyu Entertainment, the things in this mall should be the real trump cards capable of overturning the table. Under certain circumstances, what is money? In front of this mall, money might not even be worth toilet paper. He currently had 3960 points, enough to redeem 1 item, but he didn't move. An innocent man guards his treasure, and his very possession becomes his crime. Without matching strength and a network of power, taking these things out would be like a child carrying a gold brick through a busy market. He'd die without knowing how. He needed a springboard, or rather a turning point. Huanyu Entertainment might just be the best starting point the system had prepared for him. The entertainment industry was a complex arena of fame and fortune. Some used it to gather capital, some to build networks, others to trade secrets. Listening to the grating mechanical friction of the cheap electric fan in the partition room, Tang Zheng slowly drifted into sleep. The next day, Tang Zheng opened his eyes. Outside the window, a pale gray light had just begun to seep through. He sat up from the hard wooden bed and casually picked up the white t-shirt folded at the head of the bed, pulling it over his head. The transformation from the previous night, which had nearly reshaped his bones and muscles, had sculpted his physique so that the once loose old shirt now clung to him. The fabric pressed against his back, clearly outlining the inverted triangle of a young man's torso. He walked to the sink and twisted open the rusty faucet. Water carrying a faint scent of bleach splashed against his face. Droplets traced down his sharp jawline, falling into the cracked basin with a soft patter. He picked up the second-hand Android phone on the bed and glanced at the time. 6:30 in the morning. By now the urban village had already awakened. From downstairs came the hawking of tofu pudding mingled with the cursing of a man as he revved up a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Tang Zheng pushed open the door and descended the greasy stained staircase. The breakfast stall at the alley entrance was billowing white steam. Boss, 2 baskets of steamed buns, 1 bowl of soy milk. Sure. To go or eat here? Eat here. Tang Zheng pulled over a greasy red plastic stool and sat down. Just as he snapped apart a pair of disposable chopsticks, the phone in his pocket buzzed violently. He pulled out the phone, and on the screen flickered an unfamiliar number with the area code of Jingdu. Tang Zheng stared at the digits for 5 seconds. Over the years, his social circle had been as clean as a blank slate. Apart from the director of the orphanage, even his classmates rarely called him. He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. First came a faint hiss of static, then a woman's voice, steady, cold, yet tinged with a hint of probing. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Tang Zheng speaking?" Tang Zheng bit into a bun, the meat juices bursting in his mouth as he chewed slowly. A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. Far away in Jingdu, in the penthouse office of the Huanyu Entertainment Tower, Shinqing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the morning rush-hour traffic already flowing like a river. She clutched tightly in her hand a confirmation of equity transfer received late last night. The edges of the paper were nearly crumpled by her fingers. As the executive president of Huanyu Entertainment, she had spent over a decade navigating the cesspool of the entertainment industry. She had seen every kind of capital shark and second-generation blue blood. But everything that happened last night was beyond her comprehension. A company worth tens of billions, Huanyu Entertainment, with 100% absolute controlling stake, had been transferred in just a few hours through the cross-holdings of dozens of offshore companies, quietly and invisibly, to the name of an 18-year-old youth named Tang Zheng. No warning, no negotiation, and even the routine review by the securities regulator seemed to have been flattened by some terrifying force. She spent the night mobilizing every connection she had to investigate this Tang Zheng. Calls went to the Anqing Education Bureau, to the street office where the orphanage was located. The result was only a thin file. Born in the Anqing orphanage, had just finished the college entrance exam yesterday. Shinqing's instincts were screaming alarms. She stared at the resume on her desk, so clean it even recorded which days he had been sick in elementary school, and a chill crept up her spine. Having worked in the capital circle for so many years, she knew too well the methods of those whose hands could cover the sky. This file was definitely the product of deliberate concealment. The exposed, pitiful, ordinary background was all a lie, a disguise meant to fool everyone. The purpose was to throw people off the scent and hide the real cards underwater. This Tang Zheng might be a front man pushed forward by a behemoth beyond her imagination, or perhaps he himself was an existence she absolutely could not afford to offend. Mr. Tang, hello. Xinxing took a deep breath, suppressing all the panic in her voice, and replaced it with an impeccable professional tone. I am Xinxing, the current executive president of Huanyu Entertainment. Tang Zheng swallowed the bun in his mouth, picked up the plastic bowl, and took a sip of soy milk. Something. The two brief words traveled through the airwaves to Xinxing's ears. Her breath stopped for half a second. Too calm. No ecstatic joy of sudden wealth, no nervousness of a young man facing a superior. Not even a pointless question like, how did you get my number? This confidence, the kind that tramples everything underfoot, did not belong to an ordinary 18-year-old. It only reinforced the suspicion in her heart. It's like this, Mr. Tang. Xinxing carefully chose her words. In 10 days, Huanyu Entertainment will hold its 20th anniversary celebration. According to tradition, the company will host an internal appreciation banquet. All board members, the company's top artists, and several heavyweight investors will be present. She paused. As the new absolute controlling shareholder, the board sincerely hopes to invite you to attend and preside over the proceedings. Tang Zheng's hand holding the chopsticks froze in midair. What benefit could he gain from this? If things went wrong, how would he extricate himself? He quickly calculated in his mind. 10 days from now. Inside Huanyu, things were bound to be a mess. The various factions that had been fighting each other would now faced with a mysterious new boss surely band together to probe him. This anniversary celebration might well be a Hongmin banquet. If he went, he would have to face those capital foxes who devoured people without spitting out bones. If he didn't go, he would be seen as timid and weak, and they would mercilessly marginalize him. All right. Tang Zheng put down the chopsticks, pulled out a cheap tissue, and wiped his mouth. Hearing this answer, the heart that had been in Xinxing's throat fell back halfway. Good, Mr. Tang. Then when would it be convenient for you to depart? I'll arrange a private jet to pick you up immediately, and the hotel and security team in Jingdu will be in place simultaneously. No need. Tang Zheng's refusal was crisp. I'll go on my own. I'll contact you when I arrive. But Mr. Tang, that's not according to protocol. Given your current status. That's my protocol. Tang Zheng cut her off. See you in 10 days. With that, he pressed the end button. A busy tone buzzed from the earpiece. Xinxing slowly lowered the phone, staring at her own reflection in the glass window. A thin layer of sweat had broken out on her back. This young new boss was even more difficult than she had anticipated. He wouldn't throw the hawk without seeing the rabbit. He wouldn't even reveal his itinerary. Was he guarding against them pulling something on the way, or did he plan to go incognito and scope things out in advance? Xinxing turned and walked briskly to her desk, pressing the intercom. Notify the security department to raise the security level for the anniversary banquet to the highest. Check all flight and high-speed rail information from Anqing to Jingdu for the next 10 days. Mark every passenger named Tang Zheng. In Anqing at the breakfast stall in the urban village. Tang Zheng tossed his phone onto the greasy table and continued with the remaining half basket of buns. At the next table, a few migrant workers just off the night shift were loudly discussing the 5 million grand prize from the previous night's lotto draw. If I win 5 million, the first thing I'll do is rip that foreman's stinking mouth apart. Yeah, right. You can't even afford a 5 yuan pack of cigarettes, and you're talking about 5 million. Laughter echoed through the narrow alley. He had barely taken 2 bites when the phone screen lit up. A new text message popped up. The sender was Huaxia Bank. Tang Zheng glanced at it casually. That one glance made his chewing come to a complete halt. He put down the chopsticks, picked up the phone, and opened the message. Dear customer, your savings account ending in 7319 has received a transfer of USD 100 at 0715 today. After the transaction, the balance was. Tang Zheng stared at the long string of zeros on the screen. The voice from the next table had just crashed to the ground. His mouth half opened, the light in his eyes flickered violently. In that second, the surrounding clamor seemed to be completely drained away. This card was a regular savings account opened by the school in his first year of high school to facilitate the distribution of work-study subsidies. It originally had less than 200 yuan. Now there was an extra 100 million US dollars. At the current exchange rate, that was nearly 700 million Huaxia yuan. He thought about it. The activation gift pack mentioned yesterday seemed to include some initial capital reward, only saying it was legal funds from the system, but not specifying the exact amount. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and turned his phone screen face down on the table. He picked up the bowl of slightly warm soy milk and gulped it down in one go. Money when sitting in an account is just a string of numbers. The real skill is turning it into a shield. He now held equity in Huanyu Entertainment and the title deed to the former Qing Princess Mansion, but those were all fixed assets. This 100 million US dollars was the real cash flow he could use. Boss, check please. Tang Zheng stood up, scanned the code, and paid 8 yuan. Just as he stepped out of the alley, his phone rang for the third time. This time it was a local landline number. Tang Zheng answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Tang Zheng? A humble, even slightly fawning middle-aged male voice came through. Who is this? Mr. Tang, hello. I am Gaokao, the branch manager of Huaxia Bank Anqing branch. The other party spoke quickly, afraid that Tang Zheng would hang up. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. It's like this, our system just detected a large overseas fund transfer into your account. To ensure the security of your funds and to provide exclusive services that better match your status, our head office hopes to upgrade your ordinary savings card to a top-tier private black gold card. Gaokao swallowed. Would you be available today? I will personally bring a team to your location to handle the upgrade procedures. Tang Zheng stopped. He stood beside a trash can emitting a sour, rotten smell. He looked at the barber shop with pink lights not far away. I'm available. Tang Zheng gave the address of his partitioned room in the urban village. 4th floor 402B. Knock when you arrive. A black Maybach S680, like a black beast out of place, slowly drove into the urban village on the eastern outskirts of Anqing. The wheels rolled over the potholed cement road, splashing a pool of muddy water. The muddy water hit a street vendor's cart selling starch sausages, provoking a stream of curses from the vendor. Inside the car, the air conditioning was on full blast. Gaokao, the branch manager of Huaxia Bank Anqing, sat in the back seat, clutching a silk handkerchief and constantly wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He was 45 years old and had been in this position for 5 years, having seen quite a few wealthy people. But the encrypted call from the head office this morning nearly made him drop the purple clay teapot in his hand. $100 million. It had passed through offshore accounts in over a dozen countries, undergone an extremely complex laundering process, and finally landed cleanly and legally into an ordinary local savings account in Anqing. Everyone in the head office's risk control department conducted an emergency check, even mobilizing higher-level connections, and the conclusion was only 4 words: no irregularities found. What did that mean? It meant that the power behind this money was so great that even the highest levels of Huaxia Bank dared not ask a single question. Moreover, the account holder, according to the records, was just an 18-year-old orphan who had finished the college entrance exam yesterday. Gaokao glanced at the girl sitting in the passenger seat. Huang Chengqing, 24 years old, master's degree in finance from Harvard Business School, internship experience at a Wall Street investment bank, fluent in 4 languages. She had been recruited by the head office as a special talent last month and assigned to the Anqing branch for a polishing stint, preparing to take up a position in the future private banking department. This girl was arrogant and usually didn't even take him, the branch manager, seriously. But today Gaokao had forcibly dragged her into the car. Ching. Gaokao cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound steadier. When you see Mr. Tang later, put away that arrogance you learned on Wall Street. Whatever he asks, as long as it doesn't violate principles, agree to it all. Understand? Huang Chengqing flipped through the thin file in her hand, her brows furrowed into a knot. Manager Zhao, this doesn't feel right. She turned her head, her exquisitely flawless face carrying undisguised doubt. He's an 18-year-old orphan, and suddenly $100 million appears in his account. This looks like an underground bank's money laundering operation or a white glove for some corrupt official. Instead of freezing the account and cooperating with the investigation, we go to his door to give him a black card. Shut up. Gaokao suddenly raised his voice, startling Huang Chengqing. A matter of the higher-ups, how dare you talk about it? The head office says it's fine, so it's fine. You just remember this, Mr. Tang is now one of the biggest patrons of our Anqing branch. The Maybach was forced to stop at the entrance of a narrow alley. Ahead there was a crooked tree under which shared bikes were parked haphazardly, making it impossible for the car to pass. Manager, we can't go any further. The driver turned around and said awkwardly. Gaokao pushed open the car door, and a wave of heat mixed with the sour smell of gutter oil and sewage instantly hit his face. He looked at the surroundings. The walls were plastered with small ads for generous reward for childbearing and unclogged drains. Not far away at the entrance of a barber shop, a few women in revealing clothes were leaning against the glass door, cracking sunflower seeds, their eyes fixed on the luxury car worth millions. Huang Chengqing got out of the car in 7-centimeter heels. The heel immediately sank into a mud puddle. She wrinkled her nose in disgust and carefully pulled her foot out, her expensive stockings already stained with black mud. Manager Zhao, are you sure this is the place? Huang Chengqing looked at the address in her hand. 4th floor 402B. There isn't even a proper property management here. Stop the nonsense. Bring the equipment and follow me. Gaokao straightened his custom-made suit, took a deep breath, and led the way into the dark stairwell. A thick layer of black grease had formed on the stair railing. As soon as Gaokao's hand touched it, he jerked it back as if electrocuted. He pulled out his handkerchief, pressed it tightly over his nose and mouth, and climbed up with difficulty. 4th floor. The hallway was filled with the musty smell of dampness. Gaokao stood before the door, took 3 deep breaths, and forced the most perfectly standard and warm smile onto his face. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened almost immediately. No security chain, no peephole. The moment the door swung open, Huang Chengqing instinctively stepped back half a pace. She had expected to see a nervous, frail, and timid poor student. But standing at the threshold was a young man, nearly 1.9 meters tall. He wore a white t-shirt so faded it had lost all its color, and his broad shoulders nearly filled the entire doorframe. The dim light from the corridor fell upon his chiseled features, and in those eyes there was neither the wild exhilaration of sudden wealth nor the smug satisfaction of a bank manager calling on an important client. There was only a stillness like that of dead water. That tranquility carried with it an almost suffocating scrutiny. Huang Qingqing's heart skipped a beat for no discernible reason. "Good day, Mr. Tang." Zhao Kong reacted instantly, immediately bowing and extending his business card with both hands. "I am Zhao Kong from the Anqing branch of Huaxiao Bank. This is our senior wealth management consultant, Huang Qingqing. We apologize for the unsolicited visit." Tang Zheng did not take the card. His gaze swept over Zhao Kang's sweat-soaked suit, then fell upon the mud-stained stockings clinging to Huang Qingqing's legs. "Come in." He turned and walked into the room, stepping aside to make way. Zhao Kong nodded repeatedly and led Huang Qingqing into this partitioned room of barely 10 square meters. The stifling heat inside was even more oppressive than outside. A hard wooden bed, a shabby canvas wardrobe, a creaking electric fan, and a broken chair. This was all the furniture the space contained. Not even a decent place to sit. Zhao Kong stood there awkwardly, still holding the undelivered business card in his hand. Tang Zheng walked to the bed and kicked the broken plastic chair toward Zhao Kong. "Sit." "No, Mr. Tang, I'll stand. I'll just stand." How could Zhao Kong possibly sit? He quickly snatched the black leather briefcase from Huang Qingqing's hands and unzipped it. "Mr. Tang, this is the black gold card specially approved and customized for you by our headquarters." With both hands, Zhao Kong presented an exquisite black velvet box to Tang Zheng. Lying quietly inside was a pure black metal card. The card's surface bore no flashy designs, only a string of embossed gold-trimmed numbers, and in the lower right corner, a minuscule emblem representing the highest authority of Huaxiao Bank. Tang Zheng took the box, retrieved the card, and turned it between his fingers. The metallic texture felt heavy, its edges honed to razor-sharp precision. "The initial password is the last 6 digits of your ID number. You may modify it at any time through our exclusive customer service hotline." As he spoke, Zhao Kong signaled discreetly to Huang Qingqing. Huang Qingqing immediately stepped forward and pulled out a thick stack of documents from the briefcase. "Mr. Tang, this is the service manual for the black gold card and the relevant authorization agreement, which requires your signature." Huang Qingqing's voice was pleasant, carrying the refined quality of professional training. She spread the documents across the hard wooden bed and handed over a Montblanc pen. Tang Zheng did not take the pen. Instead, he picked up the topmost service manual and flipped through it casually. The soft rustling of pages seemed especially audible in this cramped, sweltering space. Sweat began forming on Zhao Kang's forehead once more. He could not figure out this young man's game. Too composed. Composed to the point of being terrifying. "Mr. Tang." Zhao Kong watched Tang Zheng flip through the documents, carefully breaking the silence. "This black card is not merely proof of your financial strength. It is also one of the credentials required to enter the top echelons of China's wealth circles." He swallowed hard and continued his introduction. "Beyond the unlimited overdraft privileges, world-class airport VIP lounges, and private medical evacuation services, our head office also organizes exclusive networking banquets for black card holders on an irregular basis." At the mention of internal exchange banquets, Tang Zheng's fingers paused mid-page turn. "Who are the people inside?" Tang Zheng raised his eyelids, his gaze settling on Zhao Kang's face, which was plastered with a practiced smile. "They are the most elite figures from China's business and political spheres." Zhao Kong lowered his voice, his tone laced with mystery. "Some projects, some policies. Before they ever hit the newspapers, the information is often already leaked at these banquets. That is the power of a circle." Although his words were slightly exaggerated, it was true that certain insider information did circulate at such private gatherings. Tang Zheng returned his gaze to the documents in his hand. Although he now held the equity of Huanyu Entertainment, he was currently a commander with no troops. If he could access the upper-tier capital circles through Huaxiao Bank's internal banquets, it would undoubtedly prove helpful for his takeover of Huanyu, and even more so for his future deployment of those god-defying technologies in the system mall. What else? Tang Zheng turned to the next page. There is also exclusive wealth planning services. Zhao Kong quickly ushered Huang Qingqing forward. Miss Huang Qingqing is our bank's top-tier wealth management expert. She graduated from Harvard Business School and will be your dedicated service consultant going forward. Whether it is establishing family trusts, allocating cross-border assets, or complex tax planning, she can provide you with one-on-one customized advisory solutions. Tang Zheng's gaze finally fell upon Huang Qingqing. She was indeed beautiful. Delicate features, porcelain skin, a tall and well-proportioned figure with graceful curves, and a perfectly tailored business suit that accentuated her silhouette to perfection. But Tang Zheng looked at her the way one might examine a useful tool. Harvard graduate. Tang Zheng tossed the documents onto the bed. Yes. Huang Qingqing met Tang Zheng's gaze, lifting her chin slightly, attempting to reclaim a measure of pride befitting her elite status. I completed a one-year internship at J.P. Morgan Chase headquarters on Wall Street and participated in 2 cross-border M&A deals worth over $1 billion each. Mr. Tang, whether you wish to establish overseas trusts or pursue high-leverage secondary market investments in the future, I can provide you with optimal solutions. She attempted to use a cascade of professional credentials and jargon to reclaim her elite pride within this cramped, dilapidated partition room. Tang Zheng looked at her. There's no need for all that. There is something you can handle right now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kong immediately leaned forward half a step. Please go ahead, Mr. Tang. As long as it is a compliant business matter, our Anqing branch will certainly execute it flawlessly. If necessary, we also have the head office. Tang Zheng slipped the black card into the pocket of his faded jeans. Transfer 50 million RMB from my account and make an anonymous donation to the Anqing orphanage in southern Anqing. The two people present almost thought they had misheard. Huang Qingqing's hand reaching for her tablet froze midair. Zhao Kang's face, plastered with a professional smile, also stiffened in shock. 50 million. Donated. An anonymous. Mr. Tang. You mean an anonymous donation of 50 million? Zhao Kong swallowed hard, his voice growing hoarse. Yes, anonymous donation. Tang Zheng delivered those words with a calmness as though he were discussing having 2 steamer baskets of soup dumplings for breakfast. Do not transfer the money to the orphanage's public account all at once. Have Huaxiao Bank establish a dedicated fund supervision committee. This 50 million must only be used to improve the orphanage's living conditions, medical facilities, and the children's education fund. Every expenditure must undergo your audit and verification. Tang Zheng paused, his gaze falling upon Huang Qingqing once more. Aren't you a Harvard graduate? Led this supervision committee. If I discover that so much as a single cent of this money has slipped into someone's private pocket, the consequences will certainly go far beyond simply asking you to spit it back out. Huang Qingqing's breathing quickened. She had handled property donations for wealthy clients before. Those people, when making charitable donations of even 1 million, would throw extravagant press conferences, inviting a swarm of media for photographs, desperate to plaster the label of great philanthropist across their foreheads to chase public attention. Yet this 18-year-old youth was proposing an anonymous donation of 50 million and already thinking about fund supervision mechanisms. This was absolutely beyond the caliber and vigilance of an ordinary high school student. Mr. Tang, the amount of this fund is enormous. Huang Qingqing took a deep breath. Establishing a dedicated fund supervision account will require charging a certain percentage as management fees, and Huang Qingqing. Zhao Kong turned sharply, abruptly cutting her off with a stern rebuke. When he turned his face toward Tang Zheng, the professional smile on his countenance had already softened into something laced with genuine admiration. Rest assured, Mr. Tang, our branch will take this on. Management fees are waived entirely. I will personally recruit the most capable personnel from our risk control and audit departments to form a special task force alongside Miss Huang Qingqing. We guarantee we will keep a tight watch on every flow of funds to the Anqing orphanage. Zhao Kong had spent 20 years navigating the banking circle. He understood precisely the weight of what lay before him. Anqing had many wealthy individuals, but nearly none who could splash out 50 million in cash flow as casually as water. Tang Zheng nodded, turned, and walked to the sink, twisting open a rusted faucet to wash his hands. The water rushed over the rust, making a rattling sound. I dislike trouble. Tang Zheng grabbed an old towel to dry his hands. As long as you handle this matter well, I can guarantee that from now on at least 300 million in cash will remain as a base deposit at your branch each year, without being transferred elsewhere. The words landed like a heavy blow. Zhao Kong was suddenly startled. 300 million. The entire Anqing branch, with over 100 employees pushing themselves to the breaking point, might barely achieve half a year's deposit targets. Moreover, with 300 million in demand deposits, Zhao Kang's position as branch manager would become unshakable, as solid as Mount Tai, and even a promotion next year would no longer be a mere dream. The way he now looked at Tang Zheng resembled the reverence one might show a living deity of wealth. Rest assured, sir. Regarding the Anqing orphanage matter, I am willing to sign a binding commitment. It will be handled flawlessly. Tang Zheng threw the towel back onto the rack. The orphanage's director had always suffered from poor health, and the building's roof leaked in multiple spots whenever it rained. This 50 million was his way of repaying the place that had once given him a meal when he needed it most. As for why he did not simply give it directly to the old director, money stirs the heart. If a colossal sum of 50 million suddenly landed upon an orphanage with no background or connections, it would inevitably attract countless greedy hyenas circling overhead. The director mother certainly could not have protected such funds. Only by bringing Huaxiao Bank in as a shield and employing professional financial oversight mechanisms to control the flow of funds could he truly ensure the money reached the children. This was the plan he had schemed out the moment he received the money. Very well. Then I thank you, President Zhao. I look forward to our future cooperation. These words sounded exceedingly polite, yet subtly conveyed a dismissal, hinting that the guests should depart. Zhao Kong nodded repeatedly at this, tucking his briefcase under his arm. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his gaze swept across the black mold staining the corner of the wall and the inferior electric fan hanging precariously overhead. A thought flashed through his mind. He turned around, his expression shifting into one of sincere warmth, as if genuinely considering his friend's welfare. Mr. Tang, there is something I would like to say, though I am unsure whether I ought to. Zhao Kong glanced at the dilapidated surroundings around them. Given your current status and standing, continuing to reside here is hardly appropriate. It is not merely a question of living conditions. More critically, there are significant safety concerns. This urban village is teeming with people from all walks of life. Every manner of character can be found here. Gaokao lowered his voice. Our branch happens to have a few internal properties held by local premium real estate developers. These are rare top-tier listings on the market with exceptionally high security standards. Would you allow me to host you for a casual meal at a quiet place? Meanwhile, I could have Chengqing show you the property details. Tang Zheng did not respond immediately, swiftly calculating in his mind. Gaokao was right. In the past, financial constraints had left him no choice. But now that he had the means, a comfortable living environment was genuinely important for someone of his age. The urban village was indeed a place he could no longer remain in. His princess manor lay far away in the capital. Though he would likely not be attending university in Cheng, he still needed a foothold here, a place he could return to occasionally. He now possessed $100 million. Surely he could not continue sleeping on that hard wooden board bed. Fine. Tang Zheng nodded. Let us go. Upon hearing Tang Zheng agree, Zhao Kang's wrinkled face blossomed into a wide grin. Excellent, Mr. Tang, please. Zhao Kang quickly stepped aside, clearing the doorway. The three of them filed out of the partition room one after another. The corridor still reeked of that nauseating sour stench. As they descended the stairs together, Huang Chengsheng brought up the rear. She was wearing a bespoke business suit skirt today, paired with 7-centimeter high heels. Such shoes were a symbol of elegance when walking on the polished marble floors of Wall Street. But stepping onto the stairs of this urban village caked with black grease and unidentifiable liquids was nothing short of a disaster. Click. As she reached the halfway point of the third floor, Huang Qingqing's heel sank into a slimy, rotting vegetable leaf. Her ankle twisted violently, and she lost her balance, instantly pitching forward. Instinctively, she let out a sharp gasp, her hands flailing wildly in front of her. Tang Zheng, walking ahead of her, did not even turn his head. He merely shifted his shoulders slightly as though eyes grew on his back, precisely avoiding the hand reaching toward him. Huang Qingqing's grasp met empty air. She was about to land face down on the filthy steps when Zhao Kang, who had been leading the way, turned back in sheer terror and grabbed her arm with a yank, pulling her back from the brink. What on earth are you doing? Can't you even walk properly? Zhao Kang hissed through gritted teeth, his voice low. Inside, he cursed silently. What is this woman trying to pull? Trying to climb the social ladder was not something to attempt now. Huang Qingqing, still trembling with fright, leaned against the wall. Her heart pounded like a war drum. She looked up at Tang Zheng's retreating figure ahead. That man could have easily helped her, yet he chose to sidestep rather than extend a hand. That coldness was not feigned. Deep down, he simply did not value her at all. Huang Qingqing bit her lip so hard a faint metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Steadying herself, she followed silently without a word. Stepping out of the crumbling tenement building, several middle-aged women stood by the roadside, sorting vegetables in plastic basins. Aunt Wang snapped a water spinach stem, about to complain to Aunt Li beside her about today's prices. But the moment she looked up, she froze. The water spinach slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. Her mouth half open, eyes bulging like copper bells, she stared fixedly at the group emerging from the tenement. The one leading was that high school student who had moved in just a few months ago. And behind him, clearly trailing half a step with a broad smile, was a portly middle-aged man whose expensive attire screamed wealth. Trailing behind them was a stunning woman with an hourglass figure. She watched in disbelief as they approached the black luxury car that had suddenly appeared that day. That car, a sight she would never forget in her lifetime. That morning, Aunt Wang had been riding her creaky electric scooter, the kind that rattled except for its bell, with her young son, in second grade, strapped to the back seat, heading to drop him off at school. As they exited the alley entrance, they found this black sedan blocking the road like a wall. The urban village streets were narrow to begin with, and with the car parked there, barely half a meter of space remained on either side. Aunt Wang was in a hurry. Glancing at the dark, unassuming vehicle, and assuming it was no sports car, she thought she could squeeze through. She just managed to angle her scooter into the gap. Behind her, her husband Lu Dazhu, who had been carrying soy milk, suddenly charged forward like a madman. Lu Dazhu was usually a mild-mannered man who trembled, even killing a chicken. But in that instant, he erupted with astonishing force, delivering a fierce kick directly to the rear wheel of the electric scooter. Both rider and machine were sent flying into the ditch beside the road, taking Aunt Wang and Little Bao along with them. Aunt Wang, furious, scrambled out of the mud and water, ready to confront Lu Dazhu. His face pale as death, he clutched the handlebars of the scooter, tightly pointing at the emblem on the front of the black car, his voice cracking. You foolish woman. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That is a Maybach. It costs millions upon landing. If your wreck of a scooter scratches even an inch of paint, we would not be able to pay for it, even if we sold everything we own. Aunt Wang's mind went completely blank. A car worth millions. Such vehicles never came to places like this. And now it was parked right at the entrance of their dilapidated urban village alley. From morning until now, Aunt Wang's heart had remained lodged in her throat, terrified that the owner might come looking for her after the scrape. And yet there before her very eyes, she watched the sharply dressed middle-aged man stride confidently toward that multi-million-dollar luxury car, escort the high school student to the vehicle, and personally open the rear door for him. The teenager seated himself inside with complete nonchalance. Then the beautiful woman followed, slipping into the front passenger seat. The black Maybach rumbled with a deep, throaty engine note and slowly glided away from the alley entrance. leaving behind a trail of exhaust fumes and a group of women standing slack-jawed in stunned silence. The Maybach came to a halt before Inlu, an upscale private dining establishment in Incheon. A staff member dressed in a qipao escorted the three of them to the innermost private room on the second floor. Faint sandalwood incense perfumed the air within the private room. The soundproofing was impeccable, shutting out all the clamor of the worldly bustle beyond. Zhao Kong pulled out the crimson rosewood chair at the head of the table and invited Tang Zhang to take his seat. Before long, a sumptuous spread of exquisite dishes was carried in and arranged across the entire table. Zhao Kong picked up a bottle of vintage Maotai that had been prepared on the table, uncorked it, and an intoxicatingly rich and mellow aroma of liquor immediately wafted into the air. Holding the bottle in his hand, he personally poured a full glass for Tang Zhang, then poured some for himself as well. Raising his glass, he kept the rim low and gently tapped the base of Tang Zhang's glass. Mr. Tang, this first toast is to you. I raise this glass not to your wealth, but to your vision. A philanthropist as young and benevolent as you is truly the first of your kind in Anqing. Zhao Kong, his face wreathed in smiles, tipped his head back and drained the glass of baijiu in one gulp. Tang Zhang lifted his own glass and took a sip, then picked up his chopsticks and helped himself to a piece of the steamed grouper before him. The flesh was tender and smooth, melting on the tongue, accompanied by a delicate fragrance of scallion oil, a truly exquisite flavor. Director Zhao, you flatter me. Zhao Kong had downed several glasses in quick succession, a flush spreading across his cheeks. He rolled his eyes, sensing the opportune moment, and steered the conversation toward the real business at hand. He shot a covert glance at Huang Qingqing, signaling her to make her move. Qingqing, quickly show Mr. Tang the property materials. Receiving Zhao Kang's signal, Huang Qingqing immediately leaned slightly toward Tang Zhang. The faint, elegant scent of woody perfume drifted subtly into his nostrils. She swiped the tablet screen with practiced ease, pulling up the bank's internal files. Smiling, she said, Mr. Tang, these are the 3 best internal properties under our branch in Anqing. All paperwork is complete, and you can move in and settle the transfer at any time. She extended the tablet toward Tang Zhang, her fingers gliding lightly across the screen. The first one is Tsuhu Villa in the western suburbs, a standalone villa covering 2 acres, complete with a private swimming pool and an underground wine cellar. Security is top-notch, with only 38 households in the entire area. Most of Anqing's notable wealthy have properties here, ensuring excellent privacy. The screen displayed an aerial view of the villa with lush greenery and azure lake waters complementing each other. Tang Zhang glanced at it and shook his head. Too remote. The western suburbs were more suited for retirement or occasional leisure. Living alone there would be far too desolate. Though he had grown up in an orphanage and was accustomed to solitude, he didn't necessarily enjoy that kind of loneliness. Huang Qingqing said, nothing, swiping her finger to bring up the second property's details. The second one is a duplex penthouse in Jianshan Lake Park in the southern district. It's 300 square meters with a huge terrace. The surrounding area is filled with high-tech enterprises, plenty of young people, and all the amenities are very well developed. Tang Zhang merely glanced at the floor plan and area, then shook his head. I don't like it. Seeing this, Huang Qingqing immediately called up the last property. It was a real shot of Anqing's nightscape from above, the dazzling lights casting the city in a dreamlike glow. The third one is on the 36th floor of Yunding Tianhui in the CBD core of the city center. It's 380 square meters, fully smart home equipped with a 360-degree panoramic view of downtown Anqing. 1 elevator per household. It can be yours for 9 million right now. Tang Zhang fixed his gaze on the real-life photo taken from the living room perspective on the screen, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. I'll take this one. When can I move in? He pushed the tablet back to Huang Qingqing. Huang Qingqing was stunned. This was nearly 10 million yuan worth of property, and this man had made a decision just by looking at a picture. She couldn't help but ask, Mr. Tang, don't you need to go see it in person? No need. Tang Zhang said as he took another bite of abalone. The flavor was exquisite, causing him to nod slightly. Just deduct the payment directly from my card. Zhao Kong, upon hearing this, quickly kicked Huang Qingqing under the table and leaned in with a beaming smile. Rest assured, the keys and access cards are in our bank. I'll hand them over to you shortly, and you can move in tomorrow. As for the transfer procedures, I'll have Chungshan take someone to the housing authority tomorrow via the express lane. No delay at all. Fine. Tang Zhang nodded, set down his chopsticks. The meal was nearly over. Let's go. As he reached the door of the private room, he stopped and turned to look at Huang Qingqing, who was packing her briefcase. Add me on WeChat. Tang Zhang pulled out his domestic phone, its screen edges already slightly worn. Huang Qingqing's heart leaped with joy. She quickly took out her phone and scanned the QR code on Tang Zhang's screen. A soft beep. The friend request was successful. Tang Zhang glanced at Huang Qingqing's WeChat profile. Her avatar was a back view of her in business attire with the gates of Harvard University in the background. It seemed the young woman was indeed quite proud of her academic credentials. Send me the documents needed for tomorrow's transfer on WeChat. Having said that, Tang Zhang pocketed his phone and pushed open the door to leave. When the Maybach once again drove into the dilapidated alley of the urban village, the dark clouds in the sky had gradually dimmed the June daylight. Summer rain arrives without warning. Mr. Tang, are you sure you don't need Chungsheng to help you pack? Zhao Kong, seated in the front, turned back with a smile. No need. Just a few clothes. I can handle it myself. Tang Zheng declined their offer to accompany him, pushed open the car door, and was met with a wave of stifling summer air mingled with the smell of the sewers. See you next time. He casually closed the door and headed toward the stairwell. The Maybach slowly reversed out of the alley. Just as he had taken 2 steps up to the 3rd floor, he suddenly stopped. The hallway was dimly lit. At the bend on the 3.5 floor, a dark shadow pressed against the wall, motionless. Were it not for Tang Zheng's exceptionally sharp vision, he would never have noticed someone hiding there. Meanwhile, inside the Maybach, Gaokao and Huang Chengqing sat. Huang Chengqing stared at Tang Zheng's WeChat avatar, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. So he had taken the initiative to add her after all. Seeing this, Gaokao couldn't help but caution, "Chengqing, you need to make sure you serve Mr. Tang well. He's a major client. As long as you do a good job, our branch's performance and your promotion will be all but guaranteed." Huang Chengqing lifted her chin. "Director Zhao, rest assured. I know what to do." With that, she began drafting a WeChat message in advance, preparing to send Tang Zheng the documents needed for tomorrow's transfer, while also adding a few emojis at the end of the message. Back in the urban village, step by step, Tang Zheng drew closer to the shadow. When he reached the corner on the 3.5 floor, the shadow suddenly moved. A pungent odor of cheap perfume assaulted him. "Oh, Xiao Tang, you're finally back." The shadow darted out from the corner and grabbed Tang Zheng's arm. Tang Zheng's muscles instantly tensed, nearly throwing a punch. In the faint light, he recognized the face. It was the landlady Lu Pengzi. She was wearing a gaudy nightgown, clutching a palm leaf fan, and grinning at Tang Zheng. "Auntie Lu, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Tang Zheng pulled his arm free from her grip and stepped back half a pace nonchalantly. "I've been waiting for you." Lu Pengzi leaned closer, her poorly applied lipstick stretching nearly to her ears. "This morning Annie Wang said she saw you getting into a luxury car worth millions. I thought to myself, have you run into some benefactor? Any difficulties? So I waited here specially to ask if you've eaten. I just made braised pork ribs at home." Tang Zheng looked at her shifty eyes. This woman, when collecting rent, would squeeze every last drop of oil from her tenants. One day late, and she'd cut off the water and electricity. And now she was offering pork ribs. "No need, I've already eaten." Tang Zheng bypassed her and continued up the stairs. "Hey Xiao Tang, don't go." Lu Pengzi hurried after him. "Annie wants to talk to you about something. Now that you've made it big and know a big boss with a fancy car, that useless husband of mine, Lu Taizhu, your uncle Taizhu, has been working really hard lately, but with low pay. Could you put in a word with the boss to get him a job as a security guard or a driver? Nothing fancy, just a monthly salary of 10,000. Tang Zheng stopped at the door of 402B. He took out his keys and inserted them into the lock. "Auntie Lu." Tang Zheng turned to look at the landlady following behind him. "I'm moving out tomorrow. Keep the deposit and this month's rent. Consider it thanks for not kicking me out these past few months." With that, he turned the lock, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lu Fatty stood outside the door, stunned for a long moment. When she finally processed what Tang Zheng had said, the dejection on her round face vanished, instantly replaced by ecstasy. "Oh my goodness! The deposit and rent together are nearly 1,000 yuan. She slapped her thigh, almost dancing with joy in the corridor. "That kid has really struck it rich. I have to go tell my husband. We must see him off tomorrow morning and bring our daughter too. Who knows, we might just get in his good graces." Lu Fatty muttered to herself, fanning with a palm leaf fan as she descended the stairs with a satisfied smile. Inside the room, Tang Zheng leaned against the door, listening to the fading footsteps outside. He walked to the bedside and pulled out the worn canvas suitcase from under the bed. Unzipping it, he found only a few changes of clothes, some high school textbooks, and a faded tin pencil case. This was all he owned in the world. Tang Zheng stuffed the items haphazardly into the suitcase. He picked up his phone from the table. The screen lit up. On WeChat, Huang Chengqing had sent a message. "Mr. Tang, this is the electronic authorization code for Yunding Tianwei. You can check in any time tomorrow." Below it was a string of complex numbers and a QR code. Tang Zheng replied with a single OK. He tossed the phone onto the bed, walked to the window, and pushed open the dusty glass pane. Outside was still that filthy, chaotic urban village. But starting tomorrow, none of this would concern him. It was 6:30 in the morning. The morning market in the village had not yet fully awakened. Only a few breakfast vendors were lighting their stoves in the alley, and the choking smell of coal smoke seeped through the window cracks into the room. Tang Zheng zipped up the worn canvas suitcase. The zipper pull got stuck at the corner, emitting a harsh grating sound. He gave it a hard tug, and the rusty metal zipper head flew off, hitting the hard wooden bed. The suitcase barely closed. Ignoring the broken zipper head, Tang Zheng looked around the partitioned room he had lived in for several months. Mold spots on the walls, a rickety electric fan, and rust stains in the sink that never came clean. No lingering attachment. He lifted the suitcase with one hand, pushed open the door, and walked out. Just as he reached the 3rd-floor landing, he heard a deliberately hushed argument. "You stupid girl, comb your hair right now. Wear this dress. Yes, this pink one. When you see him, be sweet, and call him Brother Tang." "Mom, I'm only in 8th grade. What do you want me to do?" "I won't go." Slap. The crisp sound of a slap. "You don't know anything. He's rich now. If you latch onto his coattails, our whole family won't have to rot in this hellhole. Last night that kid didn't even want the 1,000 yuan deposit. He just gave it to me. Don't you always talk about him being the top student at your school? So what's wrong with getting close to him now? If he ever lets a little something slip through his fingers, it'll be enough for you to live on for life. Tang Zheng carried his suitcase down the stairs. Outside a room on the third floor, Lu Fatty was tightly gripping a little girl in a pink dress. The girl's cheek was bright red, tears welling in her eyes, and she bit her lip hard to keep from crying. When she saw Tang Zheng coming downstairs, Lu Fatty's ferocious expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Oh, Xiao Tang, leaving so early. She shoved the girl forward. Quick, say hello to Brother Tang. The little girl stumbled, nearly bumping into Tang Zheng's suitcase. She looked up at him timidly, then quickly lowered her head. Hello, Brother Tang. Tang Zheng looked at the slap mark on the girl's face. The face of the newly rich, or those who see others suddenly wealthy, is often uglier than a sewer rat. Lu Fatty was using her own daughter as a bargaining chip to curry favor with the powerful, even though the other party was just a middle school student. He set his suitcase on the ground, pulled out 200 yuan notes from his pocket, the last cash he had in his wallet. He pressed the money into the girl's hand. Buy yourself something you like. With that, ignoring Lu Fatty's almost splitting grin, he picked up his suitcase again and strode down the stairs. Hey Xiao Tang, come back and visit sometime. Auntie will make you braised ribs. Lu Fatty shouted from upstairs. Tang Zheng did not look back. Exiting the alley, he hailed a taxi on the street. Driver to Yunding, Tianwei. Tang Zheng opened the rear door, tossed his suitcase into the trunk, and got in. The driver, who was sipping goji berry tea from a thermos, jolted, nearly spilling the scalding water onto his crotch. He glanced at Tang Zheng in the rearview mirror. A very handsome young man, much better looking than those pale-faced idols his daughter chased on TV. But the faded t-shirt, old jeans, no-name sneakers, and the broken suitcase with a busted zipper that he had just tossed into the trunk. Young man, what are you going to Yunding Tianwei for? That's the most upscale neighborhood in Anqing, delivering packages or working as a cleaner. I'm telling you, security there is tight. They don't even let delivery guys through the gate, let alone let you run into a rich lady. The driver said in a patronizing tone as he started the engine. Going home. Tang Zheng leaned back and closed his eyes. The driver curled his lip, muttering inwardly about him, putting on airs. He stepped on the accelerator, and the taxi merged into the morning rush traffic. The cabin was filled with a mix of cheap car freshener and tobacco, and the air from the vents seemed to carry a hint of gasoline. Tang Zheng leaned back, his mind racing. He now had a cash flow of $100 million and a top-tier penthouse in the city center. Basic material needs were essentially met. The next most important thing was to figure out the universal entertainment that the system had given him. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a magnificent gate. A gray-white granite gatehouse, inlaid with 4 gold-embossed characters, Yunding Tianwei. On both sides stood high walls with dense infrared security cameras blinking red on the top. At the main entrance stood 4 security guards in white uniforms. They stood erect with sharp eyes, carrying walkie-talkies and stun batons at their waists, clearly well-trained professionals. Tang Zheng paid the fare and retrieved his battered suitcase from the trunk. He walked to the gate barrier. Sir, please hold on. The burly guard on the left immediately stepped forward, blocking Tang Zheng's path. His gaze swept over Tang Zheng's faded clothes and the shabby suitcase, not with contempt, but with professional scrutiny. This is a private residential area. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Without a word, Tang Zheng took out his phone and displayed the QR code of the electronic authorization that Huang Chengcheng had sent him last night. I'm the owner. Here's the authorization code. The guard was taken aback. Owner? In this outfit? With this broken suitcase? Still, he pulled out his scanner and scanned the QR code on Tang Zheng's phone. A beep sounded. A large amount of green information flashed on the scanner screen. Owner identity confirmed, Mr. Tang Zheng. Property, building 136th floor, sky penthouse, 380. Access level highest, black gold. The guard's eyes widened as he read the screen. Building 136th floor. The unit with the best view in the entire complex had been sold. Hadn't it been vacant all this time? When did it sell? He hadn't heard of anyone coming to view it. And the access level was the highest, black gold, and the owner was so young. The guard snapped his heels together with a dull thud. He stood ramrod straight, raised his right hand, and executed a perfectly crisp military salute. Mr. Tang, welcome home. His voice was loud and filled with utmost respect. This shout startled a nearby guard who was inspecting a deliverman's package. The barrier gate opened with a click. Would you like help with your luggage? The guard lowered his hand and asked eagerly. No need. Tang Zheng carried his suitcase and walked through the gate. Watching Tang Zheng's figure disappear around the corner of the greenery, the burly guard immediately unclipped his walkie-talkie from his belt. He lowered his voice, speaking urgently. Calling manager. Calling manager Zhang. A crackle of static came from the walkie-talkie, followed by a calm male voice. Go ahead, what's up? The owner of building 136th floor has moved in. The other end of the walkie-talkie was silent for 2 seconds. Identity confirmed. Confirmed, and it's the highest black gold access. The owner's name is Tang Zheng, a very young man, but his clothes are a bit unconventional. Got it. Notify all posts to stay alert. I'll check the surveillance footage right away. The guard hung up the walkie-talkie and let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Good thing he had been polite and hadn't looked down on the man. Someone like that was definitely not a lowly guard like him to mess with. By now Tang Zheng had crossed a meticulously manicured French-style garden and arrived at the base of Building 1. This building occupied the best location in the entire complex with no obstructions in front and an exceptionally wide view. The lobby doors were sensor-operated. As soon as Tang Zheng approached, the two heavy glass doors slid open automatically. Inside, the marble floor gleamed like a mirror, and a massive crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. A faint scent of white tea aromatherapy filled the air. Tang Zheng walked to the elevator lobby. There were 3 elevators, and one was marked Private Owners Exclusive. He pressed the up button. The elevator doors opened, revealing a red carpet and walnut-paneled walls. Tang Zheng stepped in and swiped the QR code on his phone. The elevator ascended smoothly with no sense of weightlessness and barely a whisper of sound. The numbers on the display jumped rapidly. It finally stopped at 36. With a soft ding, the door slid open. Before him stood a massive double-armored door. As the password finished entering, the door lock emitted a dull mechanical click, and the heavy armored door automatically swung open a crack. Tang Zheng pushed the door open. The induction system at the entrance was immediately activated. "Welcome home, Mr. Tang." A soft female voice came from the speakers hidden in the ceiling. Then, like dominoes falling, the lights inside the house started from the entrance and extended all the way to the living room, lighting up in sequence. In front of the huge panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the double-layer electric blackout curtains slowly slid open to both sides. The unobstructed sunlight instantly poured in, illuminating the entire living room. Tang Zheng stood at the entrance, his gaze slowly sweeping across the spacious 380-square-meter room before him. The living room was extravagantly large, with the floor paved in whole slabs of Italian gray marble, the textures delicate and unique, reflecting the minimalist ceiling design without a main light fixture. In the center was a set of cream-white genuine leather sofas, smooth and soft to the touch. Opposite the sofa stood a wall of walnut bookshelves, next to which was embedded a giant screen TV that occupied nearly half the wall. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire CBD core of Anqing City was laid out before his eyes. Skyscrapers stood in clusters, traffic flowed like ants. Standing here, one had the illusion of having the entire city underfoot. Tang Zheng casually tossed his luggage onto the carpet beside the sofa and collapsed like a limp rag into the soft leather sofa. The sofa immediately conformed to the contours of his body, providing an extremely comfortable embrace. This was a world apart from the feeling of sleeping on the hard wooden bed in the urban village. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air lacked the sour, moldy smell mixed with sewage from the urban village. Instead, it carried only the faint scent of new wood and the fresh air filtered by the central air conditioning. This was the most direct experience that money brought. It could buy out noise, congestion, and all lack of dignity. Buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated twice, breaking the silence of the room. Tang Zheng pulled out his phone. It was a WeChat friend request with the note Yunding Tianwei property manager Zhang Hai. He tapped accept, and the other party immediately sent a long message. "Hello, Mr. Tang. Welcome to the residence. I am Zhang Hai, the property manager of Yunding Tianwei. It is my great honor to serve you. Your check-in information has been registered. Each floor of Building 1 is assigned an exclusive platinum butler on standby, 247. For any needs, including ordering meals, dry cleaning, vehicle maintenance, or even private party planning, you may instruct us at any time." Then a second message came. "Additionally, Mr. Tang, in the master bedroom's walk-in closet, there is a pre-installed heavy-duty explosion-proof embedded safe. The initial password is 6/8. Tang Zheng did not immediately reply to Zhang Hai's message. Instead, he stood up and walked toward the master bedroom according to the layout of the house. The master bedroom was equally astonishingly large. A huge double bed sat in the center, as if dominating the space. Passing through the bedroom was the walk-in closet. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell rang in the spacious living room. Tang Zheng turned his head toward the door. He walked to the entrance and tapped the smart video intercom screen on the wall. The screen displayed the surveillance footage outside the door. It was the property manager Zhang Hai who had just sent the message. In his hands, he held an exquisite fruit basket, his face plastered with a fawning smile, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. "Mr. Tang, are you in? I'm Zhang Hai from the property management. I brought you some fresh fruit." Zhang Hai called out cautiously from outside the door, his voice laced with sycophancy. Tang Zheng pressed the talk button and said calmly, "Leave it at the door." His voice, transmitted through the speaker outside, was utterly flat, as if stating the most ordinary matter. Zhang Hai outside the door was taken aback, the smile on his face momentarily freezing, but quickly returning to normal. Having said that, Tang Zheng paid no more attention to Zhang Hai outside and turned to walk toward the master bedroom. Tang Zheng took off his faded old t-shirt and entered the bathroom. The shower head sprayed constant temperature hot water, the stream striking his back and sliding down the contours of his muscles, washing away the fatigue of recent days. With $100 million in cash sitting in his bank account, he pondered his next steps. He would soon be entering university. Based on his estimate, he should score at least 620 points. Peking University might be a good choice. However, the first rule of society was that clothes make the man. He dried himself off and put on his old worn clothes again. Pushing open the door, the elevator went straight down to the first-floor lobby, and Tang Zheng walked straight out of the residential compound. The security guard saw him, snapped his heels together, and gave a perfectly standard military salute. Hailing a taxi on the roadside, he said, "To IFS International Financial Center." The driver sized up the young man who had just walked out of Yunding Tianhui from the rearview mirror. Though his clothes were shabby, the driver dared not say a word. Anyone who could walk out of that gate, even if he looked like a rag picker, was not someone he could afford to offend. Moreover, he had just seen the security guard salute him. That meant he lived there. The driver wasn't stupid. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of Anqing's most luxurious shopping mall, IFS International Financial Center. The cool air hit him, and the air carried the scent of high-end wood fragrance. There was no loud noise here. The polished marble floor reflected the massive logos of luxury brands. Tang Zheng entered a high-end Italian men's boutique with no Chinese signage. The store was carpeted with thick wool, muffling footsteps as he walked in. Two female sales assistants in black professional suits were reconciling accounts behind the cash register. One of them, a short-haired sales assistant, looked up, her gaze sweeping over Tang Zheng and pausing for half a second on his athletic shoes, which had signs of glued repairs on the edges. She withdrew her gaze and looked down again at the tablet in her hand. For luxury salespeople who lived on commissions, a customer's attire was the most direct proof of assets. Wasting time on a student who had obviously wandered into the wrong place was a grave insult to their performance. A round-faced girl with a tag reading, in turn, walked over nervously. "Sir, what would you like to see?" The round-faced girl's voice was soft, betraying a lack of confidence. Tang Zheng walked over to a rack of the latest season's suits, his fingertips gliding over the fabric. The texture was indeed worlds apart from street stall goods. 3 sets of business formal, or 3 sets of casual wear, and 1 evening dress suit. "Get them in my size." The round-faced girl stood frozen. "Sir, all our clothes are priced individually. A set of formal wear costs about 12000. "Get them." Tang Zheng uttered a single word, his tone flat. The round-faced girl swallowed, then hurriedly turned to fetch a measuring tape. 10 minutes later, a dozen suits hung on a mobile rack, pushed in front of Tang Zheng. The short-haired sales assistant stopped what she was doing and walked over with a frown. "Lin, why did you take out the season's limited editions? Can you afford to pay if they get dirty?" The short-haired sales assistant's tone carried undisguised warning. She looked at Tang Zheng, her eyes conveying a sense of expulsion. Tang Zheng did not look at her. "Check out." The round-faced girl fumbled with the tablet. "Sir, the total is 986500. Tang Zheng pulled a China Merchant's Bank black card from his pocket and handed it over. The short-haired sales assistant caught a glimpse of the card, and her eyelids twitched. It was a black card. How could this kid dressed like a pauper have such a card? It had to be fake or stolen. She was about to call the security guard. The round-faced girl had already swiped the card on the POS machine. A beep sounded. The machine began printing a long white receipt. Transaction successful. The short-haired saleswoman's breath froze instantly, her nails digging deep into her palms. 98,000. The commission from this single order would be enough to cover 2 months of her salary. "Sir, your card." The round-faced girl handed the card back to Tang Zheng with trembling hands. "I'll leave an address. Have someone deliver it." Tang Zheng picked up the pen on the counter and scribbled a line on the receipt: Yunding Tianhui, Building 1, 36th floor. "Contact this number. Zhang Hai, the property manager. He'll let you in." Tang Zheng slid the note with the number across the counter, then turned and walked toward the door. "Take care, Mr. Tang. Welcome back anytime." The short-haired saleswoman bowed deeply, her voice echoing through the store. Tang Zheng didn't look back as he pushed the door open. Clothes were taken care of now, he still needed a watch. In the circles of adult social climbers, men were judged by their watches, women by their bags, the most direct class identifiers. Tang Zheng stepped into the Patek Philippe boutique on the 2nd floor of the mall. The lights here glinted off the glass counters, refracting a cold metallic sheen, and the air itself seemed sharper than in the clothing store he had just left. A male manager in a deep blue, double-breasted suit approached him. His gaze swept over Tang Zheng. Though Tang Zheng's clothes were plain, news had already spread through the mall's high-end VIP group about a mysterious young man who had just swiped a black card for nearly $1,000,000 on the 1st floor of Guojin. The luxury goods circle was small, information traveled faster than paparazzi. "Sir, I am the store manager. How may I assist you?" The manager's demeanor was impeccable. "I want a watch in stock. Price is not an issue." Tang Zheng pulled out the leather chair at the counter and sat down. The manager's eyelids twitched. "Sir, the best piece we currently have in stock is the Calatrava Series 5208R, with a carbon fiber case and a bezel set with a ring of fine natural diamonds. Each one crystal clear, perfectly cut. The tag price is 3,150,000. The manager turned and retrieved a velvet box from the heavy safe behind him. With gloved hands, he carefully opened the box. The silver-gray dial with its intricate mechanical movement under the light exuded an ultimate aesthetic blend of industry and art. Tang Zheng tried it on. It fit perfectly and looked natural. "I'll take this one." Tang Zheng slid the black gold card directly across the counter. The manager's face showed hesitation, his hands clasped in front of him. "Mr. Tang, there's one more thing. This watch was actually pre-ordered by a Mr. Chu half a month ago. He paid a deposit of 100,000 and agreed to come at noon today to pay the balance. But the time has passed, and he hasn't shown up. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair. The agreed time was noon. It's now 1:15. The manager glanced at the clock on the wall. He gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, he has breached the agreement. The watch is now unclaimed. It is an honor for this watch to go with you, sir." He picked up the POS machine about to swipe the card. "Wait!" A sharp shout came from the entrance of the boutique. A young man in a floral shirt and sunglasses strode in, followed by a burly bodyguard. "Master Chu." The manager's hand trembled and the POS machine clattered heavily against the glass counter. Chu Tianyao took off his sunglasses, staring at the manager. "You dare sell my watch twice? Tired of living?" Beads of sweat appeared on the manager's forehead. "Master Chu, the agreed time was 12 o'clock. It's now past that. This gentleman." As Chu Tianyao pushed open the door, his arrogant aura seemed to overturn the constant temperature air of the Patek Philippe boutique. Behind him followed a bodyguard like an iron tower, his black suit stretched taut, unmistakably a professional fighter. The manager's cold sweat trickled down his temples. His hand holding the POS machine trembled. In the Guojin territory, everyone knew who this young master of the Chu family was. He was famously a temperamental stallion. If truly provoked, he could punch a hole through the ceiling of Guojin Center. "Master Chu, look at this mess." The manager opened his mouth, his voice as thin as a mosquito's whine. "The agreed time was 12, but you're already past 1. You know our store's rule. No shows after the deadline." This gentleman was about to swipe his card. Chu Tianyao took off his sunglasses, revealing an overly fair face. He ignored the manager's explanation, his sharp eyes locked onto Tang Zheng, scanning him from head to toe and back again a full 3 times. Tang Zheng sat on the leather swivel chair, not even lifting his eyelids. His fingertips gently traced the 3 million yuan watch case. The carbon fiber's texture was cool, exuding the cold austerity of the industrial age. "Are you the guy who just spent nearly $1 million on the first floor?" Chu Tianyao suddenly spoke, his tone devoid of the earlier firepower, instead laced with an unconcealed curiosity. Tang Zheng looked up at him. The young man appeared to be about 17 or 18, flashily dressed, but with clear eyes lacking the hollow emptiness of one drained by wine and women. "The watch is mine." Tang Zheng uttered 5 words flatly, casually slapping the black gold card onto the POS machine. The manager looked at Chu Tianyao, as if pleading for help, his expression worse than tears. Chu Tianyao didn't lose his temper. Instead, he leaned in, scrutinizing Tang Zheng's face. He calculated rapidly in his mind, this guy was really tough. Not the pale pretty boy type, but exuding a bone-deep calm and nobility. The key was his outfit, an old t-shirt, worn-out sneakers, yet he casually flashed a black gold card to buy a 3 million yuan watch. What the hell was this? This was returning to simplicity. This was ultimate style. Hey, don't rush to swipe." Chu Tianyao grabbed the manager's hand, then turned to Tang Zheng with a beaming smile, revealing a row of white teeth. "Bro, don't misunderstand. I was just kidding with the manager. I was late, my fault. The watch is yours, absolutely yours." The manager was stunned. The bodyguard was stunned. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. This twist was a bit abrupt. "Let me introduce myself. Chu Tianyao from Anqing." Chu Tianyao pulled a chair over and sat down familiarly, lowering his voice. "Bro, you're really handsome. As handsome as me, seriously. When I saw you sitting there at the door, I thought some brother like me, equally low-key, was incognito. I originally bought this watch as an adult gift, but since you've taken a liking to it, it's fate between us." Tang Zheng withdrew his hand, subtly moving away. His voice remained calm. "Since you don't want it anymore, just swipe the card. Swipe it. Swipe it for this brother right now." Chu Tianyao glared at the manager, then turned back, his face fawning, looking at Tang Zheng. "Brother, what's your surname? I see your outfit. Are you deliberately testing the salespeople's eyesight?" "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant." Tang Zheng silently cursed in his heart. Is this guy an idiot? And his overactive imagination. He simply hadn't had time to change his clothes because he was poor before. Tang Zheng. Great name. Chu Tianyao slapped his thigh as if ready to swear brotherhood on the spot. "Bro, to be honest, I don't have many hobbies. I just like to make friends with capable, good-looking people. Today I was in the wrong. Let me make it up to you. Top floor, Sen Yuhong, my treat. Consider it an apology and a chance to show you around." Zhengrong years lofty and spirited. Chu Tianyao slapped his thigh, his enthusiasm, as if he wanted to swear brotherhood on the spot. "Bro, to be honest, I don't have many hobbies. I just like to make friends with capable, good-looking people. Today I was the one in the wrong. So let's go to the top floor, Sen Yuhong, my treat. Consider it an apology and a chance to show you around. It's to make amends to you, brother, and also to show you the ropes." He stared at Tang Zheng, his clever eyes darting around like a cunning little fox. "Come on, brother, let's go. I'm a trustworthy guy. If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. And there's really a beautiful woman up there. Just come along and have some fun. I swear I have no ill intentions." As he spoke, Chu Tianyao raised his hand and put on a show of holding up 3 fingers. Tang Zheng stood rooted in place, not immediately moving his feet. He gazed at Chu Tianyao's flushed, excited face, rapidly calculating in his mind. After all, before yesterday, he had been nothing more than a high school student cramped in a partitioned room within an urban village, meticulously budgeting even a few hundred yuan for rent, living an ordinary and somewhat straitened existence. The circle of wealthy people represented by this rich second generation was entirely foreign territory to him. What their daily lives were like, what they liked to chat about and do for fun. Tang Zheng knew nothing whatsoever. Moreover, the Cosmos entertainment system that had been thrust upon him by the system, he still hadn't figured out the specifics. And in this 21st century, teeming with talented individuals, having money alone was far from sufficient. This rich second generation before him, acting like an eager husky and remarkably sociable, happened to be a perfect opportunity. All right. A faint smile curved the corners of Tang Zheng's lips as he uttered these words. Chu Tianyao beamed with delight, quickly waving to the iron tower of a bodyguard behind him, then darted to Tang Zheng's side. Grabbing Tang Zheng's arm, he led him toward the direction of the top floor of the International Finance Center, chattering nonstop. Brother, you're going to love it up there. The food is amazing, and my sister and the others are really fun. The two entered the elevator, which rose smoothly with barely a trace of weightlessness. Chu Tianyao leaned against the elevator wall like a machine, with its floodgates open, words pouring out endlessly. Brother, that trick of yours today was brilliant. Playing dumb to eat the tiger, putting those salespeople in their place. Next time I'm trying it myself. I'm telling you, my sister keeps scolding me for only looking at appearances and ignoring substance, calling me shallow. Today I'm bringing you to open her eyes, to show her what real low-key actually means. She's going to be speechless. Listening to Chu Tianyao's words, Tang Zheng couldn't help but smile. His gaze fell upon the floor numbers climbing on the elevator display as he asked, "You have a sister?" "Yeah, we're twins. She just came out 2 minutes before me, but she always uses that to keep me under her thumb." Chu Tianyao pursed his lips, wearing an expression of helplessness and disdain, his tone full of grievance. "She's also a trained fighter. She's been doing martial arts since childhood, and now she's obsessed with extreme sports. She's so strong I can't beat her. Even my parents can't do anything about her. She always takes her frustration out on me. A few days ago we just turned 18. She actually forced me to sign some unfair treaty, saying I'm not allowed to use the family name if I get into trouble outside. Tell me, a girl always fighting and killing. Who would ever want her?" Tang Zheng glanced at Chu Tianyao and couldn't resist teasing. "You little rascal, if you'd been born in ancient times, you'd definitely be the type to sell out your sister for glory. We've known each other less than 10 minutes, and you've already spilled everything about your sister. Haha, brother, we're just kindred spirits. Besides, there's nothing worth hiding about my sister anyway. You'd find out eventually." Chu Tianyao grinned, shamelessly, not feeling the slightest bit of impropriety in his behavior. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. The elevator doors slid open smoothly on both sides, and a faint jasmine fragrance mingled with the cool, dry air from the central air conditioning washed over them. Sanyuehong, a renowned establishment in a city with per person spending exceeding 2,000 yuan, was considered an excellent high-end restaurant in the city. It was said that the head chef here was a first-generation successor to state banquet cuisine with culinary skills that were truly exceptional. However, since Master Wang only personally cooked at the restaurant once every half-month, those wanting to taste his hand-cooked dishes would have to compete fiercely to get them. This time, had it not been for Chu Tianyao's sister pulling strings through someone from an aristocratic family managing to secure a private room and grabbing one of Master Wang's dishes this time around, they probably would never have had the chance to eat here. The floor was covered with thick handmade wool carpet. When Tang Zheng stepped onto it, his feet sank softly with no echo at all, as though the carpet absorbed every sound. Abstract paintings hung on the walls. Though Tang Zheng couldn't comprehend their content, he could sense the artistic flair emanating from them. Chu Tianyao pulled Tang Zheng through the long corridor beside the grand hall, and soon stopped before a private room marked 9 heavens. He shoved the door open. Around the table in the center, several people sat, gathered together, playing a game of landlords. A girl wearing a fitted athletic tank top and black multi-pocket cargo pants sat at the head of the table, holding a deck of cards in her hand. Her bob-cut hair was slightly dampened with sweat clinging to her pale cheeks, giving her an exceptionally capable appearance. Tang Zheng's gaze fell upon her arms, sleek, well-defined muscles that moved with sharp precision as she flicked the cards, radiating wild strength. "Bomb!" The girl shouted loudly, slamming her cards onto the table with a triumphant smile. "Sis, look who I brought." Chu Tianyao bellowed at the top of his lungs, instantly shattering the room's atmosphere of focused card playing. Chu Tianyao turned her head. Only then did Tang Zheng clearly see her appearance. Her features bore a 70 to 80% resemblance to Chu Tianyao's, but her gaze carried far more intensity. Her bright, piercing eyes resembled a vigilant leopard, seemingly capable of seeing through every thought. Besides her, 2 men and a woman sat on the leather sofa nearby. At the sound of Chu Tianyao's voice, all 3 stopped what they were doing and turned their attention toward the door. Hearing Chu Tianyao's call, these 3 also paused their activities. A young man wearing a white Givenchy short-sleeve shirt held a half glass of whiskey with an ice sphere. His gaze swept over Tang Zheng's outfit, and a look of surprise and confusion crossed his face. Another young man with a perm directly spoke up. "Little Yaozi, who's this friend you brought up? Weren't you going downstairs to pick up your watch? Where's the watch?" Chu Tianyao grinned, casually pulling Tang Zheng forward with big strides. He plopped down onto the sofa beside the perm-haired young man, even throwing his feet up unceremoniously, and said, "Let me introduce everyone. This is my newly met buddy Tang Zheng. Don't pay attention to this kid Tang Ji. He loves running his mouth and is a good-for-nothing." Tang Zheng smiled indifferently and nodded to everyone. Hello, I'm Tang Zheng, a local of An City. Hearing Tang Zheng's words, everyone glanced at him a few more times. It was at this moment that Chu Tianyuan noticed the watch on Tang Zheng's wrist. Her gaze instantly turned sharp. Wasn't that the watch her brother had been coveting for half a month? Just moments ago, Chu Tianyao had been rushing urgently downstairs to pick up the watch. Why was it now on Tang Zheng's wrist? Did you give the watch to him? Chu Tianyue stood up, walked to Chu Tianyao, and jabbed his shoulder unceremoniously with her elbow, her eyes carrying a hint of accusation. What do you mean by conceding? This is a treasure watch befitting a hero. With my exceptional bearing, this watch truly finds its purpose on his wrist. Chu Tianyao jutted out his chin, his face full of defiance as he retorted. Chu Tianyue tugged at the corner of her mouth, wearing an ironical smile, as she said, my brother has a screw loose, easily led astray. My apologies. Her tone carried a hint of resignation along with a trace of fondness for her younger brother. Tang Zheng waved his hand, dismissively, a warm smile playing on his lips. This wasn't me snatching what wasn't mine. Your brother voluntarily gave it up, citing he was late and breached the contract. I happened to be paying at that moment, so the watch became mine. His words carried an unmistakable certainty. She then unwrapped a mint lollipop and placed it between her teeth, snapping it with a crack. I know. Most likely my silly brother's fault. He's always careless and scatterbrained, so it's not surprising he'd do something like this. Chu Tianyao squirmed in his seat, while listening quickly, saying, Sis, can we not start a fight? It really has nothing to do with Brother Tang. I was late and breached the contract, so the store would have sold the watch to someone else for sure. As he spoke, he glanced at Tang Zheng furtively, his gaze pleading, afraid that his sister's words might derail his next plan. Chu Tianyue shot him an exasperated look, thinking to herself, whose side is this brother on anyway, always speaking up for outsiders? Nevertheless, she chose not to pursue the matter further, shifting the topic. How old are you, handsome? Tang Zheng replied with a mischievous grin, 18, just finished high school and the college entrance exam. His tone carried a casual pride, given that the college entrance exam represents a pivotal moment in any student's life, and he had just successfully conquered this challenge. Upon saying this, everyone in the private room instinctively froze for a moment. The perm-haired young man recovered first, his face brightening with delight. A test taker. You're taking the exam this year too. He draped his arm around Tang Zheng's shoulder, as if instantly bridging the distance between them, and asked enthusiastically, Brother, which school are you from? We're from An City Foreign Language Academy. Tang Zheng answered with a smile, An City No. 1 High School. An City No. 1. That explains it, no wonder we haven't seen you around. The perm-haired young man nodded in sudden understanding, then continued, I heard that school is really strict, all rote learning. But with your style, bro, you don't seem like a total nerd. He eyed Tang Zheng up and down, a teasing glint in his gaze. Tang Zheng was well aware that these rich second generations, despite their seemingly warm demeanor, kept everyone at arm's length, maintaining some degree of wariness toward outsiders like him. Yet he didn't mind at all, simply smiling and responding to their remarks with politeness. Just then the server pushed open the door and entered. Leading the way was a hostess in a qipao, followed by 6 servers carrying trays, filing into the private room in an orderly manner. Miss Chu, these are the 8 signature dishes Master Wang personally prepared for you today, all served now. The hostess's voice was soft and pleasant as she lifted the large blue and white porcelain lid from the center dish. Instantly a rich aroma burst forth, carrying the distinctive bold sweetness of aged tangerine peel, seemingly whetting everyone's appetite in an instant. In the dish lay a 6-pound wild yellow croaker from the East China Sea, its body displaying a brilliant golden hue that under the lights resembled a work of art, its gravy thick as melted amber, radiating an enticing sheen. This is something special. 50-year-old Xinhui aged tangerine peel paired with wild yellow croaker, Master Wang's signature creation. Chu Tianyue explained, picking up the serving chopsticks and turning to Tang Zheng. Come on, Tang Zheng, give it a try. Beside them, Chu Tianyao could hardly contain his eagerness, his eyes locked on the yellow croaker. At his sister's words, he immediately grabbed his chopsticks, pinched a piece of fish, and popped it into his mouth, his face instantly glowing with satisfaction. Delicious. Bro Tang, hurry and try it. I've been dreaming about this dish for so long. Tang Zheng lifted his chopsticks, just about to pick up a piece of belly meat. Just then a deafening crash echoed from the private room's heavy door. Bang! The door lock burst off, striking the nearby blue and white porcelain ornament and shattering into pieces across the floor, leaving the scene in utter chaos. A bald man in a black fitted shirt sporting a pinky thick gold chain around his neck strode in with big steps. Behind the bald man followed 4 muscular men in black suits, their builds sturdy, their gaits eerily synchronized, their stances remarkably stable, clearly no strangers to trouble. Let me see who's got the nerve to muscle in on the dish, old third Lu reserved. Lu Laosan's raspy voice boomed through the private room, irritating everyone's ears, his tone dripping with fury and arrogance. The temperature in the private room instantly plummeted. Chu Tianyao slammed his chopsticks on the table and leaped to his feet, glaring at Lu Laosan. Lu Laosan, have you lost your mind? His face brimming with rage, fists clenched tight, seemingly ready to charge at Lu Laosan at any moment. Lu Laosan stroked his bald head and let out a cold laugh. Well, if it isn't the Chu family's kid brother. His gaze swept across the table finally, landing on Chu Tianyue, his eyes growing sleazy, filled with ill intentions. Oh, Miss Chu's here too. What's this hosting a party with some pretty boys today? Quite the appetite you have, one woman, served by 3 men. Last time I invited you over to my place for drinks, why didn't you come? Our families have known each other for years. At these words, the young men's expressions in the private room all changed. The perm-haired young man was so furious his face turned crimson red. He grabbed a glass from the table and hurled it, roaring, "Watch your filthy mouth." However, midair, one of Lu Laosan's bodyguards swatted the glass away. It crashed against the wall, shattering whiskey and ice everywhere, the liquor streaming down the wall, as if narrating the fury and resentment filling the private room. Chu Tianyue said nothing. She rose to her feet, her gaze icy cold, casually picking up a long silver needle from the table, used for picking crab meat. Fixing Lu Laosan with a stare, she said coldly, "Lu Laosan, I'm giving you 3 seconds. Take your dogs and get out. You're not welcome here." Her voice was calm, yet carried an unmistakable fury. Lu Laosan spat on the ground and said disdainfully, "Tsich. Don't push your luck. Your father's out there begging for investments, and you really think your Chu family still runs in city?" Then pausing, he snickered, his eyes full of lewdness. "Today's bill is on me. Kick out these punks. As for Miss Chu, she stays to have a drink with me. You dare strike me?" Chu Tianyue's face darkened as her fury surged beyond restraint. She vaulted over the table, charging like an enraged lioness, and drove a kick straight at Lu Laosan's face. Trained in kickboxing since childhood, her strike was blindingly fast, whistling through the air like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, one thought consumed her: this foul-mouthed brute had to pay. But Lu Laosan remained utterly composed. One of his burly henchmen, quick as a flash, stepped forward and caught her kick with a hardened arm. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Laosan shamelessly ran his hand over Chu Tianyue's foot, a revolting grin spreading across his face. "Oh, little Yaya, such a fiery temper. But your foot is ever so soft." Chu Tianyue's face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and rage. She tried to pull her foot back, but the henchman held it in an iron grip. A smirk tugged at the henchman's lips, contempt flickering in his eyes. With a casual shove, he sent Chu Tianyue stumbling backward, her balance shattered. Her lower back slammed into the table's edge. With a resounding crash, bowls and dishes scattered onto the floor, leaving a chaotic mess. "Sis." Chu Tianyue's eyes turned red at the sight of his sister's injury. His anger erupted like a volcano, and he hurled a chair at the group, swinging it with all his might. But the men were clearly seasoned fighters. They dodged with ease, and one of them kicked the chair midair. With a sharp crack, the solid with splintered shards flying in all directions. A jagged piece landed right in Chu Tianyue's path as he charged forward, and he fell onto it, blood instantly gushing from his elbow. His face turned ashen with pain. Seeing this, the others in the private room erupted in fury, rushing forward to avenge the Chu siblings. Yet how could they match these professional thugs? These men, hardened by years of hired violence, struck with brutal precision. Within seconds, the charging few were all brought down, howling in agony. This was a one-sided massacre, a clash of utterly mismatched strengths. Tang Zheng, who had been leisurely enjoying his meal with chopsticks in hand, took in the scene. His system had only recently activated, and he was just getting used to his new life of wealth. He truly had no desire for trouble. But Lu Laosan's foul tongue had crossed the line, even dragging him into it. How could he tolerate that? Besides, since the system's activation, his body had been enhanced. He was no one's prey. With that, Tang Zheng grabbed an unopened bottle of Macallan whiskey from the table. He swung his arm in a full arc, channeling every ounce of his strength, and hurled the heavy glass bottle at Lu Laosan's head with startling suddenness. A loud bang echoed as the bottle shattered. Amber whiskey mingled with blood trickled down Lu Laosan's cheek. Lu Laosan never expected this boy, still wet behind the ears, to strike so suddenly. In his experience, someone of such refined bearing surely came from a distinguished background, and those of high status were most cautious about courting trouble. He had assumed the young man would stay out of it. How wrong he was. He let out a pained cry, clutching his head as blood seeped through his fingers, nearly collapsing. You dare hit me?" Gripping his head, Lu Laosan glared at Tang Zheng, his eyes blazing with disbelief and fury. He couldn't fathom where this man found the audacity to lay a hand on him. After all, in city, Lu Laosan commanded a certain respect. People usually feared him, never had he endured such humiliation. Tang Zheng still held the jagged, blood-stained neck of the bottle in his hand. His gaze icy, he said coldly, "I don't just dare to hit you. If you don't get out of here now, I'll make you look even worse." His voice was calm, yet it carried an overwhelming authority, a power that compelled belief. Lu Laosan was momentarily unnerved by Tang Zheng's gaze, a flicker of panic stirring within him. But he was a man of the streets where face was everything. He hardened his tone. "Do you know who I am? If you touch me, are you not afraid of the consequences? I, Lu Laosan, am not someone to be trifled with in these parts. If you know what's good for you, you'll apologize immediately, or I'll make sure you regret it." Tang Zheng let out a cold laugh. "I don't care who you are. Bullying my friends in front of me. That's not happening." He glanced at the surrounding bodyguards and continued, "If you want to fight, come on. Let's see if your fists are harder or my skills sharper." Having grown up an orphan, Tang Zheng had been bullied countless times, and he'd learned one hard truth: in a fight, hesitation means defeat. The one willing to risk everything stands last. Today he would make them understand that he was not someone to be messed with. Lu Laosan, seeing Tang Zhang's unwavering confidence, grew more uneasy, but he gritted his teeth and signaled his men to attack. The leader, Lai, exchanged glances with the other three, then they all charged at Tang Zhang. Contempt filled Lai's eyes. To him, this youth was nothing but a reckless kid who didn't know his place. Even if he had some strength, he was no match for them. Tang Zhang sidestepped, effortlessly dodging a straight punch from one bodyguard, and swiftly jabbed the glass bottleneck into the man's thigh. With a sickening thud, the glass sank into flesh. The bodyguard let out a muffled groan, his face twisting in pain, his movements slowing for a moment. Seizing the opening, Tang Zhang kicked the man's knee from the side. A crack sounded, and the bodyguard dropped to one knee, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In the next instant, Lai was on him. With a roar, he delivered a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Tang Zhang's waist, the air whistling with the speed of the strike. Tang Zhang twisted away, narrowly avoiding the kick. But Lai didn't relent, following up with a punch aimed straight at his face. Just then a chill ran down Tang Zhang's spine. Sensing danger, he dove to the left, just as a thug drew a dagger from his waist. Had he not dodged, the blade would have found its mark. Suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, imminent threat detected. You may exchange for a top-tier foreign mercenary with legal security credentials and weapons permit for just 200 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Zhang replied, exchange. A chime followed. 200 points deducted. Exchange successful. Identity implanted. Arrival on site within 10 seconds. Please hold on, host. A wave of relief washed over Tang Zhang. He knew reinforcements were moments away. The assailants coordinated their attacks from different angles. Despite his agility, Tang Zhang took several hits, wincing in pain. Just as he was about to give way, the club's doors were violently slammed open. A behemoth of a man, at least 193 meters tall, burst in like a brown bear, clad in a slightly tight black tactical vest that strained against his bulging muscles, ready to burst at the seams. His thick forearms were crisscrossed with countless pale, old scars. In the moment the dagger-wielding thug hesitated, Ivan had already arrived. Without any superfluous movement, Ivan's shovel-sized palm clamped down on the man's wrist that held the blade and twisted it sharply in the opposite direction. A crisp crack sounded as the bone nearly pierced through the skin, protruding outward. Before the thug could even let out a scream, Ivan's right knee slammed fiercely into his chest. The man flew backward like a sack of rags, smashing into the blue and white porcelain floor vase in the corner of the private room, rolled his eyes, and passed out cold. Seeing the situation turn sour, Lai abandoned Tang Zhang and spun around, delivering a whip kick aimed at Ivan's neck. Ivan didn't even dodge, he let the leg strike his shoulder. He merely shook his neck, then extended two thick fingers, precisely clamping onto Lai's ankle. You lie down too. Ivan's Chinese carried a heavy rolling accent. With one hand, he swung Lai up like a sandbag and slammed the 160-plus gene brute fiercely onto the hard marble dining table. The marble tabletop cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Lai spewed a mouthful of blood and went completely still. The remaining two bodyguards exchanged glances, their calves trembling, utterly afraid to step forward. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, a series of movements as smooth as flowing water and swift as lightning, leaving everyone stunned. Tang Zhang leaned against the wall, catching his breath, and wiped away a few drops of blood splattered from someone else on his chin. These 200 points were well spent. This Russian was practically a human tank. Ivan strode over to Tang Zhang, slightly bowed his head, and looked at him with his gray-blue eyes like a puppy, speaking respectfully. Boss, it's been taken care of. Are you alright? Tang Zhang nodded, saying, good thing you came in time. His gaze passed over Ivan and landed on Lu Laosan, who was cowering in the corner. Now Lu Laosan had none of his earlier arrogance. His bald head was covered in blood, one hand clutched his head, while the other pushed against the floor, desperately trying to retreat. You? Don't come near me. I'm warning you, I have connections above. Tang Zhang walked over, casually kicked aside a piece of broken glass on the floor, and looked down at him from above. I don't care who your connections are, he said. Weren't you just saying you'd make me pay, yeah? Lu Laosan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as cold sweat and blood mixed and dripped from his forehead. Brother, today's incident is a misunderstanding. I accept defeat. I'll cover all medical expenses. The world is small, we'll meet again. Tang Zhang said nothing, merely tilted his head. Ivan immediately understood. He stepped forward, grabbed Lu Laosan by the collar with one hand, and lifted the 170 to 180 gene fat man into the air like a chicken. Lu Laosan's feet left the ground as he struggled desperately, his face turning purple-red. I'm actually a pretty easygoing person as long as others don't provoke me. Tang Zhang patted Lu Laosan's greasy face. But you should never have insulted me and cursed my friends. On the other side, Chu Tianyao clutched his bleeding arm as he got up from the ground, looking at Tang Zhang as if he were a monster. Brother, where did you find this guy? His combat power is insane. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyao, clutching his bleeding arm, rose from the floor, his eyes filled with shock and admiration as he took in the scene, and couldn't help saying, Brother, where did you find this guy? His combat strength is too insane. Chu Tianyao also straightened up, steadying herself against the table. Her leopard-like eyes fixed on Ivan, then turned to Tang Zheng, her heart brimming with confusion. What exactly was his background? An 18-year-old high school student, yet he had a foreign bodyguard with such skills. Even the direct heirs of the top families in the city probably couldn't boast such a formidable bodyguard. Tang Zheng ignored the shock of the Chu siblings, his mind calculating the repercussions of today's events. Although the system had given Ivan a legal identity, the scene of blood and broken limbs was too gruesome. He hoped it wouldn't attract too much official attention, otherwise, even if they were in the right, it would bring considerable trouble. Put him down. Don't kill him, Tang Zheng ordered. Ivan released his grip, and Lu Laosan collapsed to the floor like a lump of mud, gasping for air, not daring to utter a word. Just then a chaotic clamor of footsteps echoed from the corridor, accompanied by sharp police sirens. Nobody move. Police. Outside the private room, several uniformed police officers burst in, holding riot shields. The leading officer gripped a pistol, its dark muzzle directly aimed at Ivan, who stood in the center of the room, the most threatening figure. The restaurant owner, hiding behind the police, peeked out and saw the carnage in the room. His legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to his knees in terror. The leading officer swept his gaze across the private room, his eyes lingering for 2 seconds on the unconscious thugs lying on the floor, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. This wasn't a brawl, it was a one-sided massacre. He barked, hands on your heads. Get down. Ivan didn't move. His gray-blue eyes coldly fixed on the police officers, his body leaning slightly forward, muscles instantly tensing. To a former Special Forces soldier, being aimed at with a gun triggered an instinctive counterattack. He exuded a dangerous aura, as if he might explode into action at any moment. Tang Zheng's heart leaped. He immediately stepped forward, placing himself between Ivan and the police. He knew that if Ivan were to engage the police here, the trouble would be astronomical. Tang Zheng raised his hand, speaking calmly. Officer, don't misunderstand. We are the victims. Victims? The officer frowned at him, then pointed at Lu Laosan, whose face was covered in blood, and the bodyguards with broken bones. We'll find out if you're victims once we investigate. Tang Zheng explained calmly. We were just having a meal here when these people suddenly burst and smashed the door and attempted to attack us. We merely acted in self-defense. At the same time, Tang Zheng turned to Ivan and said something in Russian, telling him not to act rashly. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's command, Ivan gradually relaxed his muscles and placed his hands behind his head, though his eyes still betrayed dissatisfaction. The officer's gaze fell on Tang Zheng, then shifted to Chu Tianyue and Chu Tianyao, standing nearby, recognizing who they were. Miss Chu, young Master Chu. The circle in city was small, and the Chu family carried some weight locally, so he naturally knew the Chu siblings. Chu Tianyue stepped forward, pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood off her clothes, and said to the officer, Officer Wang, today's incident was indeed started by Lu Laosan. He led people to barge into our private room and injured us. Tang Zheng's bodyguard acted only to protect us. There should be surveillance footage in the hallway, you can check it. Officer Wang holstered his gun, but his expression remained stern, saying, We'll check the footage. But given the current situation, 5 people on the ground, 2 seriously injured. No matter who started it, all of you need to come back to the station with me for statements. Tang Zheng nodded, fully expecting this, and replied, No problem, we'll cooperate with the investigation. Officer Wang waved his hand, and several officers stepped forward, producing handcuffs to put on Ivan. Ivan frowned and instinctively tried to resist. Ivan, let them put them on, Tang Zheng said in a low voice. Only then did Ivan relax, extending his hands as the handcuffs clicked shut around his wrists. Lu Laosan was also hoisted up by 2 officers. As he passed Tang Zheng, Lu Laosan's blood-caked eyes glared at him, and he hissed through gritted teeth, Just wait, kid. This isn't over. Tang Zheng cast him a sidelong glance, but said nothing. The bastard still hadn't grasped the situation. The group was escorted out of San Yuehong restaurant, where a crowd of onlookers had gathered in the main hall. Upon spotting several officers escorting a towering foreigner, nearly 2 meters tall, a hushed murmur of astonishment rippled through the throng. Tang Zheng was placed in one police vehicle alongside the Chu siblings, while Ivan was separated and transported in an anti-riot van. The police car engines roared to life and headed toward the Anqing City Public Security Bureau. Inside the vehicle, an oppressive silence hung heavy. Chu Tianyao's arm wound had been hastily bandaged, yet the pain registered as nothing to him. His mind kept replaying the devastating scene where Ivan had torn through their attackers with terrifying efficiency. Minutes ticked by before Chu Tianyao could contain himself any longer. Leaning close, he lowered his voice and asked, Brother Tang, that bodyguard of yours, how incredible was that? Could you put me in touch with someone like him? Imagine walking around with that kind of protection. Chu Tianyue perked up, too equally curious about Tang Zheng's background and connections. Tang Zheng reclined against the seat, watching the city blur past the window. There was no way to explain that his bodyguard had been purchased for 200 points from a system embedded in his mind. I met him online by chance. He's apparently a veteran or something. Not nearly as extraordinary as you're imagining, Tang Zheng replied with a dismissive wave. Chu Tianyao clearly didn't buy the half-truth. All right, keep your secrets, bro. I'm sticking with you anyway. Tang Zheng stared out the window. Today's incident proved that unless the authorities came after him directly, ordinary criminal elements were nothing he needed to worry about. Let them come. I'll handle it. The police car pulled into the Public Security Bureau compound, and Tang Zhong was led into an interrogation room. The metal chair was ice-cold beneath him. On the wall, opposite the 8 characters, "Confess leniently, resist severely," loomed over the room. Tang Zheng's mind raced as he weighed whether the legal identity the system had fabricated for Ivan could withstand official scrutiny. The door creaked open. It wasn't Officer Wong from earlier. A plainclothes man in his 40s with sharp assessing eyes stepped inside. He pulled out a chair and sat down, spreading a thin file folder across the table. "Tang Zheng, correct." The middle-aged man locked eyes with Tang Zheng, tapping the folder. "That Russian is your bodyguard. His background is intriguing." Tang Zheng's pulse stuttered, but his expression remained blank. "I'm not sure I follow, officer." The man opened the folder and withdrew a document stamped with a red seal. Ivan Petrovich, former captain of Russian Special Forces. After retiring, he joined Blackwater, one of the world's premier private security firms. A year later, he vanished without warning. He holds an international Class A weapons permit and special defense exemption. "We've looked into you. A high school student who just graduated. How did the two of you meet, and how did you end up hiring him?" Tang Zheng stared at the crimson seal on the paper, his mind reeling. Had the system gone too far with this identity implant? This wasn't some ordinary security contractor. He was practically a walking strategic deterrent. Meeting the man's searching gaze head-on, Tang Zheng leaned back against the hard metal chair, the unyielding backrest digging into his spine. The system's identity fabrication service was brutally crude. Drop in a showy strategic asset and leave the cover story to him. Next time, he'd need to be more careful about these transactions. "Officer, the whole thing is rather absurd," Tang Zheng began. The man's palm crashed onto the desk with a dull thud. "Don't give me that nonsense. A retired Russian Special Forces soldier coming all the way to Anqing to protect a kid who just turned 18. You think this is some Hollywood blockbuster?" Tang Zheng didn't flinch. Looking down at the thin document before him, he spoke with genuine sincerity. "A few years back, I was playing online competitive games internationally and happened to team up with him for a few months. We got to know each other that way." The man across from him knitted his brows into a tight knot, his eyes remaining fixed on Tang Zheng's face. "He came to China for a trip and ended up having an episode right here in Anqing. Found him collapsed near a ditch close to my place. He mentioned suffering from severe PTSD before. I happened to be passing by and helped him out. I even brought him pork knuckle rice twice a day back then," Tang Zheng explained calmly, spreading his hands. "But once he recovered, he became utterly determined. I saved his life, he insisted, so he belongs to me now. He wouldn't take no for an answer when it came to calling me his boss. I just cook him a few good meals a month. If you had access to top-tier help like that for free, would you turn it down?" The middle-aged man studied Tang Zheng's eyes for a full 30 seconds, searching for any flicker of nervousness or deception, but the young man before him was unervingly composed and self-assured. He gathered the folder, pulled out his chair, and exited the interrogation room. At the end of the hallway, the surveillance room held an ashtray overflowing with butts. Captain Zhao pushed through the door and took a seat. "Did the Russian say anything?" The young officer assigned to interrogate Ivan ran his fingers through his hair, looking thoroughly defeated. "Captain Zhao, that bastard won't talk. Refuses to speak Chinese." The young officer pointed at the monitor showing the giant seated in the specially designed interrogation chair. "He speaks better Chinese than I do, even with a bit of a northeastern accent. Every time we asked why he was so brutal, he just kept repeating one thing. Someone was going to hurt his boss." The young officer exhaled heavily. "When we asked how he met his boss, he just said his boss is a good man who feeds him and pays him. His boss is his god." "Captain Zhao, I've questioned countless hardened criminals, but the fanaticism in that guy's eyes is genuine. He really does worship that high school student surnamed Tang. This is seriously unsettling." Captain Zhao reviewed the file in his hands. It confirmed that Ivan Petrovich had suffered from severe post-traumatic stress disorder, having undergone 6 months of involuntary confinement treatment in the Far East 3 years prior before mysteriously recovering and being discharged. His arrival in Long Country to vacation roughly aligned with Tang Zheng's account. Dig deeper into Tang Zheng's background. Focus on any overseas connections. The IT officer's fingers flew across the keyboard, blurring with speed. A green progress bar materialized on the screen. At 90%, the display flickered twice and flashed crimson. A massive golden shield emblem hovered at the center of the screen. The technician's voice cracked as his Adam's apple bobbed. "Captain Zhao, something's wrong here. Speak." Tang Zheng's core personal records are encrypted. None of us have clearance. They're protected by a 3-layer national security classification. Our municipal system can't breach it, and we've already triggered counter-surveillance alerts. If we push further, the State Security Bureau in the capital will seize control of our servers. Silence fell over the surveillance room except for the hum of server fans. Captain Zhao stared at the golden shield on screen, cigarette frozen midair. Ash drifted onto his trousers and burned through the fabric, but he didn't flinch. A high school graduate with triple classified national security records. This went far beyond his depth. Captain Zhao crushed out his cigarette, inhaled deeply, and said quietly, "Pull the surveillance footage from San Yuehong restaurant. Forget about Tang Zheng for now. Focus only on today's incident." 10 minutes later, frame by frame, the restaurant's corridor and private room footage was laid out on the table. The video clearly showed Lu Laosan leading 5 thugs armed with blades forcibly kicking open the private room door and provoking the confrontation. Legally speaking, the students' actions constituted justifiable self-defense. Their combat capability simply exceeded what ordinary people would consider reasonable, and that was all. Captain Zhao, how should we handle Lu Laosan? Captain Zhao then stood up, wiped his sweat, smoothed the hem of his uniform, and spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. Lu Laosan is suspected of causing disturbances and armed assault. Once he's discharged from the orthopedics department, he'll be transferred directly to the detention center for a month. As for Tang Zheng and that Russian, once the release procedures are completed, let them go immediately. The fluorescent lights in the police interrogation room were blindingly bright. Tang Zheng stretched his body and walked out of the police station. Being inside was never pleasant, but at least he had nothing to worry about himself. On the bench outside, the others from the private room were waiting. Chu Tianyao had a bandage wrapped around his arm and was idly kicking at the tile gaps on the floor. Seeing Tang Zheng emerge, he immediately sprang up from the bench and rushed over. "Brother Tang, you're finally out." Chu Tianyao followed behind holding 2 bottles of water and handed one to Tang Zheng. "The police didn't give you a hard time, did they?" Tang Zheng took the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. His expression was as calm as that of an ordinary 18-year-old high school student, and his tone was natural, just a formality. "The surveillance footage is crystal clear. We're the victims, and the officers understand that." Chu Tianyao looked into Tang Zheng's eyes and spoke solemnly. "Today the Chu family owes you a favor." "Thank you. Lu Laosan's men don't know their own strength. If it weren't for your bodyguard, we would have been finished in that private room." Chu Tianyao appeared calm on the surface, but inside a storm was already raging. This Tang Zheng. Not only is his bodyguard unfathomable, but when facing the threats from the police and Lu Laosan, he remained composed, as if Mount Tai were collapsing before him, as if he had anticipated it all. This is absolutely not something an ordinary high school student could possess. This man must have extraordinary backing, and he must be befriended. Tang Zheng quickly calculated in his mind. The Chu family was a local power in Anqing. Making connections with them would only be beneficial for his future actions. "You're welcome. It was nothing." Then Chu Tianyao took out her phone and pulled up her WeChat QR code. "Let's add each other as friends. In the future, no matter what trouble you encounter in Anqing, the Chu family name can still shield you from some storms." Tang Zheng didn't refuse. He took out his phone and scanned the code. The profile picture was the back of a girl rock climbing, and the nickname was simply the character U. With a crisp ding, the friend request was accepted. Just as Tang Zheng was about to put his phone back into his pocket, an arm wrapped in fresh white bandages suddenly interjected. Chu Tianyao shoved his phone screen, displaying the QR code directly under Tang Zheng's eyes. The screen's light illuminated his face brightly. "Brother, scan me, scan me." Tang Zheng glanced at Chu Tianyao's eyes, which were gleaming with excitement, and thought to himself, if this kid were born in ancient times, he would definitely be a shameless little tyrant. Without saying much, he took out his phone and scanned the code. Several other rich second-generation kids who had also fought in the private room saw this, and hurriedly crowded around, each with a fawning smile, eagerly introducing themselves. "Brother Tang, I'm Zhang Hao Yuan. My family does decoration. From now on, any decoration work at your place, I've got you covered. I'll give you a discount, a bone-breaking discount." "Brother Tang, I'm Li Zixuan. My family is an import and export." Tang Zheng accepted all of them without refusal and added each one as a friend. He calculated clearly in his mind. Anqing was neither too big nor too small. The Chu siblings seemed like decent people, and the others appeared loyal. Although today's meal had been bloody, it had allowed him to meet many new friends from the upper circles of Anqing. Just as he finished adding the last person, a notification popped up on his WeChat. "Chu Tianyao invited you to join the group chat, future big brother and sister training class." Tang Zheng looked at the flashing group name on the screen and couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. The naming sense of these rich second-generation kids was really a bit vulgar. He clicked agree. As soon as he entered, the group was flooded with a rain of red packets. Chu Tianyao led the way, sending over a dozen maximum red packets of 200 yuan each, all with the note, "Welcome Brother Tang's esteemed guidance." "Brother Tang, it's getting late. Where do you live? I'll have my family's driver take you home," Chu Tianyao asked while sending emoji stickers in the group. Just as Tang Zheng was about to speak, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the rotating glass door of the Public Security Bureau behind him. The sound was extremely heavy. Each step on the marble floor felt like a weight crashing onto one's heart. The group instinctively turned to look. Ivan's massive figure squeezed out from behind the glass door. The restraints on his wrists had been removed, but 2 red marks remained on each wrist. As soon as he stepped out, his entire body muscles tensed instantly. His gray-blue eyes swept across the scene like a radar, exuding a suffocating, murderous aura. Chu Tianyao had witnessed the destructive power of this human tank in the private room earlier. Now seeing Ivan walk out, he instinctively shrank his neck and took half a step back. After confirming there were no threats around, his gray-blue eyes passed over the crowd and precisely locked onto Tang Zheng. Then the terrifying aura emanating from him suddenly subsided. This Russian giant, nearly 2 meters tall and capable of breaking bones with his bare hands, strode up to Tang Zheng, slightly bowing his head. His eyes held a kind of eerie gentleness like an oversized Siberian husky waiting for its master's command. Tang Zheng looked at Ivan's appearance, his temples throbbing. The contrast was just too great. If Captain Zhao, who had interrogated him earlier, saw this, he would probably doubt his own existence on the spot. No need to send me. Tang Zheng turned to Chu Tianyao and pointed at Ivan behind him. I'll go with him. Chu Tianyao swallowed, glanced at Ivan's arm that was thicker than his own thigh, and nodded repeatedly. Got it. Take care, Brother Tang. If anything comes up, just let us know in the group. In the afternoon, the streets of Anqing were somewhat deserted. Our office workers hadn't gotten off work yet. Tang Zheng hailed a taxi with its vacant sign lit. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had been about to cheerfully greet them, but when he saw in the rearview mirror Ivan forcing himself into the back seat, filling the originally spacious rear compartment completely, and the car's rear visibly sinking, his smile froze instantly. The smile on the driver's face instantly froze. He swallowed and said, "Where to?" "Two bosses." Tang Zheng gave the name of Yunding Tianwei. The car fell into a deathly silence. Ivan sat upright with his hands on his knees, his breathing heavy like an old bellows. The driver didn't dare look in the rearview mirror the entire time, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, driving more cautiously than when he took his driving test. Tang Zheng leaned back in the passenger seat, watching the buildings was by outside the window, lost in thought. Yes, just lost in thought. He still hadn't figured out how to arrange for Ivan next. The taxi pulled up at the entrance of the residential complex. The moment the two stepped out, the driver floored the accelerator, and the car shot off like an arrow from a bow, leaving a puff of black smoke from the exhaust pipe. Tang Zheng led Ivan into Yunding Tianwei. The security guard at the entrance kept his eyes fixed on them. Once inside, Tang Zheng walked to the water dispenser, filled 2 cups, and handed one to Ivan. "Where are you planning to stay tonight? Do you have a place to go?" Tang Zheng sat on the sofa in the living room, watching Ivan as he surveyed the entire apartment. According to the system's settings, hired personnel would have their own lodgings. Ivan took the cup, downed it in one gulp, not even caring that droplets dripped down his chin into his vest. His gray-blue eyes stared straight at Tang Zheng. "Boss, where you are I am. I must protect your safety 24 hours a day." His Chinese carried a thick northeastern accent, his tone resolute and unquestioning. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, then pointed toward the second bedroom. "All right, that room is yours." Ivan followed Tang Zheng's finger and glanced at the direction of the room. "Yes, boss. As long as there's a place to sleep, that's fine." After a brief silence, Ivan tossed the paper cup into the trash and then rubbed his large fan-like hands together. His massive frame somehow squeezed out a hint of awkwardness. He looked at Tang Zheng, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "Boss, do you still have money?" Tang Zheng froze his hand, reaching for his phone, stopping midair. "What do you mean?" Ivan lowered his head, staring at the tips of his tactical boots, his voice muffled, as if speaking from inside a water tank. "I have no money, boss. My accounts were all closed before to avoid international tracking. I don't have a single cent now. I haven't had a full meal in 2 days." As he spoke, his stomach cooperated with a thunderous rumble. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, feeling a tightness in his chest. He quickly reviewed the system's instructions in his mind. The system only provided legal identities and absolute loyalty, but these summoned individuals were real people. They needed food, sleep, and supplies. So the top-tier bodyguard he summoned for 200 points not only came without his own rations, but also required his own money to support. Tang Zheng looked at the pitiful giant before him, feeling a bit helpless, and pulled out his phone. "Give me your card number." Ivan's eyes lit up, and he immediately recited a local Dragon Kingdom bank card number. Tang Zheng made a few taps on his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan directly. With a soft ding, Ivan's phone rang in his pocket. He pulled out an old Android phone with several cracks on the screen, glanced at the SMS notification, and his cold, hard face instantly broke into a brilliant smile, even the scar at the corner of his eye crinkling. "Thank you, boss. Boss, you're truly a good man. With this money, I can not only buy the best ingredients to make you authentic Russian stew, but also get 2 top-tier tactical bulletproof vests from the black market." Ivan clutched the phone tightly in his hand, as if afraid Tang Zheng would change his mind, then turned and ducked into the second bedroom with the agility of a seasoned rat. Tang Zheng listened to the bed frame groaning under the weight from the second bedroom and rubbed his throbbing temples. 200,000 was nothing to him now. As long as the man was happy, it was fine. He just hadn't expected Ivan to be like this. It only showed that his exploration of the system's functions was still far from sufficient. The next morning, Tang Zheng was awakened by the continuous vibration of his phone. He picked it up, and the screen was full of unread messages from the future Big Brothers and Sisters Advanced Class Group. Last night, after he fell asleep, Chu Tianyao and the others had sent another round of red packets, each capped at 200 yuan. In the past, Tang Zheng might have considered this a windfall. But now, with several hundred million yuan at his disposal, his heart remained calm. He casually opened the transfer interface and sent 50 red packets, each maxed out at 200 yuan, directly into the group. Instantly, the group exploded. Chu Tianyao, holy crap. Thanks, Brother Tang. Brother Tang is so generous. Zhang Hao Yuan, boss, is confused. No, boss is mighty. Then Chu Tianyao messaged again, Tang Zheng, big brother, are you awake? Tomorrow night, there's an underground street race at the abandoned mine in the western suburbs. A few of the guys in the circle are going. This time, even a professional driver who ranked in the top 3 nationally is coming. Want to join and check it out? Below Zhang Haoyuan, Li Zixuan, and others chimed in with agreement. Zhang Haoyuan, yeah brother Tang, the stakes are huge this time. Tian Yao dumped a fortune into modifying his GTR ready to dominate. Li Zixuan, brother Tang, come have some fun. I'll bring a few hot girls, the scene will be lit. Tang Zheng leaned against the headboard, watching the scrolling messages on the screen. Underground street racing. The kind of thrill-seeking game for rich kids he'd read about in novels, but never witnessed in reality. However, he already had plans for tomorrow. Tang Zheng, I won't make it this time. I need to go to Jingdu. As soon as the message was sent, the group fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Shu Tianyao, big brother, what's up? Need any help from us brothers? After a moment of thought, Tang Zheng added, I have some personal matters to handle. When I'm back from Jingdu, we'll catch up. After sending that message, Tang Zheng ignored the group's please to stay, locked the screen, and tossed the phone onto the bed. With a thought, he summoned the system panel, his gaze landing on the item in his inventory, the deed of the former Qing Princess Mansion, lying quietly. Beside it was Universal Entertainment. Throwing off the covers, Tang Zheng got out of bed and walked out of the room. In the living room, Ivan was sitting solemnly on the sofa reading a cookbook. A faint smile curled at the corner of Tang Zheng's mouth. He looked out the window toward the north and murmured to himself, time to go see my new home. The flight from Anqing to Jingdu departed at 2 in the afternoon. In the airport VIP lounge, Ivan had changed into a black suit bought on the spot for 50,000 yuan. The suit was of excellent quality, but on this nearly 2-meter-tall Russian giant, his explosive muscles stretched it taut, like a tight diving suit. At that moment, he was on his 5th plate of complimentary French mini cakes from the lounge, popping them in one by one, swallowing without even chewing. Tang Zheng sat on the sofa opposite, scrolling through a map of Jingdu on his phone, listening to the crushing sound of swallowing, his temples throbbing. 200 points for a top-tier bodyguard was a good deal, but the system never mentioned this thing was a bottomless pit of a glutton. Eat less sweets. Tang Zheng locked his phone and tossed it on the table. You'll get fat and slow down your muscle reaction time. Ivan's hand, reaching for the 6th plate of cakes, retracted as if shocked. He abruptly stood up, clicked his heels together, and his cold, scarred face was full of seriousness. Yes, boss. The other business people in suits in the waiting room were so startled by the shout that they spilled their coffee, staring at the source with expressions of disbelief. Tang Zheng raised his hand to signal him to sit down. Could this Russian's post-traumatic stress have transformed into some kind of master recognition syndrome? Such an awkwardly high level of loyalty. As the boarding announcement sounded, Tang Zheng led Ivan through the VIP passage and directly into the business class cabin of this Boeing 787. They found their seats. The business class was arranged in a 1-2-1 herringbone layout. Tang Zheng sat in the window seat A while Ivan sat in seat C across the aisle. No sooner had Ivan squeezed his massive frame into the spacious aviation seat than the partition in front was impatiently knocked twice. Hey, big guy in the back, can you retract your feet? You're bumping into our artist's seat. A sharp female voice came from the front. Tang Zheng looked away from the window and glanced over. In the row ahead sat 2 women. The one by the aisle was a short-haired woman in her early 30s, dressed sharply, who turned around with a look of disgust fixed on Ivan. The woman by the window was fully armed, a low black fisherman's hat, sunglasses covering most of her face, and a black sun-protective mask. Even so, from her slender fair neck and the fingers casually resting on the armrest, it was clear she had good looks. Ivan's gray-blue eyes flared wide. He ignored the short-haired woman and turned to Tang Zheng, waiting for instructions. As if with a single nod from Tang Zheng, he could twist the woman's neck into a pretzel within 3 seconds and flush her down the toilet. The space is what it is. His legs are already retracted as far as they can go, Tang Zheng said, leaning back in his seat. If you find it cramped, you can charter a plane. The short-haired woman, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, raised her voice an octave. How dare you speak like that? Do you know who our Wanshio is? She's going to Kyoto to sign a major contract. If she doesn't rest well and delays the trip, can you afford to compensate? Wanshio. Tang Zheng ran the name through his mind. He vaguely recalled that a popular actress named Lin Wanshio often appeared on the trending list, famous for her costume dramas. He wasn't sure if this was her, but it didn't matter to him. Can't afford it, Tang Zheng said, pulling a blanket over his legs and closing his eyes. So I suggest you get off the plane now and switch to a safer mode of transportation. You. The short-haired woman stood up abruptly, pulling out her phone. Switch seats. I'll give you 20,000 yuan. Go to economy class and take your bear-like bodyguard with you. 20,000. Tang Zheng didn't even open his eyes. He had several small goals sitting in his bank account. The woman trying to show off with 20,000 was simply absurd. Seeing that Tang Zheng completely ignored them, Ivan slowly leaned forward from his seat. He didn't speak, just shifted his body slightly. The tangible killing intent honed from wading through piles of corpses surged toward the short-haired woman along the air conditioning. Her words got stuck in her throat. She turned pale, staggered back, and collapsed into her seat. Just then, the fully armed woman who had remained silent raised her hand to stop her assistant, who was still struggling to bluster. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of stunning peach blossom eyes slightly upturned at the corners, exuding a natural cold elegance. It was indeed Lin Wanshio. Sorry, she said, her voice carrying a slightly husky texture. Though her tone wasn't as arrogant as her assistant's, it wasn't particularly sincere either. My assistant has been under a lot of pressure lately and is in a bad mood. It's fine, sir. She glanced at Ivan, a flicker of wariness in her peach blossom eyes, then her gaze settled on Tang Zheng's youthful, yet unusually composed face. This high schooler-looking young man, unfazed by the temptation of 20,000 in cash and accompanied by a foreign bodyguard, whose mere glance induced nightmares. Who was he? Which young master of the capital's elite families? Lin Wanxiu quickly ran through the list of powerful clans in Jingdu, but couldn't match him. Control your dog, Tang Zheng said, opening his eyes and pausing his gaze on Lin Wanxiu's face for half a second. If it bites again, I can't guarantee my bodyguard won't overreact. He has a bad temper. Ivan cooperated perfectly, flashing a grin with a row of white teeth at the assistant. The assistant shuddered and clamped her mouth shut. A flash of anger passed through Lin Wanxiu's eyes. After years of navigating the entertainment industry, even top-tier stars showed her some respect. This young man had just called her assistant a dog. But she held back. Returning to Jingdu, she faced the huge trouble of breaking her contract with her old company with a liquidated damages of 200 million. If she caused another scandal on the plane, the capital and haters lurking in the shadows would tear her apart. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Lin Wanxiu put on her sunglasses again, turned around, and said nothing more. The plane taxied on the runway and soon soared into the sky. During the 2-hour flight, the cabin was eerily quiet. Lin Wanxiu's assistant huddled in her seat, like a quail, not even daring to go to the restroom. At 4 p.m., the flight landed smoothly at Jingdu International Airport. Terminal 3 of Jingdu International Airport. The automatic glass doors slid open. A wave of heat over 30 degrees mixed with the screaming of hundreds of people slammed into the eardrums. As Tang Zheng stepped out of the passage, his eardrums felt numb. The hall outside the pickup area was completely flooded with a surging crowd. Looking around, all he saw were young people holding glowing signboards and banners with the words "Wanxiu Starlight, always with you" printed on them. Lin Wanxiu and the short-haired assistant walked at the front. Several airport security guards pulled the cordon, staggering as fans pushed forward crazily. The shutter sounds of various cameras and long lenses merged into a deafening roar, flashlights blinding. Wanxiu, look here. Oh, Wanxiu, mom loves you. The crowd completely lost control. Those at the periphery squeezed inward, compressing the originally spacious passage into a narrow slit where turning was impossible. Lin Wanxiu, head down, was protected by several bodyguards struggling to move forward. Tang Zheng looked at the human wall ahead. If they took the ordinary passage, it would take at least half an hour. If Ivan forced his way through and injured some fanatical fans, they'd end up on the trending list and then in the police station for statements, wasting more time. He needed to get out quickly. Boss, need me to clear the area? Ivan stepped forward half a pace, his gray-blue eyes fixed like a hawk on the male paparazzo ahead, who was leaping about, frantically snapping photos with his camera. His 2 large fan-like hands had unconsciously clenched into fists, the knuckles emitting faint cracks. No need. Tang Zheng frowned slightly, raising a hand to press down on Ivan's wrist. Find a less crowded route, and don't knock anyone over. Ivan nodded, his massive body like a moving hill directly shielding Tang Zheng. At this moment, he was like a human bulldozer. Though he didn't use his hands, his explosive muscles tensed, forcing a path through the gaps at the edge of the crowd. A girl nearby holding a light-up sign was about to complain about who was pushing her when she turned and met Ivan's cold, scarred face. The curse words on her lips were instantly swallowed, her face turning pale. Involuntarily, she stepped back 2 paces and even pulled her companion aside. The people around, feeling this tangible pressure, unconsciously parted to make way like Moses parting the Red Sea. Tang Zheng followed behind Ivan, his steps unhurried, passing through the most congested core area unscathed. Just as they were about to exit the arrival hall, a fan-turned photographer with a DSLR camera on the periphery of the crowd was aiming her lens blindly at Lin Wanxiu's back. Lin Wanxiu was one of the hottest female stars in the entertainment industry. If she could get stunning photos from this airport appearance, her fan count would surely skyrocket. As the fan photographer's lens shook, it accidentally framed Tang Zheng and Ivan walking by. She glanced at the screen replay, and her finger froze abruptly. Her eyes widened instantly, her face showing disbelief. What kind of divine-looking passerby is this? She exclaimed in her heart. Without even bothering to edit Lin Wanxiu's photos, she directly clipped the 3-second video and posted it on Weibo with the caption, "Picking up Wanxiu encountered a passerby with divine looks. Too bad the bodyguard uncle next to him had such strong presence that my hands shook and I couldn't focus." This Weibo post with the hashtag Lin Wanxiu Airport Pickup was like a boulder thrown into water, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. In less than 2 minutes, the comment section exploded. Holy crap, who is this guy? With that face and aura, he should debut right now. Am I the only one who noticed the bodyguard next to him? That suit is about to burst from his muscles. This guy would be a championship contender in the UFC. Is this guy some Chable's air incognito? 3 minutes, I want all info on this man. Weibo comments surged like a tide. Countless netizens, captivated by Tang Zheng's looks and demeanor, began speculating about his identity. The divine passerby at the airport and his imposing bodyguard quickly became a hot topic online. In the VIP parking area outside the airport, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbase sat quietly in its spot, its body glinting with understated luxury in the sunlight. The license plate ended with the eye-catching number 999, as if proclaiming the owner's extraordinary status. A middle-aged foreign man in a custom-tailored tailcoat and pure white gloves stood by the car door, his eyes exuding a professional demeanor. Seeing Tang Zheng approach, he immediately stepped forward, gave a slight bow, and spoke in fluent Chinese. Mr. Tang, hello. I am Chelsea, the dedicated butler for the presidential suite at Jingdu Cloud Pavilion Hotel. I will be at your service throughout your stay. Your vehicle is ready. Tang Zheng nodded without any unnecessary words and merely glanced lightly at Chelsea. Chelsea quickly opened the rear door and shielded the top edge with his hand as a sign of respect. Tang Zheng sat into the spacious back seat, where the luxurious interior dazzled the eyes. Top-grade leather and exquisite wood trim exuded opulence. Yuan walked to the front passenger seat, glanced at the finely crafted leather seat, and squeezed his massive frame into it, eliciting a creaking groan from the leather. Chelsea's eyelid twitched, but his face maintained an impeccable professional smile. He gently closed the door, then walked around to the driver's seat and started the engine. The car smoothly merged onto the airport expressway with the air conditioning set perfectly. Chelsea took a bottle of Evian mineral water beaded with condensation from the car fridge, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Tang Zheng along with a warm damp towel. He said, Mr. Tang, the top-floor presidential suite you reserved for 10 days has been fully prepared. The hotel has provided you with a 24-hour private chef team. Additionally, we have upgraded your security clearance to the highest level. No one can reach the top floor without your permission. Chelsea's voice was calm and deferential. Tang Zheng took the towel, wiped his hands casually, accepted the water, and took a sip, then nodded slightly. Well done. For Tang Zheng, the 2 million for 10 days room fee was nothing but a drop in the bucket to his current wealth, yet the convenience and tranquility it bought were substantial. 30 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the entrance portico of Jingdu Cloud Pavilion Hotel. This hotel was touted as a representative of Kyoto's new-style hotels. Its lobby featured extensive black gold marble and a high-ceiling design exuding a sense of luxury that was both imposing and subtly restrained. The front desk manager had already received notice from the butler and was standing behind the counter with a professional smile. Seeing Tang Zheng enter, he immediately handed over a gold-embossed black room key card with both hands. Chelsea took the card respectfully, said to Tang Zheng, Mr. Tang, this is your room card. Your private elevator is this way. Please follow me. Just then, the revolving door of the hotel was pushed open hurriedly, and a clamor of footsteps and noise shattered the lobby's tranquility. A dozen hotel security guards were holding the line outside the main entrance, blocking dozens of frenzied fans who had followed them, keeping them behind the glass doors. The fans were shouting Lin Wanxiu's name loudly, while desperately trying to rush into the hotel, creating a chaotic scene. Lin Wanxiu, still wearing her large sunglasses, strode in quickly, surrounded by 4 bodyguards, her high heels clicking rapidly on the marble floor. Her short-haired assistant, drenched in sweat, was directing the bodyguards to block the fans' view while rushing angrily towards the front desk. Where's your manager? Arrange a room for us immediately. Those Sacian fans have followed us here. The short-haired assistant slammed her hands on the mahogany counter, her voice shrill, her face full of anxiety and anger. The front desk manager glanced at Tang Zheng, bowed apologetically, then turned to the assistant, maintaining a professional smile. Madam, hello. Miss Lin Wanxiu's team previously booked 2 executive suites, and we have them ready for you. Executive suites won't do. The assistant waved her hand abruptly, her tone peremptory. It's too chaotic outside. The executive suites are on too low a floor. The security level is completely insufficient. I want the top-floor presidential suite in your hotel. Only that can guarantee Wanxiu's absolute privacy. The front desk manager's smile remained unchanged, but his tone was firm. I'm very sorry, madam, but the top-floor presidential suite has already been booked by a guest. We cannot offer you an upgrade. Booked? The assistant was taken aback, then turned to scan the lobby. Her gaze quickly locked onto Tang Zheng, who stood nearby holding the gold-embossed black card, and the giant-like man beside him. She recognized Tang Zheng, recalling that on the plane he had not given them a friendly look. Now they met again, and he had booked the very presidential suite they wanted. The assistant's mind raced. Currently, Wanxiu was facing a contract termination crisis and was suffering from severe nervous exhaustion. If she couldn't be settled today, her state for tomorrow's negotiations at Universal Entertainment headquarters would surely be affected. Therefore, no matter what, she had to secure the room. The assistant straightened her clothes and walked over to Tang Zheng on her high heels. Sir, we meet again. She forced a smile she thought was polite, but her chin remained slightly raised. This presidential suite is very important to our Wanxiu. How about this? You transfer the room to us, we'll refund the original room cost and additionally compensate you with 10 signed photos of Wanxiu. After thinking for a moment, she added in a low voice, later Wanxiu can also treat you to a private dinner to express our gratitude. In her view, a young man who could easily afford a presidential suite costing 100 per night must have considerable means, but such a young man would surely not refuse the chance to dine with a big star. However, Tang Zheng did not even look at her. He merely said calmly, Yuan, let's go. Then he turned and walked toward the private elevator. His attitude was so cold as if the assistant and her words held no value to him whatsoever. The assistant was instantly infuriated by this complete disregard. She felt she had already lowered herself and given Tang Zheng enough face, yet he was so ungrateful. She hurried after him on her high heels, reaching out to grab Tang Zheng's arm, shouting, "What kind of person are you?" Before her hand could touch Tang Zheng's sleeve, a hand as large as a cattail leaf fan suddenly emerged from the side, clamping onto the assistant's wrist with the precision of a steel vice. Ivan's gray-blue eyes were fixed on her with unyielding intensity. He didn't exert much force, but the bulging veins on the back of his hand and the murderous aura forged through countless life-and-death struggles transmitted directly through the contact of their skin. "If you dawdle again, that hand of yours won't be needed." Ivan's voice was as rough as sandpaper, carrying a strange northeastern accent echoing through the empty lobby. The assistant felt as if her wrist were clamped in a hydraulic vice, her bones groaning in protest. Her face instantly turned pale, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed to her knees. "Stop!" Lin Wanxiu finally couldn't bear it anymore and realized she couldn't avoid it. She walked over quickly, removing her sunglasses and mask. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with flattery and exhaustion. "Sir, I'm sorry. My people were too impulsive. Please let him go." Tang Zheng stopped, his gaze cold and indifferent as he glanced at Lin Wanxiu. The woman was indeed beautiful, even in a state of extreme fatigue. That cool and aloof aura still captivated people, drawing their gaze irresistibly. But no matter how beautiful the shell, if it harbored a foolish mind, it was nothing but an empty husk. Assessment concluded brainless. "Do you think I lack anything that money can buy, eh?" Tang Zheng's tone was flat, devoid of anger or mockery, as if stating a fundamental law of physics. "Control your dog. This is the second time I've warned you. There won't be a third." Tang Zheng said coldly, then tilted his chin toward Ivan. Ivan understood. He released his grip and the assistant immediately collapsed to the floor, clutching her reddened wrist and gasping for breath. She didn't dare to look at Ivan again. This time she was truly terrified and had learned her lesson for good. Lin Wanxiu stood still, watching Tang Zheng and his bodyguard step into the private elevator that went straight to the top floor. As the elevator doors slowly closed, the young man never spared her another glance. "Wanxiu, my hand hurts so much." The assistant sobbed on the ground, her voice weak and pitiful. Lin Wanxiu rubbed her throbbing temples, her voice turning cold. "Enough. Shut up. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Take the room key and go. Now." With that, she turned and strode toward the front desk, her footsteps hurried. In her heart, she silently vowed that once she became a globally renowned actress, she would make this man pay. The private elevator doors slid open silently, and the group entered the extravagantly luxurious presidential suite. Stepping onto the thick Persian carpet, the butler Charles respectfully swiped the card to open the double-leaf pear blossom wood doors. Before them lay a 300-square-meter duplex space with a 10-meter-long curved floor-to-ceiling window, offering a panoramic view of most of the bustling capital city. The bustling traffic and clamor of the city outside became Tang Zheng's private scenery. As soon as they stepped inside, Ivan began a meticulous inspection of every corner of the room, without a word. "Mr. Tang, this is your private space. Unless you request it, the chef team and cleaning staff will not disturb you." Charles kept his hands folded in front of him, maintaining a perfectly appropriate bow. Tang Zheng walked to the wine cabinet, which was stocked with an array of expensive red wines and spirits resembling a small wine museum. He pretended to be skilled as he took out 2 wine glasses, pouring half a glass of red wine for each. He handed one to Charles, then turned and leaned against the bar. "Charles, how many years have you been in the capital?" Tang Zheng suddenly asked. 12 years, Mr. Tang." There was a hint of pride in Charles's tone. Having stayed in the capital for so long was something he considered commendable. Tang Zheng continued, "How much do you know about Huan Yu Entertainment?" Upon hearing the name, Charles's professional smile did not waver, but his eyelids twitched slightly. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Mr. Wu Chanfeng, the director of Huan Yu's artist department, is a regular guest at our hotel. He has a long-term rental of an executive suite on the 18th floor. Mr. Wu is well-liked and often has different young male and female artists visiting him late at night to discuss scripts, sometimes discussing all night long." Tang Zheng stopped drinking. "Oh." He stared at the bubbles around the edge of the glass. Huan Yu Entertainment was now a wholly owned subsidiary under his name. That old man Wu, drawing a high salary, was engaged in such shady dealings. Such rotten apples in the company had to be cleaned out. Since this Wu liked to discuss scripts in the hotel, he would start with him. "Keep an eye on the 18th floor for me these days." Tang Zheng placed his glass on the marble countertop with a crisp sound. "I need an accurate record of who Wu Changfeng brings back when they go in and when they come out." Charles immediately bowed and replied, "Certainly, Mr. Tang." Half an hour later, in the private dining room on the top floor terrace, the 5-meter-long table was laden with Wellington steak, blue lobster, and French oysters, personally delivered by the hotel's executive chef. Ivan had already stacked 7 or 8 empty plates in front of him. He was now clutching a lobster claw thicker than an adult's arm, cracking the hard shell with his bare hands without using the specialized tool, and sucking the tender white meat into his mouth, his face brimming with satisfaction. "Boss, this is way better than the Siberian raw bear meat." Ivan mumbled indistinctly, his mouth still full of lobster meat, making his speech somewhat slurred. Tang Zheng cut a small piece of steak and put it into his mouth. The texture was tender and juicy, and the flavor was indeed excellent. He cast a faint glance at Ivan, ignoring the glutton's comment. After finishing the food on his plate, he pulled a napkin to wipe his hands and directly dismissed the attendant standing by. Only the two of them remained in the dining room. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, sipping his red wine casually. With a thought, he summoned the system panel visible only to him. His gaze directly locked onto the skills section of the system store. Business Mastery skill pack 200 points. What he lacked most now was professional knowledge and experience. To fully take over and control Huanyu Entertainment, a conglomerate worth billions relying solely on textbook knowledge, was like using an egg to smash a rock. Pure suicide. Tang Zheng didn't hesitate. Exchange. The moment the command was issued, a sudden tightness gripped the back of his head as the system prompted, exchange successful. Tens of thousands of gigabytes of massive data encompassing top-tier global financial audit models, equity cross-structuring, micropsychology, game theory, and countless bloody business, war, and merger cases transformed into tangible information streams, violently crashing into his brain cells through the neural pathways. Tang Zheng's hands gripped the armrests of the sofa on both sides, his fingers scraping against the surface with a harsh sound. A torrent of information frantically reorganized in his mind, stomach acid rising to his throat. He kept his mouth tightly shut, a dense layer of sweat beading on his forehead. 30 seconds later, he picked up the large glass of ice water on the table and gulped it down. The cold liquid plunged through his esophagus into his stomach, forcibly suppressing the explosive swelling pain. Boss! Ivan threw down the lobster claw, his massive body rising abruptly, knocking over his chair. His gray-blue eyes instantly filled with murderous intent, one hand already reaching for his lower back. Poison in the water. I'll kill them all. I'm fine. Sit down. Tang Zheng raised a hand, pressing his throbbing brow. He closed his eyes, took 3 deep breaths, and when he opened them again, the clear eyes of a youthful teenager now held a layer of unsettling depth and cunning unfathomable to others. After a moment, he closed his eyes again, then opened and closed them once more, reverting to his original clear expression. The next morning, warm water splashed against his face, dripping down his chin onto the exquisite wash basin. Tang Zheng grabbed the white towel from beside the wash basin and wiped his face. The excruciating pain of being overwhelmed by data had completely subsided, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Those vast business cases, equity structure models, and key decision-making principles now felt as though he had personally experienced them, all firmly etched into his muscle memory. Now, whenever he had a thought, the relevant information would automatically surface in his mind. The 200 points were well spent. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at this bustling metropolis that had fully awakened. The Huanyu Entertainment matter could wait for now. Today he intended to attend to something else. The princess residence, awarded by that system. The property procedures had all been completed in his name. It was time to go take a look. Charles. Tang Zheng walked into the living room and called out casually. The butler, who had been waiting in the outer room, immediately entered and bowed slightly. Arrange the car. I'm going out. Very well, Mr. Tang. I will notify the fleet immediately. Charles didn't ask a single unnecessary question before turning to make arrangements. 30 minutes later, the black Rolls-Royce Phantom convoy glided smoothly into a wide, bluestone-flagged Hutong alley. Although it was within Beijing's Second Ring Road, this street was noticeably quieter than the commercial districts outside. Both sides were lined with tall scholar trees, their dense canopies fragmenting the early autumn sunlight into scattered flecks of light. The vehicle stopped in front of an imposing grand gate. The vermilion-red gate stood tightly closed, its brass studs on both sides still gleaming with careful maintenance. 2 white marble lion statues, each half a person's height, flanked the entrance. There wasn't a trace of moss on the stone steps, indicating someone had clearly been maintaining them regularly. After everyone disembarked, Ivan moved ahead to open the door. Approaching the massive gate, he pressed both hands against the heavy wooden panels, and the door's hinges groaned as the gate swung open gradually. Hearing the sound of the long-unused gate creaking open, an old man in the courtyard paused his movements and slowly lifted his head. Despite his advanced age, a sharp glint remained in his eyes. He wore a neatly pressed gray Zhongshan suit and held a large broom in his hand, which he had been using to sweep the fallen leaves on the ground before the group arrived. Though his movements were slow, with each sweep the fallen leaves would precisely gather into a neat pile. He must possess some martial skill. Gazing toward where the group had entered, the old man's eyes swept past Ivan and locked directly onto the young man entering behind him. Mr. Tang. Outside, less than 30 meters from the gate, a middle-aged man in a navy blue Chinese-style jacket had been leisurely strolling along, carrying a rosewood birdcage. Hearing the commotion, his steps came to an abrupt halt. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the lead Rolls-Royce with the license plate ending in 999. Wasn't that from the Yonk Hotel in Beijing? Had old G returned to Beijing? He hadn't heard any news about that. The figure inside didn't look like anyone from the G family either. Could this be one of his major clients? This prince's residence was all too familiar to him. In his memory, it had been vacant for at least 10 years. Normally, even a fly wouldn't enter or exit through the main gate with only occasional trips through the side door for daily necessities. That eccentric old man inside was completely reclusive, answering every inquiry with "the master is not at home." How many dignitaries and wealthy individuals in Beijing circles had tried desperately to acquire this exquisite estate, yet none of them had even managed to find out who the actual owner was. Today the main gate had actually been opened from the outside properly and officially. Standing beside the middle-aged man was a sturdy fellow with a crew cut. Assuming his boss had spotted some unexpected development, he instinctively reached toward his lower back, stepping forward to shield him by half a step. "It's nothing. Go ahead," the middle-aged man murmured a low command. He stroked his chin beard, watching Tang Zheng's retreating figure, then turned to instruct the crew-cut man, "Find out this young man's background. The princess residence's gate has opened. Beijing is about to see some winds of change." Finished speaking, he simply continued his stroll with the birdcage. The crew-cut man nodded and silently withdrew into a nearby alley, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, Tang Zheng was entirely unaware that someone outside was investigating his information. He crossed the threshold directly and stepped into his own princess residence. Before him stood an enormous white marble spirit wall carved with intricate patterns of bats playing in water among auspicious symbols. Passing around the spirit wall revealed the first courtyard. At the center of the courtyard stood an ancient ginkgo tree so massive it required 3 people linking arms to encircle its trunk. The old man was currently standing beneath this tree. Upon receiving Tang Zheng's confirmation, Sun Fu leaned his broom against one side of the ginkgo tree, then vigorously rubbed both hands against the hem of his gray Zhongshan jacket, brushing away invisible dust. He turned and walked with slightly unsteady steps toward a side room. After about a minute, Sun Fu emerged carrying a camphor wood box with yellow copper corners, presenting it to Tang Zheng. "Mr. Tang, my name is Sun Fu. I was the former steward of this princess residence. Inside this box are all the relevant contracts for the princess residence, the architectural designs of the compound, and spare keys for all 72 rooms across its 3 courtyards. The previous master instructed me to hand these over to you once the new master arrived. Only then would my duties as caretaker be considered complete." Ivan stepped forward to take the box. Sun Fu continued, "Mr. Tang, since this is your first visit, allow this old man to show you around and introduce the general situation of the princess residence." Sun Fu's voice carried a steadiness refined by the passage of time. He walked with measured, deliberate steps, always maintaining a respectful half-shoulder distance behind Tang Zheng, never presuming to overshadow the new master of the princess residence. This residence encompasses 5 courtyards front to back, covering an area of 4,500 square meters. The previous master had the foundation reinforced and excavated 2 additional underground levels a decade ago. Although the residence still appears to maintain the original princess residence layout from 100 years ago, on the surface all the water, electricity, gas heating, central air conditioning, and temperature-controlled ventilation systems are complete, configured to the highest specifications. Beneath the outer walls, vibration-sensing fiber optics are buried, and the courtyard surveillance cameras achieve complete blind spot coverage. As he walked, Sun Fu thoughtfully brushed away leaves drifting down from the nearby trees for Tang Zheng. Following behind, Tang Zheng's gaze swept across the carved beams and painted rafters of the courtyard. He asked, "Steward Sun, how many years have you been in this residence?" Hearing Tang Zheng's question, Sun Fu's voice filled with reminiscence and reluctance. He said, 12 years. Now that you've arrived, I should also leave the princess residence." After some consideration, Tang Zheng said, "Steward Sun, if you have nowhere else to go, please stay and continue helping me manage this residence. I'll double all your salary and benefits." Hearing Tang Zheng's words, Sun Fu was so moved that tears welled in his eyes. He stepped back and bowed respectfully to Tang Zheng at a perfect 90-degree angle. "Thank you, master." Sun Fu's voice trembled with emotion. "This old man's life has been tied to this residence for so long. I was worried sick about having nowhere to go once I left these gates. Sir, you're willing to give me a place to stay. That is Sun Fu's great fortune. Master, rest assured. From now on I will continue to guard this princess residence well for you." Tang Zheng waved his hand, but still corrected him. "From now on, don't call me master either. Call me young master. I'm only 18. Where is the study?" Sun Fu straightened up, pivoted, and extended his arm toward the study, with its door tightly closed on the eastern side of the compound. That room is fitted with a specially made mechanical lock. Over these past 10+ years, no one else has entered except for the previous master. The spare key is also only held by that previous master. "All right, you may go for now." Tang Zheng dismissed Sun Fu and Ivan, then walked alone along the covered walkway toward the study. Arriving at the study door, a heavy golden Nanmu wood door stood firmly closed. The lock mechanism was indeed not a traditional brass lock, but rather a sleek black metal panel with modern technological aesthetics. Beneath the panel, a concealed cross-shaped mechanical keyhole was hidden. Tang Zheng reached into his trouser pocket and retrieved the special key obtained from the system. Inserting the key into the cross-shaped lock, it went in without the slightest resistance. He gently applied force, turning the key 3 full rotations to the right, then 1.5 rotations to the left. Immediately, a dull sound of heavy metal mechanisms engaging echoed from within the door. That substantial physical feedback sensation traveled through the key into his palm, and then to his brain. And then the door opened. Pushing open the door, he was met with neither the musty scent of dust nor the moldy odor of an old house. The study appeared somewhat dim under natural light, though its interior space spanned nearly 100 square meters. Tang Zheng fumbled for the brass switch on the wall and pressed it. The chandelier overhead instantly illuminated, casting every corner in stark clarity. This was far from a mere study. It resembled a small private museum. 3 walls were lined with rosewood bookshelves reaching the ceiling, densely packed with thread-bound books, hefty foreign language original volumes, and rows of files sealed in craft paper envelopes. Those craft envelopes bore no names, only strings of seemingly random numerical codes. At the center of the room sat a large Wang Wali writing desk and a Taisher chair. The desk surface was immaculately clean, clearly thanks to the powerful industrial-grade dust filtration system of the internal ventilation. Though the study had remained unopened for years, it still maintained a certain level of cleanliness. At the very center of the desk lay a solitary dark gold metal safe, approximately 50 centimeters high and 70 centimeters wide. Beneath it was an envelope sealed with golden wax. Tang Zheng walked over, pulled out the spacious Taisher chair, and sat down. He did not rush to open the safe. Instead, he first tore open the envelope. The letter paper was a handmade art paper with a slight grain, its edges somewhat rough. Several lines of writing in ink stood out, the strokes sharp, as if they could cut through the paper. Young stranger, I knew I could not keep this estate forever. It would one day return to its true master. The contents of the safe are my gift to you. Good day. Tang Zheng then pressed his palm against the metal safe. It was icy to the touch, as if made of some high-strength aerospace alloy. On the front of the safe was a cross-shaped keyhole, vaguely familiar, similar to the one on the study door. He took out the key he had just used, tentatively inserted it into the lock, and turned it twice to the right. A click sounded, and the lid sprang open a crack. Tang Zheng lifted the heavy lid, revealing dozens of wooden jewelry boxes of various sizes neatly arranged inside. He casually opened the largest rectangular flat box on top, and a dazzling gleam of light struck his eyes. Inside lay a massive sapphire necklace with a central gemstone so large it was almost absurd, surrounded by hundreds of tiny diamonds densely set. 2 seconds later, a precise set of data automatically surfaced in Tang Zheng's mind: cashmere unheated sapphire weighing 48.5 carats with an additional 85 carats of diamonds. The final auction lot at Christie's Geneva spring sale in 2010 ultimately sold for $24 million to a mysterious buyer. Tang Zheng stared at the necklace in slight bewilderment. Over $20 million from more than a decade ago, casually given to him. He then opened the second square box, which contained a complete set of imperial green jadeite jewelry, a necklace, earrings, and a wide bangle. The green was so rich it seemed about to drip, and under the light, not a single speck of cotton or impurity could be seen. Data surged in his mind again. Burma Old Pit top-grade glass-type jadeite, cut from a 12-kilogram piece of prime rough stone, currently valued at over 100 million renminbi. Next, Tang Zheng opened the boxes one by one. Pink diamond brooch, Colombian emerald ring, and various top-tier jewels, whose names he could not recall, but whose quality screamed astronomical value. This safe was essentially a small mobile vault. All combined, the contents were conservatively estimated at 3 billion RMB. If a criminal gang knew about it, why bother robbing a bank when this offered lower risk and higher reward? What kind of colossal figure was the previous owner? And what had the system done behind the scenes to make him willingly gift such precious items? Tang Zheng pushed the dazzling jewelry aside, his gaze falling on the 2 small brocade boxes at the very bottom of the safe. These boxes were crafted in a very antique style. He reached for the one on the left and opened it directly. A plain plaque bracelet without any carving lay quietly on the yellow silk padding. It was not jadeite, it was jade. Tang Zheng picked up the bracelet. It was warm and smooth like a baby's skin. The jade, so white it had no trace of color, exuding a natural oily luster. Top-grade mutton fat white jade. Such items were virtually extinct on the market now. Even with money, one could not find genuine pieces, let alone a large piece of old material, without any flaws. For some reason, this bracelet, unadorned by any modern complex craftsmanship, appealed to him far more than those sparkling diamonds. Tang Zheng slipped the bracelet directly onto his wrist. It touched his joints, and a cool, soothing sensation seeped through his skin, instantly dissipating the day's fatigue. Comfortable. He then opened the last brocade box, which contained a men's ruby ring. The band was heavy matte platinum, rugged in design, with no superfluous diamond accents. At the center was a square-cut ruby. The ruby's color was extremely deep, a dark red, like congealed blood. Top-grade pigeon blood red. Tang Zheng took out the ring and slid it onto the index finger of his right hand. The size fit perfectly, as if custom-made to his finger measurements. The weight of the platinum pressed against his knuckle, giving a reassuring physical feedback. He clenched his fist. The edges of the ring were smoothly polished, not hindering finger movement at all. Beautiful, but a bit too ostentatiously imposing. Better to keep it away for daily wear. Tang Zheng closed the metal safe filled with billions of dollars worth of jewels and relocked it. There was no need to liquidate these items for now. His current cash flow was sufficient. These top-tier jewels might prove extremely useful later. Tang Zheng closed the door, left the study, crossed the covered walkway, and returned to the front courtyard. Sun Fu was holding a clean cotton cloth, meticulously wiping the relief on the white marble screen wall. He worked with great care, not even missing the gaps between the bat wings. Hearing footsteps, Sun Fu promptly stopped his work, folded the cloth, and tucked it into his pocket, then stepped back and stood upright. "Young master." Tang Zheng walked to the ancient ginkgo tree in the center of the courtyard and looked at Sun Fu. "Is there anyone else in this estate besides you?" Sun Fu's voice was steady as he replied, "Yes, young master. The estate has a long-term contracted property management team. The cleaning staff come every day before 7 a.m. to thoroughly clean the entire property, and the security personnel are on standby around the clock monitoring both internal and external safety. Give me your bank card number." Sun Fu was taken aback, then quickly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Tang Zheng took out his phone, opened the banking app, and made a direct transaction. 1 minute later. Ding. Sun Fu's phone received an SMS notification, 5 million yuan transferred. Tang Zheng put his phone back in his pocket. "This is for the estate's living expenses and your salary. Let me know if it's not enough." Sun Fu took several deep breaths, put away his phone, and bowed deeply. "Rest assured, young master." Tang Zheng said no more. He waved at Yuan, who was standing nearby like a gatekeeper. "Yuan, let's go." The Rolls-Royce glided into the most bustling CBD of Jingdu. Tang Zheng gazed out the window at the congested traffic, his eyes suddenly catching a massive vertical billboard advertisement. "Charles, pull over here. You two head back to the hotel first." "Very well, Mr. Tang." Tang Zheng got out of the car at the intersection, accompanied by Ivan. Not far ahead stood the Jingdu International Exhibition Center, its outer walls adorned with enormous automotive posters. The annual Grand International Auto Show was underway. He had just noticed this place and recalled that he would most likely be studying in Jingdu. In a few days he would sign up for driving school to get his license. He could buy a car and keep it at the Princess Mansion as his personal vehicle. He gestured to Ivan. "Come on, let's check out the cars." The two of them merged into the flow of visitors entering the hall. The outer area was packed with ordinary joint venture brands and new energy vehicles, crowded with influencers holding selfie sticks and lingering around the car models. Tang Zheng did not pause. He led Ivan straight through the congested budget zone, heading toward the ultra-luxury pavilion cordoned off by glass barriers at the far end. The air was noticeably better here, with the crowd thinning by more than half. In front of the Ferrari, McLaren, Lamborghini, and Aston Martin booths, attractive models in seductive attire and slick-suited salespeople were attending to customers. Tang Zheng's gaze bypassed several brightly colored sports cars and locked onto a vehicle at the center of the Ferrari booth. It was a Ferrari Enzo, not in the classic Ferrari red, but in a liquid metal silver exuding an extraordinary texture. The lights played across the body, the sleek aerodynamic lines reflecting a cold mechanical beauty like a weapon frozen in stillness. Tang Zheng walked over and stepped directly over the barrier tape on the floor. Seeing this, a short-haired saleswoman in a black professional suit hurried over. She quickly scanned Tang Zheng's attire. The clothes had no obvious logos, but the fabric and cut were unmistakably haute couture. Then she glanced at the huge, ferocious-looking foreign bodyguard following behind. Her spine instantly straightened, and her smile adjusted to the most professional reception angle. The nearby car model struck a more exaggerated pose. "Good afternoon, sir. Are you interested in this Enzo?" Tang Zheng walked around the car, his eyes pausing on the full carbon fiber front lip and side skirts. "Is this one available immediately?" "Yes, sir." The saleswoman followed at a slight diagonal behind him, her voice soft and professional. "This is the only liquid metal silver special edition in stock in Greater China. It features the Nürburgring silver paint, of which only 9 exist worldwide. Full carbon fiber body kit Alcantara and leather interior. The on-road price is approximately 42 million. At the edge of the booth, several automotive influencers with DSLR cameras tried to get closer to photograph the silver beast. Ivan stepped forward, his massive frame blocking the front of the car. His eyes swept coldly over them, and the bulging muscles beneath his suit threatened to burst through the fabric. The bloggers recoiled from the intimidating aura. They exchanged glances and wisely retreated a few meters. Tang Zheng opened the driver's door and slid inside. The heavily bolstered racing seat held his body firmly. Both hands gripped the carbon fiber steering wheel covered with various function buttons, his thumb gliding over the red start button. The subtle, slightly bitter scent of premium leather filled his nostrils. This mechanical texture of mastering 1,000 horsepower was a temptation no young man could resist. Tang Zheng released the steering wheel, pushed open the door, and stepped out. "Swipe the card." He pulled the black bank card from his pocket and handed it to the saleswoman, who had yet to introduce the detailed performance specs. The saleswoman's mind went blank for 2 seconds. Her mouth dropped open in shock. In her 3 years in luxury car sales, she had seen wealthy men dawdling with mistresses, second-generation rich kids, bringing feng shui masters to choose colors. All sorts of bizarre behavior. But this was the first time someone had simply looked around without even a test drive and swiped the card. "Sir, do you want to pay in full? Do you need to know about the installment plan, or?" "Yes, in full. Go process the paperwork. I'm in a hurry." Tang Zheng's tone was utterly flat, as if buying a bottle of water at a convenience store. "Of course. Please wait a moment. I'll get the finance manager to expedite the highest priority channel." Clutching the bank card, the saleswoman broke into a run on her high heels, abandoning all poise. 20 minutes later, the temporary license plate was mounted and all the documents were handed to Tang Zhang in an exquisite leather folder. The security gate at the rear of the exhibition hall slowly opened. Roar! The liquid metal silver Ferrari Enzo let out a deafening low growl. The sound of the quad-turbo V12 engine echoed through the corridor. Ivan struggled to squeeze his enormous frame into the driver's seat, his long legs cramped and uncomfortable. Tang Zhang sat in the passenger seat. He had just turned 18 and hadn't gotten his driver's license yet, so this first ride had to be entrusted to the burly Ivan. Ivan stepped on the accelerator. The silver body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the traffic and merging into Jingdu's main artery. Behind the glass window of a VIP lounge on the second floor of the exhibition hall, a young man in a white suit watched the departing silver Ferrari, twirling a wine glass in his hand. Find out who took the Enzo. The silver Ferrari sliced through the traffic on the second ring road. The roar of the engine made the windows of several nearby cars vibrate. Ivan's massive body was cramped in the driver's seat, his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly. He was used to driving armored SUVs, and with no boss in the car, this low-slung supercar left him feeling constrained. His long legs had nowhere to rest. Boss, this car's ground clearance is too low. If something unexpected happens, we can't even hop a curb. Ivan complained while eyeing the road ahead. Tang Zhang leaned back in the carbon fiber passenger seat, gazing at the receding street view. Are you in the middle of the wilderness of the Middle East? Why would you need to hop a curb on the second ring road of Jingdu? No one is chasing you, boss, right now. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was undisturbed. No missed calls, no text messages. On the Huanyu Entertainment side, since Xinqing's call, there had been no further news. It seemed that the executive president was caught up in something, not even having time to connect with his new boss. Or perhaps he had other ideas. Back at the Yonk Hotel, Tang Zhang tossed the car keys to the valet who approached. Fill it up. Have it ready at the entrance by 8 tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock the next morning. The first floor lobby of the Universal Tower. The interior was awash with a bold contemporary cinematic flair. A row of larger-than-life posters of A-list celebrities lined the walls, while stylishly dressed men and women exuding an air of effortless confidence streamed through the lobby, their movements leaving trails of expensive perfume in the air. Tang Zhang was dressed simply today in a white casual top paired with a well-tailored dark pattern blazer. Ivan followed 2 steps behind, still clad in his black suit. Tang Zhang walked up to the gray-gold front desk. 2 meticulously made-up young women stood at the reception. The one on the left was checking a delivery slip, while the short-haired girl on the right was inspecting her own reflection for any flaws. As she turned and caught sight of Tang Zhang, the pen in her hand clattered onto the marble countertop. What a strikingly handsome guy. The short-haired girl hastily picked up her pen, her gaze darting between Tang Zhang's face and Ivan behind him. Hello, are you here to check in as a new trainee? The artist department is on the 18th floor, the elevator is over there. Her voice softened unintentionally, and she kindly pointed the way. Tang Zhang placed his hand on the cool marble surface, tapping it twice with his index finger. I'm here to see Xinqing. At the mention of the name, the 2 receptionists exchanged a glance. The short-haired girl leaned forward, lowering her voice. The badge on her chest clicked softly against the counter's edge. Handsome, you must be a newly signed trainee, right? President Shen won't see a new trainee. Besides, there's a big drama unfolding in the artist department today. My advice, just lay low in the department for now. The CEO is often in the building, so you can see him any day. Don't go up and ask for trouble today. Tang Zhang stopped tapping the counter and looked at her. Oh, how so? The girl glanced toward the elevator, ensuring no manager was in sight, before speaking in a hushed tone. There's a commotion upstairs right now. Lin Wanxiu and our department head director Wu Changfeng are in President Shen's office. Word is things got pretty heated, they even smashed a cup in there. Tang Zhang made a mental note. Lin Wanxiu, the actress whose assistant had lacked common sense on the plane. He'd seen her profile online. She'd exploded in popularity with 2 Xinxia dramas in the last couple of years and was at the peak of her earning power. Wu Changfeng, the head of the artist department, held the reins to most of the company's film and television resources and a team of agents. Those 2 together probably couldn't hatch a decent scheme between them. What were they plotting? This is getting interesting. He'd been wondering who he should make an example of once he took over. It seemed they were volunteering, practically handing their heads to him on a silver platter. How long has this been going on? Tang Zhang asked, his expression unchanged. Almost an hour. The president's assistant came down to grab some files, and her eyes were red. The atmosphere upstairs must be tense. If you want to report in, maybe go this afternoon. You're so good looking, I'm sure it'll be fine. The receptionist kindly added, stealing glances at him. Thanks. Tang Zhang pulled out his phone, stepped back from the desk, and turned away. He walked to the side lounge area, sat down on a leather sofa, and dialed Xinqing's number. The phone rang for 10 seconds before it was answered. Hello, boss. Xinqing's voice sounded a bit hoarse. In the background, he could faintly hear a sharp female voice shouting something about resource allocation and contract termination. I'm in the lobby. Come down and get me. Tang Zhang said only this before hanging up. He leaned back on the sofa, watching the massive LED screen that cycled through the company's artist music videos. The screen happened to cut to a close-up of Lin Wanchio's face, her makeup flawless, but her eyes carrying a hint of arrogance. Ivan stood by the side of the sofa, hands clasped in front of him, his gaze sweeping over everyone entering and leaving the lobby like a radar. The short-haired receptionist was still sneaking glances his way, whispering with her colleague, probably wondering which talent scout had unearthed such a gem. In less than 3 minutes, the VIP elevator at the far end of the lobby let out a soft ding as the doors opened. Xinqing stepped out quickly, her high heels clicking against the floor. She was dressed in a sharp silver-gray professional suit, her hair pinned up. But her expression was tense, her chest still heaving slightly, as if she was barely suppressing her anger. "Boss." Xinqing stopped in front of Tang Zheng, her head slightly bowed, her voice carrying a hint of professional composure. The two receptionists in the distance watched the scene, their mouths agape. The formidable and decisive President Shun, who was usually so commanding in the company, was showing such deference to that young man, who looked like a new trainee. Tang Zheng ignored the stares, gesturing to the sofa opposite him. "No rush to go up. What's going on in the company today?" Xinqing took a steadying breath and spoke rapidly. "Lin Wanchio's contract expires next month. Wu Changfeng is using her as leverage. He's demanding the lead roles in next year's 2 S-grade self-produced dramas go to Lin Wanchio, and his team's profit-sharing ratio be increased from 30 to 50%. Otherwise, they'll collectively jump ship to a rival company." Tang Zheng smiled, turning to Xinqing. "Using the resources the company built to threaten the company. Boss, it's my failure in management. Lin Wanchio is the top influencer right now. Wu Changfeng holds sway over most of the department's agents. Also, some people in the company are eyeing the window of opportunity during the ownership change and trying to grab a big piece for themselves." Xinqing spoke rapidly, her heels clicking sharply on the floor. Tang Zheng didn't respond immediately. He walked toward the elevator. Ivan, like a black wall, followed at his side. "Let them make a fuss." Xinqing stood there for a moment, stunned. As the elevator doors opened, she quickly followed him inside and pressed the button for the top floor, the chairman's office. "Boss, the company's 28th floor is your chairman's office. I'm on the 27th. In fact, the 28th floor had always been designated as the chairman's office. But the previous chairman never came to the company, so it had remained vacant. She was a smart woman, and sensing the shift in dynamics, she understood that this young boss's style of operation was likely to be drastically different from the absentee previous owner. Wu Changfeng and his group were probably about to kick a steel wall. The elevator came to a stop on the 28th floor. As the doors slid open, a floor-to-ceiling window revealed a panoramic view of the bustling central business district. The office was impressively vast, furnished with a large mahogany desk, a leather sofa, a wine cabinet, and a lounge area. There was even a washroom and a smaller office next to it with a sign reading Secretariat. Tang Zheng walked to the desk, sat down in the executive chair, feeling the soft, enveloping leather. "Compile the company's financial statements, project contracts, and all quarterly and annual reports from the past 5 years. Bring the physical copies to this desk, and send the electronic versions to my email." Tang Zheng gestured to the desk. "Boss, that's hundreds of documents. Are you going to review them all yourself?" Xinqing was unsure of his intentions. "I'm not seeing any visitors for the next few days. Turn away anyone who comes for me. Ivan, you guard the door." Tang Zheng leaned back, took a cigar from the box on the desk, and brought it to his nose, inhaling its scent. Not unpleasant, the scent of capitalism. Over the next 5 days, the 28th floor of Huanyu Entertainment became a special restricted zone. On the first afternoon, Chief Financial Officer Lu Deming, accompanied by several subordinates, pushed 2 small carts laden with stacks of account books and documents up to the floor. Lu Deming was a balding, middle-aged man with a belly that strained his shirt taut. He wiped the sweat from his forehead as he hefted piles of files onto the desk. "Chairman, these are the accounts from the past 5 years. Since you've just taken over the company, you might not be fully aware. Many of the bad debts are historical remnants. Would you like me to go through them for you?" Lu Deming's face was wreathed in smiles, but his eyes were sizing up Tang Zheng, and he muttered inwardly, "This young man really doesn't know his place." Tang Zheng casually flipped open the topmost acquisition contract. "No need. Leave them here and go out." Lu Deming, rebuffed, managed a dry laugh and withdrew. Back in his own office, he immediately called Wu Changfeng. "Old Wu, that greenhorn is looking at the accounts. I bet he can't even figure out where to start with the balance sheet. Just putting on a show." Over these days, Tang Zheng never left the office. He ate and slept there, ordering takeout through Xinqing whenever he was hungry. His fingers tapped the keyboard, his mind racing through the dense numbers on the screen and the data in the paper files. After crunching the numbers, there were quite a few surprises. Wu Changfeng held the artist department in his grasp, and Lu Deming was his distant brother-in-law. Working together, they had riddled the company's books with hidden holes. Falsifying promotion expenses and taking kickbacks were minor issues. There were even dual contracts. These two truly treated Huanyu's money as if it were blown in by the wind. Late the second night, Tang Zheng pulled out a promotion contract for the Sword Shadow project and drew a red circle on it. He pressed the intercom on his desk. "Xinqing, check the legal representatives of these 3 shell companies. I want the results by tomorrow morning." At noon on the third day, Wu Changfeng could no longer hold back. He rushed to the 28th floor with Lin Wanchio's agent in a fluster. Wu Changfeng bellowed in the corridor, "Chairman, this is a matter of utmost urgency. I need a definite answer today. The contract of our top artist Lin Wanxiu is about to expire. Please sign her renewal. She has hundreds of millions of fans online, and many are already speculating why the contract hasn't been renewed. Are they saying Huanyu Entertainment is planning to kill the donkey after it's done with the mill? Yuan stood like an iron tower, arms crossed, blocking the office door. The boss is busy. No visitors. His voice boomed like thunder. Who the hell do you think you are? A guard dog dares to stop me. Wu Changfeng reached out to shove Yuan's shoulder. Yuan grabbed his wrist and twisted it downward. A crisp crack of bone. Let go. Let go. Wu Changfeng's face contorted in pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Yuan lifted him like a chick and tossed him into the nearby elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. On the morning of the 5th day, Tang Zheng tossed the last promotional report onto the desk. The paper slid across the surface, knocking over the pen holder. 50 million in promotion funds. 15 million went to buying trending topics, and the remaining 37 million flowed into accounts under Lu Deming's shell companies under various pretexts. Xinqing pushed the door open, holding a new file. She had been under tremendous pressure these days, with several senior executives demanding to see Tang Zheng. Her eyes were bloodshot. Boss Wu Changfeng sent another email yesterday. He says if we don't agree to their terms today, Lin Wanxiu will unilaterally terminate her contract tomorrow and take away the commercial resources of 3 S-level projects. Tang Zheng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the traffic crawling like ants below. Notify all senior management. Meeting at 2 p.m. in meeting room No. 1. At 2 p.m. Meeting room No. 1. The long mahogany conference table was filled with people. The air was thick with tension and probing. Wu Changfeng sat in the first seat on the left, his wrist still bandaged. He fiddled with a gold-plated pen and exchanged a glance with CFO Lu Deming across the table. For 5 days the new boss hadn't even shown his face in the company, hiding on the 28th floor. Wu Changfeng calculated in his mind, a rich second generation under 20, what does he know about management? Today's meeting was surely a bid for peace. When he backed down, he'd have to make him cough up more. The meeting room door swung open. Tang Zheng entered first, followed by Yuan with Xinqing bringing up the rear. Tang Zheng pulled out the chair at the head of the table and sat down, his gaze sweeping the length of the table. Everyone was present. Silence. Director Wu, do you have anything to say? Tang Zheng addressed him directly in a tone as flat as asking about the weather. Wu Changfeng stopped twirling his pen and leaned back in his chair. President Tang, since we're meeting today, let's be straightforward. Wanxiu is the company's money tree. Outside film and TV companies are offering her an 80% profit share to poach her. We only want 50. That's not too much, is it? And the female leads for the 2 S-level dramas must be written into the contract. Tang Zheng didn't respond to him, but turned to look at CFO Lu Deming. Director Lu, last month the final promotion payment for the Sword Shadow project was approved at 20 million. Lu Deming's heart skipped a beat, but his words remained defiant. President Tang, promotion work burns money like water. Buying trending topics is expensive now. 20 million was a carefully budgeted amount. Tang Zheng nodded, pulled a stack of A4 sheets from the folder in front of him, and flung them onto the middle of the table. The papers scattered, sliding in front of Wu Changfeng and Lu Deming. The promotion outsourcing company for the Sword Shadow project has a legal representative named Wang Zhangwo, your new brother-in-law, Director Lu. Of that 20 million, 16.5 million was transferred to an overseas trust account 3 hours later. The air in the meeting room froze instantly. Wu Changfeng grabbed the papers and took one look. His face turned ashen. President Tang, what do you mean by this? You think a few forged transaction records can smear us? Wu Changfeng jumped to his feet, the chair legs scraping harshly against the carpet. Yuan, Tang Zheng called out. Yuan strode forward and pressed his palm, as large as a palm leaf fan, onto Wu Changfeng's shoulder, forcing him back into the chair. Wu Changfeng winced in pain, unable to utter a word. Tang Zheng continued flipping through the documents. Director Wu, in the year before last year, and this year you took advantage of your position, colluded with Lu Deming and Deputy Director Zhang Hao, and through falsifying project budgets and withholding artists' commercial profit shares, you embezzled a total of 43.7 million from the company's accounts. Tang Zheng slapped the final sheet onto the table. The evidence is conclusive. That amount is enough to have you 3 spending the rest of your lives behind bars. The meeting room door swung open again. Several uniformed economic crime police officers strode in. Wu Changfeng, Lu Deming, Zhang Hao, we have received a whistleblower report. You are suspected of embezzlement and commercial fraud. Please come with us for investigation. Cold handcuffs snapped onto their wrists. Only then did Wu Changfeng realize the new boss hadn't hid on the 28th floor for 5 days out of fear. He was digging up their dirt. Tang Zheng, what is a greenhorn like you know? Without me, the artist department will be paralyzed tomorrow. Lin Wanxiu will terminate her contract immediately, and the company will suffer losses. Wu Changfeng was dragged out by 2 police officers, still shouting wildly. Tang Zheng sat in his chair without even turning his head. Take him away. At that moment, the remaining senior executives in the meeting room were frozen in fear. The department managers who had been following Wu Changfeng's lead just moments ago now dared not even breathe, afraid that they would be the next to face doom. Tang Zheng tapped his fingers on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, this company does not tolerate parasites. Those with ability will be rewarded handsomely. Those who seek illicit gains will end up like those three. Meeting dismissed. A thorough purge took less than 40 minutes. Shen Qing followed behind Tang Zheng back to the 28th floor. Boss Wu Changfeng and his people have been taken in, but Lin Wanxiu will definitely not let this go. The company will need to focus on handling this matter next. She holds several major endorsements. If we force a termination, it will severely damage the company's reputation. Shen Qing placed a public opinion monitoring report on the table. Tang Zheng walked to the wine cabinet and poured a glass of ice water. Any movement from her? Shen Qing took out a tablet, swiped through a few pages, and handed it over. Someone witnessed the scene of Wu Changfeng being taken away, and the news has already become a trending topic. Lin Wanxiu just posted a long article on Weibo accusing the company's top management of instability, oppressing veteran employees, and forcing artists to sign unequal contracts. She also coordinated with several other popular stars from the company to repost it. Now the fans online have gone wild. Many fans of various artists are boycotting Huan Yu, and some even threatened to splash paint on the company building. Tang Zheng took the tablet and glanced at the overly sentimental long article. The comments below were full of fan brigades and abuse. Capitalist vampire. Justice for Wanxiu. Boycott all Huan Yu shows. Let this lousy company go bankrupt. Our poor Qiuping is being exploited by this filthy company. Tang Zheng tossed the tablet onto the sofa. The stage was set, and the performer had taken the stage. Lin Wanxiu really thought of herself as the irreplaceable pillar. Shen Qing contacted the legal department. Tang Zheng turned around, took a sip of coffee, and looked at Shen Qing, saying, "Sue Lin Wanxiu for breach of contract and claim 200 million. Also compile all the dirt on her from the past 2 years. Parallel filming walkouts, throwing tantrums on set. Since she likes to stir up public opinion, I'll let her stay on the trending list for good." Hearing Tang Zheng's decision, Shen Qing cautioned, "Boss, if we break off relations directly, the company might face considerable social pressure." Tang Zheng put down his coffee cup and said, "To cure the poison by scraping the bone, how can there be no blood?" At this moment, inside a high-end villa 20 kilometers away from Huan Yu building, Lin Wanxiu, wearing a silk pajama, sat in front of the dressing mirror applying a face mask while scrolling through her phone. Her agent's sister Li was pacing anxiously beside her. Wanxiu director Wu really went in. The economic investigation team arrested him directly in the meeting room. Wasn't the long article we just posted a bit too aggressive? What if we anger the new boss? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Wanxiu rolled her eyes, peeled off the face mask, and tossed it into the trash. Wu Changfeng got caught because of his own dirty hands. What does that have to do with me? I'm the company's cash cow. Without me, Huan Yu's financial report next year will be ugly. The new boss doesn't know a damn thing. He arrested Wu Changfeng to show his authority. Now the whole internet is cursing him. He can't handle the pressure. When he comes to beg me, I won't take a 50 split, I'll take 70. She picked up her phone, took a selfie with slightly reddened eyes, and captioned it, "No matter what the world throws at me, I will be strong even when wronged." Then she clicked send. Within 2 minutes, tens of thousands of sympathetic comments flooded the comment section. Just then Sister Li's phone began to vibrate wildly. She answered the phone, listened for a few seconds, and her face turned pale instantly. "Wanxiu, something's wrong. What happened? Is it the company calling to cave in?" Lin Wanxiu casually arranged her hair in front of the mirror. "No. Huan Yu's official Weibo just posted an announcement declaring a full-scale ban on you and filing a lawsuit with the court claiming a penalty of 250 million. And," Sister Li swallowed hard, her voice trembling, "and they've posted online all the evidence of you bullying the second female lead on the set of Rebirth. This time, I Will Be Queen. Evidence of you forcing out the second female lead and taking kickbacks behind the company's back is all online." The comb in Lin Wanxiu's hand fell to the floor with a crack breaking into 2 pieces. She stared intently at her phone screen, the cold light illuminating her pale face. At this moment, the top trending topic had changed. Huan Yu Entertainment all out ban Lin Wanxiu. Right below it were 2 other dark red explosive trending topics. Huan Yu Entertainment terminates contract with Zhao Fei. Huan Yu Entertainment terminates contract with Zhang Chuchu. 3 consecutive announcements with white text on red background not only claimed a staggering 250 million in penalty, but also posted the audio recordings and payment records of these 3 individuals secretly engaging in tax evasion, taking kickbacks, and bullying on set, all laid out clearly. No blurring at all. Even the last digits of the bank accounts were displayed. "Wanxiu, it's over. The company is trying to drag us all down with them. It's all over." Agent Sister Li's legs gave way and she collapsed onto the carpet. The phone slipped from her hand onto the floor, its screen lit up with termination messages from various partners. Lin Wanxiu abruptly grabbed the expensive perfume bottle on the table and hurled it against the corner. Shards of glass scattered everywhere and the pungent scent of roses instantly filled the room. "Is he insane?" Lin Wanxiu screamed in a shrill voice, cracking like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I'm the company's cash cow. Without me, where would he find someone to replace me?" Sister Li lay on the floor, too weak even to pick up her phone, her teeth chattering. "Wanxiu, the court summons has been sent to my email. They've applied for asset preservation, your bank cards, and the villa under your name. All frozen. Lin Wanxiu turned her head abruptly, the veins on her neck bulging. The composure she had shown earlier while posting online to garner sympathy had vanished completely. At the same time, the internet exploded into an uproar. The fan clubs of Lin Wanxiu, Zhao Fei, and Zhang Chuchu quickly mobilized. A large number of brainwashed fans refused to look at the ironclad evidence, insisting that their idols were being persecuted by evil capitalists. The fans' fighting power was formidable. Within half an hour, they had doxed the current boss of Huanyu Entertainment. Fortunately, Tang Zhang's personal information had been specially encrypted by the system. Apart from finding a name, these fans could not uncover any other details, such as age, background, or home address. Found him. Huanyu's new boss, Tang Zhang, capitalist. Vampire. Everyone, let's storm Huanyu's official Weibo. Report them to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Boycott all of Huanyu's projects. Let this lousy company go bankrupt. Outside the glass doors of Huanyu Building's first-floor lobby, hundreds of extreme fans had gathered holding placards. Some even carried plastic buckets filled with red paint, trying to splash it on the revolving doors. 3 hours later, the official website and Weibo account of Huanyu Entertainment updated with a message, a sincere and earnest letter of apology to the public and partners. The content of the letter was simple, but the wording was sincere. The gist was that during the company's rapid expansion over the past few years, there had been massive loopholes in internal management. Wu Changfeng and others audacious beyond measure were suspected of occupational crimes and had been legally transferred to the National Public Security Department. This was undoubtedly irrefutable evidence of the company's supervisory failure and its dereliction of duty. What shocked netizens the most was the final paragraph. The chairman of Huanyu Entertainment decided to donate all the recovered illegal gains and the company's entire profit for this month, totaling 500 million renminbi, to the National Hope Project. This immense sum would be used to build 30 Hope primary schools in remote areas. This move caused the online public opinion to spiral completely out of control like a runaway horse. Donating 500 million. Seriously, is this a joke? Is Huanyu trying to pull off a bankruptcy-style whitewash? Don't be fooled by the above comment. This is clearly a diversion. What about Lin Wanxiu's matter? Exactly. Using charity as a shield. How disgusting. Inside the chairman's office, Su Jiayun, the manager of the PR department, watched the relentless flood of negative comments on her tablet. Her palms were already soaked with cold sweat. Boss, the criticism hasn't decreased, it's getting worse. Also, I've received word that several rival entertainment companies have spent heavily on paid trolls who are now spreading rumors online that we're faking charity and putting on a show. Su Jiayun's voice trembled, her eyes full of anxiety. Tang Zhang sat in the spacious executive chair, casually toying with a cigar. He said unhurriedly, let them curse. The internet has no memory, but emotions are easily stirred. The sentiment hasn't peaked yet. Let the bullets fly a little longer. He glanced at Shin Qing and added, that 500 million must be confirmed in the account by tomorrow evening. Then release the receipt. The next 3 days were like an eternity for the employees of Huanyu Entertainment. The company building's entrance was blockaded by anti-fans with no room to move. Even delivery drivers seeing the scene from afar were too scared to approach. Some of Lin Wanxiu's hardcore fans even started a live-streamed hunger strike, online demanding that Huanyu Entertainment withdraw from the entertainment industry and that boss Tang Zhang must go live to apologize to their idol, or else she would starve herself to death. Heaven knows if her family was aware. On the morning of the fourth day, when public opinion was at its boiling point, the situation took a dramatic turn. CCTV News' 7:00 a.m. morning news broadcast a heavy-hitting 5-minute in-depth report. In the footage, the evidence chain of Wu Changfeng's case, verified by the Economic Crime Investigation Department, was clearly presented, irrefutable as mountains. Additionally, the solid audio recordings of terminated artists voluntarily provided by Huanyu Entertainment were played, each sentence striking and resounding. Finally, a payment receipt officially issued by the Hope Project was attached, its bright red seal vivid and eye-catching, declaring the truth to everyone. The report's conclusion was even more powerful. The entertainment industry is by no means a lawless land, nor should it become a breeding ground for filth. Huanyu Entertainment's cutting the bone to cure the poison move has set a benchmark worthy of emulation for the entire industry. Plop. Su Jiayun's water glass fell onto the desk without warning, and she was completely stunned. Boss, it's reversed. Completely reversed. Her voice trembling, she eagerly handed the tablet to Tang Zhang. Sure enough, the anti-fans who had been clamoring online just moments ago vanished instantly, and the rival companies that had employed trolls also deleted their posts one after another. In their place came overwhelming praise. Labels like Hardcore Thunderbolt, Conscience Company, and Entertainment Industry Scavenger were instantly plastered all over Huanyu Entertainment's official Weibo. Tang Zhang glanced at the screen, his face showing no emotion, as if everything had been within his expectations. Such small scenes. Get used to them in the future. Call the film and TV department people over. Meeting. Tang Zhang's tone was calm, as if the crisis that had just subsided, a stormy wave targeting his own company, was nothing. 5 minutes later, several heads of the film and TV department walked into the office trembling with fear. Over the past few days, they had all been more or less terrified by Wu Changfeng's incident, afraid that the new boss's anger had not yet subsided, and that he might pick out a few unlucky ones to be sent to prison for hard labor. Xinqing gently placed a stack of project proposals in front of Tang Zhong and said, "Boss, these are the 5 film and TV projects currently in preparation by the company. The one Wuchang Phone was most optimistic about is this Xianjian Chiyuan 2, which was intended to be tailor-made for Lin Wanxiu, rated as S-level. And this modern urban drama, The CEO's Pampered Wife, is rated A-level." Tang Zhong took them and flipped through. Those flashy names were nothing but garbage in his eyes. Until he reached the last one, a project proposal buried at the bottom without even a cover. Qing Yunyan. Tang Zhong read the contents carefully with interest and said, "Who wrote this?" He pointed at the proposal, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Zhao Jigang, the manager of the film and TV department, nervously wiped his sweat and cautiously said, "President Tang, this was written by a new screenwriter. It's an alternate history genre. The content is somewhat peculiar. It's a time travel story, but the setting seems both futuristic and ancient. After evaluation, we believe the audience might be niche, and such an ensemble drama requires high investment with high risk, so we temporarily rated it as B-level, planning to reconsider when budget allows." Tang Zhong stared at the 2 characters, Fan Xian, on the proposal, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This was a huge hit that the system had just suddenly alerted him about, yet here it was shelved as a B-level project. The concept is quite good, but the current setting is somewhat rigid. It can be optimized and adjusted. As he spoke, Tang Zhong picked up a red pen and directly drew a big cross on the B-level mark, then neatly wrote an S next to it. Zhao Jigang was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. S-level. Chairman Tang, this. The risk is too great. Moreover, regarding the setting of that temple in the script, we thought it was too mystical and the audience might not understand it, so we planned to change it to an ordinary martial arts sect. Zhao Jigang tried to persuade Tang Zhong to change his mind. Changing it to a martial arts sect would completely ruin this script. Tang Zhong decisively interrupted, his tone firm and unquestionable. "In my view, this temple is precisely the soul of the entire drama. It represents the cycle of civilization and reverence for the unknown. The character Fan Xian is not meant to be a poet in ancient times, but to use his modern mindset to collide with that decaying imperial society. Elevate the setting of Emperor Qing even further. He is not an ordinary emperor, but the greatest grandmaster, a shadow that Fan Xian can never surpass, but must step over in his lifetime." Tang Zhong spoke eloquently while swiftly sketching a few key turning points on paper. "I don't want that kind of cheap special effects xinxia drama. I want depth, a sense of story, so that the audience can feel the taste of power schemes from every pore, and also an ultimate sense of thrill." Zhao Jigang listened mesmerized. The parts he had originally considered featureless suddenly became clear and brilliant, as if illuminated by a lamp, utterly transparent after Tang Zhong's few words of guidance. The several planners who had entered with Zhao Jigang also looked on with admiration. They hadn't expected that Chairman Tang not only had a strong hand in managing the company, but also had a more seasoned aesthetic and narrative control than veteran producers. "All right, revise it according to what I said. As for the specific casting, keep an eye on it. Absolutely no using those traffic stars who can only widen their eyes. I want actors with solid skills. Even supporting roles must be able to command the stage." After dismissing the others, Tang Zhong stood up and called out to Xinqing, saying, "Xinqing, keep a close eye on the Qing Yunyan project. You'll also be fully responsible for the company's other daily affairs. Call me or send an email if there's a major issue." Xinqing paused for a moment and asked in confusion, "Boss, are you going to?" Back to In City. Tang Zhong pushed aside the proposal for celebrating New Year on his desk and looking at Xinqing said, "The college entrance exam results come out the day after tomorrow. I need to go back. Also, there's a girl whose birthday is today. The company here will still be mainly your responsibility. Your duties remain the same, and I won't interfere too much." Xinqing was a clever person. Without pressing further, she immediately began searching for flight information on her tablet. Soon she found a suitable flight. Looking up, she said, "There's an afternoon flight to In City. First-class seats are still available. I'll book it for you right away. Do you need airport transfer arranged?" Tang Zhong shook his head slightly, saying, "No need. We'll go ourselves." With that, he pushed open the office door and walked out with Ivan following closely behind him like a loyal shadow. 6 hours later, In City IFS International Financial Center. Tang Zhong stood before the Van Cleef Arpels counter, his gaze swiftly fixed on one particular piece. He tapped gently on the glass twice and said directly, "Take this one out for me to see." Inside the glass display case lay a white gold clover bracelet encrusted with diamonds. Under the lights, it radiated a captivating brilliance resembling a brilliant star in the night sky. The saleswoman, dressed in a well-tailored black uniform, stood with her hands clasped gently before her lower abdomen. Her eyes swept across Tang Zhong quickly. Though the young man bore no conspicuous logos, the massive foreign man beside him resembled a brown bear radiating a powerful presence that made her dare not show any negligence. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is this season's limited edition white gold set with diamonds. The design is quite youthful, very suitable for gifting to a young lady." The saleswoman's voice was sweet. She donned a pair of white gloves, carefully lifted the bracelet, and placed it on a black velvet tray, presenting it to Tang Zhong. Tang Zheng glanced at the bracelet, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his eyes. The bracelet's design was understated. Its slender white gold band with diamonds set perfectly was exquisite yet subtle. It wouldn't look conspicuous on a young student's wrist, nor would it evoke any vulgar nouveau riche sentiment. He thought to himself that Su Qingyue was stubborn by nature. If he gave her something too ostentatious, she'd refuse no matter what. This bracelet was just perfect. This one, please wrap it up, Tang Zheng said decisively, simultaneously pulling out a black gold card and extending it toward the saleswoman. The saleswoman froze for a moment. This gentleman didn't even ask the price. But she quickly regained her composure, maintaining her smile as she accepted the card with both hands. Very well, sir. This bracelet is priced at 108,000 yuan. Please wait a moment, I'll wrap it for you immediately. With that, she swiftly began processing the transaction, her movements noticeably quicker. 10 minutes later, Tang Zheng walked out of the International Financial Center, carrying an exquisite dark olive green paper bag. By now, dusk was gradually settling in and the city's streetlights flickered on one by one, illuminating the streets. Tang Zheng glanced at his watch. It was 6:30 in the evening. He knew Su Qingyue should be home at this time. He took out his phone and summoned a luxury car through the ride-hailing platform. Soon a black Volkswagen Phaeton glided to a stop before him. After Tang Zheng and Ivan boarded, he gave the name of an old residential compound. The car slowly pulled away and began navigating through the city streets. Inside the car, as Tang Zheng watched the streetscape rushing past the window, his thoughts drifted to the past. Su Qingyue was the daughter of a neighbor next to the orphanage. In their childhood, they were each other's best companions. Back then, Tang Zheng was frequently bullied by other older children. Every time, it was Su Qingyue, the brave girl just a few days younger than him with her ponytail, who would stand in front of him with a broom like a little guardian protecting him. Later, her parents divorced. She moved with her mother to this old residential area after her mother remarried. From then on, their meetings grew fewer, but Tang Zheng never forgot this little girl who had once given him warmth and protection. Fortunately, in their senior year of high school, they were placed in the same class again. Ivan, find some time to buy a car and keep it in the city. Otherwise, having to take taxis every time we go out is too inconvenient. Tang Zheng suddenly spoke up. Price doesn't matter. What matters is safety, comfort, and good performance. Ivan nodded and replied in Chinese with a slight accent. All right, boss. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. The car bumped along the uneven asphalt road for half an hour before finally stopping in front of a row of red brick residential buildings. This stood in stark contrast to the bustling International Financial Center just moments ago. The buildings were dilapidated walls bearing the marks of time. The stairwell was permeated with lingering cooking fumes and a musty smell from damp sewerage, making one feel quite uncomfortable. Tang Zheng frowned, stepping on steps stained with black grime as he made his way up. Soon he reached the 4th floor and stopped before a peeling security door. The door wasn't fully closed, left slightly ajar. Sharp, arguing voices came from within. Qingyue, how can you be so unreasonable, child? A middle-aged woman's voice laden with tears. That was Su Qingyue's mother, Wang Ping. Mom, what has he ever done to raise me? Su Qingyue's voice was clear, but with an unmistakable tremor filled with grievance and anger. My high school tuition was earned by myself working during winter and summer breaks. My living expenses were supplemented with my scholarships. All he does every month is take money from you to support his good-for-nothing son. What has he ever done for me? A muffled thump echoed from within as if someone had slammed the table. Then a coarse male voice rang out, carrying an air of condescending lecturing. Su Qingyue, is this how you speak to your elders? Your exam results come out the day after tomorrow. With your grades, getting into a key university is no problem. But how much would tuition plus accommodation cost per year? Your brother is now dating someone, and the girl demands a 300,000 down payment before she'll marry him. You're a girl. How much use is all that education? You might as well apply to a local tuition-free teacher's college, or just quit studying altogether. Go work as a clerk at your brother's factory. You could contribute 2,000 yuan to the family every month and help out at home. Tang Zheng stood outside the door, his expression gradually darkening. His fingers gently stroked the paper bag's handles, fury burning in his heart. He thought to himself, their calculations were truly audacious. Willingly sacrificing Su Qingyue's future just to fund a down payment for that useless son. It was simply unconscionable. I will not give up on going to university. Su Qingyue clenched her teeth and spoke word by word, her tone resolute. My aspiration is the Beijing Conservatory of Music. My grades are certainly good enough. Once the admission notice arrives, I'll go to Beijing to work and earn tuition. I won't need you to spend a single cent. I can support myself. You dare? Zhang Jingguo panicked, his voice suddenly rising as if his sore spot had been touched. Your mother can't even afford groceries without asking me for money. How do you plan to go to Beijing? If you dare fill out an out-of-town school, I'll lock away your ID card. Let's see how you'll register. Zhang Jingguo, don't you dare go too far. Su Qingyue shouted, her voice tinged with despair. Slap. A loud slap rang through the cramped living room like a heavy hammer, striking Tang Zheng's heart. He raised his foot. The fury within him erupted, suddenly impossible to contain any longer. With all his might, he kicked the half-open security door. Crash. The old security door let out a miserable screech as it slammed into the shoe cabinet behind it, shaking bits of plaster from the walls. All three people inside were startled by the commotion, turning their heads toward the door in unison. The living room was tiny with a peeling fold-out dining table in the center covered in clutter. Su Qinghua clutched her left cheek, her eyes red-rimmed, tears welling up. She bit her lower lip hard, refusing to let herself cry. She wore a faded, washed-out old t-shirt, her posture rigid and straight. Her eyes reflected defiance and resilience. Zhang Jingguo stood by the table, his hands still frozen mid-air. He wore a yellowed sleeveless vest, his arms bulging with fat, looking particularly sleazy. Wang Ping cowered in the corner of the sofa, face buried, sobbing quietly, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. Who the H? Zhang Jingguo was about to curse violently when he spotted the two men at the door. The expletives caught in his throat. The towering Ivan made him instinctively feel a wave of fear. Tang Zheng walked in with an icy expression, his gaze cold enough to freeze the air. Ivan's massive frame blocked the doorway, cutting off most of the outside light, making the cramped living room feel even more suffocating. Tang Zheng. Su Qingyue's eyes flickered with surprise and grievance at seeing him. She called out softly, her voice trembling with suppressed tears, as if she had finally found someone to lean on. All at once the tears Su Qingyue had been struggling to hold back came crashing down in heavy droplets. Like a child who had been wronged and finally found someone to lean on, she hurried to Tang Zheng's side and clutched tightly at the hem of his clothes. Tang Zheng looked at the vivid red slap mark on her face, then gently tousled Su Qingyue's hair. He asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Su Qingyue shook her head, but her tears flowed even harder. At that moment, Zhang Jingguo finally snapped back to reality and recognized Tang Zheng. He looked Tang Zheng up and down, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Wasn't this just that poor kid from the orphanage? He used to tag along with Su Qingyue to their house to mooch a meal or two, dirt poor. What could he possibly amount to now? Although he didn't know who the bear-like foreigner who had arrived with him at the door was, Tang Zheng was nothing more than a poor student fresh out of high school. What waves could he possibly make? Zhang Jingguo cleared his throat, puffed out his chest, and put on the airs of an elder's authority. With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, he said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's little Zheng. This is family business of ours. You're an outsider. Kicking down our door in broad daylight isn't quite appropriate, is it?" As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly with self-satisfaction and mockery, as if he believed Tang Zheng wouldn't dare do a thing to him. Tang Zheng ignored him, his eyes full of cold indifference. He walked straight over to the rickety dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Family business. Trading away someone else's future for your son's down payment. You call that a proper family matter? Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping across Zhang Jingguo's face. Zhang Jingguo's heart lurched under Tang Zheng's gaze. The fleshy ridges on his face quivered twice. Like a fox whose tail had been stomped on, he roared in humiliated fury. "What would a snot-nosed brat like you know? We're doing this for the good of this family. Girls are bound to marry out eventually. No matter how much she studies, she'll end up as a wife raising someone else's family in the end, won't she? Better to start working early and help support the household. Besides, our family raised her all these years. What's wrong with her repaying us a little?" Tang Zheng looked at Zhang Jingguo's face, a face brimming with greed, selfishness, and an unshakable sense of entitlement, and felt a wave of revulsion. If the old geezer were simply a shameless rogue by nature, that would be one thing. But he had to wrap himself in the fig leaf of "for the good of the family." Reasoning with someone like this was pointless. The only way was to shatter what he cherished most and teach him what consequences meant. "Repay." Tang Zheng let out a cold laugh. His face expressionless, he said, "As far as I know, Qingyue's biological father wires 1,500 yuan in child support to Aunt Wan's card every month. In the end, did every last cent of that money turn into the Zhonghua cigarettes in your son Zhang Tao's pocket and the internet cafe fees?" Hearing this, Wang Ping, who had been quietly sobbing, shrank back violently, as if someone had struck a raw nerve. Zhang Jingguo, like a cat whose tail had been trampled, suddenly shot up in volume and flew into a rage. "What the hell are you babbling about? That's our joint property as a married couple. Since when is it your place to dictate how we spend it? Get the hell out of here right now, or I'll call the police and have you arrested for trespassing." Tang Zheng couldn't be bothered to argue with him any longer. He set the dark green paper bag on the table and slowly slid it in front of Su Qingyue. His eyes instantly softened as he said, "Qingyue, today is your birthday. Happy birthday." Su Qingyue was taken aback. Looking at the exquisite paper bag, she waved her hands again and again. "Brother Tang Zheng, I can't accept this. It looks really expensive." She knew Tang Zheng had lived in poverty before, and even if he had changed somewhat now, he shouldn't be spending so much on her. "Take it." Tang Zheng's tone was calm, but it brooked no refusal, his eyes brimming with resolve. Zhang Jingguo glanced at the paper bag, a mocking sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, now he's giving gifts. What decent thing can a poor brat from an orphanage afford? I bet it's a plastic chain bought for 10 yuan at some street stall, right? Qingyue, don't let this penniless kid fool you." Tang Zheng didn't respond to his taunts. He quietly opened the paper bag and took out a black velvet box. He pressed gently, and with a soft click the box sprang open. All at once, even the dim incandescent light overhead seemed to grow brighter. Falling upon the bracelet, a full circle of fine diamonds instantly refracted a blinding radiance like brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. The platinum texture looked utterly out of place on that old shabby dining table, yet it was blindingly resplendent. Zhang Jingguo was a car mechanic with little education, but after scraping by in society for so many years, he had seen plenty of jewelry on wealthy women's wrists. With one glance he could tell this was definitely not street-style merchandise. But he refused to believe Tang Zhong could afford the real thing. Stiffening his lips, he said, buying a high-end counterfeit to pretend to be a big spender. This thing's nothing but glass chunks. It's only good for fooling little girls. Zhang Jingguo snorted derisively. Tang Zhong said nothing. Calmly he pulled out the purchase receipt tucked beneath the box, held it between two fingers, and flicked it carelessly onto the table in front of Zhang Jingguo. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes, as if to say, you don't believe me. Then take a look. Go on, see how much these glass chunks are worth. Zhang Jingguo picked up the receipt suspiciously. His eyes swept over the product name Van Cleef Arpels Vintage Alhambra Bracelet. Looking further down, the actual amount paid was clearly printed 1000000. Zhang Jingguo's hand jerked violently, and the receipt slipped from his fingers onto the table. 108,000 yuan. His son Zhang Tao had been raising hell, demanding a 300,000 down payment, and this kid had just blown a third of that on a single birthday gift. This is impossible. Where did you get so much money? You must have stolen it. That's it. Your money is dirty. I'm going to report you. Zhang Jingguo pointed at Tang Zhong, his voice twisted and cracking, his eyes burning with envy and madness. Tang Zhong rose to his feet, bracing both hands on the table, and looked down at Zhang Jingguo from above. How I got my money is none of your business. But listen to me carefully. Tang Zhong lowered his voice, his tone utterly flat. Qingyue's college applications. She'll fill in wherever she wants. I'll pay her tuition at Yenjing University. I'll cover her living expenses. From today on, she has nothing whatsoever to do with your godforsaken family. You're dreaming. Zhang Jingguo slammed the table hard, rattling the water cups on it. Her household registration is still in our family register. As long as I refuse to nod, she can't go anywhere. I'll report her ID card as lost tomorrow. Tang Zhong looked at Zhang Jingguo's I don't give a damn anyway attitude and flashed a mocking smile. Fine. Then your precious son Zhang Tao. Last month he got into a fight at a bar in Nanjing and broke someone's nose. The victim wants 100,000 to settle privately, otherwise they'll take legal action. Guess what? If I put up 200,000 to make them press charges to the bitter end, how many years do you think your son will have to spend behind bars? Zhang Jingguo's face instantly turned ashen, like a piece of paper soaked through with water, utterly bloodless. His legs went weak, and he could barely stay upright. He had kept his son's fight a tightly guarded secret. How on earth did this kid find out? In truth, it was pure coincidence. Just earlier at the International Finance Center, a woman nearby had been talking about this very matter with vivid detail, saying that once her brother's compensation money came through, she would go get some more work done on her nose. Tang Zhong had filed it away in his mind at the time. He hadn't expected that a single probe just now would reveal it was most likely true. You were bluffing me. Zhang Jingguo held on with the last of his strength. Tang Zhong pointed at Ivan by the door, a coercive gleam in his eyes. If you don't believe me, I can have him drag your son over here right now, and we'll settle it face to face. Or should I just call a law firm? I'll hire the best lawyer to represent the victim. The living room fell deathly silent, broken only by Zhang Jingguo's ragged breathing. The man who had been so insufferably arrogant moments ago now looked like a mangy dog with its spine torn out. His entire frame slumped, and his face no longer held any trace of its earlier pride and bluster. He knew that the young man before him was no longer the poor, easily pushed-around kid he used to be. Qingyue, go pack your things. Bring your ID and the paperwork you need for enrollment, and come with me. Tang Zhong turned to look at Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue didn't hesitate for a second. She had long since grown sick of this home steeped in coldness and calculation. She turned and ran into the cramped little bedroom that had been converted from a balcony. The bedroom was cramped, holding a worn bed and a wardrobe with chipped paint. This was where she had once lived, a place saturated with bitterness and grievance. In less than 5 minutes she emerged, carrying a backpack that had been washed to a pale shade. Inside it were her dreams and hopes, and also her aspirations for the future. Let's go. Tang Zhong picked up the bracelet box from the table, pressed it into Su Qingyue's hand, and turned to walk out the door. Wang Ping rose from the sofa and watched her daughter's retreating figure. Her lips moved as if she wanted to call her back, but she glanced at Zhang Jingguo's gloomy face. Her mouth opened, yet in the end no words came out. Su Qingyue didn't look back, even once following closely behind Tang Zhong. Walking out of that residential building laden with anguish, the air outside seemed to carry an intoxicating freshness, as if it could wash away every trace of gloom from her heart. Su Qingyue followed behind Tang Zhong, each step pressed firmly against the ground, as if she wanted to crush all the grievances of these past years into the grimy concrete steps beneath her feet. Inside the fourth-floor living room, the security door remained wide open as the house lay in eerie silence. Zhang Jingguo huddled inside, not daring to give chase, not even letting out a single curse or threat. The overwhelming pressure Tang Zhong had just inflicted upon him was like a tangible wave, completely crushing the bravado of this petty street thug who only dared to posture within his own domain. By the roadside, the sleek black Volkswagen Phaeton waited patiently. Ivan stepped forward to open the door, shielding the roof with his hand in a thoughtful gesture. Tang Zheng slid into the car, and Su Qingyue, clutching that faded white backpack, carefully ducked into the back seat after him. The door closed, sealing out the chaos of the outside world. Inside the vehicle, a serene and comfortable sanctuary formed around them. The leather seats emanated a delicate pine fragrance drifting through the air and imparting a sense of luxurious tranquility. Su Qingyue hugged the backpack tightly against her chest, her fingers still clutching the dark green paper bag containing the Van Cleef Arpels bracelet. Brother Tang Zheng. Su Qingyue lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. This bracelet is far too precious. I really cannot accept it. I only couldn't stand the sight of Zhang Jiangwo's ugly face earlier, and I was furious that he would speak of you that way, so I didn't return it to you on the spot. Tomorrow during the day, let's go to the mall to return it. Tang Zheng gazed out the window at the streaks of streetlights flashing past, then turned to look at her. To put her at ease, he decided to tell a small lie. Items once purchased cannot be returned. Moreover, I never take back what I've given away. If you find it too burdensome, you can pawn it yourself tomorrow and exchange it for cash to cover your tuition. These words directly closed all avenues of retreat for Su Qingyue. She knew Tang Zheng's temperament well. Ever since childhood, once he had made a decision, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Su Qingyue bit her lower lip, and that delicate pink flesh instantly paled from the pressure. Her fingers wound around the bag's handles twice, then unwound, then wound again, torn with indecision. Then I'll keep it safe. When I earn my own money in the future. When I make enough money, I'll definitely buy you a gift that's even better than this one. Su Qingyue lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination, as if she were making a sacred vow. Tang Zheng nodded non-committally, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward in a subtle hint of gratification. A brief silence settled over the cabin. Su Qingyue stole a glance at Ivan in the passenger seat ahead, then at Tang Zheng, as if waging some fierce internal battle. Finally, she gathered her courage and lifted her gaze once more, her eyes meeting Tang Zheng's directly. Brother Tang Zheng, there's something I'd like to ask you. Su Qingyue's voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of anticipation and nervousness. In a few days, the exam results will be announced. Based on my estimated score, getting into a university in Yinjing is definitely within reach. But applying for a student loan requires guardian consent, and they would never agree to it. I don't want to return to that house anymore. They wouldn't give me a single cent. She paused, taking a deep breath, her tone shifting to absolute resolve. I want to borrow some money from you to cover my freshman year's tuition and living expenses for the first few months. Once my admission letter arrives, I'll go to Yinjing to find part-time work. During university, I'll work hard to earn scholarships. I promise to repay every penny with interest before I graduate in my senior year. Tang Zheng gazed at her unyielding expression and sighed inwardly. This girl was simply made this way. She'd rather bear all the pressure herself than accept a single handout. If he just gave her money, she would never accept it, as she might even slip away in the middle of the night to sleep on the streets. All right. Tang Zheng agreed without hesitation. Give me your account number. Su Qingyue froze in surprise. She hadn't expected Tang Zheng not even to ask how much she needed before demanding her bank account details. She hastily dug out a construction bank savings card from her backpack's inner pocket and read out a string of numbers. Tang Zheng pulled out his phone and opened the banking app. In less than 2 minutes, Su Qingyue's phone buzzed in her pocket. She took it out to check. A bank deposit notification had arrived. Your account, ending in 4721, received a transfer of 5000000 RMB on XX at 2015. Current balance, 50123. 50 renminbi. 50,000. That's far too much. Tuition and accommodation combined won't even reach 10,000, and for living expenses Su Qingyue panicked, reaching for her phone to initiate a transfer back. Keep it. Tang Zheng cut her off with an authoritative tone. The cost of living in Yinjing isn't like in Cheng. You'll need money for renting a place, for getting around, for everything. Consider this a loan from me, with interest calculated at the highest student loan rate. When you graduate, we'll settle the principal and interest together. Not a single cent less. Agreed. Hearing that interest would be calculated, the tension in Su Qingyue's shoulders finally eased slightly. She nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with moved tears. All right, I'll definitely repay you. The Phaeton finally stopped in the underground parking of Yunding Tianhui. Tang Zheng had Ivan take Su Qingyue to the guest bedroom to rest while he took a shower, and then settled onto the living room sofa to handle emails from the company. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows and spilled into the dining area. After they finished breakfast, Tang Zheng leaned against the sofa contemplating his upcoming arrangements. Although Ivan could drive, Tang Zheng knew he needed to obtain his own driver's license for peace of mind and greater convenience in getting around. As a law-abiding citizen, driving without a license was something he would absolutely never do. So after breakfast, Tang Zheng headed directly to Pingcheng Driving School, the largest in Incheon, taking Su Qingyue along. In Incheon at this time, the scorching sun of June and July blazed like a massive fireball broiling the earth. The entire city resembled an enormous furnace. On the driving school's training ground, a dozen Santana cars baked under the blazing sun, their bodies so hot you could practically fry an egg on them. At the regular class registration desk, a long queue stretched out. A crowd of freshly graduated high school seniors mingled with middle-aged applicants, sweat continuously dripping down their faces and soaking through their clothes. The air reeked of body odor mingled with cheap cigarette smoke, an overpowering stench that made one's stomach turn. Tang Zheng didn't even glance in that direction. Leading Su Qingyue, he walked straight toward a small building beside it where a sign read, VIP Guest Reception Center. Pushing open the glass door, a wave of cool air rushed out instantly, separating them from the heat and chaos outside. The grand hall was deserted. A young receptionist at the front desk was absorbed in watching a drama on her phone, not lifting her head even at the sound of their arrival. Tang Zheng approached the desk and tapped his fingers twice on the smooth surface. I'm here to sign up for a driver's license. Which of your programs gets me the certificate the fastest? The receptionist didn't look up, speaking lazily. Regular class is 300 yuan. You queue for practice sessions, and it takes about 4 months to get your license. VIP class is 8800 yuan. For students, share one car, and you can get your license in about 2 months. Too slow. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. Is there an option with no queuing, one-on-one teaching, and the fastest possible processing for all procedures? Only then did the receptionist lift her head, her gaze sweeping over Tang Zheng. Noticing his clothes bore no obvious brand name, then looking at the striking Su Qingyue standing beside him, she couldn't help but curl her lips, thinking to herself, great, another show-off trying to impress a girl. We do have that. The ultimate black gold class, 2800 yuan. Door-to-door pickup, gold medal instructor for one-on-one coaching, guaranteed passage for every exam. You can get your license in 10 days. But this class only recruits a handful of students per year. Are you sure you want? Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Zheng had already flipped that black gold card onto the desk with a crisp slap. Card swipe, 2 people. Tang Zheng's tone was calm, as if he were stating something trivial. The young receptionist at the front desk looked up abruptly at his words, her eyes widening in surprise and awkwardness. She hadn't expected this handsome man to actually choose the most expensive Supreme Black Gold package, and even pay for 2 people at once. After all, the price of this Supreme Black Gold package was quite steep in the local area, and it was rarely ever inquired about. Please wait a moment, I'll process it for you right away. The young woman stammered, a smile instantly spreading across her face as her attitude did a complete 180. If this deal went through, her commission would be substantial. She began fumbling with the computer, her usually deft fingers becoming clumsy in her haste, occasionally hitting the wrong keys. While operating the computer, she picked up her phone and sent a voice message to her boss in a low voice. Boss, we have a big client. Come to the front desk quickly. Half a minute later, the door to the inner office opened, and a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a receding hairline scurried out, his face wreathed in smiles. This was Zhao Pengqing, the principal of the Pengqing driving school. He had seen the scene outside on the security monitor in his office, and after receiving the front desk girl's message and seeing the black gold card, he immediately realized a big client had arrived. Oh my, what a handsome young man and beautiful young lady. Please come in. Zhao Pengqing trotted over his bulky frame, surprisingly agile, his face wrinkles bunching up like a blooming chrysanthemum. He bypassed the front desk and extended both hands to offer a business card. I'm Zhao Pengqing, the principal here. You want to sign up for the Supreme class, right? No problem. I'll personally arrange for our best instructor. A Jetta wouldn't match your status. We'll use the brand new Audi A6 we just bought for your practice. And for the exams, I guarantee you'll get the earliest slots, smooth sailing all the way. You won't waste a single day. Tang Zheng took the business card, glanced at it dismissively, and pocketed it casually. Money isn't an issue, but I have one requirement: speed. I'm not short on cash, but I don't want to waste time, and the process must be fully compliant. Tang Zheng's voice remained calm, yet carried an unyielding firmness. Don't worry. I'll get everything sorted out for you crystal clear. Zhao Pengqing patted his chest, vowing solemnly. He then personally served tea, watching as Tang Zheng unhurriedly signed the contract and made the payment. Seeing the transaction success notification, Zhao Pengqing's face lit up with sheer delight. He thought to himself that this deal was a huge win, and maybe he could even build a connection with this big client, which would surely make his business even more prosperous in the future. Leaving the driving school, Tang Zheng had Ivan contact the car dealership to order 2 cars. As for the brand, it would be Phaeton. Yesterday's Phaeton had left a good impression on him. One would be kept in Anqing for local commuting, while the other would be shipped directly to Jingdu, since he'd likely need it for school soon enough. Time flew by like a white steed galloping past a crack. Before they knew it, the 3rd day had arrived. This day was a crucial one for countless college entrance exam candidates across the country. The day results were released. At 9 in the morning, in the living room on the 36th floor of Yunding Tianwei, Su Qingyue sat on the sofa, gripping her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Her eyes were fixed intently on the screen, which displayed the login page of the score-checking website. The loading bar crept along painfully slowly, as if every increment was a monumental struggle. Her breathing grew rapid, her chest rising and falling slightly. No matter how composed she usually was at this fateful moment, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Tang Zheng sat on the sofa opposite her, a cup of coffee in his hand, his expression as calm as still water. Ivan, on the other hand, seemed even more nervous than Su Qingyue. He kept rubbing his hands together, his gaze locked on Tang Zheng, silently praying that his boss would get a good score. He knew that the college entrance exam was of paramount importance to every student in the country. Although his boss wasn't short of money, now who wouldn't want an impressive score to add a brilliant stroke to their life story? Suddenly the phone on the table vibrated with a buzz. It was the high school class group chat. Usually this group was as stagnant as a pool of dead water with barely any messages, but now messages were flooding in so fast they were impossible to read clearly. Class monitor Liu spoke up first. Guys, the website is lagging like crazy. I've refreshed it 10 times and still can't get in. Sports committee member Zhang Chong, don't even mention it. I just borrowed a top-tier fiber optic machine from the internet cafe owner to check mine. 412 points. I'm screwed. With this score, I might as well go work at a recorder factory. I'll wish you all a bright future in advance. Then arts committee member Li Na said with a sobbing voice, Wu, I only got 520. Even the first-tier line is questionable. I want to cry. The group instantly erupted in wails of despair, complaints, and sighs, echoing one after another. Just then Su Qingyue's phone screen flickered, and the page finally loaded. She stared at the numbers on the screen, her eyes widening bit by bit. Then she suddenly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. What score? Tang Zheng set down his cup and asked softly. His voice was gentle, as if afraid to break the tense yet thrilling atmosphere. Su Qingyue looked up, her eyes rimmed with red, but the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably into a radiant smile. She turned her phone screen toward Tang Zheng, her voice trembling slightly as she said, Chinese 135, Math 148, English 134, Integrated Science 285. Total 702 points. With such a score, she could easily get into any top-tier university in the country, let alone a school in Yanjing. Seeing the score, a smile also curled at the corners of Tang Zheng's lips. Not bad, he said. With that he took out his own phone. Let me check mine too. He entered his admission ticket number and ID card. The webpage spun a couple of times, and then directly displayed his score report. Total 695 points. It was a bit lower than Su Qingyue's, but this score was definitely among the top 10 in the entire No. 1 middle school of Anqing. Su Qingyue leaned over to take a look, her eyes widening in astonishment. Tang Jingji, with this score you're guaranteed a spot at Tsinghua or Beida? Your mock exams were always around 680, so I knew you could do it. Tang Jing tossed his phone onto the table and remarked indifferently, I just had to take the college entrance exam seriously. As if achieving such a score was merely a matter of putting in a little extra effort, nothing to make a fuss over. At that moment in the class group, their homeroom teacher, Old Wang, suddenly appeared. Everyone who has checked their scores, please send them here, so I can compile them. Also, I'd like to give a special shout out to classmate Su Qingyue, 702 points. She's currently the top science scorer in the entire Anqing city, ranked second. Let's give her a round of applause. The group instantly exploded. Liu was the first to jump in. Damn. 702. Is she even human? Goddess and academic prodigy, please accept my bow. Zhang Chong followed suit, exclaiming, impressive. With Qingyue's score, the Tsinghua and Beidao admissions offices are probably already on their way to Anqing. Li Na also sent a string of congratulatory emojis saying, congrats Qingyue. Amazing. The screen was flooded with congratulations and exclamations. Watching the lively group chat, Tang Zheng casually took a screenshot of his own score and posted it. Tang Zheng image. JPG. The group, which had been frantically scrolling, suddenly seemed to hit a pause button, going completely silent for a good 10-odd seconds. Then messages exploded forth with even more frenzy than before. Liu. Zhang Chong in a pitiful tone said, deskmate, it's always you. We've been deskmates for so many years, how come I haven't absorbed even a bit of your academic prowess? Whoa, handsome and a top student arg. Li Na went even further, directly asking, Tang Zheng, are you looking for a girlfriend right now? Can I? The group's vibe suddenly veered off course, shifting from discussing scores to all sorts of teasing and praise aimed at Tang Zheng. The thread gradually devolved. Tang Zheng bantered with everyone in the group for a bit, then stopped paying attention to the commotion, directly muting his phone. He turned to face Su Qingyue across from him and asked, have you decided where you'll apply? Su Qingyue looked at Tang Zheng, her gaze turning resolute, and said, I want to apply to the Yanjing Conservatory of Music. Hearing the name, Tang Zheng was slightly taken aback. With your score, you'd be more than qualified for the top majors at Tsinghua or Beida. Although the Yanjing Conservatory of Music is a top-tier art school, their cultural subject requirements aren't that high. Su Qingyue shook her head, a look of longing and determination shining in her eyes. This is my dream. Actually, my father graduated from the Yanjing Conservatory of Music back in the day. He was a very talented person, just unlucky. I've loved music since I was little, and I want to walk the path he never got to finish. At the mention of her biological father, a flicker of sadness crossed Su Qingyue's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by longing, as if she could already see herself shining on the path of music. Tang Zheng nodded. Everyone had their own convictions. Since she had her goal, he naturally wouldn't interfere. The Yanjing Conservatory of Music is a great choice, and it's not far from the school I'm planning to go to. Su Qingyue asked curiously, Tang Jingji, where are you planning to apply? Tsinghua or Beida? You used to say you wanted to study finance and make tons of money, remember? Tang Zheng leaned back on the sofa, gazing at the city skyline of Anqing through the floor-to-ceiling window, and said slowly, I'm planning to apply to Jingdu University Department of Physics. Physics. Su Qingyue was filled with puzzlement. She simply could not understand why Brother Tang Zheng would make such a choice. Physics both in Huaguo and across the globe was notoriously difficult, deterring countless students from even attempting it. Moreover, after completing an undergraduate degree, unless one pursued further studies abroad or a doctoral program, finding a well-paying job in one's field was practically as difficult as reaching the heavens. With Brother Tang Zheng's scores, he could have easily chosen the more popular and less demanding fields of computer science or finance, where a brilliant future awaited and wealth and status would come within easy reach. Tang Zheng picked up his water glass, took a sip, and offered a quiet acknowledgement in an unusually calm tone. I no longer need to study finance to make money. Money, as far as he was concerned, only needed to be enough. What he wanted was to study something he genuinely loved, to explore the fundamental logic that governed this world. At the frontier of physics, perhaps he could glimpse vistas invisible to others. A faint smile curved Tang Zheng's lips, and his eyes gleamed with a touch of fervent light, that hunger for knowledge, that yearning for the unknown world. Half of what he said was sincere, half was not. Only he truly knew that money had long ceased to be a concern for him. Huanyu Entertainment was generating profits for him every single day, and he firmly believed his assets would multiply many times over in the years to come. Kyoto University's physics department ranked first in the nation, boasting the finest laboratories and most distinguished professors, an environment undeniably tailored for him. Before he knew it, the day to fill out his college applications had arrived. Tang Zheng reclined lazily on the sofa, his fingers tapping against his laptop's touchpad. On the screen, the cursor blinked. Without overthinking his choice, he navigated directly to the National Education Examination Authority's webpage and entered the code for Kyoto University's physics program into the first choice field, his movements swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Beside him, Su Qingyue hugged a cushion, resembling a docile kitten, with her chin resting on her knees, watching Tang Zheng's efficient actions. Her own application form had been completed long ago. Yanjing Conservatory of Music, the dream institution in her heart, her only choice, just as resolute as Tang Zheng's decision to pursue physics. Tang Zheng pressed the enter key. A few seconds later, a green notification box reading, "Submission successful," appeared on the page. He casually closed the laptop and pushed it to the edge of the coffee table. At that moment, the phone lying nearby suddenly vibrated. On the screen, the name Chu Tianyao flashed, as though carrying a trace of urgency. Tang Zheng picked up the phone and answered. "Brother Tang, the college entrance exam results are out. Have you finished filling in your applications?" Through the receiver came Chu Tianyao's loud, boisterous voice. The background was filled with the roar of a sports car engine and the rushing wind, as if whizzing past his ear, making it feel as though he were speeding down the road at full throttle. "Just finished," Tang Zheng replied. "Brother Tang, why don't you come out and stretch your legs?" Chu Tianyao's voice was so loud it bordered on shrill, as though he were about to deafen Tang Zheng. "I'm heading west with my sister. A new outdoor rock climbing club has opened at Yulong Villa. My cousin started this business. It features natural wild rock walls, top-tier facilities, and absolutely no safety concerns. Want to come and work up a sweat? My sister looks absolutely gorgeous today." Chu Tianyao chattered on like an excited little trumpet, his tone dripping with temptation. Tang Zheng chuckled silently to himself, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint arc. This kid still hadn't given up trying to sell his own sister. He glanced out the window. July in Cheng felt like a giant steamer. Staying in air-conditioned rooms all along had indeed made him feel as though his entire body were growing stiff with rust. "Send me your location." After hanging up, within 10 seconds, a location message and an electronic invitation to the villa popped up on WeChat. Tang Zheng stood up and said to Ivan, who was seated on another sofa carefully cleaning a tactical folding knife, "Ivan, go to the garage and prep the car. We're going out." Ivan quietly holstered his knife, rose to his feet, and turned toward the entrance. He then looked at Su Qingyue and asked Qingyue, "A few friends organized a rock climbing trip to the suburbs. Want to come?" Su Qingyue shook her head, her silky hair fluttering gently with the movement. She gathered several review books on the coffee table, her voice clear and melodic, like silver bells radiating kindness and warmth. "Brother Tang Zheng, I won't go. There's still some driving theory I'd like to review, and I want to organize these high school textbooks to take to the orphanage tomorrow for the younger children." Tang Zheng did not insist, merely nodding gently. He changed into lightweight sportswear, picked up his phone from the table, and headed out. In the underground garage, a brand new black Fideon W12 was already running, its engine rumbling with a deep, powerful tone like a beast poised to pounce. Ivan had just picked it up that morning. It wasn't expensive, under 3 million, but it was the best option available. Among the Fideon models in stock at Cheng's 4S dealerships, this one was by far the most outstanding. Ivan sat in the driver's seat, both hands on the steering wheel, his broad back filling the seat completely. Tang Zheng, seated in the rear, said, "Take us to Yulong Villa in the west of the city." The Fideon glided smoothly out of the garage and merged onto the city's main thoroughfare. Through the window, the urban scenery sped by, towering buildings and heavy traffic blurring into passing smoke and clouds. An hour later, the city's noise was left behind, and the buildings along the road gradually gave way to lush vegetation. The car wound its way up the mountain road before finally stopping at the gate of a sprawling hillside estate. The manor's entrance was built from rough-hewn stones without any conspicuous signage. Only at the gateway did a wooden plaque bear a low-key shield emblem. 2 security personnel in black tactical vests stood beside the barrier arm, their sharp eyes scanning approaching vehicles. Ivan rolled down the window and handed over the electronic invitation code Chu Tianyao had sent. The barrier arm rose slowly. The car entered the estate and stopped in front of a 3-story building with floor-to-ceiling glass walls. Tang Zheng pushed the door open and stepped out. The mountain breeze hit him, carrying the crisp, bitter fragrance of pine, needles refreshing and cool, several degrees lower than the air in the city. "Brother Tang, over here." Near the equipment area, Chu Tianyao was waving enthusiastically. He was wearing a flashy fluorescent green quick-dry outfit today, the color almost glaring, with a cluster of metal carabiners hanging from his waist that clinked noisily with every step. Standing beside him was his twin sister Chu Tianyue, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking exceptionally sharp and capable. Her form-fitting black climbing suit outlined her curves vividly, making her look like a female warrior about to march onto the battlefield full of allure. Behind them were Li Zixuan and Zhang Haoyuan, whom he had met before. Both waved enthusiastically at Tang Zheng, grinning foolishly. And standing between the Chu siblings was a tall, slender young man. He appeared somewhat older than the rest, radiating an aura of maturity and composure. He wore an all-black Arc'teryx outdoor outfit with a neat short haircut and a Richard Mille watch on his wrist. He was looking down, adjusting a magnesium powder bag in his hands. At Chu Tianyao's call, he raised his head and glanced over his eyes, revealing a hint of curiosity and self-assurance. Tang Zheng approached with Ivan. "Brother Tang, come, let me introduce you." Chu Tianyao gestured enthusiastically at the young man. "This is my cousin Lin Shuyuan. He's been checking on his businesses these days and dropped by to hang out with me. This club is his establishment." Then Chu Tianyao turned to Lin Shuyuan, his face beaming with excitement. "Brother, this is Tang Zheng, the one I've mentioned several times. You know that incident with Lu Laosen? Brother Tang helped us out." Lin Shuyuan sized up Tang Zheng, his gaze lingering for an extra second on the figure of Yuan standing behind him. As a young master from the capital's elite circles, he could instantly tell that the towering foreigner was no ordinary bodyguard. His stance and eyes betrayed a familiarity with bloodshed. He wondered just what kind of formidable figure this Tang Zheng was. Noticing this, Lin Shuyuan concealed the scrutiny in his eyes, a smile spreading across his face as he extended his hand. "Brother Tang Tianyao is a bit of a free spirit. Thank you for looking out for him." Tang Zheng shook his hand briefly, a mere touch and go. "You're welcome." His tone was flat, devoid of any expected warmth, as if he were dealing with a stranger he had no interest in. Sensing the indifference in Tang Zheng's tone, Lin Shuyuan's eyebrows twitched. The second and third generation scions of local elites he usually dealt with would almost always latch onto him the moment they heard he was a young master from the capital, at least putting on a show of cordiality. But this young man was coldly aloof. His curiosity about Tang Zheng deepened. What was this young man's background exactly? "All right, let's not stand around here," Chu Tianyue urged from the side. "The sun is about to come around. Let's get on the rock face. I'll watch you guys climb from below first. Once the sun shifts, this blasted cliff will be scorching, and we'll be in for a miserable time." The group walked to the base of the cliff. It was a near-vertical granite cliff face about 30 meters high, covered with natural cracks and protrusions. Several routes of varying difficulty were marked with colored climbing holds. The coach brought harnesses and climbing shoes. Tang Zheng fastened the harness around his waist and tugged at the main rope to test the carabiner's grip. "Brother Tang done this before?" Lin Shuyuan asked casually while dusting his hands with chalk. "First time." Tang Zheng grabbed a handful of chalk and rubbed it into his palms. The white powder filled the lines of his palm, keeping his hands dry. Lin Shuyuan smiled and said nothing more. Climbing was an extreme test of core strength and body coordination. A novice, no matter how fit, would find themselves hanging like a piece of cured meat once they hit the wall without knowing how to generate power. "I'll take a 5-10 route to warm up. Suit yourselves." Lin Shuyuan turned, grabbed the starting holds, pushed off with his feet, and his entire body adhered to the rock face with lightness. His movements were fluid, every reach and step carrying a rhythm born of long training. Chu Tianyao watched and pursed his lips. "My brother loves to show off. Brother Tang, let's take the beginner route over there with the assisted foot pedals." However, Tang Zheng looked up and saw beside the route Lin Shuyuan was climbing a wild line without any artificial holds, relying purely on natural cracks. He walked to the base of that line. "I'll try this one." His hands hooked into a crack 2 fingers wide, the muscles in his forearms bulging with distinct definition as he exerted force. He placed his toes on a tiny protrusion and propelled himself upward in a sudden burst. There was no flashiness in his movements, only pure strength and precise judgment. Each grip locked securely onto the rock, his body maintaining a remarkable balance against the pull of gravity. Chu Tianyue, standing below and originally expecting to watch a show, had her mouth slightly agape, forgetting to unscrew the water bottle in her hand. On the other line, Lin Shuyuan heard the commotion nearby, turned his head, and his climbing rhythm faltered for a beat, nearly missing a foothold. First time. This wild line, relying purely on finger strength to grip cracks, required utmost caution, even for a veteran like him who had placed in amateur competitions. Yet this kid was climbing up like a gecko. 20 minutes later, on a man-made observation platform halfway up the mountain, Tang Zheng placed both hands on the railing, vaulted over, and landed on the platform. He pulled the chalk bag from his waist and tossed it aside. His chest rose and fell slightly, a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead. Less than 2 minutes later, Lin Shuyuan climbed up panting heavily. He unclipped his safety lock, plopped onto the sofa on the platform, and downed half a bottle of water. Brother Tang, you call that your first time? With that core strength, it's a shame you're not into extreme sports. Lin Shuyuan wiped his sweat, his tone carrying less of the earlier posturing and more genuine amazement. Tang Zheng leaned against the railing, enjoying the mountain breeze. From below came a blood-curdling scream. Chu Tianyao was hanging 5 or 6 meters below the platform, clinging desperately to a large rock, his legs trembling in midair. Pull me up. Quick, pull me up. Coach, reel in the rope. The coach up top turned the winch, hoisting Chu Tianyao up like a fish being caught. Chu Tianyao collapsed on the platform, gasping for air. His fluorescent green shirt was soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to his body. Chu Tianyao, who had climbed up via an easier route, kicked him. How embarrassing, making such a racket. Chu Tianyao rolled his eyes, got up, and pulled out a small bag from behind his back. What do you know? I'm protecting the old man's precious treasure. I climbed with this thing on me today. If it got scratched or bumped, the old man would skin me alive. As he spoke, he took out a small box made of wali wood from the bag. The box was carved with intricate cloud patterns. Just the box itself exuded an air of considerable value and history. Seeing his actions and the box, Chu Tianyue's anger flared up. You dared to bring that thing out. Careful, Dad will beat you so hard you can't get out of bed. Chu Tianyao raised an eyebrow smugly. I secretly took this from the old man's private stash to let you have a sneak peek. Tomorrow I have to fly to the capital to give it to Grandma as an 80th birthday gift. This is what the old man fought tooth and nail for at the Poly auction last month. Cost over 10 million. Lin Shuyuan, hearing this, moved closer. Those imperial green jade earrings, Uncle One. I heard a friend mention them. Said they were a rare top-tier piece. Chu Tianyao pressed the copper clasp on the edge of the box. With a crisp click, the lid sprang open. Sunlight fell on the black velvet lining inside the box. In the center of the velvet lay a pair of jadeite earrings peacefully resting. The green of those earrings was so rich it seemed ready to drip, their clarity utterly free of any impurity, carrying an almost captivating allure. Witnessing Chu Tianyao's reckless behavior, Chu Tianyue reached out to grab the box. You foolish boy, put it away immediately. We are on a cliff wall. If you accidentally drop it, you can expect the old man to beat your hide to pieces. She well understood the value of these earrings and deeply knew how much the old man prized grandmother's birthday banquet. Should anything happen to the earrings, the consequences would be utterly unthinkable. At this sight, Chu Tianyao instinctively darted backward, attempting to evade his older sister's grasping hands. But he had forgotten the metal main lock and figure-8 ring dangling at his waist. That sudden dodge caused the metal clasp at his waist to slam heavily against the bottom of the rosewood box. Click! The sound was not loud. The wooden box flew from his hands, helplessly rotating twice in midair before crashing heavily onto the platform floor, a patchwork of tempered glass and metal grating. The crisp, shattering sound spread with the mountain wind, scratching clearly against everyone's eardrums and making every heart in the group lurch. Chu Tianyao remained frozen in his reaching posture, his entire body locked in place. His Adam's apple bobbed painfully up and down twice, yet no sound emerged for a long, while his eyes brimming with terror and despair. Chu Tianyue's breath nearly stopped at this sudden turn of events. She rushed forward and frantically began prying open the overturned box. The black velvet cushion was thrown to one side. Those emperor green earrings worth tens of millions were laid bare before everyone's eyes. One lay intact at the edge of the grate, while the other was far less fortunate, smashing directly against the sharp edge of the metal grid and shattering into 3 irregular fragments. Even on the fractured surfaces, that breathtaking deep green still shimmered. Lin Shuyuan's once composed expression had turned to stunned disbelief. He strode over in a few steps, bent down, and picked up the broken piece of jade to examine it. His fingertip traced the sharp fracture before he helplessly returned it to the box, and slowly uttered 2 words, ruined. That voice was filled with resignation. Chu Tianyao suddenly collapsed onto the deck, both hands gripping his dyed gray-white hair, tightly, his voice sounding distinctly hoarse. Like the wheezing of a worn bellows, we're done for. The old man will truly flay my skin alive. Tomorrow is grandmother's birthday banquet, and he specifically said this gift would be announced publicly. His eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, as if he could already envision the old man's furious countenance. Chu Tianyue's chest heaved with rage, and she kicked him squarely on the shin. At this moment, she too harbored the thought of personally throwing this troublemaker off the 30-meter-high platform. I told you not to bring it, yet you insisted on showing off. Now see what you've done. Chu Tianyue gritted her teeth, scolding him with palpable exasperation. Tang Zheng leaned against the railing at the edge, idly playing with a bottle of mineral water, remaining silent for the time being. After all, this matter was not yet his to intervene in as an outsider. But gazing at the shattered jade on the ground, he clearly understood. From what Lu Laosan had mentioned earlier, the Chu family had recently encountered some difficulties. Finding a piece of jade jewelry worth over 10 million of equivalent quality within a single day would hardly be easy. Seeing the plight of the Chu siblings, their cousin Lin Shuyuan also took out his phone and began making calls to various contacts, hoping to find a solution. Hello old Joe, it's me. Do you currently have any glass-type Emperor Green in stock? Earrings, bracelets, pendants, all acceptable. As long as it is from an old pit and of good quality, name your price, but I need it by tomorrow morning. A bitter laugh came from the other end of the phone. Young Master Lin, you truly know how to joke. For an item of that caliber, which shop would not treasure it as their crown jewel? Even if they had won, it would have been reserved long ago by major patrons. You require it so urgently, by tomorrow. It is simply impossible to secure such goods. Lin Shuyuan hung up and dialed another number. Manager Su, does Polly have any premium pieces not yet listed for auction recently? Yes, fully green, preferably genuine Yang Green or Emperor Green jewelry. Money is no issue. I can arrange a private transaction directly and pay the commission as usual. The auction house manager's voice on the other end carried a tone of helplessness. Young Master Lin, it is truly not a matter of money. The last batch of premium goods, that was exactly the pair of earrings Director Chu purchased. The next batch of top-grade pieces won't arrive until the autumn auction. As you know, such things depend on fate. Where could one possibly gather them at short notice? Within 10 minutes, Lin Shuyuan had made 5 or 6 calls, mobilizing almost his entire network of connections in Kyoto's jewelry circle and auction houses. The result was uniform. None of them had merchandise meeting the requirements. Premium jadeite of this caliber is simply not something that can be produced within 24 hours, no matter how wealthy one is. Lin Shuyuan walked back to the Chu siblings and shook his head helplessly. Tianyue, I cannot find a substitute. Even compromising on ice-type fully green, no matching pair suitable for public presentation can be assembled on such short notice. Hearing these words, Chu Tianyao felt as though his entire world had come to an end. While their cousin had been making calls, they too had scoured through every friend and contact around them, only to find nothing. The Chu family was considered a prominent name in its city, yet on the Lin family side, their grandmother's lineage in Kyoto, they had always been somewhat unwelcome. The Lin family had been merchants for generations, their strength and scale incomparable to the Chu family. When his mother had stubbornly insisted on marrying his father, it had created a rift with her family. His mother had always yearned to repair that relationship. This time the old man had spent a fortune on these earrings solely to win grandmother's favor at the birthday banquet. And now he had ruined everything. Tang Zheng looked at the despondent group before him, his mind rapidly cycling through the jewelry collection at his princess mansion. He recalled a set of old pit jadeite pieces inherited from the late Qing dynasty. To him, these items were merely a pile of stones. He had never paid much attention to them. Perhaps he might as well sell one piece to the Chu family. On one hand, he fond of Chu Tianyao's disposition, on the other, this deal would surely prove profitable beyond doubt. The substitute you seek, must it be Emperor Green? Tang Zheng suddenly approached the group and asked. His voice was not loud, yet on the platform, where only the wind could be heard, it rang exceptionally clear. Lin Shuyuan turned his head, gazing at Tang Zheng's composed expression, and patiently offered an explanation. Brother Tang, you do not understand. Our family's elder lady is a true connoisseur. Ordinary material would never catch her eye. The pair that just shattered was the highlight of Polly's spring auction. Your uncle meticulously selected it, certain grandmother would adore it, and ultimately paid 12 million for it. A trace of resignation flashed through Lin Shuyuan's eyes, and the subtext was unmistakable. Ordinary pieces worth millions would not impress their family's elder lady. Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows slightly without speaking. Instead, he reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, opened the photo album, and scrolled to a particular image. It was an archival photo he had taken when Ivan had been cataloging the assets of the princess mansion, something he had never imagined would prove so useful at this very moment. He held the phone before Lin Shuyuan and asked, would something of this quality suffice? Lin Shuyuan initially didn't want to look. He couldn't believe that a young man barely older than his cousin could possess such resources. His gaze casually swept across the screen, and in an instant his back snapped straight. The photo on the phone was taken casually, with a rosewood table in the background. On the table lay an open antique brocade box inside, which rested a pair of jadeite, plain tablet earrings. There was no special lighting, no professional shooting angle, yet the luster emanating from the jadeite resembled an unfathomably deep, tranquil pool. The color was rich and pure, and most astonishingly the texture was so translucent that it contained not a single impurity, with even a faint fluorescence shimmering at its edges. It's gelled. Old pit glass-type jadeite, bright yang green leaning toward imperial green. The carving looks like it's from the Qing dynasty imperial workshop. Lin Shuyuan's voice was a bit dry. He abruptly raised his head, staring at Tang Zheng. Brother Tang, where did this photo come from? Chu Tianyue and Chu Tianyao, hearing the commotion, hurried over as well. Damn, that green is blinding. Though Chu Tianyao was only a half-baked enthusiast, he could still distinguish quality. The piece in the photo appeared even more superior than the pair he had just shattered. It was given by my elder. Tang Zheng took back his phone and turned off the screen. I happen to have a spare pair. If you need them, I can transfer them to you. Lin Shuyuan looked Tang Zheng up and down in astonishment, trying to detect any hint of jest on his young face. But Tang Jing's expression was perfectly natural, without the slightest hint of boasting, as if he were saying he had an extra cabbage, and if they wanted it, they could just take it. Lin Shuyuan knew well how deep the waters of this trade ran. Many people used online photos to show off. But the photo Tang Zheng had just shown bore no trace of editing. The rosewood table in the background could be instantly recognized as genuine by anyone in the know. Brother Tang, are you serious? Lin Shuyuan probed. An item of this caliber is a rarity even in auction circles. Are you really willing to part with it? It's of no use to me, and you urgently need it. Tang Zheng replied casually. Chu Tianyue, as if grasping a lifeline, grabbed Tang Zheng's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. Brother Tang, where is this item now? How much? We'll buy it. Tang Zheng glanced at Chu Tianyue's hand gripping his arm. Chu Tianyue instantly let go as if shocked, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, but her eyes still stared at him eagerly. 10 million. Tang Zheng stated a number. As soon as this figure was uttered, Lin Shuyuan's expression showed obvious surprise. Chu Tianyue's earrings had just sold for 12 million, but the pair of plain tablets in Tang Zheng's photo surpassed them in both material and age. If placed in a current auction, the starting bid would be at least 15 million, and if they waited a few months for the autumn auction, the price could reach at least 25 million. 10 million. This was practically giving it away. Lin Shuyuan was a shrewd man. Anyone who could casually produce top-tier jadeite jewelry worth tens of millions must have an extraordinary background. This Tang Zheng was likely a formidable dragon lurking in deep waters. Great. 10 million, I'll transfer it to you right now. Afraid Tang Zheng might change his mind, Chu Tianyue pulled out his phone to make the transfer. He and Chu Tianyue had just enough from their savings last year. Tang Zheng waved his hand to stop him. No rush. The item is not an auction right now. Chu Tianyue and Chu Tianyue's hearts sank again. Not an auction. Then where? The birthday banquet is tomorrow noon, Brother Tang. Will we make it? It's in Jingdu. Tang Zheng looked at Lin Shuyuan. Aren't you flying to Jingdu tomorrow? When you arrive, just go pick it up. Lin Shuyuan's heart stirred. The item was in Jingdu. Could this kid have property in Jingdu too? Wasn't he from Anqing? Then Brother Tang, where in Jingdu should we pick up the goods? Lin Shuyuan's attitude became extremely deferential, even with a hint of seeking guidance. Tang Zheng, facing the wind, calmly uttered an address, Shikahai North Bank, Gongzhou. These words left Chu Tianyue, who was still fiddling with his phone, to prepare the transfer, uncomprehending, but Lin Shuyuan was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. His eyes wide, staring at Tang Zheng's figure, his mind buzzing. As a true scion of Jingdu, he knew all too well what the words Shikahai North Bank, Gongzhou signified. Behind every massive courtyard house in Jingdu stood a figure of immense influence. And Gongzhou was precisely the most prominent among them. The bestowed mansion of a Qing dynasty Gluan princess, covering an area of about 6 square meters, rumored to have cost 1.5 billion for its restoration a few years ago. No one in Jingdu had ever seen the current owner of Gongzhou. That mysterious owner was actually this young man, not yet 20, standing before him. Lin Shuyuan swallowed hard, his mouth dry. The way he now looked at Tang Zheng was no longer that of a local strongman with some background, but of an untouchable deity. What's wrong, bro? Chu Tianyue, seeing his cousin's expression as if he'd seen a ghost, asked in confusion. Lin Shuyuan threw an arm around Chu Tianyue's shoulder, turned to face Tang Zheng, his back involuntarily loosening and hunching slightly, his tone full of deference. Young Master Tang, rest assured we'll fly to Jingdu first thing tomorrow morning to pick it up at your residence. Even the address had changed from Brother Tang to Young Master Tang. Chu Tianyue held his phone, the screen still on the bank transfer interface. He looked up at his cousin, then at the calm Tang Zheng, utterly bewildered. Bro, did you get a chicken feather stuck in your throat? Calling him Young Master Tang, so formal. Chu Tianyue muttered, tapping on the screen a few times. Brother Tang, give me your card number. I'll transfer the money to you first. Cousin, the signal on this mountain is a bit weak. He held up his phone, waving it in the air to find a signal. Lin Shuyuan's eye twitched, tempted to kick his unlucky cousin off the 30-meter-high cliff. This fool had no idea how much weight the words Gongzhou carried in Jingdu circles. Tang Zheng, however, didn't mind Lin Shuyuan's change in attitude and directly recited a string of card numbers. Chu Tianyue deftly operated his phone beside him, and within 2 minutes Tang Zheng's phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out and glanced at it. Exactly 10 million had arrived. All right. Tang Zheng put his phone back in his pocket. When you arrive in Jingdu tomorrow, go directly to that address. I'll inform the people there. Just give them your names, and you'll get the items. Lin Shuyuan nodded repeatedly, his hands clasped in front of him. Young Master Tang, we are truly grateful for your help. From now on in Jingdu, whenever you need me, Lin Shuyuan, just say the word. He quickly calculated in his mind. Those who could reside in Gongzhou could be counted on one hand across all of China. This Tang Zheng's surname was Tang. Which top-tier family in Jingdu bore the surname Tang? Could it be that family? No, that family had no known young direct descendant in Anqing. No matter which deity it was, he had to latch onto this powerful thigh today, even if only as a decoration. Chu Tianyue pursed his lips on the side. Bro, did you take the wrong pills today? Just a moment ago you were saying you walked sideways in the capital, but now you're chattering like an old woman. Chu Tianyao looked at his cousin as if he'd seen a ghost, though the corners of his mouth curled up slightly with a hint of teasing. Shut up, will you? Lin Shiyin snapped in a low voice, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, terrified that his thoughtless cousin might offend the formidable figure before them. Tang Zheng couldn't be bothered with these convoluted games and turned to head toward the elevator leading downhill. For the rest of the half-afternoon, Chu Tianyao stubbornly dragged Tang Zheng to try out the club's live-fire shooting range. Brother Tang, just give it a shot. Shooting is really fun. Chu Tianyao tugged at Tang Zheng's arm, clinging to him like a child. Tang Zheng had no choice but to go along. He had hardly ever handled a gun. The last time was probably a replica rifle during high school military training. Stepping into the shooting range, a faint scent of cold metal wafted over. At the rows of gleaming firearms, Tang Zheng couldn't help but feel a stir of curiosity. He casually picked up a pistol and tried firing a few rounds. The recoil numbed his palm, and almost all the bullets missed the target. Seeing this, Chu Tianyao doubled over with laughter. Just as he stepped forward to pat Tang Zheng's shoulder and tease him, Ivan, who had been trailing silently behind like a shadow, suddenly moved half a step forward. Boss, let me show you. Maybe your stance is off. Ivan's voice was deep and forceful, carrying an unshakable confidence. Without any superfluous motion, Ivan casually picked up a Beretta M92F from the table. With one hand, he ejected the magazine, pulled back the slide, and inspected the chamber. A seamless series of actions so fast they left only blurs. Then, holding the pistol single-handedly, he bent his knees, slightly leaned forward, and without even aiming, pulled the trigger repeatedly at the target 20 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out in rapid succession, crisp and loud like bursting beans. Spent casings danced through the air before clattering onto the concrete floor with sharp pings. Looking at the target ahead, at the very center of the bullseye, a fist-sized hole had been blasted through. In an instant, the entire shooting range fell so silent that only the faint hum of the exhaust fan could be heard. Everyone was stunned. Chu Tianyao's smile froze on his face. His hand, which had been raised midair, awkwardly changed course to scratch the back of his head, and he swallowed hard before retreating to the side. Standing behind Lin Shiyuan watched the towering foreign brute. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, his eyes filled with envy. He had been wondering all along who this muscular man hanging around was. Judging by the situation, he must be the bodyguard of this young Master Tang. A formidable character like this. Where on earth did he get him? He wished he could hire someone like that for his own father someday. They played until dusk, finally parting ways at the club's main entrance. Lin Shiyuan was in a hurry to prepare supplies with the Chu siblings and rush back to the capital for the birthday banquet. Before leaving, he forced a gold-embossed personal business card into Tang Zheng's hand, his face wreathed in smiles, and repeatedly assured him that he would return in person to express his gratitude after retrieving the items tomorrow. A few days later, in the western outskirts of an city, an abandoned logistics warehouse. Sunlight filtered through the dust-covered glass skylight, casting patches of light on the concrete floor. The air was thick with the stale, pungent smell of oil and rust. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the warehouse. Tang Zheng flew backward like a torn sack, landing 2 meters away, his back slamming hard against a stack of old tires and kicking up a cloud of dust. He felt the air in his lungs squeezed out instantly, a dull ache spreading through his chest. Lying on the tires, he gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his chin in beads like a broken string dripping onto the dark gray rubber treads. Boss, sorry, but your footing is too unstable. You need more practice. Ivan stood 3 steps away, bare-chested, his bulging muscles crisscrossed with old scars. He wasn't even breathing hard. With a hint of helplessness and awkwardness, he scratched his head. He felt quite uncomfortable having been beating up his boss these past few days, but he knew it was to make his boss stronger. When facing an attack, the natural instinct is to retreat or dodge. But the true killing technique is to close in. Ivan gestured to his throat, temple, and lower ribs as he spoke. On the streets or the battlefield, nobody gives you time to strike a pose. Destroy these vital points on the opponent with the fastest speed. Even if you're weaker, as long as you hit the right spots, you can still disable them. Tang Zheng wiped the sweat from his face, gritted his teeth, and pushed himself up from the tires. Rolling his sore shoulders, he felt as if every bone was about to fall apart. These past few days, whenever he had free time, he would immerse himself in this abandoned warehouse, learning combat techniques from Ivan. Though it was called learning combat, the first few days were actually one-sided beatings. What Ivan taught was completely different from the fitness or competition-oriented routines. It was all about instant takedowns, black market street fighting, and military killing techniques honed through years of his own experience. You bastard, all you've taught me are dirty tricks to send people straight to the morgue. Tang Zheng spat out a wad of blood-flecked saliva and cursed with a bitter smile. But he knew in his heart that Ivan meant well. Boss, you don't understand. In this world, kindness and mercy won't protect you. Only your own fists and your blade can. Ivan stated this with unwavering certainty, then handed over a bottle of mineral water. Tang Zheng unscrewed the cap and gulped down half. The cool liquid slid down his throat, dispelling some of the heat and clearing his mind. He knew Ivan was right, and he knew Ivan genuinely cared for his well-being. Ever since he activated the system, he believed that the higher the circles he moved in, the faster the money would come, and that would inevitably attract greedy eyes lurking in the shadows. If he had money, he also needed the ability to protect it. Otherwise, sooner or later, he'd become fish on someone else's chopping block. Again, Tang Jing tossed away the bottle, assumed a defensive stance, and fixed his eyes on Ivan's shoulders. His days of being beaten weren't entirely wasted. He had at least learned to predict punch trajectories by observing the contraction of the opponent's shoulder muscles. Ivan nodded, and with a powerful push from his thick thighs charged forward like a heavy truck. By evening, Tang Jing took a shower and changed into a clean casual outfit. As he returned to the entrance of Yunding Tianhui, he heard the piercing screech of tires. A flashy fluorescent green Porsche 911 skidded to a halt by the roadside, the window rolling down to reveal Chu Tianyao face framed by his graying hair. "Tengu, get in." Chu Tianyao slapped the steering wheel excitedly and shouted. "Heard you got your driver's license yesterday. Let's go, I'll take you for a spin on the mountain road to celebrate. I'm a seasoned driver. I could navigate this route with my eyes closed." Tang Jing opened the passenger door and slid inside, tossing his freshly acquired driver's license onto the dashboard. "Did your grandmother's birthday banquet wrap up? When did you get back?" Tang Jing leaned against the leather seat of the 911 and asked casually. At the mention of the birthday celebration, Chu Tianyao's face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling. "I just got off the plane this morning, Tango. You have no idea how stunning those jade pendant earrings were. When my dad opened the box in front of everyone, that emerald green glow nearly blinded all the relatives." Chu Tianyao stomped on the gas pedal while gesturing animatedly, as if he were reliving the scene from that day's banquet. Those cousins of mine who always loved to throw subtle digs were left completely speechless, their faces turning purple with frustration. My grandmother was so thrilled she downed 2 glasses of red wine and actually praised my father, something she rarely does. My dad's been walking around with this confident swagger lately, not even bothering to mention that I broke those original earrings. Tang Jing listened to his vivid account and couldn't help but smile to himself. 100 million for a pair of top-grade imperial green jade from the late Qing dynasty's imperial workshop. The Chu family definitely got a steal. And that elderly Madame Lin, if she has any sense at all, would instantly recognize their value. By the way, Tango. Chu Tianyao turned the steering wheel as the car wound up the mountain road. "My cousin asked me to pass along his regards. He mentioned that there seemed to be a few flies hanging around your Princess Manor estate lately. He's already had people keeping an eye on things, so don't worry about it." Tang Jing watched the trees blur past the window, a faint sneer touching his lips. Flies. A residence of that caliber, the Princess Manor, had lain dormant for years without an owner appearing. Now that the main gate had been opened and the family had returned to the capital, people in that circle would certainly take notice. It was only natural that some would be curious and come sniffing around. As long as they didn't cross him, he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. "Pull over." Tang Jing spoke suddenly. "Huh, what's wrong?" Chu Tianyao looked confused and slammed on the brakes, bringing the Porsche to a smooth stop by the roadside. "Let's switch seats." Tang Jing pushed the door open and stepped out. "I just got my license. I need to practice." Chu Tianyao paused for a moment, then eagerly climbed into the passenger seat. Come on. Tengu, this car has serious horsepower, so ease into it. This mountain road is empty at night. If you don't drive off the cliff, you can do whatever you want." Tang Jing settled into the driver's seat, adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, and gripped the micro-suede steering wheel, feeling the warmth and texture beneath his palms. He didn't rush to press the gas. Instead, he sat quietly for a moment, absorbing the machine's vibration. Then he shifted into gear and stomped on the accelerator. The Porsche let out a deep roar, its rear tires screeching against the asphalt as white smoke billowed up. The car shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. The intense G-force pinned Chu Tianyao firmly against the seat. "Holy shit." Tengu slowed down. "There's a hairpin turn ahead." His voice cracked in the wind, terror spreading across his face. Tang Jing didn't ease off the gas. His eyes locked onto the curve ahead. At the entrance, he tapped the brake, jerked the wheel, and the rear end broke traction. The tires screamed as the car slid sideways through the bend at a dangerously sharp angle. Chu Tianyao gripped the overhead handle with white-knuckled desperation, his face draining to paper white as his stomach churned violently, nearly bringing up bile. He vowed then and there that he'd never again ride in a car driven by Tang Jing. This wasn't practice, it was straight-up suicide. Half an hour later, the Porsche pulled up at an intersection in central Anqing. Chu Tianyao leaned against the car door, retching dryly for what felt like an eternity, his whole body trembling with exhaustion. Tang Jing tossed him the keys and bought a bottle of ice water from a nearby stall, a faint smile playing on his lips. Awesome. On the way back, Chu Tianyao's legs were still shaking. He wouldn't let Tang Jing drive for anything, looking utterly drained as he escorted him home. Watching Chu Tianyao's shell-shocked expression, Tang Jing felt a mix of amusement and satisfaction. After all, the thrill of pushing a car to its limits was genuinely exhilarating. The following weeks fell into a quiet, predictable rhythm. Most days he spent hours at an abandoned warehouse training under Ivan's brutal instruction. Each time he was knocked down, he'd grit his teeth and rise to face another barrage. Occasionally, he'd take Chu Tianyao's sports car out on the mountain roads, chasing the adrenaline rush of speed and power. Evenings were devoted to studying the system's features and managing the assets from daily check-ins. Since activation, the rewards had grown increasingly generous, scores of points arriving each day, and just 2 days prior Tang Zhong had received 2,000-year-old wild ginseng roots and 100 caddies of ambergris, both incredibly rare treasures that could fetch astronomical prices if sold. Then in mid-August, everything changed. Tang Zhong had just returned from morning tea when he spotted a green postal delivery van parked near the security booth. The courier held a thick red envelope cross-referencing information with the property security staff. Tang Zhong, right. Your university admission notice. I'll need your ID to sign for it, the courier said with a smile. Tang Zhong signed the receipt and climbed the stairs with the red envelope in hand. A flutter of excitement and anticipation stirred within him, his fingers trembling ever so slightly. He tore open the seal and withdrew the cardstock from within. Embossed in gold at the center of the notice were the words Peking University. Gazing at those 4 characters, Tang Zhong found it impossible to conceal his joy. This was one of the country's most prestigious institutions. So many competed desperately for a place, yet he had earned his admission through years of relentless study. This was the fruit of his long struggle. At that moment, his phone on the desk vibrated, the screen displaying 3 characters, Su Qinghua. He pressed the answer button. Brother Tang Zhong, I got my admission letter from the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Her voice on the other end brimmed with barely contained delight, the background noise a blend of crisp keyboard clicks and the hum of a running printer. Congratulations. How are you settling in Beijing? Tang Zhong set the admission notice on the coffee table and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the busy streets below. It's all good. Brother, I officially started today at the internship you arranged at Universal Entertainment. The supervisor is very kind and assigned me to the composition department to help organize scores. Su Qinghua paused, her tone carrying a hint of apprehension. But they're offering me 8,000 a month and free accommodation. I'm just a freshman who hasn't even enrolled yet. Taking so much money makes me uneasy. Could they have made a mistake? Xiaosu, go downstairs and buy me an iced Americano, 3 sugars, and be quick. A woman's sharp voice suddenly came through the phone. Oh, okay, I'll be right there. Su Qinghua quickly replied, then lowered her voice. Brother Tang Zhong, I have to go now. I'll be busy. The call ended. Tang Zhong stared at the darkened screen, his fingers brushing the edge twice. He had thought earlier that the girl going alone to Yanjing, where she knew no one, might be cheated by some unscrupulous agent. He remembered that Universal Entertainment happened to have a branch in Yanjing, so he directly arranged for her to intern there, ensuring her safety. However, judging from the voice on the phone just now, it seemed. After a moment of thought, Tang Zhong pulled out a contact labeled Universal Yanjing Director, Zhao Dong, and sent a message: investigate the atmosphere in the composition department. The company strictly prohibits workplace bullying and mistreatment of interns. Violators will be fired immediately. Ensure a healthy and positive work environment for all employees. 3 seconds later, a reply came. Understood, President Tang. I'll handle it immediately. Tang Zhong put away his phone and turned to look at Yuan standing in the living room. Have you bought the tickets to Jingdu? Yes. Go ahead to the princess residence in Jingdu and wait for me. If anyone dares to cross the line, break their legs and throw them at the alley entrance. If they only look from outside, let them. Also keep an eye on Su Qinghua and make sure no one bullies her. Yuan nodded and left out the door. There was still over half a month before school started. The new students of Jingdu University were to report on September 10th. Tang Zhong swept a few useful items from his bedroom into his backpack and zipped it up. Yesterday's system check-in, aside from a few dozen points he couldn't use yet, also dropped the top-level luxury suite ticket for the Haiyang Shenhua cruise ship. The voyage was 10 days, departing from Jinggang, near Anqing, circling the open sea, and returning. It was a perfect chance to enjoy the sea breeze and wash away the fatigue accumulated from getting beaten up in the abandoned warehouse these days. 2 days later, Jinggang Private Pier. The white giant cruise ship, like a mobile sea fortress, lay across the deep blue sea. The sea wind, carrying a salty smell, hit his face, making his clothes flap loudly. Tang Zhong, wearing a simple Givenchy white t-shirt and casual pants, boarded the ship directly through the VIP passage. At the boarding gate stood 2 rows of security personnel in white uniforms, their sharp eyes scanning every passenger boarding the ship. As Tang Zhong passed them, his gaze quickly swept over their positions, the model of guns at their waists and the blind spots of the surveillance cameras above. This was a habit Yuan taught him whenever entering a new environment: first find an escape route. The top-level luxury suite was on the 15th floor. The entire floor had only 4 rooms each, with a private deck and 24-hour butler service. He swiped his card and pushed open the door. The room was over 100 square meters, with a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the endless sea. Tang Zhong casually tossed his backpack onto the leather sofa, walked to the bar counter, and poured himself a glass of ice water. Just as he took a sip, the doorbell rang. Tang Zhong did not open the door immediately. Instead, he walked to the door and looked through the monitor screen. Outside stood a young man in a burgundy suit, his hair slicked back, adjusting his cufflinks impatiently. The lock clicked open. The man in the red suit quickly scanned Tang Zhong, his gaze lingering on Tang Zhong's simple t-shirt for half a second, a hint of undisguised contempt curling at the corner of his mouth. Something. Tang Zhong didn't let him in, one hand holding the door frame. The man in the red suit pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it over. My surname is Sun Assistant to the General Manager of Jinhui Group. Our young master decided to board the ship on short notice today, but all 4 top-level suites are taken. I've checked the passenger list. Mr. Tang is traveling alone. Our young master wishes to take over this room. Tang Zheng didn't take the business card, but took a sip of water. No. The man in the red suit's hand froze in midair, his face instantly darkening. Mr. Tang, perhaps you didn't hear clearly. Our young master is willing to pay double the price for your ticket. Additionally, we'll arrange a sea view balcony room for you on the 12th floor. This trip you won't have to spend a cent, and will still net 500,000. The man's tone carried a condescending, patronizing air. 500,000 was undoubtedly an irresistible fortune for a young man in ordinary clothes. Tang Zheng looked the man in the eye. Jinhui Group. Never heard of it. However, the fact that this man could get the passenger list of the top-level suites within half an hour of boarding and directly find him suggested there was someone from the cruise management on their side. 500,000. Tang Zheng placed his glass on the entryway cabinet, making a soft sound. Do you think I'm short of 500,000? The man in the red suit let out a cold laugh and took half a step forward. Young man, having backbone is a good thing, but you have to know where to show it. This ship is about to enter international waters. The winds are high and the waves are rough. It's easy to have an accident if you take a walk on the deck alone. Take the money, go downstairs, and enjoy a comfortable vacation. It's better for everyone. This was an outright threat. Tang Zheng didn't speak. His fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the entryway cabinet twice. He quickly calculated in his mind, since the other party dared to be so arrogant, they must have brought many people on board. If he took action now and threw the assistant out, that so-called young master would immediately bring people to block his door. Although he had trained with Yuan for a few days and could handle a few ordinary bodyguards, the ship would be at sea for 10 days. Being watched every day would be too annoying. He needed to find a permanent solution. Where is your young master now? Tang Zheng asked. The man in the red suit thought Tang Zheng had given in to a smile reappeared on his face as he adjusted his collar. The young master is waiting for you in the cigar bar on the 13th floor. Bring your room card and follow me. 13th floor cigar bar. The strong smell of tobacco mixed with the malt aroma of whiskey stinging the eyes. The entire bar was cleared. Only on the curved sofa at the far end sat a young man in a floral shirt with a hot-looking female companion in his arms. Around him stood 4 bodyguards in black suits looking imposing. The man in the red suit led Tang Zheng over and bowed slightly. Young Master Zhou, the man is here. The floral shirt exhaled a plume of blue smoke, not even giving Tang Zheng a glance, and reached for a cigar on the coffee table. 500,000. Give your card number to Assistant Sun. Take the money and get the hell out. Tang Zheng didn't respond. He pulled out the single sofa opposite and sat down, crossing his legs. The leather sofa let out a faint rustling sound as Tang Zheng glanced once more at the 4 black-suited bodyguards standing behind the young man addressed as Young Master Zhou. Their positioning was deliberate, effectively sealing off both aisles, and each kept their right hand habitually pressed against the hem of their suits, concealing in all likelihood collapsible batons or stun guns. Not enough. Young Master Zhou exhaled a plume of smoke and set his cigar on the edge of the crystal ashtray. Assistant Sun at another 100,000. We're all on the same ship here. Let's be friends. The woman nestled in Zhou's arms let out a silvery laugh, tracing idle circles on his chest with her finger. Young Master Zhou is so generous. 600,000 is what an ordinary person makes in 10 years. Tang Zheng leaned back, settling into a more comfortable posture. This room suits me fine. I have no intention of switching. Zhou Hong's movements came to an abrupt halt. He pushed the woman aside and leaned forward, scrutinizing Tang Zheng from head to toe. Kid, I checked your boarding information. You're from Anqing, traveling solo, 18 years old. Fresh graduate looking to try his luck and pick up girls on this cruise. There are plenty of wealthy and influential people on this ship. I don't know how an ordinary student like you got your hands on a top-deck ticket, but don't go thinking you're someone special. He hadn't dug any deeper than that. No need to stir up trouble with the kid's family. Besides, what deeper background could a teenager traveling alone possibly have? Assistant Sun let out a cold snort from the side, his tone turning sinister. Tang Zheng, don't be difficult. This ship has already left Tianjin port and is about to enter international waters. There's no signal in international waters. If you end up with a broken leg or missing a part, you can't even make an emergency call. And if you don't care about yourself, think about your friends and family back in Anqing. If something unfortunate were to happen to them, that 600,000 would be more than enough to cover the funeral expenses. Are you threatening me? Tang Zheng's voice was ice-cold, his eyes carrying a murderous glint that could chill a man to the bone. Nothing riled him more than being threatened. So what if I am? Young Master Zhou scoffed, flicking his ashes with casual indifference, his tone dripping with condescension. In Anqing, believe me, one phone call from me, and all your relatives and friends will be unemployed and out on the streets by tomorrow. I've changed my mind now. You give up the room, kowtow, and apologize, and maybe, just maybe, if I'm in a good mood, I'll throw you some pocket money. And hey, since you're not bad looking, I could even introduce you to. His words trailed off mid-sentence. Tang Zheng moved. Sickness needs a cure. I gave you a chance, and you didn't appreciate it. He grabbed the whiskey glass from the table, ice cubes and all, and hurled it with pinpoint accuracy at the face of the nearest bodyguard on the left. The shattering of glass exploded through the room. The bodyguard clutched his face with a scream of agony, blood seeping through his fingers. The other bodyguard lunged for the stun gun at his waist, but before he could even draw it, Tang Zheng was already on him. Thanks to his system-enhanced physique and Ivan's relentless training over the past few days, dealing with these ordinary bodyguards was more than manageable. Tang Zheng drove his fist hard into the man's lower ribs. A dull crack echoed through the room. The bodyguard doubled over in excruciating pain, unable to make a sound, collapsing onto his knees amidst the shattered glass. From Tang Zheng's explosive move to taking down both men, barely 2 or 3 seconds had passed. The remaining 2 bodyguards finally drew their batons, ready to pounce. Tang Zheng snatched a stainless steel fruit knife from the platter, moving with blinding speed, a mere blur of motion. The blade came to rest against young Master Zhou's carotid artery. "Weren't you just having a lot of fun?" he said coldly. "Go on, say it again. Who's going to kowtow?" The icy touch sent a shudder through Zhou's body, and the curses he was about to spew caught in his throat. Tang Zheng pressed his wrist down the blade, slicing through a thin layer of skin and drawing a single bead of blood. The woman beside Zhou let out a piercing scream and scrambled behind the bar counter. Assistant Sun's face went pale as a sheet, waving his hands frantically. "Don't be rash. Let's talk this over. Everyone back off." The bodyguards froze in their tracks, batons raised, refusing to take another step closer. Young Master Zhou's eyes had gone wide and clear now. The stinging pain at his neck made even swallowing a nerve-wracking affair, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Brother. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I don't want the room anymore, keep the money, let's just be friends." Tang Zheng ignored him entirely, his grip not easing in the slightest. Years of experience had taught him how these rich brats operated. Cross them once and let them off easy today, and they'd stab you in the back when you least expected it. No, you had to hurt them, scare them badly enough that they'd think twice. Just then the closed doors of the cigar lounge were pushed open from the outside. Young Master Zhou, quite the show of authority, clearing out the best spot on the 13th deck. Can't a man even come in for a cigar these days? A deep, resonant, middle-aged voice echoed through the room. Tang Zheng glanced sideways. The newcomer was a heavy-set man in his 50s, dressed in a tailored dark suit, absently rolling 2 walnuts in his hand. Behind him trailed a group of men in uniform, likely the ship's management. Young Master Zhou froze at the sound of the voice, then, as if grasping at a lifeline, shouted at the top of his lungs. "Uncle Zhao! Uncle Zhao, save me! This lunatic is trying to kill me." Zhao Kong sauntered in slowly, his gaze sweeping first over the 2 bodyguards on the floor, then settling on Tang Zheng, who held the knife to Zhou's throat. He adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and his expression, which had carried a hint of amusement, shifted dramatically the moment he recognized Tang Zheng's face. He strode forward quickly, not even bothering to keep rolling his walnuts, shoving them into his pocket. Mr. Tang." Zhao Kang's voice was tinged with unmistakable surprise and a trace of barely concealed reverence. Young Master Zhou was dumbfounded. Assistant Sun was frozen in shock. Tang Zheng studied the somewhat familiar-looking middle-aged man. Then it clicked. Zhao Kong, the branch manager of Huaxia Bank in Anqing. Tang Zheng even had his WeChat contact. "Manager Zhao." Tang Zheng's knife remained steady, his voice calm as ever. Sweat was already beading on Zhao Kang's forehead. That little bastard from the Zhou family. He must have a death wish picking a fight with this particular gentleman. "Mr. Tang, this is truly a case of torrents flooding the Dragon King's temple. Family fighting family." Zhao Kong hastened to put on a fawning smile, then turned to young Master Zhou, his face instantly darkening. "Zhou Hong, what nerve do you have to show disrespect to Mr. Tang?" Zhou Hong's eyes bulged, his face a mask of indignant near tears. "Uncle Zhao, are you blind? He's the one holding a knife to my throat." "Shut up." Zhao Kong barked, jabbing a finger at Zhou Hong's nose. "Do you have any idea who Mr. Tang is? He's an upright, kind-hearted young man, the youngest black card VIP at our bank. Would he lay a finger on you without cause? It must be your own troublemaking again. Apologize to Mr. Tang at once." And had it not been for the favors Zhou Hong's father had done him years ago, he wouldn't have bothered with the reminder. Zhou Hong ground his teeth. He was a man of some standing in his social circle. Being forced to apologize to someone his own age, dressed like an ordinary nobody in front of his subordinates and his woman, was a humiliation he could barely stomach. "Uncle Zhao, my father is the chairman of Jinhui Group." "This kid almost. Your father? What is he anyway?" Zhao Kong cut him off directly, his tone extremely stern. His eyes were icy cold as he stared at Zhou Hong, filled with disgust and contempt. "Jinhui Group has a 300 million loan due next month. Originally, I planned to approve a renewal loan for you. If you can't make Mr. Tang calm down today, I'll have the credit department cut off your credit limit tomorrow. You know very well the state of Jinhui Group's capital chain. When the company goes bankrupt, you can go sleep on the street." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire bar fell silent. Only the breathing of a few people could be heard. The air was thick with tension and oppression, like the calm before a storm. Beside him, Assistant Sun, who had just been fawning, felt his legs go weak, his face turning pale, as paper almost collapsing to his knees. He knew perfectly well that if Jinhui Group went bankrupt, Sun Xiaoho would lose his backing. How could he then stand firm in the outside world? After all, he had often used his position at Jinhui Group and his connection with Zhou Hong to throw his weight around, offending many people. Zhou Hong's face turned completely white, sweat beads rolling down his cheeks. At that moment he finally realized that he might have stepped on a real iron plate today. This was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Tang Zheng watched Zhao Kang's performance, his mind as clear as a mirror. Zhao Kang was protecting Zhou Hong, but also currying favor with him. Moreover, Zhao Kang had revealed all of Jinhui Group's cards, essentially handing Zhou Hong's vital point to him. A cold smile curled at the corner of Tang Zheng's mouth. With a flick of his wrist, the stainless steel fruit knife spun around his fingertips, and he casually tossed it onto the coffee table in front of him. A crisp clang rang out, piercingly harsh in the silent bar. Zhou Hong's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Apologize. Tang Zheng's gaze was icy as he stared at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong completely lost his temper, now scrambling to his feet, and bowed deeply to Tang Zheng. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry. I failed to recognize your greatness. The suite is yours, I'll go downstairs right away. From now on in Anqing, I'll always steer clear of you. His voice trembled with fear. Tang Zheng pulled out a tissue, wiped the wine stain from his hand, and said coldly, watch your mouth. I don't want to hear any gossip about me. Otherwise I'll return those words you just said to the Zhou family. Get out. Understood. Understood. Zhou Hong nodded frantically and fled the cigar bar shamefacedly with assistant son and a few bodyguards. Once the riffraff had cleared out, Zhao Kang rubbed his hands and approached, his face wreathed in smiles, personally pouring a cup of tea for Tang Zheng. Mr. Tang, you were startled today? That kid Zhou Hong has been spoiled by his family since childhood. Don't lower yourself to his level. Tang Zheng took the teacup but didn't drink in a hurry, just giving Zhao Kang a faint glance. President Zhao, how come you're on this ship? Zhao Kang smiled, sat down on the sofa nearby, his smile still on his face. As for the ocean myth, our Huaxia Bank also holds a small stake. This maiden voyage I came to inspect as routine. I didn't expect to run into you here. It must be fate. The two chatted for a few moments. Zhao Kang was quite tactful, not prying too much into Tang Zheng's private matters, only talking about the ocean scenery and the ship's facilities. Tang Zheng responded casually, wondering why this old fox kept talking. Offering a favor for no reason. It's either treachery or theft. Zhao Kang was working so hard. He must have an agenda. Sure enough, after half a cup of tea, Zhao Kang got to the point. Mr. Tang, tomorrow night on the 15th floor, there's a small private banquet. The attendees are all friends from the business world, including many outstanding young talents like yourself. If you find it boring, why not come over for a drink tomorrow night? It'll be a chance to relax and meet a few new friends and exchange ideas. As he spoke, Zhao Kang handed over a black gold invitation. Tang Zheng looked at the invitation, pondering inwardly. He was here for leisure, and taking this opportunity to get in touch with the business world wasn't a bad thing. Alright, I'll be there on time tomorrow night. Tang Zheng took the invitation. Zhao Kang was overjoyed, his smile even brighter, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then tactfully took his leave. Tang Zheng sat alone in the empty bar, gazing at the deep blue night sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The sky was dotted with stars like gems embedded in the black canopy. A slight vibration ran through the hull, and a sweet female voice came over the broadcast. Distinguished guests, the ocean myth has sailed out of our territorial waters and officially entered international waters. For the next 9 days we wish you a pleasant journey. International waters, commonly known as a lawless no-man's land. Tang Zheng toyed with the black gold invitation in his hand, his fingertips tracing the raised patterns on it. The sea breeze scattered the symphony's melody into fragments. On the 15th floor open deck, the champagne tower reflected the overhead lights, dazzling, illuminating faces slick with oily smiles. Tang Zheng was still in his simple white t-shirt, one hand in his pocket, standing in front of the buffet table, picking and choosing. All around were magnificent tailored suits and backless evening gowns. His outfit among them made him look like a delivery boy who had wandered onto the wrong set. Several scrutinizing glances swept over, and upon catching sight of the 5208, are worth over 3 million on his wrist, they looked at his unfamiliar face with surprise, their eyes filled with confusion and hesitation, before slowly moving away. Tang Zheng accepted all these glances without reaction, as if oblivious to the strange looks, still unhurriedly using the tongs to pick a nice-looking Kobe steak and place it on his plate. Mr. Tang, the scenery here isn't bad, is it? Zhao Kang's voice came from the side, and behind his face all smiles. This president of Huaxia Bank's Anqing branch had changed into a dark-patterned burgundy suit today, which combined with his somewhat stout figure made him look like a bright red cooked prawn. Holding 2 glasses of Romani Conti, he sidled up with a smile and offered one to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng put down the tongs, took the glass, but didn't drink. The wind is strong, one can easily bite one's tongue. Zhao Kang's cheek twitched, gave a dry laugh, and pretended not to understand the teasing. He turned sideways and lowered his voice. Mr. Tang is joking. On this ship, no one could trip you up, even if they tried. Come, let me introduce you to a few familiar faces from Anqing's business circle. They are all high-end clients of our Huaxia Bank. They heard a new friend had arrived, and have been wanting to pay their respects. Tang Zheng, holding his glass, gave a casual acknowledgement. He knew perfectly well that this old fox must be trying to use him, wondering what scheme was brewing. As the two were talking, a middle-aged man hurried over. The man was in his early 50s, his hair meticulously combed, but his tie was slightly wrinkled, looking a bit disheveled. Under his eyes hung two huge bags, and he clutched an empty wine glass, his knuckles white from excessive force, the edges of his nails drained of blood. President Zhao, I've finally found you. As soon as the man spoke, his voice carried an irrepressible urgency, his breath not even steady. Zhao Kang's smile instantly dimmed, replaced by a formal businesslike courtesy. Oh, old Zhang, why didn't you hit the card tables tonight? His tone held a hint of teasing, but his eyes betrayed a trace of impatience. Zhang Chongfeng's Adam's apple bobbed. His gaze quickly swept over Tang Zhong, and seeing only a casually dressed young man, he dismissed him and stepped half a step forward, his face showing an anxious expression. President Zhao, can we speak privately? About that loan we discussed on the phone yesterday. Lao Zhang, Zhao Kong interrupted outright, raising his voice a half step, while stepping aside to expose Tang Zhong fully, a subtle smile playing on his face. Let's discuss work matters when we return to Incheon. Come, let me introduce you. This is Tang Zhong, young Master Tang. Zhang Chongfeng froze on the spot, his expression instantly stiffening. He was at least the chairman of the Incheon Zhang Group. Though the real economy had been difficult to sustain in recent years, with cash flow stretched thin and perpetually at risk of snapping, he remained a prominent figure in the Incheon business circle. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Kong would afford him at least some measure of respect. Yet now Zhao Kong was openly snubbing him, all for the sake of a mere greenhorn. However, having navigated the business world for decades, Zhang Chongfeng possessed sharp instincts and quick adaptability. He immediately adjusted his expression, forcing a grin as he extended his right hand toward Tang Zhong. Young Master Tang, a pleasure. I am Zhang Chongfeng, dealing in building materials. Tang Zhong regarded the man before him. Zhang Chongfeng. He scanned his memory quickly. A surname Zhang in Incheon involved in construction materials. He was fairly certain he had heard the name somewhere. Unbothered, Tang Zhong did not reach out. Instead, he raised his wine glass, offering a mock clink in the air. Manager Zhang, a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Chongfeng's hand hovered in midair, his expression cycling through several shades of discomfort before he awkwardly withdrew it and wiped it along the seam of his trousers. He seethed silently within, yet dared not show it. Zhao Kong observed the entire exchange from the corner of his eye, a sharp glint flashing across his gaze. He raised his glass for a slow sip and lazily spoke. Lao Zhang, it's not that I refuse to help with your funding gap. You're well aware of head office's current policy. The real estate market is sluggish, and the building materials industry bears the brunt of it. Risk control has tightened their grips to the point of suffocation. As branch manager, even if I wished to assist, it would be impossible to make something from nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chongfeng grew anxious, at once a fine sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead. President Zhao, we've shared over a decade of friendship. The Zhang Group's foundation remains intact. Once this 100 million yuan is secured to plug the gap in the South City project, the moment funds return next month, I will repay principal and interest immediately. I will never put you in a difficult position. Please do your old friend this one favor. Friendship of 10 plus years is one thing, rules are rules. Zhao Kong sighed, idly twisting his wine glass, his tone still measured. That said, Zhang Chongfeng's eyes lit up, grasping eagerly at what might be a lifeline. What do you mean? Please speak. Zhao Kong did not answer directly. Instead, his gaze drifted slightly, his peripheral vision repeatedly flicking toward Tang Zhong, a look of profound meaning crossing his face. A few mornings ago, as he arrived at his head office sent over the routine black gold client account report. An account under the Incheon branch had at month-end received a transfer of 200 million yuan accompanied by a terse memo, Huanyu Entertainment monthly revenue settlement. Zhao Kong had been so stunned, he nearly crushed the walnuts in his hand. What scale was Huanyu Entertainment? It was one of the titans of China's entertainment industry. To receive monthly returns exceeding 100 million from Huanyu Entertainment, what rank must one hold within such an empire? And the owner of this account was none other than Tang Zhong, the youth before him, dressed plainly and barely past his majority. Hundreds of millions in monthly cash flow. This was nothing short of a walking deity of fortune. Zhao Kong cleared his throat and offered Zhang Chongfeng a meaningful smile. Manager Zhang, the money that can save your life does not bear the surname Zhao. What good is it to keep staring at the bank's pockets? It comes down to whom you are willing to share your pie with. Zhang Chongfeng froze, following Zhao Kang's gaze as his eyes slowly settled on Tang Zhong, who had remained silent throughout. What did he mean by that? Was he asking Zhang to hand over his shares? Half a lifetime of grueling effort, and now he was expected to sell at a loss, especially to the boy beside him who looked as though he hadn't even grown hair on his chin. It was as if he were tearing out his own heart. Zhang Chongfeng clenched his teeth, the muscles in his jaw twitching twice. His hands balled into fists, fingernails digging deep into his palms, leaving vivid crescent marks. But he knew this was not the time to lose his temper. His company was counting on this money to survive. Tang Zhong took a sip of his wine, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and furrowed his brow. The vintage was merely average. This old fox's calculations were practically plastered across his face. President Zhao, the sea breeze out here is indeed quite brisk. Tang Zhong set his glass on the side table with a sharp clink. I dislike noise. Continue your conversation. I'll go upstairs for some air. Before Zhao Kong could respond, Tang Zhong turned and strode toward the upper private deck via a spiral staircase on the side, leaving the two men with a crisp, resolute, retreating figure. Zhao Kong opened his mouth, but ultimately withdrew his outstretched hand and rubbed his nose. Zhang Changfeng watched Tang Jing's departing figure and ground his teeth before asking, President Zhao, exactly who is this young Master Tang? Did you just imply I should sell shares to him? Zhao Kong sneered, setting his wine glass down heavily on the table. Who is he? Lao Zhang, for the sake of our many years of friendship, I'll let you in on the truth. The pocket money that hit his account yesterday alone could have saved your Chu Group twice over. If you truly wish to salvage your crumbling company, you must swallow your pride and find a way to curry favor with him yourself. Don't say I haven't pointed you in the right direction. After hearing Zhao Kang's words, Zhang Changfeng gasped in the sea breeze, and his shirt beneath his suit jacket was instantly drenched in cold perspiration. On the 16th floor, the top observation deck. Here there was no false courtesy born of toast-swapping politicking. Only the sound of waves slapping against the hull and the brilliant starry canopy above. Tang Zheng leaned against the railing, the sea wind tousling his short hair, strands flying freely in the gale. He pulled his phone from his pocket. The screen illuminated, revealing several unread WeChat messages. Suqing Yue, brother Tang Zheng, I'm off work. Suqing Yue, my supervisor praised me today for organizing the sheet music so carefully. Suqing Yue, but the cost of living in Yanjing is outrageous. A single bowl of noodles runs 30 yuan outside. At noon I ate at the company cafeteria though, and it was free. Gazing at the grinning emoji on the screen, Tang Zheng's lips curled upward almost of their own accord. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Work hard and don't go without. If you run short on money, tell me. Also, if anyone in the company dares to give you attitude, slap them across the face. I'll cover for you. With the message sent, Tang Zheng slipped his phone back into his pocket and exhaled deeply. This girl could still be pleased so easily. He turned, leaning his back against the railing. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, bit one between his teeth, and was just about to fetch his lighter. A muffled thud echoed from the shadow of a lifeboat at the corner, followed by the grating sound of leather shoes scraping against the metal deck. Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow, took the cigarette from his lips, and held it between his fingers, then crept a few steps closer with light footsteps. On this cruise ship, which exuded elegance at every turn, such a commotion usually meant trouble or amusement. Rounding the massive lifeboat bracket, Tang Zheng froze at the sight before him. A woman in a fiery red halter dress stood with her back to him. The dress was light and flowing, clinging to her figure in breathtaking curves like a flame silently burning in the dead of night. Tang Zheng couldn't help but squint in surprise. Her figure was simply exquisite. Yet at this moment her movements were anything but graceful. She had a young man by the collar, her knee driving viciously into his abdomen. The man about Tang Zheng's age wore an Armani suit and was now doubled over like a boiled shrimp, his eyes bulging with pain as he wheezed like a broken bellows. Run! Weren't you so eager to run? Her voice carried a cool, commanding tone, sounding only a few years older than Tang Zheng, with a crisp, dangerous edge. Beside her, a short-haired girl skillfully locked the man's arms in a reverse joint hold, pinning him against the railing. Sis, this punk was about to throw the stuff into the sea, the short-haired girl said indignantly. Throw it. He might as well jump in and feed the sharks. The woman in red laughed coldly and delivered a backhanded slap. The crisp sound echoed across the empty deck, so sharp that Tang Zheng's own cheek tingled. This woman was ruthless. Who gave you the nerve to pull such dirty tricks on me? She spoke while extending her slender fingers, producing a fruit knife from somewhere and waving it between the man's legs, a gesture that sent a chill down one's spine. The blade glinted under the lights, and the man's face turned ashen as he trembled uncontrollably. Standing in the shadows, Tang Zheng thought, this lady is really something. He instinctively leaned forward to get a better look at her face, but his foot accidentally stepped on a discarded soda can. Clink. The sound was sharp and clear. Who else is there? The woman in red spun around in an instant, her wavy hair tracing an arc through the air. Their eyes met. Tang Zheng saw her face clearly. It was a face of striking, almost aggressive beauty. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her eyes still holding a trace of lingering hostility and displeasure at being interrupted. Her lips were a vibrant red, appearing especially alluring under the cold-toned light. Seeing that it was a stranger, a young man, a flicker of surprise flashed across Shen Yiqing's eyes. But she quickly regained her composure, her gaze once again filled with vigilance and scrutiny. Tang Zheng spread his hands, pointing at the cigarette and lighter in his hand, putting on an innocent expression. Just passing by for a smoke. Carry on. The woman in red stared at him, the corner of her mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. She looked at the young man before her. His eyes were clear and untainted like a deep pool of water. Confronted with such a violent scene, he wasn't frightened at all, but instead exuded a natural ease which piqued her curiosity. Had enough of staring. Shen Yiqing quickly pulled herself together, suppressing the inexplicable feeling that had arisen, and put on an icy expression once more. She would never show any weakness or unusual emotion in front of a stranger. She released the limp man, leisurely smoothed the wrinkles on her red dress, and took 2 steps toward Tang Zheng on her stiletto heels. A faint, cool fragrance instantly invaded Tang Zheng's senses, fresh and unique. He inhaled it before he could help it. Forget everything you just saw. She raised her chin slightly, though a head shorter than Tang Zheng. She exuded a powerful sense of pressure. Tang Zheng breathed in the scent, thinking to himself that her perfume was quite tasteful, but his face remained impassive. Forget what? Your righteous deed here, or that pretty professional knee strike. Uff. The short-haired girl holding the man couldn't help but laugh, then quickly stifled it. Realizing it was inappropriate to laugh in such a situation, she lowered her head, pretending to be intently studying the ground. A faint, unnatural flush crept across the woman in Red's cheeks, whether from anger or something else. Enough nonsense. She extended a slender finger and pressed it against Tang Zhang's chest, her nails neatly trimmed and gleaming. Keep your mouth shut and your eyes to yourself. If I hear a single word about tonight outside, I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the fish. The threat was harsh, but to Tang Zhang's ears it lacked murderous intent. It seemed more like an attempt to cover up some embarrassment. Alright, I have a terrible memory. I'll forget everything after this smoke. Tang Zhang smiled, and right in front of her flicked the lighter with a click. The flame reflected in both their pupils. Shen Yiqing stared at his smile, her heart suddenly feeling like a cat had scratched it. She withdrew her fingers, snorted coldly, and turned to the short-haired girl. Have Zhou Tu take this trash away. Tell him that if it happens again, I'll simply take over the Jinhui Group shares. He can think it over. Jinhui Group. Tang Zhang's heart stirred. Wasn't that the company owned by Zhou Hong, the man from earlier? His curiosity about the woman's identity deepened. Being able to casually handle Jinhui Group meant she was far more powerful than he had initially guessed. Still not leaving? Expecting me to buy you a drink. The woman turned back and shot Tang Zhang a glare, her eyes hiding a subtle, indescribable tsundere quality. Tang Zhang waved his hand and leaned against the railing, blowing out a smoke ring. No need for a drink. The cigarette is fine. The woman said nothing more, leading her people away from the deck in a hurry. Her red dress fluttered in the wind like a dying sunset, fleeing the battlefield. Tang Zhang watched her retreating figure, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Interesting. When the banquet ended, it was already past 11 at night. The cruise ship sailed steadily on the open sea. Aside from the low hum of the engines, the surroundings were so quiet that only the soft murmur of waves could be heard. Tang Zhang exited the elevator and walked down the long corridor. The thick carpet swallowed all footsteps. Alcohol had almost no effect on his current physique, but he still habitually rubbed his temples, planning to take a shower and go to sleep. Before he reached his door, he noticed something wrong. A red shadow was crouched at the entrance of his room. The dim corridor light cast a faint glow, making the red figure stand out starkly against the white wall. Tang Zhang approached and recognized the person, his brow furrowing slightly. It was the woman in red again. But now she was a far cry from the domineering figure who had wreaked havoc on the deck just hours ago. She was curled up by the door, her fiery red dress slightly disheveled, a few strands of hair clinging to her pale neck. Beside her lay a small, glittering clutch purse, its contents scattered on the floor: lipstick, a compact mirror, and a room card. As he drew closer, a strong smell of whiskey hit him. Hey, wake up. Tang Zhang crouched down and poked her shoulder with his finger. The woman let out a vague murmur and slowly lifted her head. Her once sharp eyes were now hazy with moisture, unfocused, her gaze wandering across Tang Zhang's face before finally settling. It's you. Handsome. She giggled drunkenly, her voice hoarse and laced with a charming, tipsy innocence. How did you end up in my dream? Tang Zhang's face darkened as he muttered, inwardly wondering just how much this woman had drunk to be in such a state. This is my door. You've got the wrong room. Nonsense. The woman, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, struggled to stand up, but her center of gravity faltered, and she tumbled straight into Tang Zhang's arms. Soft. That was Tang Zhang's first impression. Her warm body heat seeped through the thin t-shirt, and the fragrant wine-laced cool scent once again filled his nostrils, now even richer, carrying a hint of alluring sweetness. He couldn't help but feel his heart race. The woman naturally wrapped her arms around Tang Zhang's neck, burying her head in the crook of his shoulder, like a stray cat seeking comfort, rubbing against it vigorously. The key card. The key card is broken. It won't let me in, she murmured. Muttering, she groped along the wall with her other hand, trying to find the card reader, but instead touched Tang Zhang's chin. This sensor. Why is it a bit prickly? Tang Zhang's eye twitched. He couldn't help but grab her wandering hand, and said irritably, Big sister, take a look. This is a face, not a sensor. Following her fumbling hand, he saw that she was holding a golden key card, frantically swiping it against him. The number printed on the card was clearly 1501. He was staying in 1503. How did she manage to find her way to his door, missing 2 rooms? Let go. I want to sleep. The woman squirmed restlessly in his arms. The thin strap of her dress slipped off one shoulder, revealing a large expanse of delicate porcelain-like skin. Tang Zhang took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within him. He was not the type to take advantage of someone, especially a woman dead drunk and out of her mind. Fine, sleep. Your room is 1501. I'll take you there. No. She suddenly lifted her head. A hint of clarity returned to her eyes, but they were filled with defiance. At home, there are nothing but disgusting people. I'm not going back. As she spoke, her eyes reddened and tears welled up, brimming with extreme grievance. They're all eyeing my shares, my money. Little brother, do you want my money too? Tang Zhang looked at her like this, and a certain chord in his heart was gently plucked. So this woman wasn't as strong and glamorous as she appeared on the surface. I'm not interested in your money. I'm richer than you. Tang Zhang said flatly, supporting her waist with one hand, while pulling out his own key card with the other. With a beep, the door swung open. Half dragging, half carrying her inside, he casually tossed her onto the spacious leather sofa. "Stay here. I'll get you some water." The woman sank into the sofa, her skirt riding up to reveal two long, shapely thighs that glistened seductively in the dim light. She squinted, watching Tang Zheng's busy figure by the bar, and suddenly let out a giggle. "You're really interesting." Tang Zheng came over with a glass of warm water and held it to her lips. "Drink it, then shut up and sleep." The woman obediently took a few sips, water droplets trickling down the corner of her mouth, wetting the red dress on her chest. She pulled away from the glass, her eyes hazy as she fixed them on Tang Zheng, then suddenly reached out and hooked his neck. "Hey little brother, what's your name?" "Tang Zheng." "Tang Zheng. A good name." She repeated it twice, leaned in closer, and her breath brushed against Tang Zheng's face. "My name is Shen Yiqing. Remember that." Before Tang Zheng could respond, Shen Yiqing suddenly lunged forward, her arms tightly encircling his waist, pressing her face against his lower abdomen. She said in a coquettish tone, "Let me lean for a moment." "Just a moment. It's so comfortable." Tang Zheng stood frozen, his hand hovering in midair, but eventually he let it fall gently by her side. At that moment he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman was no domineering older sister at all. She was nothing more than a little girl desperately starved for security. The night deepened. Shen Yiqing's breathing gradually became steady and even. She was clearly fast asleep. Tang Zheng carefully moved her to the bedroom's large bed, tucked her in, and then returned to the living room sofa. He gazed out at the dark open sea, the faint cool fragrance still lingering on his fingertips. In his mind he couldn't help but picture the scene tomorrow morning, when this proud Miss Shen woke up and found herself in a strange man's bed. What a priceless expression that would be. At the thought, a playful curve involuntarily tugged at the corner of Tang Zheng's mouth. The next morning, the early sunlight poured through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows onto the carpet, and the air still seemed to carry the wine-laced cool fragrance from the night before. Tang Zheng sat up from the living room sofa, rubbing his stiff neck. Though the sofa material was top-notch, sleeping on it all night was far from a comfortable experience. He shuffled in his slippers toward the bedroom. The door was ajar. Pushing the door open, the wide double bed was empty, the duvet carelessly tossed aside, and a human-shaped indentation still marked the sheets, proof that someone had indeed slept there last night. "Gone." Puzzled, Tang Zheng stepped into the room. His gaze swept over the bedside table, and he stopped. On the table, a glass of water held down two thin pieces of paper. One was a cashier's check from HSBC. The other was a piece of hotel notepad paper. Tang Zheng reached out and pulled out the check. The amount written on it was exactly 1 million yuan. The signature at the bottom was bold and flamboyant, with the three characters, Shen Yiqing, inscribed in a wild flourish. He held the check between his fingers and turned his attention to the notepad. Only a short line was written on it: "Bed fee plus hush money. Bury what happened last night and don't come looking for me." The handwriting was identical to that on the check, pressing so hard that the indentations bulged out on the back of the paper. Tang Zheng stared at the 1 million yuan check, his fingers pausing as they pinched the edge of the paper, which gave a faint crisp sound. 1 million yuan. Was this a bed fee of 1 million? This woman really had the phrase, lavish and overbearing, stamped on her forehead. But what did she take him for? Tang Zheng tossed the check carelessly onto the table and went to the bathroom to wash his face. The cold water splashed onto his face. He looked up at his reflection in the mirror. Able to casually toss out 1 million as hush money and decide the fate of Jinhui Group's shares with a word. This woman must be some heiress from a prominent family. There didn't seem to be any Shen family in Anqing. Could she be from elsewhere? Regardless of her background, getting this money felt a bit absurd. He changed his clothes, grabbed his key card, and left the room. The corridor was silent, the thick carpet swallowing every footstep without a trace. He walked to the door of 1501 and knocked twice. There was no response from inside. "Sir, are you looking for the guest in 1501? Footsteps sounded behind him. A uniformed room attendant stopped a few paces away, holding a clean towel embroidered with a name. Tang Zheng turned around and asked, "Where is she?" "The lady checked out around 5 in the morning." The room attendant clasped her hands in front of her, her manner respectful. "She took a private helicopter and left the ship ahead of time." Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow. 5 in the morning. By helicopter? In such a hurry? Was she afraid he would wake up? He couldn't help but find it amusing. "I see." Tang Zheng asked no further questions and returned to his room. Since he couldn't return the money, he would just keep it for now. The following days on the cruise became extremely routine and pleasant. Tang Zheng stopped attending the pretentious dinner parties. Gaokao came looking for him twice, but he turned him away, both times claiming he wasn't feeling well. He knew exactly what that sly old fox Gaokao was after, using his capital to make moves and pocket some performance gains. He had no time for such nonsense now. In the morning, he would have a Western-style breakfast on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze. In the morning, he would head to the surf simulator at the stern of the ship for 2 hours. In the afternoon, he would put on his gear and follow a professional diving instructor to dive more than 10 meters underwater, watching colorful coral and slow-moving sea turtles as if entering a mysterious underwater world. Everything was novel and wonderful. At dusk, he would grab a fishing rod and sit on his private deck fishing. The sea breeze was salty, carrying the unique scent of the ocean. Tang Zheng held the carbon fiber rod, feeling the pull underwater. The reel emitted a screeching sound, and a huge white splash erupted beneath the surface. A big fish had taken the bait. He gave a sharp tug upward. A tuna half a meter long was flung onto the deck. Its scales shimmered with a metallic luster in the sunset, and its tail slapped the wooden floorboards with a dull thud. Tang Jing couldn't resist. He pulled out his phone and took a photo of his trophy on the deck, then casually posted it on his social feed. The caption was only 2 words, extra meal. Within less than a minute a notification popped up at the top of the screen. Su Qingyue, wow, what a huge fish. Brother Tang Jing, did you catch that? Su Qingyue drooling. JPG Tang Jing leaned back in the lounge chair and typed back with one hand, I'll bring you a few. Put them in the fridge and eat them slowly. The reply came quickly. Su Qingyue, great. Thanks, brother. Oh, by the way, the song I wrote the day before yesterday passed the company's review. It's a small achievement. I'll get my bonus next month. Seeing the undisguised joy on the screen, Tang Jing couldn't help but smile. He put away his phone, called a steward to take the fish to the kitchen, and was in a good mood. Just as he turned to go back to his room to change the corner of his eye caught 2 women under a nearby umbrella. These 2 women had been appearing on the deck with unusual frequency these past few days. On the left, a woman in a red backless bikini with a sheer mesh cover-up draped loosely over it offered a semblance of concealment. Her voluminous waves danced freely in the sea breeze as she held a glass of blood-red margarita. On the right, the other appeared more conservative in a one-piece pink swimsuit, its cut so form-fitting that it accentuated every curve of her shapely figure. Her neat chin-length bob lent her an air of efficiency and freshness. The 2 sat there seemingly admiring the ocean view, but their gazes kept drifting toward Tang Jing. Nana, you've applied sunscreen to your chest 3 times already. If you keep at it, you'll rub the skin off. The short-haired woman Wang Qian picked up the lemonade on the table, took a light sip, and cast a casual glance at Tang Jing's back from the corner of her eye. A faint smile curled at her lips, tinged with teasing. The curly-haired woman called Nana, whose full name was Li Na, let out a coquettish laugh, tossed the sunscreen bottle onto the chair, and shot Wang Qian a look. Wang Qian, you've got some nerve talking about me. Look at that swimsuit you're wearing. Wasn't it the one you barely managed to get last year at Milan Fashion Week, by organizing a group, buy of 10 people, eh? You treasure it like a precious gem and can't bear to wear it. So how did you muster the courage to bring it out for a dip today? Wang Qian set down her glass, her slender fingers tracing idle patterns on the edge of the chair, a faint smile on her face. My dear sister, what are you saying? I just thought today's occasion was perfect for it. Besides, such a beautiful swimsuit. It's such a waste to keep it hidden away all the time. Li Na leaned back lazily, her eyes behind the sunglasses glinting with calculation. She lowered her voice as if offering a well-meaning reminder. I've done my research. This guy is young, doesn't have a female companion, and lives alone in a luxury suite on the 15th floor. Look at him, he's so handsome. If we can latch onto him, we'll never have to worry about money for a car or a bag. Maybe we can even live the life of a wealthy wife. Then it's every woman for herself. Wang Qian stood up, adjusted the hem of her swimsuit, and a confident smile curved her lips. But I'll warn you, a rich second generation like him has seen countless cheap beauties. Your routine might not work. Whether it works or not, we'll find out. Li Na gave a disdainful snort, rose to her feet, and strutted toward Tang Jing in high heels, glass in hand, swaying her hips like a peacock fanning its tail. Just as Tang Jing reached the glass door leading to the interior, a wave of strong perfume hit him. He frowned slightly and stopped. Handsome, all alone. Li Na leaned against the glass door deliberately, pulling her cover up lower to reveal a large expanse of fair skin. Her glass tilted slightly, the blood-red liquid swaying gently, an unspoken temptation. I haven't seen you at the banquets these past few days. Is the wine too terrible, or the company too boring? Tang Jing stopped, his gaze sweeping over Li Na's face with an impassive expression. Too noisy. Tang Jing answered bluntly. Li Na covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, and edged half a step closer, the cloying perfume becoming even more pungent. I find it noisy too. Everyone on this ship is so fake, it's exhausting to deal with them. Handsome, you're really a kindred spirit. Meeting you is fate. How about we add each other on WeChat? As she spoke, she held out her phone with a QR code, her eyes full of expectation. Tang Jing looked at the code, but didn't move. He wasn't a lecher. This woman's intentions and ambition were written all over her face. From the rhythm of her approach to the directness of her gaze, she was practically trying to strip a piece of meat off him. I don't have a phone, and I don't have dinner with women. Tang Jing tossed out the words directly, pushed open the glass door, and sidestepped past her inside. Li Na stood frozen, phone in hand, her smile instantly solidifying. What kind of ridiculous excuse was that? No phone. Did he want to look at what he was holding in his own hand? At that moment, Li Na felt his ability to lie with a straight face was truly unparalleled. Not far away, Wang Qian watched the scene and barely stifled a laugh. She walked over with a glass of lemonade and patted Li Na on the shoulder. I told you your routine doesn't work. That handsome young man didn't even spare you a glance. Li Na gritted her teeth, shoved her phone back into her bag, and said bitterly, what a pretentious act. I refuse to believe there's a man in this world I can't win over. Besides, a hungry wolf is always afraid of a strong woman. I don't believe he. Tang Jing had no interest in the conversation behind him. He returned to his room, took a shower, and changed into a clean set of clothes. In truth, this kind of scene had played out several times over the past few days. Ever since Zhao Kong introduced him at the banquet, the sharp-nosed people on this ship had been like sharks smelling blood, trying every trick to get close to him. But Tang Zheng found it troublesome and spent most of his time in the private area, giving them little opportunity. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The cruise ship with a blast of its horns slowly docked at Jingang. At the port the crowd was bustling and various vehicles were neatly lined up. Tang Zheng, carrying a simple travel bag, walked down the VIP passage. As soon as he stepped out of the exit, a wave of heat mixed with the smell of asphalt hit his nose. In the VIP parking area outside the dock, a long row of black cars gleamed with a cold luster under the sun. Tang Zheng had barely taken a few steps when a middle-aged man in a suit sweating profusely hurried up to him. It was Zhang Chongfeng. The temperature in Anqing that day was close to 40 degrees Celsius, unbearably hot. Zhang Chongfeng had been standing in the sun for at least 10 minutes, his shirt completely soaked through, clinging to his body and outlining rolls of fat, making him look rather disheveled. When he saw Tang Zheng emerge, a smile that was more like a grimace spread across his pudgy face. He quickly stepped forward and handed over a thick stack of documents with both hands. "Young Master Tang, welcome ashore. Did you have a good time at sea these past few days?" Tang Zheng stopped, his eyes sweeping over the documents in his hands. Inside the transparent file bag, the top sheet bore bold black letters at the header: Zhang's Building Materials Group Share Transfer Agreement. These past few days, Zhang Chongfeng had been as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had tried every connection, but the hole in the South City project kept growing, and Zhao Kong had the banks firmly locked down. With no way out, he could only come to the dock to intercept Tang Zheng, hoping to grab this last possible chance. "What's this, President Zhang?" Tang Zheng didn't take the file, raising an eyebrow and looking at him mockingly. "Young Master Tang, that day, I was blind and failed to recognize your true stature." Zhang Chongfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead, bowing even lower. "Please take a look at this agreement. 20% of Zhang's group shares currently worth 150 million. I'm willing to transfer them to you for 100 million just to save me." Tang Zheng looked at the man old enough to be his father, now bowing like a grandson to save his company. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of capital. Just as he was about to speak, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw it was Shunqing's number. He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. "Hello." A crisp female voice came through, steady and professional, with the sound of papers rustling in the background. "Mr. Tang, good morning. I'm sorry to bother you. Chairman Zhang Leiyun of Gaoshun Capital has sent an invitation requesting your presence at their business banquet the day after tomorrow. It's sudden, and our company has no prior dealings with Gaoshun Capital. You're not in the capital right now, so I wanted to ask." The woman's voice paused, respectful yet probing. Gaoshun Capital. Tang Zheng quickly searched his memory. If he recalled correctly, this was a well-known Chinese company specializing in capital operations or asset management. Why would they be looking for him? Could there be a potential collaboration? He shifted his travel bag to his left hand and said into the phone, "All right, I'll return to the capital tomorrow." After hanging up, Tang Zheng looked at Zhang Chongfeng, whose face was full of anticipation. He reached out with 2 fingers and pinched the document, opening it. A few minutes later, Tang Zheng looked up at Zhang Chongfeng's suddenly pale face and said calmly, 20% isn't enough. I want 30%. Zhang Chongfeng's face instantly turned even more grim upon hearing this. His lips trembled slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he remained silent. After a long moment, he managed to squeeze out a dry, almost hoarse voice from his throat. "All right, 30 it is." At this moment his heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. He knew that since Tang Zheng had spoken, there was likely no room for negotiation. Moreover, he was the one in need now. Oh, for the survival of the company, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept the terms. Watching Zhang Chongfeng's demeanor, Tang Zheng felt not a shred of pity. In this ruthless business world, it was a place of survival of the fittest where sympathy was always a luxury. He closed the file and said in a calm tone, "President Zhang, go back and prepare. In a few days someone will contact you regarding the share transfer. As soon as the procedures are completed, the funds will be transferred to your company's account on time." Zhang Chongfeng quickly nodded, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. "Okay, thank you, President Tang. I will prepare as soon as possible." "Thank you for your help, young Master Tang. If there's ever anything I can do for you, just say the word. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." After saying this, he took a deep look at Tang Zheng, bowed, and then turned to leave. His figure was incredibly desolate and weathered, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Tang Zheng watched Zhang Chongfeng's departing back and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But it was not out of sympathy, or rather he was reflecting on the fickleness of the business world. The reason he stepped in was not for charity. After a precise assessment in his mind, he knew that although Zhang's Building Materials was currently in trouble, it still had bottom-fishing investment value. Even if the situation later turned unfavorable, he could sell it off without loss and might even make a substantial profit. Getting into the car, Tang Zheng leaned back on the comfortable seat and closed his eyes to rest. The car slowly started and headed toward Anqing. After returning home, Tang Zheng rested briefly, then informed Xinqing about the matter of Zhang's Building Materials, asking her to arrange a professional team to conduct a thorough investigation as soon as possible and to coordinate with Zhang Chongfeng on the details of the share transfer, ensuring everything was foolproof. The next day, at Jingdu International Airport, Tang Zheng emerged from the first-class aisle. As soon as he turned on his phone, he saw a familiar figure standing at the pickup area. Xin was wearing a light green strapless dress, her long hair coiled at the back of her head, with an exquisite wooden hairpin, looking elegant and intellectual. She held a cup of coffee and kept looking around. Tang Zheng walked over and tapped the railing in front of her. "Why are you here?" Xin turned her head, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes, and quickly handed him the coffee. "President Tang, I knew you were coming today, so I estimated the time and waited here." Tang Zheng took the coffee and took a sip. Iced Americano. The cold bitterness soothed the summer heat down his throat. He secretly admired this woman, indeed handles things flawlessly, deeply understanding the boss's mind. "Let's go." First back to the residence. The two walked out of the terminal and got into a black Alphard. The car drove into the city center, and the buildings on both sides gradually changed from high-rises to ancient-style red walls and green tiles. Following the navigation set by Tang Zheng, the driver turned into a wide hutong and finally stopped in front of an imposing Sihiyuan gate. Xin pushed open the car door, and just as she stepped out, her movement froze. Her eyes widened as she stared incredulously at the two heavy vermilion gates before her. The threshold was ridiculously high, and the two white marble lions at the entrance exuded an imposing pressure without anger. Above the gate hung a plaque with calligraphy that was bold and vigorous. "Princess Mansion. He lives here." Xin was shocked. She had been in the financial circle for so many years and had seen countless wealthy people. Those rich second generations at most bought a few central penthouses or suburban villas. The number of people who owned a complete historical courtyard within the second ring road of Jingdu could be counted on one hand. She swallowed air, and the words she had prepared got stuck in her throat for half a second. "What are you standing there for? Come in." Tang Zheng walked through the gate and called back over his shoulder. Xin quickly composed herself and followed in her high heels. The courtyard was shaded by green trees, and covered corridors connected several yards. Several servants in uniform stood in the corners, bowing their heads in unison when they saw Tang Zheng enter. Xin followed behind Tang Zheng, a thin layer of sweat gradually forming on her back. The two arrived at the main hall. Tang Zheng sat leisurely on a rosewood chair. The butler's son Fu stepped forward softly, holding an exquisite tea tray, and skillfully poured 2 cups of tea for them, the fragrance of tea filling the air. "Tell me about Gaosheng. What do they want from me?" Upon hearing this, Xin quickly adjusted her demeanor. "We have investigated that Gaokao, a wholly owned subsidiary of Gaosheng Capital, is running out of capital. This time they are likely seeking cooperative investment." Tang Zheng picked up his teacup and gently blew on the floating leaves. "Building cars. That thing is a bottomless pit, burning money like water." Xin nodded and continued, "Gaokao has been taking 2 big steps in the past 2 years. They have built 4 RD centers, and the annual RD expenditure is astronomical. In the first 3 quarters of last year, RD expenses reached 9.46 billion yuan. Xin opened her tablet, pulled up a data report, and placed it on the table. "Now their first mass-produced car is delayed, and the banks have tightened loans. Gaokao currently has over 10 billion in liabilities on its books. Zhang Leiyun probably can't hold on anymore. He organized this banquet to find new people in the circle to share the burden." Tang Zheng looked at the report on the screen, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. "Is this guy treating me as a potential sucker to take over?" He had ample funds himself. The entire Huanyu Entertainment could access nearly 3 billion in cash flow at any time. But the automotive industry was a deep water not to be entered lightly. "Our Huanyu Entertainment has always had ample cash flow, and since you recently took over Huanyu, Gaosheng must have sensed an opportunity," Xin added. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair and smiled. "All right, tomorrow you come with me. I want to see what terms they can offer." Xin quickly nodded. "Okay, boss. I'll go prepare." The next day, Jingdu Gaoyue Hotel, 18th floor. In the hotel lobby, a huge crystal chandelier cast warm yellow light, and the melodious sound of a violin flowed through the air. Tang Zheng, wearing a custom-made light-colored suit, stood tall and exuded extraordinary aura. He led Xin, submitted their invitation, and walked into the lobby. There were already many people in the venue chatting in small groups with glasses in hand. Any one of them taken out would be a regular on financial news. "Mr. Tang, your seat is ahead. Please follow me." A staff member responsible for hosting stepped forward and guided the way with respect. The two followed the staff member through the crowd. The further they walked, the quicker Xin's steps became. The staff member finally stopped beside a table at the very front, second only to the main table. Only 6 nameplates were arranged on this table. When Tang Zheng pulled out his chair and sat down, the conversations around several nearby tables briefly paused. Several gazes swept over simultaneously. Those who could sit in these prime seats near the main table were all rising stars and leading figures in their industries. Now a young man of about 20 had suddenly inserted himself into this setting, creating a strong sense of incongruity. Who is this young man? Is he a relative of Zhang Leiyun? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline asked in a low voice to the person next to him. "I don't know, I've never seen him before. But being able to sit in that position, he's probably some family's young master brought along to broaden his horizons." Xin skillfully picked up 2 glasses of champagne from a passing waiter's tray, handed one to Tang Zheng, then leaned slightly forward and whispered quickly in Tang Zhang's ear. President Tang, look at the main table on the left. The bald man sitting to the left of the host's seat who has been staring at his phone is Wang Zhengwo from Baidai E-Commerce. Xinqing's voice remained steady. Next to him, the overweight man smoking a cigar is Lu Haifeng from Wanhe Real Estate. The other two whispering together are a regional leader in fresh food e-commerce and someone involved in commercial real estate. Tang Zheng took a sip of the chilled champagne, the bubbles bursting on his tongue with a hint of tart fruitiness. Those in e-commerce, those in real estate. Are these people getting together to build cars? Tang Zheng secretly calculated the moves in today's game. The real estate sector had struggled to acquire land in recent years while traditional e-commerce traffic was approaching its peak. These four companies currently held dominant cash flows and were all seeking new growth opportunities. In the current era, the state was vigorously promoting new energy, and car manufacturing was indeed a profitable venture which local governments would welcome. Whose seat is that empty one to the right of the main position? Tang Zheng's gaze fell on an unoccupied seat, the nameplate partially obscured by a vase beside it. Turning his head to examine the nameplate at that seat, Xinqing replied quickly, it belongs to Hu Xiaojing, Secretary General of the Jingdu Municipal Party Committee. He should be here today representing the official side, lending credibility to Goldman Sachs Capital. Official endorsement for leading companies providing a safety net. It seemed Gaokao Motors was indeed facing substantial funding challenges. Tang Zheng did not actively join the main table's festivities, instead engaging in quiet conversation with Xinqing beside him. Before long, the hall lights suddenly dimmed. The soothing violin melody abruptly ceased, replaced by an electronic synthesizer sound with a distinctly technological feel. The massive LED screen at the front of the banquet hall instantly lit up, and a futuristic silver concept car raced across it, leaving behind a trail of dazzling light effects. A middle-aged man in a navy blue bespoke suit, slightly plump but energetic, strode confidently onto the podium. This was none other than Zhang Leiyun, chairman of Goldman Sachs Capital. Good morning, distinguished guests and friends. Zhang Leiyun stood before the enormous electronic screen, his voice resonating powerfully throughout all 18 floors through premium audio equipment. Today we don't talk about past glories, only future blueprints. Gaokao Motors, after 3 years of dormancy, is finally ready to present its answer to the world. A round of coordinated applause erupted from the audience. The screen switched to display various complex data charts and factory footage. Our super factory has reached full completion, and the first fully automated production line has finished commissioning. Gaokao's first mass-produced model, the Xingchen V1, is equipped with a globally leading intelligent cabin system and 36 sensing hardware components throughout the vehicle, truly achieving L3-level autonomous driving assistance. Zhang Leiyun spoke passionately on stage, his laser pointer constantly circling across the screen. Not only that, we've also created an exclusive vehicle-home interconnection ecological loop. This isn't just a car, it's your mobile second home, the core terminal for future digital life. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, watching the flashy promotional language on screen, his fingertip gently tracing the rim of his glass. The presentation was undeniably thrilling, but a professional examining it closely would find it worlds apart from genuine proprietary research and development. The so-called smart cockpit boasting on screen actually uses Qualcomm chips. The autonomous driving LiDAR is sourced from DJI. The chassis architecture is designed by a European contract team. This isn't car manufacturing. It's more like assembling a giant Lego set. Without proprietary 3 electric systems or core algorithm fundamentals, all critical components remain under suppliers' control. How can this be called an ecological closed loop? It's merely constructing illegal buildings on someone else's foundation. Yet most users wouldn't concern themselves with whether the components are company developed or not. Boss, I'm not versed in the auto industry, but this car sounds impressive on paper. What's your take? Xinqing glanced at the screen and murmured quietly. What good are impressive specs? Tang Zheng set his glass down and said softly, when supply chains get squeezed, this car becomes nothing but scrap metal. They're painting castles in the air with PowerPoint. Do you understand? The speech on stage had reached its climax. Zhang Leiyun swept his hand across the podium, and a massive countdown number appeared on screen. Gaokao Motors' series of funding round officially launches today. We don't lack capital. We're looking for companions who can change the world alongside us. The words had barely settled when movement stirred at the main table. Lu Haifeng from Wanhe Real Estate rose first, rubbing his bald head as he declared loudly, President Zheng's words have set my blood racing. Our nation's new energy enterprise demands leadership. Wanhe Real Estate is prepared to invest $3 billion to support Gaokao Motors. Excellent. President Lu speaks with conviction. Zhang Leiyun led the applause from the stage. Wang Zhengwo of Baidai E-Commerce immediately raised his champagne glass. If President Wang has made his stance clear, how could I fall behind? Baidai E-Commerce contributes $30 billion. Fresh E-Commerce, $20 billion. Hanyuan Commercial, $30 billion. Within just minutes, the 4 power players at the main table each made their declarations, their commitments totaling a staggering $110 billion. The atmosphere in the hall ignited instantly as surrounding guests leaned in to whisper, their eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. With 110 billion in cash injected, even a pig could soar on the winds of opportunity. Tang Zheng watched the scene with amusement. In truth, these investments were likely predetermined. Such sly operators wouldn't be playing games with each other here. Zhang Leiyun had undoubtedly already signed a disguised equity investment agreement with them in private. Today's performance on stage was merely a charade put on for the other investors present. Sure enough. After the speech concluded and the atmosphere was sufficiently stirred, Zhang Leiyun descended from the stage, a glass of red wine in hand, and began weaving through the tables near the main one like a shark scenting blood searching for its prey. Before long, his massive frame halted before Tang Zheng's table. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the new helmsman of Universal Entertainment, Mr. Tang Zheng. Zhang Leiyun's face was plastered with an effusive smile, and as he spoke he extended his right hand. I've long admired your reputation, Mr. Tang. To be steering a company as large as Universal Entertainment at such a young age truly commands the respect of us old-timers. Tang Zheng rose and shook his hand courteously. You flatter me, Mr. Zheng. It's just a modest venture hardly comparable to the grand scale of Gaokao's $100 billion presentation today. It truly opened our eyes. Zhang Leiyun seized the opportunity to take the empty seat beside Tang Zheng, beckoning his female secretary over to pour drinks. The secretary, tall and striking in appearance, carried a hint of worldliness in her eyes. Mr. Tang is too modest. I've heard that Universal Entertainment has recently unveiled a number of S-grade scripts, all of which are poised to be blockbusters. Congratulations, it seems you'll be raking in a fortune this year. Zhang Leiyun leaned closer to Tang Zheng, lowering his voice with an air of confiding intimacy. Mr. Tang, while the entertainment industry brings quick money, it's just entertainment after all, with a limited ceiling. New energy, on the other hand, is a different story. It's a national strategy, a trillion-dollar track for the future with boundless prospects. So how about it? Interested in boarding the Gaokao ship? I'll make the call and reserve a share of the original stock for you. This is a rare opportunity. The trap was being set. Tang Zheng gazed at Zhang Leiyun's earnest expression, thinking to himself that if this old fox ever took up acting, he would surely win the Best Actor award at next year's Golden Rooster Awards. I appreciate your kind intentions, Mr. Zheng. Tang Zheng took a sip of water, his tone calm. However, I'm a complete novice when it comes to automobile manufacturing. From your PPT just now, Gaokao's smart features are indeed impressive, and the technological innovations have their highlights. But I know my limits. I'm not ready to reach that high yet. Zhang Leiyun's smile stiffened for half a second. He had assumed that a young, wealthy scion like Tang Zheng, stimulated by the sight of over 10 billion in investments, would impulsively throw money in. He hadn't expected Tang Zheng to strike directly at his sore spot, infuriating him. Mr. Tang is an insider. Zhang Leiyun quickly adjusted his expression, forcing a laugh to mask his embarrassment. Currently, our batteries are sourced from CATL, the motors from Bosch. Global sourcing is the norm. The entire automotive industry is trending toward resource integration, which is the true path for modern car makers. Take Apple's iPhone, for example. It also sources components globally, yet it thrives. Tang Zheng set his glass down, meeting Zhang Leiyun's gaze without the slightest timidity or hesitation. Mr. Zheng, with all due respect, if a car company doesn't hold its core technology, it's not car manufacturing. It's an assembly plant. When the tide recedes and price wars erupt, the moment suppliers raise their prices slightly, that razor-thin profit margin will be utterly devoured. Mr. Zheng, this business of handing over your lifeline to others. Forgive my youthful timidity, but I dare not touch it. His words were blunt, leaving no room for face-saving. Zhang Leiyun's hand holding the wine glass paused mid-air, his knuckles whitening from the force. How could this young man be so impolite, completely disregarding the unwritten rules? Yet, having weathered decades in the business world, his expression remained unchanged, though he let out a dry chuckle. Mr. Tang is young and spirited with a keen eye. It's good to have your own convictions. If the deal doesn't go through, there's still goodwill. Perhaps we'll collaborate another time. With that, he raised his glass, clinked it against Tang Zheng's water glass, drained it in one gulp, and rose to return to the main table. Xin, watching from the side, felt her palms grow sweaty. Her boss truly had nerve. In someone else's territory, he had torn apart their business model as worthless. Just then a hearty laugh rang out from the main table. That young man's words just now struck me as quite interesting. The speaker was Hu Xiaojiang, the Deputy Secretary General of the Jingdu Municipal Party Committee, who had remained largely silent throughout. He had been sitting at the main table, but now he suddenly stood and walked toward Tang Zheng. Hu Xiaojiang wore a dark executive-style jacket, followed by Wang Jiangwo and Lu Haifeng, who had just declared their investments. As they moved, the eyes of many in the hall followed. Secretary General Hu. Tang Zheng rose, nodding slightly in greeting. Official courtesy demanded respect. Hu Xiaojiang waved his hand, signaling Tang Zheng to sit, and pulled up a chair beside him. Are you so pessimistic about the new energy vehicle industry, President Tang? Hu Xiaojiang took a sip from his wine glass. The state is vigorously promoting new energy to achieve a corner overtake. Although Gaokao currently relies on its supply chain, it is still contributing to the domestic automotive industry chain. His words carried an undertone. Lu Haifeng of Wanhe Real Estate chimed in, his tone bearing the confidence of an elder instructing a junior. Indeed, President Tang, business can't be made solely on current technical barriers. What we value is Gaokao's market share and brand value. Once the scale is achieved and cash flow is secured, core technologies can be acquired gradually. Wang Zhengwo, the e-commerce magnate, nodded in agreement. The internet mindset for car manufacturing emphasizes speed above all. First seize the territory, then build the castle. President Tang is still too young and conservative. Tang Zheng looked at these three titans whose combined ages nearly reached 200 and sighed inwardly. He knew these men were accustomed to capital maneuvers and had their own logic. But Tang Zheng saw things differently and had no intention of yielding, because he had his own foundation, his system. Secretary General who Mr. Lu Mr. Wang. Tang Zheng showed no anger. Instead, he leaned back, relaxed, his eyes radiating confidence. Overtaking on a curve is indeed plausible, but it can easily turn into a rollover. Young as I am, I firmly believe that core technology is the cornerstone of any enterprise, the foundation of everything. Without core technology, no matter how large the scale, it's nothing but a castle in the air, unable to withstand any storm. Tang Zheng's voice was not loud, but his words were crisp, carrying clearly in this small area. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Lu Haifeng and Wang Zhengwo, before continuing. Suppose a foreign chip company cuts off supply, or CTL, at home Titan's battery production capacity. How severely would the new energy vehicle industry be impacted? At that point, car companies without core technologies would be at the mercy of others, and all their previous efforts might come to nothing. Hearing these words, Hu Xiaozhang's hand holding the wine glass paused. He gave Tang Zheng a long, searching look, his casual gaze now tinged with assessment and admiration. He hadn't expected this young man to possess such sharp insight, unlike other idle rich kids. President Tang, you speak candidly. I'm enlightened. Hu Xiaozhang did not refute him, offering a faint smile. It seems the business world of the future belongs to your generation. What you said makes sense. Core technology is indeed the key. Gaokao should put more effort into this area. After a few more pleasantries, Hu Xiaozhang led Wang Zhengwo and Lu Haifeng back to the main table. By now the gazes of others in the hall toward Tang Zheng had shifted, some surprised, some admiring, and a few envious. Tang Zheng, however, paid no heed to these looks. He knew he had simply spoken his mind. During the ensuing banquet, Zhang Leiyun seemed to deliberately ignore his presence, which suited Tang Zheng just fine. At 3 in the afternoon, the banquet concluded. Tang Zheng led Xinxin out of the Gaokao Hotel. The afternoon breeze in Jingdu carried a hint of heat, dissipating the lingering smell of alcohol. The valet brought around the company's black Alfred. The two got in. Boss, I'm afraid we've offended Zhang Leiyun today, Xinxin said from the passenger seat, organizing her documents. If we've offended him, so be it. Those with different paths can't work together. If he dares to cause trouble, we won't back down. Tang Zheng leaned back into the plush leather seat of the rear row, closing his eyes to rest. The black Alfred slowly glided into the alley, its tires rolling over the bluestone-paved road, emitting a dull rhythmic crunch. The vehicle finally came to a halt before the two heavy vermilion gates. Tang Zheng pushed open the door and stepped out, the air thick with the dry, musty scent of ancient ginkgo trees. Mr. Tang, shall I come pick you up tomorrow to head to Huanyu? Xinxin got out from the passenger seat and asked softly, standing nearby. Tang Zheng waved his hand. No need. Take a few days off. Just send any documents directly to my email. With that, he turned and walked toward the Princess Mansion. Stepping into the Princess Mansion, the courtyard was pleasantly cool. Several century-old trees fragmented the harsh sunlight into dappled patches on the ground, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. Butler Sun Fu stood at the corner of the winding corridor, holding a tablet. Seeing Tang Zheng enter, he quickly stepped forward. Young master, you're back. Sun Fu took the suit jacket Tang Zheng had removed, draping it neatly over his arm with an elegant and fluid motion, as if practiced countless times. How are things at home? Tang Zheng loosened his tie and strode toward the main hall. Everything for the start of the semester is ready. Would you like to review the list, young master? Sun Fu followed, half a step behind, his voice steady, each syllable perfectly timed. Tang Zheng sat down on the sofa in the main hall, picked up the freshly brewed cold tea from the table, and took a large gulp. The bitter liquid slid down his throat, suppressing the restlessness brought in from outside. All right, let me take a look. Sun Fu swiped on the tablet and handed it to Tang Zheng, then began his report. Jingdu University requires all freshmen to live on campus, so I've prepared some dormitory supplies, a custom-made Thai latex mattress pad for your use in the dorm, along with 4 sets of Sedanda high-end bedding in different thicknesses. The dimensions have been carefully verified with the school logistics department. No issues at all. For toiletries, I've prepared the Swiss brand you use at the Princess Mansion. For clothing, I've arranged 10 sets of Givenchy's latest season casual wear and 2 sets of formal attire. Additionally, I've included an air purifier for the dorm. Tang Zheng nodded inwardly. Truly, professionals were different, meticulous and thorough in their work, a virtuoso of logistics. That's enough. Thank you, Uncle Sun. Tang Zheng handed the tablet back. It's my duty, Sun Fu replied, his usually stern face breaking into a kindly smile at Tang Zheng's gratitude. He had never married, had no children. The Princess Mansion was his entire world. Now the new master was his whole purpose, and he sincerely wished for the young master's brightest future. With nothing else to do that day, Tang Zheng stood up and strolled around the courtyard. The princess mansion was absurdly vast, its front and rear courtyards spanning several sections. The moss on the walls, the carved window lattices, the koi swimming in the pond, all exuded a tranquility bought with wealth. Over the next 2 days, Tang Zhong went nowhere else. He simply wandered the vicinity, familiarizing himself with the nearby streets. At the alley entrance 200 meters away, there was a breakfast shop selling doji fermented bean drink. The owner, a true old-school Jingdu native, could be heard every morning boasting loudly with the neighbors. This blend of everyday street life and the tranquility of the princess mansion gradually eased Tang Zhang's tense nerves. After dinner, he lay on a rattan chair in the yard to cool off. Moonlight cascaded like water, bathing his slender form. Suddenly his phone buzzed several times in his pocket. He pulled out the phone and unlocked it. On WeChat, the chat named Jingdu University Physics Department Freshman Group already showed a red 99 notification. Yesterday, he had added the freshman group based on the information in the admission letter, but set it to mute after joining. Tang Zhong tapped to open it. The group was buzzing with conversation. Counselor Teacher Li had just posted an announcement. Dear students, with 3 days left until registration, please fill out the pickup statistics form as soon as possible to facilitate our orientation work. For those taking trains, high-speed rail, or planes, please indicate your departure flight or train number. The school will arrange buses for pickup. Those arriving on their own should also indicate this for coordinated management. Thank you for your cooperation. A string of received followed immediately. Then the tone began to drift. A user with the note Wang Hao was the most active. Wang Hao, teacher, let me handle the statistics form. I'll set up a mini program and everyone can fill it in directly. The backend can export it in one click, saving you the trouble of checking records one by one. Teacher Li, then I'll leave it to you, Wang Hao. Wang Hao, no trouble at all, it's the least I can do. Also, if any out-of-town classmates are unfamiliar with Jingdu's routes, feel free to ask me. I'm a local, I know this area like the back of my hand. If you really can't get a taxi, I can drive my dad's Highlander to pick up a few along the way. As soon as these words were out, a cascade of thumbs-up emojis flooded the group. Classmate A, wow brother Hao is generous. Our class has a local big shot. Classmate B, thanks brother Hao. I was worried about how to get to school from the high-speed rail station. Wang Hao, no big deal. My family runs a chain supermarket near the 4th Ring Road. When school starts, if anyone needs daily necessities, just go there and mention my name for a 20 discount. Tang Zhong glanced at the chat history on the screen and chuckled lightly. This kid sure knew how to play the game, establishing a persona and winning people over right after joining the group. Running a supermarket, driving a Highlander. In the eyes of ordinary college students, that counted as a pretty comfortable little rich second generation. But Tang Zhong had no interest in such childish games. He casually tapped on the mini-program to check what information needed to be filled in. Unexpectedly, the mini-program page kept loading without any response for a long time, probably a glitch. After waiting a while, Tang Zhong grew impatient. He exited the mini-program, tossed his phone onto the small side table, and continued resting with his eyes closed. The next morning, Tang Zhong was practicing calligraphy in the study, the air filled with a faint scent of ink. A few days ago, he discovered that the study contained several copybooks bearing the distinct style of master calligraphers. Coincidentally, Sun Fu had excellent handwriting, so under his guidance, Tang Zhong learned the correct brush grip and now immersed himself in daily practice copying the copybooks in the study. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with a WeChat friend request. The verification message read, "Hello classmate. I'm Wang Hao from Jingdu University, responsible for compiling freshman registration information." Tang Zhong tapped to accept. The moment he did, a flurry of messages came through. "Dude, you're the only one in the group who hasn't filled out the statistics form. Teacher Li is pushing for the data. Wang Hao, are you from out of town or local? Do you need me to pick you up?" Tang Zhong typed back, "Local. I'll drive myself." There was a brief silence on the other end. Wang Hao, "Oh, you're also a local. That's great. We should keep in touch. If you drive yourself, be aware that on registration day, there will be many cars and outside vehicles are not allowed into the dormitory area. You need to report your license plate number to the security office in advance to apply for a temporary pass. Send me your plate number and I'll include it in the report." He thought that helping a classmate would also show off his influence on campus. Why not? Tang Zhong read the message and pondered for a moment. He had a lot of luggage that day, and Sun Fu would definitely accompany him along with 2 people to help carry things. One car wouldn't be enough, so he needed to arrange 2 vehicles. Without hesitation, he typed out 2 plate numbers on his phone, Jing ATZ 567, Jing ATZ 666. These plates had been retained from the princess's residence over the years. Though the residence had undergone many changes, it still preserved such precious resources. Coincidentally, TZ happened to be the initials of Tang Zhang's name. After sending the message, the typing indicator at the top of the chat window flickered a few times and then disappeared entirely. Tang Zhong didn't pay it any mind. A full 2 minutes passed before Wang Hao's reply came through. But this time the tone had clearly changed. "Wang Hao, dude, don't joke around. I'm making a serious report for the school security office. If I report false information, your car won't get through the gate." At that moment, Wang Hao was sitting on the sofa in his family's supermarket office, leisurely sipping iced tea. He stared at the 2 explosive plate numbers on his phone screen, his brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. This guy must be crazy. With a Jing A prefix, and one of them even a triple-digit plate. How could an ordinary person get such a thing from the vehicle management office? In the entire Jingdu city, the number of cars with such plates could be counted on one hand, and each one belonged to a formidable figure with immense influence. A freshman who just graduated high school reporting these two plate numbers. If that wasn't a joke, what was it? Tang Zheng saw Wang Hao's reply and couldn't be bothered to explain. He turned to Sun Fu, who was standing by the door. Uncle Sun, take photos of the registration cards for those two cars and send them to me. Sun Fu nodded and left. Less than a minute later, two high-definition photos arrived on Tang Zheng's phone. Tang Zheng casually forwarded them to Wang Hao. Tang Zheng, no joke. It's these two cars. Thank you. After sending, he flipped his phone face down on the desk and continued writing. On the other side, Wang Hao saw the two photos pop up on WeChat and casually tapped to open them. The first photo showed a Toyota Alphard with the plate number Jing ATZ 567, owner Tang Zheng. The second photo showed a Ferrari Enzo with the plate number Jing ATZ 666, owner also listed as Tang Zheng. Wang Hao's head buzzed. His hand trembled, and the iced tea he had just sipped sprayed directly onto his crotch. The cold liquid trickled down his thigh, but he seemed to lose all sensation. He hurriedly brought the phone closer, pinching the screen with two fingers to zoom and staring intently at the embossed stamp and vehicle identification number. It was real. The watermark and anti-counterfeit embossed stamp on the registration card were clearly visible, with no trace of tampering. The air around him seemed to have been sucked away. Wang Hao swallowed hard, his throat dry. A Toyota Alphard. A Ferrari Enzo. His mind was roaring. If he remembered correctly, a Ferrari Enzo cost at least tens of millions, and a Toyota Alphard at least $1 million. He suddenly recalled that just yesterday, he had been bragging in the group chat, boasting about driving a Highlander to pick people up, his words dripping with the superiority of a local Jingdu native. Looking back now, his once proud family assets were nothing compared to these two cars. He couldn't even afford a single tire. And he had actually asked if they needed a ride. Wang Hao's face flushed bright red to the base of his neck, as if he had been slapped twice across the face from afar. Which princeling from which compound had come down to experience civilian life? His hands trembling, he grabbed a tissue to wipe his pants, then typed on his phone, deleting and retyping repeatedly. Finally, he sent a dry single sentence. Wang Hao, got it, Brother Tang. I've reported it. Even the address had changed from dude to Brother Tang, dripping with deference. Putting down the phone, Wang Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He quickly exported the sorted table and sent it to their advisor teacher, Li via WeChat. At the faculty office building of Jingdu University's School of Physics, Li Mei was sitting in front of her computer organizing freshman files. The WeChat icon in the lower right corner of her screen blinked. She opened the pickup statistics table Wang Hao had sent. This kid is quite efficient, Li Mei muttered to herself as she scrolled down the table, quickly scanning the information. Most entries were for students arriving by high-speed rail or plane, with only a few filling in self-drive. When her eyes reached the last row and landed on the remarks column after the name, Tang Zheng, her mouse wheel froze. She leaned closer to the screen to confirm she hadn't misread the two plate numbers and corresponding vehicle models. In her 5 years as an advisor, Li Mei had seen many students from well-off families, and some had even arrived in sports cars. But those were usually cars worth a few million. After all, these students were barely adults, and even if their families were wealthy, they wouldn't be overly indulgent. Yet the plate numbers she saw now were Jing A with consecutive digits. This was no longer a matter of mere wealth. As far as she knew, new Jing A plates had long ceased to be issued to the public. This student clearly had an extraordinary background. With a mix of doubt and caution, Li Mei picked up the landline on her desk and dialed the director of the school's security office. Hello, old Lu. This is Li Mei from the physics department. Teacher Li, what's up? Having trouble with the orientation. A deep male voice came from the other end. No one of our freshmen has reported 2 vehicles for campus entry. Li Mei said, staring at the plate numbers on the screen, her tone peculiar. 2 vehicles? Just enter them into the system. Is that worth a call to me? The plate numbers are Jing ATZ 567 and Jing ATZ 666. Li Mei lowered her voice, speaking seriously. Do you think they're real, eh? A dead silence of 5 seconds followed. Then, what did you say the plates were? Old Lu's voice jumped an octave, and the sound of a chair scraping across the floor came through the line. Jing ATZ 567 and Jing ATZ 666. Hold on, I'll check right away. Old Lu's tone became serious. The call was disconnected abruptly. Li Mei leaned back in her chair, gazing out the window at the ancient, picturesque campus of Jingdu University. A premonition stirred in her heart. The physics department of this year's intake was about to welcome a formidable presence, one that could not be underestimated. September 10th. The lingering fury of autumn's last heat still baked the asphalt until waves of heat rose visibly from its surface. Outside the south gate of Jingda University, the once spacious 4-lane bidirectional road was now choked solid with private cars and ride-hailing vehicles streaming from every corner of the country to deliver their new students. A cacophony of dialectal curses, the shrill whistles of traffic police, and the hurried footsteps of students dragging luggage through the gaps between vehicles merged into a deafening uproar like a cauldron of boiling porridge. Red welcome banners stretched across every street, while speakers cycled endlessly through the welcoming broadcasts recorded by senior students. On the open ground to the right of the campus entrance, several high-definition cameras stood firm on tripods, their lenses all pointed squarely toward the gate. This was the meticulously planned Freshman Arrival Live simultaneous webcast orchestrated by Jingda University's Youth League Committee, designed to showcase the vibrant spirit of the new cohort at this prestigious institution to the entire nation, allowing countless admirers to experience this annual festive moment of lively enrollment. A female host, her hair pulled into a high ponytail, wore a light blue shirt dress, and smiled warmly at the camera, holding a microphone bearing the Jingda University emblem. Hello, dear viewers in the live stream, good morning, everyone. The female host's crisp voice rang through the entire live stream room via the microphone. This is Jingda University's annual freshman registration scene. As we all know, every year, only the most outstanding students from each province who rank at the very top manage to gain admission to Jingda. Today we are honored to interview several newly enrolled students right here. Let's listen to what's on their minds. As she spoke, the host extended the microphone toward a tall young man standing beside her. The young man stood a full 188 centimeters tall, wearing an oversized Balenciaga short-sleeve shirt, his hair meticulously styled with gel into a deliberately tousled yet distinctive look. A latest generation smartwatch glinted dazzlingly on his wrist under the sunlight. This person was Wang Hao. This is Wang Hao, a new physics department student. The host introduced with a warm smile. Wang Hao is a newly enrolled member of Jingdao. What special feelings would you like to share with our viewers on this first day of registration? Wang Hao stuffed one hand into his trouser pocket and waved casually at the camera, that confident air of a native Beijing resident inadvertently showing through. Welcome to Jingda. Wang Hao spoke in his impeccable Beijing dialect. I'm a local myself, living right by the 4th Ring Road. I've been running around this area since I was a kid, so I know these streets better than the cafeteria Andes. These past couple of days in the freshman group chat, I also drove my dad's Highlander to help a few out-of-town classmates who arrived early move their luggage. Among classmates, lending a hand is only natural. His words appeared humble on the surface, but subtly established the persona of a local household registration, family car ownership, and warm-hearted nature. The bullet comments on the side of the live stream instantly started scrolling rapidly. This guy is so handsome. 188 tall, dark-skinned, handsome guy, not only tall, but also confident and articulate, so charming. Did you guys see that watch on his wrist? Are all top students this wealthy nowadays? That's Xiaomi's latest smartwatch. The standard version costs 2,000. That's my entire year's living expenses. I'm so jealous. Native Beijinger family owns a supermarket. Warm-hearted single sisters, hurry and make your move. This is the ideal type. Wang Hao glanced at the comments on the side monitor with the corner of his eye, absolutely delighted inside. He had long known about Jingda's tradition of interviewing new students, deliberately choosing this moment to pass by the South Gate, all for the sake of making an impression in front of the entire faculty and student body. This would become natural capital for future student union work or competition entries. Wang Hao is truly so warm-hearted. I'm sure with students like you, our Jingda freshmen will be able to integrate into campus life much faster. The host was just about to continue the conversation when suddenly a strange commotion arose at the end of the road. That wasn't the ordinary impatient honking of car horns, but an extremely deep, resonant engine roar. It was as if a dormant beast were gliding low along the gaps in the traffic, ruthlessly grinding and overwhelming all the surrounding cacophony. The director's professional instincts kicked in sharply, immediately manipulating a backup camera to swing the lens forcefully toward the corner of the road. A technologically sleek liquid metal silver Ferrari Enzo emerged, its aggressively designed front grille cutting through the congested traffic to carve out a path, slowly driving onto the deceleration zone before the campus gate. Following closely behind the Ferrari was a jet-black Toyota Alphard with privacy glass, commonly known as the Super Nanny vehicle. The two cars, one in front and one behind, forcibly cleaved a quiet passage through this boiling cauldron of chaos. All those drivers who had been cursing about people cutting in line slammed their brakes to the floor the moment they caught sight of that Ferrari emblem, not daring to even breathe, heavily terrified of crashing into it and bankrupting themselves. The bullet comments in the live stream, after a full 3 seconds of stagnation, erupted in an explosive barrage of screens. After a 3-second pause, the live stream's comments erupted in a storm of scrolling. Oh my god, Ferrari Enzo. This car actually appeared in China and is on the road. That's insane. Can't you see? Look at the license plate. Look at the license plate. The camera zoomed in, and that blue background white character license plate on the Enzo's front grille appeared clearly in the center of the screen. Jing ATZ 666, the Alphard's license plate, followed closely behind. Jing ATZ 567, when Wang Hao's gaze swept across those two familiar strings of characters on the monitor, his entire body felt as if it had been struck by high voltage, numbing from scalp to heel. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably twice. His Adam's apple jerked violently up and down. Of course he recognized these two cars. The photos of those two registration documents had been playing on a loop in his dreams every single night recently, terrifying him so badly that he'd wake up in the middle of the night and have to slap himself twice. Should have kept my big mouth shut, should have kept my big mouth shut. Fortunately, that young master didn't bother himself with someone as insignificant as Wang Hao. Who could have imagined that today that untouchable Ferrari would actually be driven right to the school gate? Wang Hao, it seems Jingda is truly hiding remarkable talents today. What do you think about these two? The host was still excitedly trying to continue the conversation when she turned around only to find something was off with the person beside her. Wang Hao had already obediently taken out the hand that had been stuffed in his pocket. He suddenly stammered, interrupting the host. Senior, I just remembered, I still have a form to finish at the check-in point. My counselor is rushing me. I'll take off first. With those words, Wang Hao didn't even dare turn his head back. He simply pushed through the crowd and sprinted toward campus like a dog was chasing him. Left behind were a host frozen in astonishment and live stream viewers furiously spamming question marks. At the campus gate, guided by the security office, both vehicles slowly pulled into the VIP parking area that had been temporarily marked out, coming to a steady stop. The Ferrari's butterfly doors slowly opened upward. A foot clad in pristine white Givenchy sneakers touched the curb, not bearing a single speck of dust. Tang Zheng stepped out of the car dressed in a minimalist white athletic set with no ostentatious logos. Yet the way the fabric draped and clung to his frame made it clear this was a bespoke piece from a top-tier atelier. Sunlight washed over him, casting a faint golden glow. He wore no sunglasses and did not glance around. He simply stood in place, casually adjusting the small sports bag slung across his body with an unhurried, composed air. The chatter of the new students and parents nearby was severed as if by a single stroke. Every gaze converged on Tang Zheng, eyes brimming with awe and curiosity. A passing senior student pulling a suitcase stared fixedly at him, her high heel catching in the grate of a storm drain, yet she forgot even to cry out in pain. Several club recruiters handing out flyers nearby let their pamphlets scatter to the ground in a rustling cascade. Tang Zheng paid no heed to any of it. He turned and instructed Sun Fu and the others who had just gotten out of the car. Uncle Sun, take someone to the security office to process the permits, then go to the logistics department to register my Ferrari. After that, take the luggage straight to dormitory building 4. I'll come over once I've checked in. Very well, young master. I'll have everything in the dormitory arranged properly. Just head over after you finish the formalities. Sun Fu nodded respectfully. Tang Zheng acknowledged with a soft hum, picked up a document folder containing his admission notice from the seat, slipped one hand into his pocket, and followed the signs along the tree-lined avenue toward the campus registration area. Only after his figure vanished around the corner did the frozen air at the school gate begin to flow again, erupting into even more heated discussion than before. Look at how he's dressed. Definitely a super rich second generation. Some people are just born different. They're already standing at the finish line while we're still at the starting point. At the physics department's welcome tent, Counselor Li Mei was pressing a bottle of frozen mineral water tightly against her forehead to cool down. The cursed weather combined with a morning of tedious work had left her with a throbbing headache. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Wang Hao rushed into the tent, gasping for breath, and flopped onto a folding chair. He grabbed a handful of tissues from the table and frantically wiped his sweat. What's the matter? A wolf chasing you or something? Li Mei set down the water bottle and shot him a disdainful glance. No, nothing. Just too hot, and I ran too fast. Wang Hao was evasive, but his eyes kept darting uncontrollably toward the outside of the tent, like a startled bird. At that moment the sunlight outside was blocked by a tall, slender figure. Tang Zheng stopped at the table. He placed the document folder down, curled his index finger, and lightly tapped the table twice. Tap, tap. Hello, teacher. I'm here to register as a new student. Li Mei looked up, momentarily dazed by the young man's striking appearance, then picked up her pen to begin the registration. What's your name? Tang Zheng. The moment those two words left his lips, the half-open bottle of mineral water in Li Mei's hand slipped crashing against her leg with a sharp slap, splashing cold water all over her. But she didn't even bother to wipe herself off. She shot to her feet. Her mind flashed back to what old Lu had stressed over the phone the day before yesterday. One of those 2 plates was personally issued by the number 1 up top. Don't ask questions. Just treat him like an ordinary student. Whatever you do, don't make a fuss. Don't bring trouble on yourself. Old Lu made it sound easy. Treat him like an ordinary student. Who the hell would dare treat him like an ordinary student? Li Mei inwardly cursed her misfortune, frantically grabbed a wad of tissues from the table, and awkwardly dabbed at herself. Her brisk, businesslike tone instantly switched to extreme courtesy. So you're Tang Zheng, right? Here's the form. Just sign here. Your campus card and dormitory key are already prepared for you. Wang Hao, sitting nearby, shrank his neck the moment he heard the name, Tang Zheng, pressing himself against the back of his chair as if trying to disappear. He didn't dare breathe too loudly, yet his curiosity was at its peak, stealing glances at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng took the pen and signed his name with swift, bold strokes, the pressure of his writing almost bleeding through the paper. Lin Wan, the senior student responsible for handing out campus cards, had already been watching him, her eyes brightening. She had been watching the live stream from the school gate on her phone the whole time. This was the owner of that Enzo, now standing right before her in the flesh. Lin Wan immediately tossed aside her plastic fan, stood up, and with a naturally elegant motion tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a sweet smile blooming on her face. Teacher Li, I think Junior Tang just got here and probably doesn't know his way around. I'm free right now, so why don't I walk him to his dorm? Li Mei was all too eager to send this great Buddha away and stop being on edge, so she nodded repeatedly. Fine. Lin Wan take Tang to get familiar with the campus. Lin Wan walked around the table and approached Tang Zheng, a rich scent of Joe Malone's wild bluebell perfume wafting over. Junior, let's go. I'm Lin Wan, vice president of the student union. Lin Wan smiled sweetly, her manner radiating easy familiarity. Tang Zheng turned his head and let his gaze sweep over her briefly. He noticed the Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover bracelet on her wrist, the basic coach tote she carried, and the RV square toe flats on her feet, but the edges of those flats had obvious signs of repair where the glue had peeled. Thank you for the trouble, senior, Tang Zheng said flatly, offering neither the enthusiastic response Lin Wan had hoped for nor picking up her conversational thread. The two walked toward the dormitory area, one ahead of the other. Along the way, Lin Wan kept trying to bridge the distance with small talk. Junior, did you come in that Enzo? That car is stunning. I've never seen such a gorgeous car. Everyone in the live stream is guessing which big compound you're the young master of. Lin Wan covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes darting to Tang Zheng's profile, trying to catch his reaction. Tang Zheng's expression remained effortlessly relaxed, his pace unbroken as he merely said, "It's a family car. I just drove it." One sentence killed the conversation. Lin Wan hit a soft wall, but she didn't take offense. She knew rich second-generation kids of his caliber were usually guarded. It didn't matter. She had plenty of time and would find a way to get close to him. So modest, Junior. If there's anything you don't understand on campus, like how to grab elective courses or which cafeteria window has good food, just come to me anytime. I don't have much, but I've been here for 3 years and I know a lot of people. Tang Zheng pulled out his phone, lit up the screen to check the time, seemingly uninterested in her words. Senior, how much farther to building 4? He completely ignored her attempts to curry favor and moved directly to the next point on his agenda. The smile on Lin Wan's face finally began to waver. Suppressing her embarrassment, she pointed stiffly ahead. It's that red brick building up ahead. A trace of helplessness crept into her voice. Dormitory Building 4 was a new apartment-style residence built by Jing University a few years ago. It had previously been reserved exclusively for international students and certain graduate students with conditions infinitely better than the ordinary dormitories. Gazing at the brand-new dormitory building before her, Lin Wan couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. After all, the school was located in the heart of the capital where housing was scarce. She and the other senior students had been living 6 to a room for years, yet this batch of freshmen could move straight into these apartments. The disparity in treatment was simply worlds apart. Tang Zheng was assigned to room 316 on the 3rd floor of the dormitory. When he reached the entrance, Lin Wan did not immediately turn to leave. Instead, she retrieved her phone from her bag, deftly opened her WeChat QR code, and held the screen out to Tang Zheng. She deliberately softened her voice by 2 notches with a rising inflection at the end of her words. Junior, meeting you like this is fate. Why don't we add each other on WeChat? You can message me anytime if you have any questions. It'll be more convenient. A hint of anticipation lingered in her eyes. Tang Zheng paused for half a second, discerning the senior's intentions all too well. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he casually fabricated an excuse that wouldn't fool even a 3-year-old. Sorry, senior, but my WeChat contacts are already full. You're busy with orientation, so I won't keep you. See you around, and thanks for showing me the way. Before Lin Wan could respond, Tang Zheng pushed open the dormitory gate and strode toward the stairwell, his movements decisive and without any hesitation. Lin Wan's hand still holding her phone froze in midair, and the smile on her face stiffened. She had never expected to be turned down like this. Ever since she was young, she had always been the center of attention with a long line of suitors. Yet she had met with a rebuff from this freshman. She struggled to compose her expression, suppressing the urge to smash her phone on the ground. Finally, she withdrew her hand awkwardly and turned to leave, silently thinking to herself, "It's okay. Only a man with such principles is worthy of me, Lin Wan." Room 316. The door was not fully closed, leaving a gap about 2 fingers wide. Tang Zheng pushed the door open. A faint scent of woody cedar incense drifted through the gap and into his nose, completely masking the musty and sour odors that, according to online rumors, were typical of university dorms. However, the scene inside the dormitory was even more awkward than he had anticipated. Sun Fu, wearing pristine white cotton gloves, was arranging the desk beneath the window-side bunk. 2 men in black suits were using German-imported high-power mite removers, sweeping them back and forth over every corner of the bedboards and desks, while the ultraviolet lamps emitted a faint blue glow. The standard-issue sponge mattress had been neatly stacked outside the door, replaced by a custom-made latex mattress from Thailand topped with a set of Shadana high-end bed linens. Even the wardrobe door was wide open, filled with neatly coordinated seasonal outfits. On the bottom shelf were several open deodorizing boxes, and the entire wardrobe exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. Sun Fu was always meticulous in his work. However, it was evident that his display had thoroughly startled the other 3 roommates. Near the door sat a male student with dark skin and a sturdy build. At that moment, he was gripping a wrung-out cloth tightly, repeatedly wiping the same spot on the desk, without even realizing it, his breathing so suppressed that it was barely audible. His name was Zhao Lei, from a small mountain village in northern Shaanxi. He came from a poor family and had earned his place at Jing University through sheer hard work. The scene before him was utterly shocking. He had never witnessed such a spectacle in his life. On the ladder of the opposite bunk hung a fair-skinned male student with half-rimmed glasses. He was frozen in a pose, one leg hooked over the ladder and a pillow in his hand, unable to move forward or backward, shifting slowly. He was Zhou Yu from Yangzhou. His family was relatively well off, and he had seen a fair share of the world, but even he was at a loss for how to react to the scene before him. In front of the bunk next to his stood a chubby guy in a gaudy short-sleeved shirt, awkwardly holding a folding fan and flapping it noisily. His name was Song Ming from Yanjing. His family was wealthy, and he was used to the ways of the rich, but he had never seen anyone set up a dormitory with such meticulous care from the very first day of enrollment as Tang Zheng had. Hearing the door open, Sun Fu turned around, a respectful smile immediately appearing on his face. "Young master." His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the silent dormitory. "The room has been thoroughly disinfected. The bedding and daily necessities are all arranged. The computer is on your desk, and the dormitory is connected to gigabit fiber optics, so there won't be any signal issues." Tang Zheng nodded, walked to his desk, and casually tossed the file folder containing his admission letter onto the surface. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Sun. It's my duty." Sun Fu removed his gloves and nodded as well. "If there's nothing else, young master, I'll take my leave." Tang Zheng nodded in agreement. Sun Fu led the other two men out silently, closing the door behind them. The sound of leather shoes gradually faded away in the corridor. It was as if the air in the dormitory had only just begun to circulate again. Tang Zheng pulled out the ergonomic new chair, sat down, and turned to curiously appraise the three people before him. His gaze first fell on Zhao Lei. He noticed the clean pair of domestic Huili sneakers on his feet, the tidy t-shirt, whose collar had lost its shape from too many washes, and the obvious calluses on his hands. Then he looked at Zhao Lei's eyes, clear, honest, and full of simplicity. Tang Zheng thought to himself, this must be a hard-working and unpretentious young man. Next was Zhou Yu, who had already placed his pillow back and climbed down from the ladder. He wore a pair of Nike Basics worth 700 or 800 yuan, and on his desk was a brand new Asus gaming laptop, the typical setup of a well-off family. Zhou Yu appeared gentle and refined with his half-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Finally, Tang Zheng looked at Song Ming, who was all smiles. He wore a flamboyant Adidas tracksuit, and a Wanhua pilot's watch on his wrist glinted under the light. His stout figure and designer labels clearly marked him as a wealthy scion. Tang Zheng averted his gaze and began to introduce himself with a smile. "Hello everyone, I'm Tang Zheng." His voice was steady without any hint of condescension. Those few words seemed to flip a switch. Song Ming was the first to react. A warm smile immediately spread across his face as he strode over and introduced himself. "I'm Song Ming from Yanjing. Before I came, my dad told me that Jing University is full of hidden talents. After seeing your setup today, Brother Tang, I'm totally convinced. Please look out for me from now on." Zhou Yu also hurried over, adjusted his glasses, and said with a smile, "I'm Zhou Yu from Yangzhou. I like playing games. If you guys play too, we can team up later." Zhao Lei walked over a bit, awkwardly wiped his hands on his pants, and said sheepishly, "I'm Zhao Lei from northern Shaanxi. Don't be fooled by my slim build. I'm strong. If you need someone to carry water or move things around, just give me a shout." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "We're all classmates here. We'll be together for 4 years, so it's only right that we look out for each other. By the way, I was just about to ask, are we all in the same class?" Song Ming nodded eagerly. Yes, all 4 of us are in physics class 1. As he spoke, he produced a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from somewhere and pushed it toward the others. "Do you smoke?" Zhou Yu quickly waved his hand in refusal. "I have a sensitive respiratory system. I can't stand the smell of smoke. You guys go ahead, don't mind me. By the way, I have some Yangzhou beef tendon candy that my mom packed for me. Give it a try. Alright, I'll make sure not to smoke in the dorm from now on. I'll have some beef tendon candy instead." Song Ming smiled, picked up a piece of beef tendon candy, and popped it into his mouth. As he chewed, he said, "This candy is really sweet." Zhao Lei grinned, rubbed his palms vigorously on his pants, and pulled out a cigarette without lighting it. "Back in my hometown, we smoke hand-rolled tobacco. I'll try this fine cigarette later." Tang Zheng also waved his hand. He didn't smoke much. "I'll pass. You guys go ahead." Seeing Tang Zheng wave his hand, Song Ming casually tossed the newly opened pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes onto his own desk. He rubbed his stomach, looked at the others, and said with a helpless expression, "After all that busy work this morning, my stomach has been singing the Empty City Opera for a while now. Brother Tang, shall we go? The 4 of us can grab a meal at the first cafeteria together. I did some research before coming here. I heard that the sweet and sour spare ribs and braised lion's head meatball at Jingda University's first cafeteria are absolutely legendary. They're not made often, only on special occasions like the start of a semester or holidays will the chefs whip up a few batches. It would be a huge loss if we don't try them today." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu quickly stuffed the remaining cowhide candy into his mouth and adjusted his half-frame glasses. He glanced at the time and said urgently, "Let's hurry. I heard the first cafeteria not only has great food, but also attracts huge crowds. If we go late, we won't even get a seat by the window." The 4 of them left the dormitory building together and walked along the tree-lined path toward the first cafeteria. The September sun was still scorching as if it could melt people, but the shaded path offered a bit of coolness. Walking among the crowd, Tang Zheng stood out conspicuously. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his back naturally straight as he walked his pace unhurried. He exuded a unique sense of ease like a small white poplar standing atop a snow-covered mountain. Among the crowd of freshmen who had just endured 3 grueling years of high school, some with hunched backs, some dragging their feet, some drenched in sweat, he was extraordinarily eye-catching. As the group passed by the artificial lake, several girls walking together approached from the opposite direction. The girls who had been chattering animatedly suddenly stumbled over their words as their gazes swept over Tang Zheng. One of them, with her hair in a bun, tilted the iced lemonade in her hand, nearly spilling it on her canvas shoes. Her eyes were fixed on Tang Zheng's profile, and she excitedly jabbed her companion with her elbow. She lowered her voice. Wow, which department is that guy from? He's way too handsome. His looks alone could crush most of the good-looking guys in our school. Yeah, but I don't think I've seen him around campus before. Maybe he's a new student this year. Oh, if only I could get to know him. Another girl chimed in. These fragmented whispers drifted into the ears of the four. Song Ming lightly bumped Zhou Yu with his shoulder, lowered his voice, and winked. See that? These little girls are completely captivated by Brother Tang. Sticking with Brother Tang, we're bound to find girlfriends in these 4 years. Maybe we can even bask in his glory and get to know some pretty senior students. Zhou Yu looked at Tang Zheng with envy and sighed. Can't compare, can't compare. If I had Brother Tang's height and looks, would I still be single now? I'd probably have found someone long ago. Strangely enough, the other 3 were at most barely decent looking, so it was understandable they couldn't find girlfriends. But Brother Tang was so handsome, yet he was still single. That puzzled them. Could it be that because he was too outstanding he seemed unapproachable and thus had no friends? However, Tang Zheng was already used to it. He remained indifferent to the staring eyes around him and continued walking at his own pace. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the first cafeteria, where a rich aroma of food wafted toward them. The huge glass doors were wide open, revealing a sea of people inside, a dense, chaotic crowd. The long lines at the food counters stretched all the way to the middle of the aisle. The clatter of trays, the shouts of cafeteria ladies, and the chatter of students mixed together, buzzing in their ears. Zhao Lei craned his neck to look inside, a hint of surprise on his dark face. He couldn't help but say, "Oh my God, there are so many people. Even the market day in my hometown wasn't this crowded. How long will we have to wait to get food?" That's the college atmosphere. The crowd means the food is good. Watch me, follow me. Song Ming, relying on his sturdy build, forced a path through the crowd and turned back to call the others. Over here, over here. Counter 2 has plenty of ribs. Let's line up there, we'll definitely get some good ribs. The 4 took their place behind counter 2. Tang Zheng stood at the end of the line and looked up at the menu board ahead. At that moment, a group of girls who looked like senior students in the line at counter 3 began to frequently turn their heads, their eyes occasionally drifting toward Tang Zheng. One girl wearing a sleeveless dress boldly took out her phone, pretending to take a selfie of the ceiling, but in reality, she had secretly tilted the camera toward Tang Zheng, trying to sneak a photo of him. Sensing the direction of the phone camera, Tang Zheng's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He didn't mind being looked at, but he hated covert photography. So he took a half step to the right, using Song Ming's broad back to block the girl's shooting angle. The girl stared at the screen, which now showed a large piece of gaudy Adidas fabric, and stomped her foot in frustration, muttering to herself, "I finally run into a handsome guy, and I can't even get a full shot. Such a waste. Guys, what do you want to eat? This meal's on me to celebrate our official dorm assembly. From now on, we're brothers. Share happiness and hardships together." Song Ming turned around and patted his chest generously. Zhou Yu shrugged indifferently and said, "Anything is fine. I'm not picky as long as it fills my stomach." Zhao Lei quickly waved his hand, a simple smile on his face. No, I'll pay for my own meal. I brought money. I can't let you treat us. We're all classmates here, I can't let you spend your money. Tang Zheng smiled casually and patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder. All right, let Fatty treat us today. His money has been burning a hole in his pocket all day. He can afford it. Tomorrow you can buy us some water. Zhao Lei hesitated for a moment, then finally lowered his hand and mumbled an okay. He thought to himself, all right, I'll definitely buy everyone water tomorrow. I can't let Brother Tang think I'm too stingy. The line continued to crawl forward slowly. Suddenly, a considerable commotion arose at the entrance of the cafeteria. The originally crowded aisle seemed to part like the Red Sea as students instinctively shrank back to both sides, creating a meter-wide empty space. Then the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor cut through the surrounding noise, approaching from a distance. Click, click, click. Tang Zheng followed the sound and saw a flash of surprise in his eyes. Oh, it's her. A girl walked into the cafeteria with a brisk, graceful stride. She was at least 1.7 meters tall with long, straight legs, and she wore a pair of white short boots that accentuated her tall figure. Her big wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her features were strikingly beautiful, aggressively so. Wherever she passed, the boys couldn't help but sneak glances, but no one dared to meet her gaze for more than 3 seconds. As she passed the crowded line, she paid no attention to the staring eyes, not even lifting an eyelid, and walked straight toward the interior of the cafeteria. Whoa! Song Ming's eyes bulged like copper bells, his voice filled with excitement. Why is she eating in the cafeteria? Zhou Yu poked his head out from behind Song Ming, asking curiously, "Who's that? She's so cool." His tone was full of admiration for the person before him. Song Ming pushed Zhou Yu's head back, then squeezed between Tang Zheng and Zhou Yu, excitedly launching into a rapid explanation. Her name is Shun Yiqing, a senior from the Economics and Management Department at our school. She's definitely a prominent figure, stunningly beautiful, incredibly wealthy, though her temper is a bit fierce. You'd better not provoke her at school, or you'll pay the price. They say that when she first entered the school in her freshman year, there was a wealthy second-generation kid whose family was in real estate. He pursued her relentlessly for 3 months, showing up every single day, without fail, rain or shine, parking his Porsche 911 beneath her dormitory building with heart-shaped candles. The scene was absolutely spectacular. But this lady thought the guy was disturbing her afternoon nap, so she directly grabbed a fire axe, went downstairs, and smashed his Porsche 911's windshield and hood into a mess. Later, that senior couldn't swallow the humiliation and got someone to spread rumors about her around school, trying to ruin her reputation. Sure enough, just a few days later, several psychiatric patients suddenly rushed out and beat him into a concussion. He spent half a year in the hospital and transferred schools after being discharged. Some say those psychiatric patients were hired by Senior Shun Yiqing, but it's just a rumor. Nobody knows if it's true or not. However, from then on, no one at school dared to provoke her. Everyone knows she's not someone to be trifled with. Zhao Lei listened with his eyes nearly popping out of his head, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. Smashing cars. How much would that cost to reimburse? Did the school even consider expelling her? They didn't kick her out. That's incredible. Song Ming smiled and said, who knows? But Senior Shun's family seems to have quite some influence too. Plus, she's an excellent student and normally doesn't make any other major mistakes at school, so I guess the school just turned a blind eye. And after that incident, no one at school ever dared to make noise during her afternoon rest again. In a way, she indirectly created a good rest environment for everyone. Tang Zheng listened quietly to Song Ming's explanation, his gaze fixed on that tall, elegant figure in the distance. He said nothing. In his eyes, a complex emotion flickered. In truth, he had met this Shun Yiqing before. She was the woman who left him $1 million for the cabin fee on the cruise ship. He hadn't been able to find her this morning, but he never expected to see her again today in the school cafeteria. However, the cafeteria was bustling with people now, with hundreds of eyes watching. If he walked over now and slapped a $2 million check in front of her, no matter how he explained it, others would definitely interpret it in a completely different way. With this thought, Tang Zheng sighed silently in his heart. There would be other days. Since they were at the same school anyway, he'd find another opportunity to return the money to her. It's just that this situation is quite troublesome, he muttered in his heart. Tangji, what are you spacing out for? It's our turn. Song Ming waved an empty plate in front of Tang Zheng's eyes, breaking his train of thought. Nothing, let's get food. Tang Zheng snapped back to reality, pointing at the dishes behind the glass window. The four of them carried their trays of food and finally found a table for four that had just been vacated in a corner. Zhao Lei grabbed a napkin and skillfully wiped the oil stains off the table until it was spotless, then gestured for everyone to sit down. Tangji, your braised pork looks like more than mine. The cafeteria auntie definitely judges by looks. Zhou Yu scooped a mouthful of rice, glaring resentfully at the small mountain of meat on Tang Zheng's plate as he muttered. But to be fair, this braised pork really was delicious. The color was perfect, fatty, but not greasy. One bite released rich, meaty fragrance that lingered, leaving one craving for more. After the four of them finished eating and returned to the dormitory. Burp. Song Ming pushed open the door of room 316, letting out a loud burp as he flicked a used toothpick precisely into the trash can by the door. Then he flopped down onto his chair, which let out an odd creaking sound. This first cafeteria's braised pork is amazing, but eating too much of it leaves a slightly sticky feeling in the throat. As Song Ming spoke, he picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. Zhou Yu took off his glasses, wiping the dust off the lenses with a tissue, nodding in wholehearted agreement. Zhao Lei walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and splashed some cold water on his face, washing away the oil from the corners of his mouth. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Tang Zheng pulled out his chair and sat down casually, flipping open the manual on the table. It was a hand-drawn campus map of Jingda University prepared by Sun Fu. Every building's location, every leadership office, and every store in the living area were circled in red ink, extremely detailed. Looking at this map, Tang Zheng couldn't help but conjure an image of the Jingda campus in his mind, contemplating the routes he'd take for classes and daily life. The dormitory had barely been quiet for 2 minutes. Song Ming's phone on the desk buzzed repeatedly several times in succession. He grabbed the phone and swiped open the screen. His originally drowsy eyes instantly widened, his face showing a startled expression. Holy crap. Brothers, check the group chat. The homeroom teacher posted a notice in the new student group asking us to go to room 401 in building 3 at 5 in the afternoon for a class meeting with some ice-breaking introductions. And tonight we still need to go to the logistics office to pick up our military training uniforms. After Song Ming finished reading the notice, he helplessly sighed. Zhou Yu put his glasses back on his nose, wincing and groaning. This fast? I thought we could rest for a couple of days. The train ride from Yangzhou to Yanjing made my bones feel like they were falling apart. I haven't even recovered yet, and now we have to attend a class meeting, pick up military training uniforms, and then military training. How is anyone supposed to survive this? Tang Zheng closed the manual, his gaze falling on the camphor tree outside the window. For him, now the drilling exercises designed for ordinary college students were barely even a warm-up. However, since he didn't have anything else to do anyway, he wasn't planning to skip the military training. He might as well treat it as experiencing part of college life. 4:50 p.m. Building 3, room 401, a lecture hall. When the four of them entered from the back door, the classroom was already mostly filled. The air was mixed with the sense of perfume body odor and the paper smell of freshly unwrapped textbooks. Song Ming stood in the aisle, craning his neck to scan the room like a radar for a full 2 rounds. Finally, he deflated like a punctured balloon and collapsed into a seat in the 3rd row from the back, his face full of dejection. It's over, all over, Song Ming murmured to himself. Zhao Lei sat down next to him, nervously placing his hands on his knees, asking, puzzled, "What's wrong, Song-ji?" "What's over?" Song Ming hammered the desk emotionally and said, "The male-to-female ratio. Look at this classroom. As far as the eye can see, it's all guys. There are only 5 or 6 girls in total, and they're all sitting in the 1st row. Our physics major is literally a monk training camp. How are we ever supposed to find girlfriends in the future?" Tang Zheng sat down in the seat nearest the window, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and ignored Song Ming's remark. The male-to-female ratio in STEM fields was already a disaster zone, let alone an exceptionally brain-burning major like physics. Song Ming clearly hadn't done his mental preparation before coming, so his reaction now was only normal. At exactly 5 o'clock, the front door of the classroom was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a balding head wearing a faded jacket walked in with a worn-out briefcase tucked under his arm. This man needed no introduction. Judging by his receding hairline and attire, he was a typical old professor or senior counselor. But what made the room full of male students green with envy was the figure following behind the middle-aged man. A white shirt, high-waisted jeans, white canvas shoes, and a thick stack of registration rosters in her arms. "Quiet down, please." The middle-aged man tossed his briefcase onto the podium and tapped the microphone. "I'm your new counselor, Li Jianguo. The previous counselor, teacher Li Mei, whom you've met before, cannot continue due to family matters. For the next 4 years, academic matters are handled by your respective instructors. The trivial matters of daily life are my responsibility." Li Jianguo spoke with a strong northern accent, crisp and straightforward. "I'm usually busy in the lab, so I don't have the time to keep an eye on you every day. Therefore, this is your senior fellow student from the 3rd year, and also the class assistant for this year's physics class 1. Li Jianguo stepped aside to make room for the girl beside him. "Lin wants to say a few words to everyone." Tang Zheng's hand holding the water bottle froze for a moment. His gaze swept over the dark sea of heads in the front rows and fixed on the podium. What a coincidence. The very senior who had just been rejected when she tried to add him on WeChat at the dormitory entrance with a flimsy excuse was now their class assistant. Lin Wan stepped forward wearing an impeccable sweet smile. "Hello, junior students. I am Lin Wan. I will assist teacher Li in handling the upcoming military training and the 1st semester's class affairs. If you have any difficulties, feel free to come to me." The room instantly erupted. The boys applauded wildly, and Song Ming clapped so hard his palms slapped together, the fat on his face jiggling. "Wow, a beauty. Brother Tang, we didn't lose out this time. Even though the counselor is a bald teacher, there's another beauty here." Tang Zheng said nothing, quietly watching the performance on stage. Because he noticed that when Lin Wan introduced herself, her gaze swept across the back of the classroom and finally landed precisely on the corner where he sat. In those beautiful eyes there was a hint of playful mockery, as if saying, "I've seen you again. All right, time is tight." Li Jianguo tapped the blackboard. "Now come up one by one to introduce yourselves and write your names on the blackboard. Also, we need to appoint a temporary class monitor today, mainly responsible for communication and coordination during the upcoming military training. Anyone want to volunteer?" The classroom instantly fell silent. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Hao stepped forward. His black leather shoes were polished to a shine, and as he took a big step forward, the shoes clacked against the floor tiles with a crisp sound. "Teacher Li, I'll do it." Wang Hao stood with his back straight, chin slightly raised, eyes fixed on Li Jianguo on the podium, his tone brimming with confidence. "My name is Wang Hao. I'm a local of Jingdu. I served as class monitor for all 3 years of high school, and I'm very familiar with the procedures for class coordination, personnel arrangement, and logistics distribution." Li Jianguo nodded, pulled out a roster from his briefcase, quickly found Wang Hao's name, and made a mark with his pen. "All right, you're the one. With someone volunteering, it saves me trouble. Go for it." Li Jianguo tapped the edge of the blackboard. "As for the rest of you, come up in order of student number, write your names on the blackboard, and briefly introduce yourselves. You'll be living under the same roof for 4 years, so get to know each other's faces. Don't end up meeting like strangers." The chalk scraped against the blackboard, producing a dry, rustling sound. One by one, the boys walked up to the podium. Some stammered nervously, while others spoke confidently and fluently. When Song Ming went up, the fat on his belly jiggled with each step. He grabbed a piece of chalk and scribbled his name crookedly on the blackboard. Then he turned around grinning and said, "I'm Song Ming from Yanjing. My hobbies are eating all kinds of delicious food and playing games. My biggest wish is to find a girlfriend in these 4 years. Brothers, if you ever go to Mixers, don't forget to take me along." The room burst into laughter, but Song Ming didn't care a bit and walked off the stage casually. Next, Zhou Yu adjusted his half-frame glasses as he walked up, his voice clear. I'm Zhou Yu from Yangzhou. I usually like reading. After a brief introduction, he quickly stepped down. Zhao Lei was a bit shy. He wiped the sweat from his palms on his pants before slowly walking up. I'm Zhao Lei from northern Shaanxi. My specialty is being strong. If you ever need help moving heavy stuff, just call me. After saying that, he blushed and hurried back to his seat. Finally, it was Tang Zhang's turn. He calmly pushed back his chair, stood up from the corner of the third-to-last row, and walked forward along the aisle. With his tall, straight posture and handsome face, the buzzing chatter in the classroom inexplicably died down, and everyone's eyes focused on him. Tang Zhang walked to the podium, picked up the longest piece of chalk from the box, turned around, and wrote his name on the blackboard. His strokes were vigorous and forceful, with clean starts and finishes as chalk dust fell in a shower. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the curious eyes below, and smiled. I'm Tang Zhang from Jingdu. Just those 5 words, not a single extra word of nonsense. He tossed the chalk back into the box, dusted off the white powder from his hands, and turned to walk back to his seat in the back row. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds. A few boys in the front rows exchanged glances, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. This guy was not only tall, but also strikingly handsome. The moment he stood there, he completely overshadowed every other boy in the class. A boy sitting by the aisle lowered his voice and muttered to his deskmate. With this guy's looks, if our class ever has a mixer with other departments, as long as he's there, all the girls' attention will be on him. We'll probably be left with nothing. His deskmate nodded in agreement, sighed, and then said firmly, yeah, from now on we must stay far away from him at mixers. Comparing people only drives you crazy. With him around, it's going to be so hard for us to stand out in these 4 years. Lin Wan, sitting in the assistant seat beside the podium, kept her eyes fixed on Tang Zhang's back from start to finish. Li Jiangguo glanced at his watch. Seeing that it was about time, he stood up and said, all right, since everyone has gotten to know each other, let's call it a day. Wang Hao, take some people to the logistics office to pick up the military training uniforms for the whole class and distribute them. The day after tomorrow at 8:00 a.m. assemble at the first sports field. Don't be late. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to surge outward. Students chatted in small groups and headed for the classroom door. Tang Zhang and his dorm mates also walked along the aisle toward the back door. Just as they reached the door, they found the passage blocked. Lin Wan was standing there holding a stack of forms, her body leaning against the doorframe. Student Tang Zhang. Lin Wan held up her phone screen, which displayed her personal WeChat QR code. Add the class group chat, and also add my WeChat. That way, if there's any emergency in the class, I can notify you directly. Tang Zhang stopped, his eyes falling on the QR code, but he showed no intention of taking out his phone. Where's the class group QR code? He asked calmly. He asked flatly. Just scan mine, and I'll add you to the group. Lin Wan's smile remained sweet, as if she hadn't noticed Tang Zhang's indifference. Tang Zhang averted his gaze and said calmly, no need to trouble yourself. Let classmate Wang Hao add me, he's the monitor. With that, he turned sideways, his shoulder brushing past the other side of the doorframe, and walked away from Lin Wan, leaving her hand holding the phone suspended in midair. A draft from the corridor blew through, rustling the forms in her hand, making the scene suddenly desolate. A long line formed in front of the logistics warehouse. Several lean logistics uncles wearing flip-flops tossed stacks of green training uniforms wrapped in snakeskin bags onto the long table. Song Ming held a set of oversized camouflage uniforms, pulling hard at the waistband. This fabric is so unbreathable. Wearing this thing under the sun for a day would definitely make me stink. Brother Tang, what size did you get? Tang Zhang glanced at the label on the transparent packaging bag. 185. Zhao Lei, on the other hand, held the clothes tightly in his arms, careful not to dirty them. He spoke with a thick dialect, smiling. I think it's pretty good. The clothes are sturdy and durable. Back in my hometown, when I was working in the fields, this kind of clothing was the most suitable. Everyone collected their clothes and dispersed. The night passed without incident. The next morning at 7:50, the first playground. The September sun was mercilessly scorching. The morning light was already blindingly white. Under the intense heat, the track seemed to be melting, and hot air crept up into pant legs. Over 3,000 freshmen, all in identical green training uniforms, stood neatly on the playground. From a distance, they formed a patch of vibrant, yet slightly mottled color, radiating youthful energy under the sunlight. The first squad was positioned at the southeastern corner, near the chain-link fence. Attention! A vigorous, commanding shout exploded in front of the formation. A man with dark skin wearing a short-sleeved training uniform strode with forceful steps to the front of the line. My surname is Chun. I will be your military training instructor. There is only one rule: obey orders. I don't care if you were a pampered young master at home. On my turf, even a dragon must coil, and even a tiger must crouch. Instructor Chen's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept back and forth across the formation. Wearing hard-soled training shoes, he walked down the first row, each step firm and powerful, producing a thumping sound. The standard tactic for handling new recruits was to single out an example on the first day to establish authority. As long as he could suppress the most conspicuous one in the line, the subsequent training would go smoothly. The boys in the front rows, feeling the weight of his gaze, straightened their backs and held their breath. When Instructor Chun reached the edge of the third row, he stopped. His gaze fell on Tang Zhang. By now the surrounding classmates, due to the heat and tension, had beads of sweat on their foreheads. Their breathing became heavy, and their bodies involuntarily swayed slightly. But Tang Zheng was completely different. His breathing was steady, and even his stance impeccable, his back straight as a pine tree, his weight firmly on the balls of his feet. That calmness emanating from his very bones, as if he were detached, was simply not a reaction befitting a high school graduate just entering college. Instructor Chen's gaze then fell on Tang Zheng's hands. Tang Zheng's fingers were naturally curled, perfectly pressed against the seams of his pants, a posture so standard that one could find no fault. Looking at his appearance, Instructor Chen quickly made a judgment. The example he was looking for was him. The one on the far left of the third row stepped forward. Instructor Chen pointed at Tang Zheng. At the command, Tang Zheng took 2 steps forward, stopped, his posture still upright, his eyes calmly meeting the instructor's. "What's your name?" asked Instructor Chen. "Tang Zheng. Your attention stance is quite standard. Trained." Instructor Chen continued, probing a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "No," Tang Zheng replied without changing expression. Instructor Chen walked up to Tang Zheng, less than half a meter away. Their eyes locked, and the air seemed to thicken with a hint of gunpowder. Tang Zheng's gaze also fell on Instructor Chen's right hand. The tiger's mouth area and the inner side of the first joint of the index finger were covered in extremely thick calluses, where that only came from years of live-fire shooting training. Ivan's hand had the same. It seemed this instructor had some skills. Instructor Chen stared into Tang Zheng's eyes and said coldly, "Since you haven't trained, then let me see your physical fitness. Give everyone a demonstration. Run 5 laps around the 400-meter track. If you can't finish, the whole class will stand here and sunbathe with you." As soon as these words were spoken, a suppressed commotion rippled through the formation. Song Ming ground his teeth in frustration, muttering in a low voice from the back row, "Is this instructor crazy? He doesn't teach anything and just punishes with a 2,000-meter run. This weather could kill someone." Wang Hao, standing in the first row, opened his mouth slightly. Tang Zheng understood in his heart. It seemed the instructor wanted to use him as an example to establish authority. Tang Zheng looked at Instructor Chen. If he were to act now, he could definitely press the instructor onto the scorching road within 10 moves, but there was no need. The rule of military training was obedience and suppression. Rather than waste time arguing here, it was better to resolve the trouble in the fastest way. "After I finish 5 laps, can I go rest under the shade?" Tang Zheng asked. Instructor Chen was taken aback. Having led so many classes of students, when they heard a 2,000-meter punishment run, they either begged for mercy or angrily protested. This kid, however, was calmly negotiating terms with him. That took him by surprise. "Fine," Instructor Chen said with a slight curl of his lips. He took the stopwatch from his wrist and said, "As long as you can finish within 8 minutes, you don't have to participate in today's training. You can just stay under the shade." Running 2,000 meters in 8 minutes was nearly an impossible task in an ordinary college student's physical fitness test, let alone under the scorching heat of over 30 degrees Celsius. Instructor Chen thought, this kid is about to get a taste of hardship. It's a deal. Tang Zheng's eyes were resolute as he turned and stepped onto the track. "Start." Tang Zheng didn't deliberately sprint. He maintained a steady, long striding pace like a leopard on the hunt. The soles of his shoes rubbed against the rubber track, producing a rhythmic rustling sound. Each step landed precisely on the ball of the foot, perfectly converting the reaction force into forward momentum. His upper body was as steady as a rock, and even the swing of his arms was as precise as if measured by a ruler. First lap, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Second lap, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He still maintained a steady pace with no sign of breathlessness. The students of the first squad by the track were all dumbfounded, staring at Tang Zheng in disbelief. Wang Hao swallowed hard, reached up to tug at his collar, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He muttered to himself, "This speed. Isn't he even breathing heavily?" Song Ming, excited, clenched his fists in the formation, his eyes full of admiration, and shouted loudly, "Brother Tang, go. Brother Tang, awesome." Instructor Chen looked down at the stopwatch in his hand. His originally stern face gradually turned serious. His brows furrowed, and his thumb rubbed the edge of the stopwatch forcefully twice. This stride control, this breathing rhythm. This was definitely muscle memory that only came from rigorous physical training. This kid had definitely trained before. It seemed he had encountered a tough nut today. The fourth lap ended. Tang Zheng still maintained his initial pace, neither speeding up nor slowing down. Just as he was approaching the final curve of the fifth lap, by the outer fence of the sports field, the low rumble of a sports car engine suddenly echoed. A red Porsche Cayenne pulled up steadily at the roadside. The door swung open, and a pair of white short boots stepped onto the concrete pavement. Today Shin Yiqing wore a form-fitting black knitted short-sleeve top that perfectly outlined her slender waist, paired with high-waisted denim shorts revealing long fair legs. She donned a pair of oversized sunglasses that covered most of her face, holding a document in her hand. She had originally been driving past the first sports field, intending to head to the main building's dean's office to submit her study abroad application materials. Her peripheral vision swept across the track. The figure in a camouflage uniform charging past the finish line at an astonishing speed caught her eye. His posture was upright, his profile sharply defined, and the innate ease he exuded. Among thousands of freshmen clad in identical uniforms, faces etched with exhaustion and dishevelment stood out like a spotlight in the dead of night. She reached up and removed her sunglasses, squinting intently in that direction. That face, she could never mistake it. On the track, Tang Zheng had already crossed the finish line, coming to a steady stop before instructor Chen, his gaze fixed directly on him. Report, instructor, I've finished the run. His breathing remained steady, his chest rising and falling only slightly with just a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. Nothing like the panting, drenched disarray his classmates had imagined. 6 minutes and 42 seconds. Tang Zheng looked at the stopwatch in instructor Chen's hand. May I go rest in the shade? Instructor Chen swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Tang Zheng. For a long moment, he couldn't utter a word. Though filled with confusion and shock, he had to admit Tang Zheng's excellence. This result, even among the active elite soldiers of their battalion, would earn a direct commendation. And this was a college student who hadn't even warmed up in the scorching heat of over 30 degrees. Go ahead, you're done for today. Instructor Chen reluctantly put away the stopwatch, his voice hoarse. Tang Zheng nodded, turned, and walked toward the row of sturdy camphor trees at the edge of the field. His stride was unhurried, his back exuding a carefree elegance. As he turned his head, his gaze inadvertently swept past the outer fence of the field. A girl, as if jolted by electricity, suddenly spun around and strode toward the sports car, then slammed her hand on the window-raised button. The black bulletproof glass instantly rose, shielding her face completely. Tang Zheng halted, squinting at the vaguely familiar silhouette, a flicker of doubt stirring in his mind. Why did that person react like a guilty conscience? What was she guilty about? Was she someone he knew? Tang Zheng quickly ran through his memories, but couldn't place her, and finally shook his head, thinking he might have misidentified her. Tang Zheng reached the camphor tree, found a relatively flat patch of grass, and lay down directly. He closed his eyes, savoring the coolness of the shade. On the other side, Shun Yiqing returned to the car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white from the strain. She angrily slapped the horn, cursing herself inwardly. Why am I hiding? How could he be at Jingda University and wearing the military training uniform of a freshman? Shun Yiqing bit her lip, her eyes filled with frustration and embarrassment. That night was already awkward enough, and she had even left him $1,000,000 thinking they would never meet again and could settle things. Yet here he was, a fellow student and a junior. If she ever found out he was gossiping around campus, she would have to find someone to break his legs. Yet deep down, Shun Yiqing knew this was just a momentary outburst of anger. She couldn't actually do that. It would only make things worse. She could only pray that Tang Zheng wouldn't speak of that incident, and she resolved to avoid any encounters with him as much as possible. The sun climbed higher, the ultraviolet rays harsh enough to peel a layer of skin. In the formation of class 1, cries of anguish rang out continuously. The students stood ramrod straight under the scorching sun, sweat streaming down their faces, soaking their military training uniforms. Song Ming's uniform was completely drenched, a sweat trickled into his eyes, stinging painfully, but he didn't dare even raise a hand to wipe it away. Because Instructor Chun was pacing the formation with his hands behind his back, his face dark as thunder, his gaze like a hawk stalking prey. Any slight movement would earn a harsh reprimand. Instructor Chun was in a foul mood. He had failed to assert his authority, only to be outmaneuvered by a student. With nowhere to vent his frustration, he poured it all onto these ordinary students. Stand straight. Arch your backs. You're here for military training, not a vacation. Instructor Chen's roar echoed across the field, causing the students to tremble involuntarily. Song Ming squinted, sneaking a glance at the camphor tree dozens of meters away. There lay Tang Zheng, hands behind his head, eyes closed, sleeping soundly and contentedly. The breeze rustled the leaves, casting dappled shadows, a scene so serene it made one want to punch him. Brother Tang is truly a god, Song Ming wailed in his heart. If he had known that running 5 laps would earn such comfortable treatment, he couldn't have run them either. Wang Hao stood in the last row, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose. He also caught sight of Tang Zheng out of the corner of his eye, his face full of envy. He, the self-nominated class monitor who had volunteered, now stood like a lackey while that handsome classmate lay sleeping in the shade. Coupled with his awareness of the gap between his own family and the handsome classmates, the disparity gnawed at him like a thorn. Indeed, the chasm between people was wider than the gap between humans and dogs. At 1110 M, a military jeep with a white license plate slowly pulled up beside the field. The door opened, and a middle-aged officer with a 2-bar 1-star insignia on his shoulder stepped down. This was Captain Lei, the chief instructor of the Jingda University military training. Captain Lei walked with his hands behind his back, inspecting along the edge of the track. The instructors of each formation, upon seeing him, straightened up and saluted. Captain Lei nodded slightly and continued forward. When he reached the edge of Class 1's area, he suddenly stopped. His gaze crossed the unevenly standing formation, following the glances of many students, and directly locked onto the prone green figure under the camphor tree. He frowned slightly, a hint of puzzlement on his face, wondering why that student was lying there. Xiaochen, come here. Captain Lei waved at Instructor Chun, his voice low, but carrying an undeniable authority. Instructor Chun quickly trotted over and snapped a crisp salute. He said loudly, Captain, what's the matter with the one lying under the tree? Heatstroke or injured? Captain Lei pointed in Tang Zheng's direction and asked. Flashes of crimson and pale white alternated across Instructor Chen's face as an inexpressible turmoil churned within him. To disclose such a matter would undoubtedly bring shame, yet he dared not conceal it either. With no alternative, he steeled himself and recounted the morning's events to Lei Dadui, every detail laid bare as it had transpired. You claim he ran 2,000 meters and finished within 7 minutes. Lei Dadui's brows knitted together into the Chinese character for a river, his gaze thick with suspicion as he regarded Instructor Chun with the same skepticism one reserves for a raw recruit caught telling tall tales. In his estimation, such a feat bordered on the impossible. How could an ordinary university student possibly achieve such a time? 6 minutes and 42 seconds. I timed it myself. He maintained a nearly constant pace throughout, and when he crossed the finish line his breathing hadn't even faltered. Instructor Chun answered with meticulous honesty, his tone carrying a hint of resignation, though certainty predominated. He understood full well how preposterous this performance sounded, yet it was precisely what his own eyes had witnessed. Lei Dadui fell silent for a long moment, offering no words. Then he strode directly toward the camphor tree. He simply had to see for himself what manner of promising talent could have left his high-handed instructor so thoroughly shaken. Reaching the tree, Lei Dadui remained silent, merely studying Tang Zheng from his elevated vantage. Tang Zheng kept his eyes shut, appearing utterly oblivious to the external world. His breathing remained measured, and even as if genuinely lost in slumber. But Lei Dadui was a veteran of peacekeeping operations, and he had learned long ago that one's character cannot be judged by surface appearances alone. His sharp gaze fixed intently on the subtle rise and fall of Tang Zheng's chest, as well as those seemingly relaxed arms resting at his sides, though the muscles beneath told an entirely different story. This was no ordinary university student's sleeping posture. This was a state of heightened vigilance disguised as rest. At the slightest hint of danger, this body could unleash devastating lethal force within a fraction of a second. Moreover, Lei Dadui could sense that though Tang Zheng's eyes remained closed, his attention had already locked onto him completely. This boy is no simple character. Lei Dadui stood motionless for a full half-minute, his admiration growing internally. Finally, without uttering a word, he turned and walked back to where Instructor Chun waited. What's this student's name? Tang Zheng. Very well. Continue your usual training. Keep an eye on him, but don't interfere unnecessarily. With those words, Lei Dadui climbed into the jeep and departed in a cloud of dust. Instructor Chun stood frozen, utterly bewildered by this baffling response. The company commander's reaction was simply too peculiar. Normally, whenever a troublesome recruit appeared during training, the company commander would be the first to rush forward and fix them. Nevertheless, since the company commander had spoken thus, Instructor Chun felt considerably more at ease. He turned his attention back to drilling those hapless freshmen. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was 11:30. A shrill whistle pierced the air above the parade ground. Morning session concluded. Dismissed. Instructor Chun barked the order. The formation that had stood like wooden stakes moments before suddenly wilted as though all their bones had been extracted. Groans and complaints arose in an endless stream. Song Ming plopped down onto the scalding rubberized track, rubbing his aching calves. Tang Zheng opened his eyes beneath the tree, stretched languidly, and rose to his feet at a leisurely pace, brushing grass clippings from his trousers. He had barely retrieved his phone when the screen illuminated. Incoming call, Shenqing. Tang Zheng pressed the answer button and raised the phone to his ear. Shenqing's crisp, capable voice emerged from the receiver. Boss, regarding the acquisition of shares in the Zhang Group that you mentioned previously, it has essentially been finalized. We're only waiting on a few final transfer agreements requiring your personal signature. Would timing be convenient, given your current military training? Tang Zheng leaned against the camphor tree's rough bark, fingers absently peeling away a fragment of bark as his gaze drifted upward toward the dispersing sea of green on the parade ground. Come meet me at the south gate of Gaokao University at 5:30 this afternoon. Understood, I'll be there without fail. The call ended. The afternoon sun burned with even greater intensity, the radiating heat off the ground, causing one's head to throb with dizziness. Company Commander Lei did not make another appearance that afternoon. True to his word, Instructor Chun refrained from even glancing in Tang Zheng's direction, allowing him to recline beneath the tree's shade for the entire afternoon. At 5:30, the dismissal whistle sounded with punctual precision. Song Ming dragged legs heavy as led across the ground, collapsing onto the lawn like a dying animal. I can't anymore, he groaned pitifully. Brothers, you'll have to grab me a portion of the sweet and sour spare ribs at dinner tonight. There's no way I'll be able to get out of bed tomorrow morning with these legs. Tang Zheng removed his camouflage cap and flicked away the accumulated dust. I won't be heading to the cafeteria tonight. I've got some personal matters to attend to. You all go ahead without me. Nearby, another classmate who had been green with envy all day paused mid-motion while twisting off a water bottle cap. He turned his head, feigning indifference as he muttered, what personal matters could a new student possibly have right at the start of term? Tang Zheng ignored this remark, entirely stuffed his cap into his pocket, and turned toward the south gate. Watching Tang Zheng's erect silhouette recede, that envious classmate felt a surge of inexplicable irritation rise within him. What a show-off. We're all classmates here, and he can't even be bothered to say goodbye. Outside the south gate of Gaokao University, a resplendent scarlet Aston Martin DB11 sat motionless at the roadside, its sleek bodywork gleaming with cold metallic luster beneath the setting sun. In this university town where bicycles dominated the streets, this vehicle was nothing short of a mobile spotlight. Students passing by couldn't help but steal glances, and some even surreptitiously raised their phones to photograph it. The car door swung open. Xinxing stepped out from the driver's seat, her feet shod in 7-centimeter black stiletto heels. She wore an impeccably tailored white business suit today, the pencil skirt stopping precisely 2 inches above her knees. Her nude stockings enwrapped symmetrical straight calves, rendering her exceptionally captivating. At this age of 30-something, a woman has shed her youthful awkwardness and ripened like a plump peach, radiating a distinctly lethal allure. She wore no sunglasses, her voluminous curly hair cascading freely over her shoulders. Her makeup was immaculate, and her gaze betrayed the keenness and composure forged through years of relentless combat in the business arena. Tang Zheng emerged from the campus gates at an unhurried pace, clad in that ordinary green training uniform, hands buried casually in his pockets. Xinxing spotted him instantly and strode toward him on her stilettos, simultaneously retrieving a black leather folder from the passenger seat. "Boss." Her voice was measured, yet the nearby male students who overheard this "boss" could not help but startle, wondering if they'd misheard. Tang Zheng nodded, his gaze falling upon the folder. "Everything's inside. All of it." As she spoke, Xinxing handed over the folder while deftly extracting a Mont Blanc fountain pen from its leather cover and uncapping it for Tang Zheng. "5 locations require your signature. I've marked each one with pencil." Tang Zheng accepted the pen, swiftly scanning through the contract's contents. Satisfied that everything was in order, he pressed the folder flat against the Aston Martin's gleaming hood and scrawled his signature across each marked line. The soft whisper of pen against paper cut clearly through the deliberately hushed murmurs surrounding them. "Who's that handsome guy? Is he from our school? Is he from our school? Look at that military training uniform he's wearing. He must be a freshman this year. Damn, that guy is pretty handsome, and that rich woman looks at most in her early 30s, right? He's got a cushy meal ticket." A few passing male students' faces full of envy muttered sourly. Song Ming and Zhou Yu had just stepped out of the school gate, planning to buy some snacks for the evening, when they stumbled upon this scene. Song Ming's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he pointed in Tang Zheng's direction. That's not Brother Tang, is it?" he exclaimed, his face full of shock. "Who is that woman?" Zhou Yu followed his gaze, his eyes equally filled with astonishment. There stood Tang Zheng beside a sleek Aston Martin, its body shimmering under the sun's rays, exuding an aura of luxury. Song Ming stared fixedly at the Aston Martin, his face flushed with excitement. That was an Aston Martin worth millions. His uncle had one and bragged about it every month on his social feed. Then he glanced at Xinxing's curvaceous figure beside it, and his heart was filled with nothing but envy. He couldn't help muttering under his breath, "Rich woman, look at me dinner." It turned out that Brother Tang was not only wealthy himself, but also had friends who were equally rich, which made Song Ming even more curious about Tang Zheng's identity. After signing the last document, Tang Zheng handed the pen back to Xinxing. "All right, you handle the rest of the procedures." Xinxing took the folder, carefully stowed it away, and looked up at Tang Zheng. She asked, "Boss, do you have any plans for the evening? There's a nice private kitchen restaurant nearby. You've been training all day, how about we grab a casual meal together?" Tang Zheng patted his stomach, feeling a bit hungry, though he hadn't really trained much today. "Sure, let's go." With that, he pulled open the passenger door and slid in. Xinxing circled around to the driver's seat and started the engine. A low, powerful roar filled the air, and the sacred red sports car merged into the evening rush hour traffic under the gaze of onlookers. A faint scent of Jo Malone perfume filled the cabin, fresh and elegant. Tang Zheng rolled down the window halfway, letting the outside breeze blow in and carry away the smell of sweat. Tang Zheng watched the rapidly receding street scenery outside the window, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "Has there been any news from the Zhang Group lately?" Xinxing glanced at the rearview mirror while changing lanes. The executives at the Zhang Group were in a mess like a bunch of headless flies. But after hearing about our acquisition, that Zhang Changfeng actually managed to stabilize the situation. Once the acquisition news is released, the stock price is expected to rise a bit. Tang Zheng's lips curled slightly into a faint smile. He should be able to make a tidy profit in the coming years. And keep an eye on them too. Report any developments promptly. Tang Zheng withdrew his gaze. 20 minutes later, the car stopped near a Hutong entrance by Hohai. It was a courtyard private kitchen restaurant with no signboard. Not a regular customer would hardly find it. 2 waiters in traditional Chinese-style button-down shirts stood at the entrance. Seeing Xinxing, they immediately greeted her respectfully. "President Xin, your private room is ready." The 2 walked through the corridor and entered an antique-style private room. The dishes had been pre-ordered by Xinxing, and soon the table was laden with food. Tang Zheng didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up his chopsticks and began eating. He ate quickly, but not rudely, every movement showing restraint. Xinxing held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it, her gaze fixed on Tang Zheng. She still couldn't figure out this young man. He looked like just a freshman who had barely started college, yet his methods, and that unshakable calmness, as if Mount Tai were crumbling before him, were enough to make even a veteran like her, who had navigated the capital market for over a decade, feel a chill. Moreover, he was immensely wealthy with a completely clean source of funds. She had even secretly investigated her new boss, but found no trace of anything suspicious. Boss, what if the Zhang Group's subsequent returns are poor? After all, its main business is real estate, and the market is in a slump right now. Xinqing took a sip of red wine, testing the waters. If Zhang Chongfeng's capital chain breaks again, you'll definitely lose out. Should we contact someone to hype up the stock price and sell it off for a big profit? Tang Zheng swallowed a piece of beef and put down his chopsticks. No rush on that. As long as Zhang Chongfeng dares to pull any tricks, I can make the entire Zhang Group go bankrupt. His tone was full of confidence, and indeed he could do it. Xinqing's hand holding the wine glass paused. That was ruthless, solving the problem by uprooting it entirely, leaving no room for the other party to breathe. Her boss was indeed a formidable tactician. Understood. I'll have someone keep an eye on them around the clock. After dinner, Xinqing drove Tang Zheng back to the street corner near Jing University. Tang Zheng got out of the car and strolled leisurely toward the campus. Meanwhile, the internet was already exploding. On the country's largest financial gossip forum, Capital Melon Patch, a post was climbing to the homepage's top spot at a terrifying speed. The title was glaringly read, "Huge shocking news from Universal Entertainment. Famous female CEO Xinqing, deeply in love with Jing University freshman in military training, sends money, gifts, and apartment, drives a luxury car, acts intimately." This title immediately caught countless eyes like a giant magnet, drawing netizens in. The post included several high-definition photos. The first showed Xinqing beside the Aston Martin, respectfully handing a folder to Tang Zheng. The second captured Tang Zheng leaning over the car hood to sign documents, with Xinqing watching intently. The third was a shot of the two walking into the private kitchen restaurant together. Although Tang Zheng's face was only visible in profile, Xinqing's face, well known in the CEO's circle, was clearly captured. As soon as these photos were posted, the comments section instantly amassed thousands of replies. Whoa, isn't that Xinqing, the beautiful CEO of Universal Entertainment? That woman is famously known as the Iron Lady in the circle. How could she be so nice to a freshman? Is it really love? Look, the guy is still wearing his military training uniform. Do rich women nowadays prefer this style? Young stud with good stamina. Uniform fetish. Haha, this world is crazy. Another netizen joked, adding a few laughing emojis. The guy upstairs doesn't get it. Look at the photo. The man is clearly signing documents while the woman waits. This guy might have a huge background. I bet he's some hidden super rich second generation or a scion of a wealthy family. Otherwise, how could he have a strong woman like Xinqing serving him like this? Another netizen analyzed, sounding quite certain of his judgment. Chilling, absolutely chilling. Dare not think. Dare not think. Impossible, right? Universal Entertainment is a multi-billion-dollar company. The CEO's salary is at least tens of millions a year. Could she really fall for a young kid? Unless he's a prince of some top-tier conglomerate. In a high-end villa in the capital, Li Yunlong was sitting on the sofa watching TV leisurely. Suddenly, his assistant rushed over with a tablet and said, "President Li, take a look at this." Li Yunlong frowned and took the tablet. When he saw the photos and the post content, his face instantly turned ashen. He flung the purple clay teapot in his hand to the ground with a crash. Shards flew everywhere, and tea spilled all over the floor. He stared at the photos on the tablet, his eyes bloodshot like an enraged lion. He had harbored feelings for Xinqing for years, during which he buzzed around her like a diligent bee, lavishing her with countless luxury cars and jewelry. Yet Xinqing always remained indifferent to him. He had assumed that as she grew older, she would eventually yield to reality. After all, he possessed wealth and connections. If only Xinqing would bow to the practicalities, she could enjoy boundless luxury. But now a mere young upstart was about to snatch her away. Now, staring at this post, he felt as if he had been made a complete fool of. Two glaring words were plastered across his own face: "Lick dog." How could he tolerate this? Investigate. Li Yunlong pointed furiously at the profile of Tang Zheng on the screen, his voice raspy, like sandpaper, scraping, brimming with rage and resentment. Find out who this bastard is. And what exactly is his relationship with Xinqing? The assistant standing nearby wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly grabbed the tablet, and retreated. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Jingda University, Xinqing had just finished her shower and was sitting in front of her computer in a silk pajama. Out of habit, she opened the financial forum to see if there were any noteworthy projects. Her eyes immediately landed on the pinned red-letter post. She clicked it, and her gaze froze on the profile photo. Even with only half a face, even dressed in the tackiest military training uniform, she could never mistake him. The man she had said she would be even with. Xinqing's breath caught abruptly. She stared at the photo, the man standing by the sports car, casually signing the document, and next to him, the renowned Xinqing of the industry. Her mind buzzed. Why did President Shun of Huanyu Entertainment appear so respectful toward him? Who exactly was he? Xinqing bit her lower lip, scrolling frantically with the mouse wheel. Her eyes swept across the screen, and the comments speculating that Tang Zheng was the heir to a top-tier financial conglomerate pierced her like thorns. If he really was some hidden tycoon, then her act of throwing 1 million yuan at him that night, was it somewhat insulting? Xinqing's fingers froze belatedly on the mouse. The headquarters of Huanyu Entertainment President's office. The central air conditioner blew cold air, forcing the room temperature down to 22 degrees. Xinqing, dressed in a white cheongsam, sat cross-legged in the spacious leather office chair. She held a tablet displaying the scandalous post that had gone viral like wildfire. The photo in the post was cleverly taken, capturing her bowing to hand over the pen with a hint of humility, while the profile of the man leaning against the sports car hood to sign exuded an inexplicable aura of authority. President Shun, this matter has blown up quite a bit. Several rival companies have secretly bought bots to stir the pot. They're saying you're keeping a college student, which severely damages Huanyu Entertainment's image, and claiming the company's culture is corrupt. The female secretary in a black suit stood before the desk, hands clasped, her tone anxious. The PR department has already drafted a lawyer's letter and a clarification announcement. With your approval, we can release it within 5 minutes and take down the trending topic. After all, this concerns the big boss's reputation. If the big boss finds out. Shenqing frowned slightly, saying nothing. Her slender fingers slid unhurriedly across the screen, browsing the sour comments below. Her mind raced, quickly assessing the situation. Clarify? How could she clarify? Say that he was her new boss. Then someone would immediately dig up Tang Zheng's background. A freshman student who was actually a capital heavyweight. Such news would be 100 times more explosive than the narrative of a female CEO keeping a young stud. Moreover, the boss had never officially appeared in the media. She couldn't act on her own. Besides, she had her own selfish motives. Shenqing's gaze fell on the young profile of Tang Zheng in the photo. Over the past few years, self-righteous second-generation rich kids like Li Yunlong had swarmed around her like flies, impossible to shoo away, driving her to distraction. Now with this rumor, it would make those people cautious, unable to fathom her real situation. Moreover, being linked in public opinion with this unfathomable boss was nothing but beneficial to her. No need to refute the rumor. Shenqing flipped the tablet face down on the desk, producing a soft slap. The secretary was taken aback, a look of surprise on her face. She couldn't help but say, "But President Shin, what about President Tang? These photos only show a profile. The public can't recognize him. There's not even a full face. What's there to refute? The more you explain, the murkier it gets." Shenqing stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at the bustling streets of the capital below. A glint of wisdom and cunning flashed in her eyes. "Inform the PR department to release the material we've been holding back. That video of the top male star Li Kailei from the rival Galaxy Entertainment sneaking off to a hotel with a co-star to do hair all night." The secretary's eyes widened in shock. That was Galaxy Entertainment's cash cow. President Shin, this. Li Kailei is vying for the TV Emperor Award. If we expose his scandal now, what if Galaxy Entertainment finds out it was us? What is the company's PR department for? What are you all responsible for? Make it discreet. Shenqing turned around, her gaze sharp, her tone brooking no dissent. Online users have a memory span of 7 seconds. As long as Li Kailei's scandal is juicy enough, who will care about who I had dinner with? Go handle it. Redirect all the heat. I want to see the trending topic change within half an hour. Understood. The secretary dared not say another word. She quickly retreated in her high heels, inwardly admiring President Shin's tactics, while feeling a twinge of sympathy for the about-to-be-exposed Li Kailei. The office door closed behind her. Shenqing walked to the liquor cabinet, poured herself half a glass of whiskey, the ice cubes clinking against the glass. She took a sip, the fiery liquid sliding down her throat, dispelling the chill from the air conditioner. "Boss, oh boss, I'm sorry, but you can't expect me to get nothing out of this, can you?" A faint smile curled at the corner of Shenqing's lips. In the afternoon, at Jingda University's South Playground, the sun at 2:30 was a blazing furnace, nearly melting the plastic track. The air was thick with the pungent smell of rubber and the sour stench of sweat. 121. Halt. Instructor Chun blew his whistle. All troops stand at attention for 20 minutes. Anyone who dares to move the entire squad will run an extra 5 kilometers. A heavily suppressed groan rippled through the formation, but no one dared to actually move or resist. After yesterday, everyone knew Instructor Chen's severity. If they violated the rules, the 5-kilometer run would be no joke. Tang Zheng stood in the formation, standing at attention, with ease, his mind blank enough to daydream. After the incident yesterday where he had rested in the shade all day, the looks from his classmates had completely changed. The boy's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration, envy, and curiosity. Admiration that he could make the instructor turn a blind eye, envy for the special treatment, and curiosity about his background. The girls, on the other hand, kept glancing his way, their gazes tinged with shyness and a desire to probe. Song Ming stood ramrod straight in the formation, sweat dripping from his chin onto his camouflage uniform, but his eyes kept darting toward Tang Zheng, curiosity written all over his face. In his mind, he kept thinking, "Bro, teach me how to find a sugar mommy." But he dared not actually voice the question. Instructor Chun paced back and forth in the formation, correcting the students' movements. When Instructor Chen walked up to Tang Zheng, their eyes met briefly in midair. The instructor turned his head with extreme naturalness, pretending not to see him, and continued to correct the movements of other freshmen. The battalion commander had already spoken. As long as this kid didn't cause trouble, let him be. Tang Zheng naturally noticed the gazes of those around him and the instructor's special treatment, but he paid no attention. Day by day time passed. Although the military training life was tedious and boring, Tang Zheng did not find it difficult to endure. At midnight one day, the 20 points from the daily check-in arrived on time. Just then, in his mind, a line of pale blue translucent text suddenly appeared on the system main page. Ding! Detected that the host's accumulated points have exceeded the 5,000 mark. Triggered hidden benefit 1 point limited time, flash sale, roulette lottery event. Event countdown 09 minutes, 59 seconds. Tang Zheng, who had been about to sleep, instantly stopped his movements. He stared at the pale blue text on the main page, quickly reviewing his recent balance in his mind. He had about 4,000 points before, and with the frequent large point triggers after the college entrance exam, he had indeed reached 5,000 points. This system was usually as silent as gold. Apart from the activation gift pack and daily check-in, there were almost no other events. If you wanted anything, you had to buy it with points in the system mall. Why was it suddenly so generous, today starting a lottery event? 1 point flash sale. Tang Zheng pondered inwardly. The cost of 1 point was almost like getting something for free. Moreover, even if it were a trap, it wouldn't cost much. He silently recited in his mind, "Open the flash sale roulette." Instantly a blue light flashed before his eyes, and a huge virtual roulette wheel materialized above the main page, divided into 5 fan-shaped sections of varying sizes. Tang Zheng looked closely and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. What kind of messy options were these? Option 1, height 10 centimeters. Tang Zheng was currently 187 centimeters net height. If he added 10 centimeters, he would directly reach 197 centimeters. Walking on the streets of a southern city, he would be like a mobile signal tower, and he would have to custom order large-sized pants. Moreover, suddenly lengthening bones by 10 centimeters would bring subsequent physical pain, no less than being forcibly stretched. Option 2, hair grows 50 centimeters. What the hell was this, a revival of the shamate, non-mainstream trend? Military training in the scorching heat was already unbearable. Suddenly growing 50 centimeters of hair would directly turn him into F4 from Meteor Garden. No matter how much the instructor ignored him the next day, he could still shave him bald with clippers. Option 3, appetite increased by 15. A pure waste-making machine attribute. He wasn't going to a competitive eating contest. What use was this? Eating 15 more food would not only waste food, but also make him run to the toilet every day. He felt his current appetite was just fine. Option 4, capital increased by 20. Seeing this option, Tang Zheng's breathing became slightly heavier. He currently held not only the entire Global Universe Entertainment, but also 30 of the shares of the Zhang Group, plus the cash in his bank account. The total assets were an extremely massive number. If it directly increased by 20 on this base, it would definitely be a huge amount that could allow him to walk arrogantly in the capital. This was the most practical and tempting option so far. Option 5, IQ increased by 40. Tang Zheng's gaze lingered on this option the longest. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. The human IQ test standard is generally presented as a normal distribution with a mean of 100 and a standard deviation of 15. About 68 of people have an IQ between 85 and 115, which is considered normal range. An IQ above 130 places one in the high intelligence bracket, a group comprising merely 2 of the global population. It is said that Einstein's IQ exceeded 160. He didn't consider himself a prodigy. His intellect during his school years was only slightly sharper than average, estimating his IQ around 115. If you simply added 40 to that, it would be 155. This was no mere arithmetic problem. An IQ surpassing 150 signified a qualitative leap in neural connections, logical reasoning, memory, and spatial perception. In this capital-devouring world, money could be swindled, shares diluted, but the computational power housed in one's mind remained an asset no one could ever seize. How does the probability on this wheel work? Tang Zheng probed inwardly. The system remained as silent as ever, playing dead to perfection. The countdown had less than 2 minutes remaining. Gritting his teeth, Tang Zheng hesitated no more and pressed the red draw button at the center of the wheel with his mind. 1 point deducted. Flash sale draw initiated. The virtual wheel spun wildly, its 5 options blurring into a chaotic halo of colors. Leaning back against the pillow, Tang Zheng appeared to be resting with closed eyes, but his attention was wholly focused on the lottery panel in his mind. The wheel gradually slowed. The pointer swept past the hair grows 50 centimeters section, crawling forward leisurely. It edged past, funds increased 20. It seemed destined to stop at the dreadful appetite increase 15 option. Tang Zheng's molars clenched slightly. If he truly landed on that, he'd have to get up tonight and snatch Song Ming's leftover skewers to satisfy the sudden hunger. Click. A crisp mechanical sound, audible only to himself, echoed. The pointer at the very last moment sluggishly skipped over a razor-thin dividing line and came to a firm rest in the final section. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won the ultimate prize, IQ 40. Reward is being distributed. The moment the text appeared, Tang Zheng had no time to react. There was no dazzling golden effect nor any soothing sensation of transformation. He only felt a sharp sting at the back of his head as if pierced by an extremely fine ice needle. Instantly, a fiercely domineering cold current surged from his cervical spine straight into his cerebral cortex. Ugh! He felt his mind become incredibly clear in an instant. The sensation was utterly bizarre. It was like a gaming laptop originally equipped with a quad-core processor forcibly having its CPU ripped out and a cutting-edge quantum chip shoved in its place. The blood vessels in his brain throbbed wildly, and his temples pulsed with a dull ache. The world around him became extraordinarily strange at this moment. All sounds, lights, and smells were no longer a vague whole, but broken down into precise sets of data, flooding into his mind relentlessly. Outside the window, the rustling of wind through the pothose leaves triggered an instant thought in his mind. Wind speed approximately 3.2 meters per second from the southeast, leaf friction frequency around 400 hertz. With his eyes shut, Tang Zhang's mind automatically conjured the wind trajectory model formulas. Those complex equations and data surfaced effortlessly, as if they had been preloaded. This instantaneous processing of vast information instilled in Tang Zhang an almost omniscient illusion. He felt as if he possessed a pair of eyes capable of seeing through the very fabric of the world, discerning every detail and comprehending every rule. Tang Zhang sat up and rubbed his temples. If his brain continued to indiscriminately process all information, he estimated he would not last more than a few days before suffering from mental exhaustion. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to establish a filtering mechanism in his mind, much like setting up a firewall for a computer, blocking out all data that was currently unnecessary for analysis. Time ticked by slowly, and after a full half an hour, the abnormally intense stimulation of his brain cells finally began to subside. Tang Zhang let out a long breath and lay back down on the bed. In the following days, the military training life remained monotonous and tedious, yet Tang Zhang continued to handle it with ease. His high intelligence not only enhanced his logical calculation abilities, but also granted him an extraordinarily precise control over his body's muscles. While standing at attention, he could accurately locate and adjust the stress points of every muscle, forming the most perfect skeletal support structure while consuming minimal energy. When marching in step, he only needed to watch the instructor's demonstration once, and his brain instantly constructed a three-dimensional motion model, then controlled his body to replicate it exactly. The usually strict instructor Chun, when inspecting Tang Zhang, could only nod silently, finding no fault whatsoever. In late September, the city of Jingdu remained unbearably hot. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun was at its most scorching. On the south playground, the rubber track had softened from the heat, giving a sticky sensation when stepped on. Everyone halt. Rest for 15 minutes. Instructor Chen finally blew his whistle. The previously orderly formation instantly collapsed. The boys groaned as they collapsed onto the ground, frantically fanning themselves with their caps in an attempt to cool down. Tang Zhang found a relatively clean spot to sit down. Song Ming and the others gathered nearby, gasping for breath as they pulled at their collars. His face was full of pain. Bro, I can't take it anymore. The weather is too hot. I feel like I'm being roasted alive, and I'm about to get heat stroke. Zhao Lei also sighed and complained. Yeah, even the sheep in my hometown would be resting in the shade during this time. My life is so hard. And I'm so thirsty, my throat feels like it's smoking. As they spoke, several girls were seen carrying large plastic bags toward them from the entrance of the playground. Leading the way was Lin Wan, the class assistant designated by Teacher Li earlier. Lin Wan wore a light yellow floral dress today, its light skirt gently swaying in the breeze. Her hair was casually tied back, revealing her slender fair neck. She was holding a bag filled with iced beverages with water droplets clinging to the outer layer of the plastic bag. Wow, it's Senior Lin Wan. Senior has finally come to comfort us. At someone's shout, the boys who had been slumped on the ground instantly perked up, craning their necks to look in her direction. Lin Wan walked to the rest area of Class 1 and placed the bag on the ground. Everyone's worked hard. I bought some ice drinks. Come and get them. She called out to them with a smile, her voice clear and pleasant. The boys immediately swarmed around her like hungry wolves. However, Lin Wan ignored the boys scrambling for drinks. She bent down and picked out a bottle of pure water with ice crystals still clinging to it from the bottom of the bag. Then she stood up, scanned the crowd, and walked straight toward Tang Zhang, who was standing nearby. The surrounding noise instantly died down. Dozens of people secretly watched Lin Wan's back, with envy, their eyes fixed on her. Song Ming swallowed hard and nudged Tang Zhang with his elbow. Brother Tang, I think Senior Lin Wan is coming for you. Tang Zhang was browsing his phone at the moment. Hearing Song Ming's words, he did not change his posture, only slightly lifted his head, watching Lin Wan approach step by step. Lin Wan stopped in front of Tang Zhang, slightly bent down, and handed him the bottle of iced water. Junior, are you tired from the training? I don't know what drinks you like, so have some water to quench your thirst. Her face wore a caregiving smile typical of a senior to a junior, but her eyes were fixed intently on Tang Zhang. Tang Zhang looked at the water bottle offered to him, reached out, and took it. Thank you. His tone was polite, calm, devoid of any further emotion. Having said that, he unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and then turned to look at Song Ming beside him. What's for dinner? Song Ming froze for a moment, glancing at Tang Zhang, then at Lin Wan, who stood there with a bewildered expression. Huh. Let's go to the cafeteria. Lin Wan's hand still hung in midair. The smile on her face froze. Since childhood, whenever she showed favor, which boy would not be flattered and eagerly climbed the ladder? Even if they did not immediately ask for her WeChat, at least they would exchange pleasantries and leave a good impression. But this boy in front of her did not even spare her another glance. How difficult. The boys who had been envious and jealous just moments ago now all had their mouths wide open, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Just as the atmosphere was about to become unbearably awkward, the class monitor Wang Hao squeezed out from the crowd, sweating profusely. He held 2 bottles of water and jogged over to Lin Wan, his face beaming with a smile. Senior Lin, thank you so much. Coming to see us in such hot weather, the water is really timely. Wang Hao said as he gently pushed down Lin Wan's hand that was still hanging in midair. Everyone thanks Senior Lin. Wang Hao shouted to the crowd. The boys snapped out of their stupor and enthusiastically called out, "Thank you, Senior. You're so kind, Senior. Senior, can you be my girlfriend?" Someone was bold enough. Lin Wan took a deep breath, suppressed her rising anger, and forced a smile. "You're welcome. Everyone continue resting. I'll be going now." With that, she turned and walked away, her back unusually resolute. Wang Hao watched Lin Wan walk away, then secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, inwardly relieved that he had defused the awkward situation in time. He then turned and glanced at Tang Zheng, who was calmly chatting with his roommate. He could not help but sigh. This is also a tough guy to deal with. Days passed by. The military training soon came to an end. According to Jingdu University's tradition, the day before the military training performance, all freshmen were to be taken to a military camp on the outskirts of the city for a day of live fire shooting training. This was the most anticipated part for all the boys. Early in the morning, dozens of buses drove out of the campus in a grand procession heading straight for the suburbs. 2 hours later, the convoy entered a desolate mountain valley. Surrounding them were bare lush slopes, and the air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder and dust. The shooting range was large, divided into several areas. Class 1 was assigned to Range 3. 100 meters ahead stood a row of half-body silhouette targets. Instructor Chin stood in front of the formation, holding a Type 95 automatic rifle, and began explaining the shooting essentials. Listen up. Never point the muzzle at anyone. This is the most basic safety rule. Anyone who violates it will bear the consequences. His voice boomed, echoing across the range. 3 rounds, each single-shot fire. I'll demonstrate 3 times. Watch carefully. With that, Instructor Chun began to handle the rifle with practiced ease. He shouldered it, aimed and fired, a series of fluid motions. The bullets struck the bullseye with deadly precision, drawing gasps of admiration from the students. Don't say I didn't warn you. This thing has some serious kick. You have to jam the stock hard into your shoulder pocket or your collarbone will be black and blue after one shot. The students below were fired up, rubbing their hands together, eager to have a go. Soon the shooting began. In groups of 5, they lay down one after another on the shooting mats. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rang out across the range in rapid succession. But the actual results were appalling. Most students couldn't even hold the rifle steady. They instinctively shut their eyes when firing, and their bullets flew off to who knows which mountain. Now and then a student would get lucky and hit the target, but at most 5 or 6 rings. Still a dismal performance. Song Ming came down from the firing line, rubbing his right shoulder, grimacing in pain. Damn, this recoil is no joke. I feel like my shoulder's been shattered. All 3 shots missed the target. What a disgrace. His face was full of dejection. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was a bit luckier. He scored 6 rings and came down beaming with pride. Next group, Tang Zheng Wang Chang. The target scorer had called his name. Tang Zheng flexed his wrist, walked to firing point No. 30 and lay prone on the shooting mat. Then he picked up the Type 95 automatic rifle from the ground. The rifle felt heavy in his hands. Its blued metal surface still carried a trace of warmth from the sun. Click. He pulled the bolt and chambered around. The sound of steel parts locking together was crisp and forceful. He pressed the stock into his right shoulder pocket, his cheek snug against the stock, and through the aperture sight, his right eye fixed on the bullseye 100 meters away. At that instant, Tang Zheng's mind once again entered that state of extreme high-speed operation. The clamor of gunfire and voices around him was automatically shut out. His senses expanded without limit. Wind blew in from the hollow on the left, whipping sand and dust against his face. Wind speed 3 meters per second westerly. Relative humidity around 35%. Light angle 45 degrees oblique with a slight dazzling glare. Distance 100 meters. Type 95 rifle 5.8 millimeters caliber rounds. Muzzle velocity approximately 930 meters per second. Gravitational acceleration, air resistance, wind drift coefficient. Countless data streams interwove wildly in his mind, instantly forming a perfect, 3-dimensional ballistic arc model. He did not rush to fire. Instead, by controlling his breathing, he commanded the muscle groups in his arms and shoulders, turning his body into an absolutely stable firing platform. His finger rested on the trigger. He applied initial pressure. Bang! The first shot rang out. The violent recoil slammed through the stock into his collarbone. A dull pain shot through him. Tang Zheng didn't shut his eyes. He kept them fixed on the muzzle's jump. His mind instantly recorded the angle of the barrel's rise and the direction of its deflection. Target No. 39 rings. The target scorer's voice came through the radio. The students watching behind him let out a burst of exclamations. Tang Zheng paid no attention. Drawing on the recoil feedback from the shot just fired, he adjusted his shoulder muscles by less than 2 millimeters. The front sight settled back onto the bullseye. Bang! The second shot. This time the muzzle jump was noticeably smaller, and the bullet's trajectory matched the model in his mind even more closely. Target No. 39 rings. Instructor Chun had been correcting a nearby student's stance, but when he heard 2 9-ring scores in a row, he whipped his head around and stared at Tang Zheng's back. 2 9-ring shots. That was definitely not a fluke. No one could have such dumb luck. Tang Jing took a deep breath, expanding his lungs to the limit, then slowly exhaled. In the instant his breath stilled, his heartbeat dropped to its lowest rate. It was as if the entire world had frozen. All that remained was the rear notch, the front sight, and the bullseye in the distance. Bang! The third shot. The bullet tore through the air with a sharp whistle and struck the target with pinpoint accuracy. Target no. 3. 10 rings. The voice over the radio rose a full octave. The entire firing range no. 3 went silent in an instant. Song Ming's eyes bulged and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. The smugness on Wang Hao's face vanished without a trace. The 3 bullet holes were clustered around the boundary between the 10 ring and 9 ring, almost merging into a single mass. Shot group precision like that was rare, even among veterans, nothing short of phenomenal. Tang Jing engaged the safety, set the rifle down, rubbed his shoulders sore from the shock, and stood up. Instructor Chen walked up to Tang Jing, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Have you trained before? Tang Jing dusted off his clothes and answered truthfully, no. This is my first time handling one. He wasn't lying. When he trained with Ivan before, what he'd handled was a pistol. A completely different beast from this Type 95 automatic rifle. Instructor Chen didn't press further, only gave him a long, searching look. At 5 in the afternoon, the live-fire exercise came to an end. The freshmen lined up by class, ready to board the buses and return to school. As Tang Jing reached the bus, he saw a dark-faced man in camouflage, without rank insignia, standing beside the door. It was none other than Lei Yun, the chief instructor for this military training and the commander of this base. You're Tang Jing, right? Commander Lei called out as he watched Tang Jing approach. Tang Jing stopped and nodded. Come over and have a chat with me. Commander Lei waved his hand, turned, and walked toward a nearby jeep. Tang Jing glanced at Song Ming and the others on the bus, said nothing, and followed. On the sheltered side of the jeep, Commander Lei fished a crumpled pack of Baisha from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Tang Jing. Tang Jing accepted it, took the lighter from Commander Lei's hand, and lit up with practiced ease. Commander Lei blew out a smoke ring, looked Tang Jing up and down, and said 9 rings, 9 rings, 10 rings. First shot to test wind drift, second shot to compensate for recoil, third shot to align the sights. Am I right? When you fired, kid, you didn't even blink. Commander Lei flicked the ash from his cigarette. His tone was calm, but his words carried immense weight. To be honest, that shooting sense of yours. I've served 15 years in the army and trained plenty of raw recruits. Guys with your shooting sense can be counted on one hand. Tang Jing took a drag, the harsh smoke swirling through his lungs. His mind quickly calculated what the other man was after. A commander like him, usually so busy he never had a moment's rest, had singled him out for a reason. He didn't want trouble, so he replied calmly, just luck. Commander Lei laughed in exasperation. Luck? Do you take me for a blind man? If that's luck, then it's impossibly good luck. He fished a white slip of paper from his jacket pocket. No title, just a handwritten string of digits, and held it out to Tang Jing. Interested in joining the army? With your talent and ability, you're bound to shine in the military, become an outstanding soldier, and serve your country. Captain Lei's gaze was straightforward. He had clearly taken a liking to this promising talent. Tang Jing looked at the slip of paper. Join the military. He had no such intention for the time being. At present, he held shares in Huanyu Entertainment and the Zhang Group in addition to having the system. He had ample youth and wealth to enjoy other pleasures of life. Moreover, his current aspirations did not lie in the military. He believed that even without joining the army, he could contribute to his country in other fields by leveraging his intelligence and the system's assistance. Captain Lei seemed to sense Tang Jing's inner reluctance. He patted his shoulder and said, You don't need to answer me right away. Go back and think it over carefully. Here's my contact information. When you've made up your mind, get in touch. The door of the military is always open for you. Tang Jing reached out, took the slip of paper, and tucked it into his pocket. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Lei. I'll keep this note. If I ever really can't make it out there, I'll definitely come to you. With that, Tang Jing turned and walked toward the bus before Captain Lei could say anything else. Captain Lei leaned against the jeep, watching Tang Jing's retreating figure, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. This kid knows when to advance and when to retreat, slippery as an eel. Interesting, he muttered, stubbing out his cigarette on the car body, then opened the door and got in. The bus started kicking up a cloud of dust and headed toward the Jingdu city center. Inside, the students, exhausted from the day's activities, were sprawled asleep. Tang Jing sat by the window, watching the scenery rapidly recede. The next day, inside the Jingda University Gymnasium, the military training parade officially commenced. The recent intense training, coupled with Instructor Chen's almost sadistic strictness, had made Class 1 of Physics's formation look quite presentable, especially when passing the reviewing stand. Tang Jing was placed at the far end of the first row. His goose step was as if measured by a precision instrument. Each step landed with force, the stride exact to the millimeter. He single-handedly forced the entire formation's rhythm to follow his lead. Eyes right. Instructor Chen roared, his voice cracking. Dozens of heads turned in unison, their boots pounding the rubber track with a dull thunder. Unsurprisingly, Class 1 of Physics won this year's Outstanding Formation Mobile Red Flag. After the parade, each class sat cross-legged on the sports field, entering the long and tedious session of leaders' speeches. The late September sun was still scorching, baking everyone into drowsiness. On the reviewing stand, an old man with thinning hair and black-rimmed glasses was reading a script into the microphone. Song Ming, sitting behind Tang Zheng, used his camouflage cap to shield his face and whispered in a low voice. Brothers, see that balding old man in the middle giving the speech? That's our Jingda University's president Wu Jiangwo. He's a formidable figure. Zhao Lei wiped sweat from his forehead nearby and leaned in to ask, aren't principals usually promoted from administrative roles? Is he different? Zhou Yu pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. He knew a bit about this and began to enlighten them. Lei, you don't understand. President Wu is an academician of both academies. He used to be a big shot specializing in high-energy physics and quantum mechanics. If it weren't for his advancing age and failing health in recent years, the higher-ups wouldn't have transferred him to be president. They wanted him to take it easy. I heard that when it comes to allocating research funds, as long as he takes a project proposal to the Ministry of Finance, they stamp and release the money without even holding a meeting. Our physics school has always been Jingda's favorite son, all because of this great guardian. Song Ming nodded in agreement and took over the conversation. I went to the student union yesterday to check our semester schedule. Other majors are taking easy courses like ideological cultivation and modern history to coast through their freshman year, but we're different. We're directly diving into theoretical mechanics and advanced mathematics. And the professor teaching theoretical mechanics is named Wei Jianhua. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Yu's face instantly changed. Wei the Demon King. Yes, that's him. Song Ming patted his chest with lingering fear. He's the top of Jingda's 4 great academic enforcers. I heard that his course has a failure rate that's been steady at 40% for years. He writes all the final exam papers himself, doesn't give any review outline, and the focus of the questions changes every year. If anyone dares to go to his office to beg for a better grade, he'll yell at them until they drop out. Zhao Lei's Adam's apple bobbed, and the water bottle in his hand creaked as he squeezed it. 40%. If I fail, will my poverty subsidy for next year be gone? Not just the poverty subsidy, scholarships and honors are all out of the question. Zhou Yu looked at Zhao Lei sympathetically. Tang Zheng, sitting in front, listened to his roommates gossip, his gaze casually sweeping over President Wu Jiangwo on the reviewing stand. High-energy physics, quantum mechanics. In his mind, he recalled those complex and profound physics problem solutions in the systems shop. If he exchanged one with system points, relying on his now system-enhanced intelligence, could he master all the steps, and thus make a name for himself in the field of physics? At 4 in the afternoon, the assembly finally ended. Instructor Chun led the formation back to the dormitory building. For once, he didn't scold anyone, but stood in front of the line silent for a long moment. Military training is over. Instructor Chin's voice was somewhat low. He scanned the group of sunburned freshmen, pausing his gaze on Tang Zheng for an extra second. Go back and study hard. Don't embarrass me. May fate bring us together again. With that, he gave a standard military salute, turned, and boarded the military bus. As the bus drove out of the school gate, the military training that had lasted over half a month came to a complete end. The timing of Jingda's military training ended perfectly on the last day before the National Day holiday. What followed was the 7-day National Day holiday that drove all freshmen wild. Dormitory 316 was in chaos as everyone prepared for their vacation. Zhao Lei was squatting on the floor, desperately stuffing a few faded t-shirts into a worn-out canvas bag, the zipper nearly bursting. Brother Tang, Song Ming, Zhou Yu, I won't be staying in the dorm for the next few days. Zhao Lei stood up, dusting off his hands. I found a flyer distributing job in Hadian, and I'm also working part-time as a waiter at a night market stall. Working 2 shifts back-to-back, I can earn 200 yuan a day. After 7 days of the National Day holiday, I'll have enough for next month's meals and study materials. Song Ming was standing in front of the bathroom mirror, spraying his hair vigorously with half a bottle of hair gel. Lei, you're working too hard. A great holiday like this, and you're not going to find a girlfriend. You can earn money anytime. Song Ming styled his hair into what he considered a very handsome look and turned to face the others. Let me tell you guys, I've already gotten the WeChat of that girl named Su from the neighboring economics and management class. I'm planning to invite her to Happy Valley these days and aim to win her over during the National Day holiday. Zhou Yu sat nearby, meticulously wiping dust off his leather shoes with a wet wipe. Don't say I didn't warn you. Girls from the economics and management school have high standards. Your little tricks might be things she's already seen through since middle school. Tang Zheng looked at his roommates, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into a faint smile. He didn't join their discussion, but quietly pondered his own plan. What do you know? My whole thing is sincerity plus a little cash power. Song Ming was unconvinced, his face full of confidence. He turned to look at Tang Zheng, who was tidying the desk, and a sly smile crept across his face. Brother Tang, what are you doing for National Day? Want me to have Su bring one of her girlfriends out? With your looks and your superpowers, plus my silver tongue, our dorm could directly get 50% of its members into relationships. Song Ming raised an eyebrow as he spoke. After nearly a month of getting along, Song Ming had never once seen Brother Tang take the initiative to flirt with a girl, which truly shattered his stereotype of young, ultra-rich second-generation heirs. He thought of his maternal uncle's son, who was said to have had 2 girlfriends in the first month of freshman year. Later, when everything came to light and he was caught red-handed, he dumped both girls in a flash and then hooked up with a pretty girl in his class. That guy's methods and sheer nerve left him utterly dumbfounded. Tang Zheng, though, was completely different from those people. On ordinary days, he seemed utterly indifferent to women, which made Song Ming intensely curious. Tang Zheng neatly placed a few academic books borrowed from the school library onto the bookshelf. Next time, I wish you success. I still have some personal matters to handle. He refused very decisively without the slightest hesitation, as if matters of the heart were nothing but fleeting clouds to him, not worth a single thought. Hearing that, Song Ming shrugged, turned around, and continued fiddling with his hairstyle in the mirror, a look of relief on his face as he muttered something under his breath. Zhou Yu put on his polished sneakers and adjusted the collar of his shirt. I have to head out too. My aunt's family lives near the 6th Ring Road. For National Day, all the elders in the family are there, and they insist I go over for a meal. It's so annoying. Zhou Yu complained, but the slightly upturned corners of his mouth betrayed the anticipation in his heart. Before university, he had studied in his hometown of Yangzhou, and he had never been away from home for so long. With 7 days off for National Day, deep down, he was looking forward to reuniting with his family. Tang Zheng heard Zhou Yu's words, and an odd feeling surged in his heart. Indescribable, indefinable, perhaps mixed with a trace of loneliness. He had grown up in an orphanage since he was young. The affection between parents and children was something he could only experience through books and other people's stories. According to the orphanage director, he called mother, he was a bare-bottomed little boy when he was found with no identifying objects or letters on him. He just sat quietly beside a trash bin, neither crying nor making a fuss, so much so that everyone initially thought he was mute. He had been too young back then and had no memory of it. After all these years, no one had ever come looking for him. Having grown up, he no longer had much interest in searching for his birth family. Even now that he had the system, he still felt a sense of estrangement from relatives. He didn't want to actively search for them and would simply let fate take its course. Even if he did find them in the end, he didn't know how he would face them. By evening, the others in the dorm had already left one by one, leaving the whole room empty. Tang Zheng stood alone by the window, watching the darkening sky outside, countless thoughts churning in his mind. After a moment, he took a deep breath, let it out, then turned around, picked up the keys from the desk, and headed for the school parking lot. The wind had picked up, and a gentle breeze slipped through his collar, carrying away a trace of the fatigue left by military training. When he reached the eastern corner of the parking lot, Tang Zheng stopped. His liquid metal silver Ferrari Enzo with the consecutive Jing A license plate was quietly crouching in its parking space. The full carbon fiber body gave off a cold, hard metallic sheen under the remaining light of the setting sun. The problem wasn't the car, but what was around it. To its left was a Porsche 911, and to its right a Panamera pressed close. To the left of the Porsche sat a Bentley Continental GT, and diagonally behind it a Cayenne was blocking the way. Several luxury cars worth millions of yuan plus, dozens more priced above 500,000 were quietly crammed together on the east side of the parking lot, but all tacitly kept a distance from his car, afraid of any bump or scrape. Tang Zheng stood 10 paces away, hands in his pockets, his fingertips stroking the angular car, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What was going on? Were all Jing University students this rich? Could their families buy them million-yuan luxury cars while they were still in college? He really couldn't figure it out. He pressed the unlock button with his thumb. Beep beep. The Ferrari Enzo's daytime running lights suddenly flared to life, like a sleeping beast opening its eyes. Almost the next instant after the lights came on, the doors of the 2 luxury cars around him swung open in unison. 2 young men climbed out of their cars, stretching lazily. From the Porsche 911 climbed a tall, lean man with ash-gray hair, about 182 meters tall, wearing an exaggerated chrome hearts necklace around his neck. The necklace glittered harshly under the light. His eyes were glued to Tang Zheng, then lingered reluctantly on the Ferrari Enzo, looking thoroughly smitten. A man also got out of the Cayenne wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked refined with a smile on his face. Bro, don't be nervous. The tall, lean young man spoke first, casually pulling a pack of Taishan Buddha's Light from his pocket and handing one over. I'm Qin Feng, and this is my childhood friend Lin Xiang. This setup is a bit presumptuous, so let me apologize first. Qin Feng wore an apologetic smile, his whole face beaming. Tang Zheng didn't take the cigarette. His gaze swept across their faces like a scalpel. Their stances were relaxed, their breathing was steady, and there was no sign of weapons on them. Most importantly, the eyes of these two held only curiosity and a certain fervor, no hostility whatsoever. Something. Tang Zheng's voice was flat, revealing neither pleasure nor anger. The gray-haired lean man couldn't hold back. He took half a step back and pointed at the Ferrari Enzo. Bro, this Enzo of yours must have cost close to 50 million yuan once it was on the road in China, right? We've been in the capital for years, and this is the first time we've seen this legendary car in the flesh. He rubbed his hands together, looking as if he had laid eyes on a rare treasure. Then he went on, we saw it in this parking lot a few days ago, but never managed to meet the owner. We guessed it might belong to one of this year's freshmen. Yesterday we calculated that your freshman military training would be over, so we took turns keeping watch here, just to see what kind of deity the owner really is. Tang Zheng understood. This was probably the collector's mentality of the capital's rich second-generation circle. When they encountered something more impressive than their own, they always wanted to investigate and befriend the owner behind it. His car was simply too rare, the only liquid metal silver one in Greater China. In this circle, it was like a searchlight in the pitch-black night. It was hard not to attract attention. Now you've seen it. Tang Zheng pulled his hand out of his pocket, walked to the car, and opened the highly futuristic scissor door with a smooth, handsome motion. You've seen the man, and you've seen the car. Please step aside. I'm in a hurry. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled even more politely. He put the cigarette back into the pack, stepped forward, and directly pulled out his phone, his face full of smiles. Bro, you're a straightforward man. We're all from the same school, so that counts as fate. How about we be friends? Qin Feng brought up his WeChat QR code and extended his phone forward. From now on in the capital, whether it's big matters or small ones, US brothers can be of some help. More friends means more paths, right? Tang Zheng raised his eyes, his gaze resting on Qin Feng's face for a brief moment. He mused inwardly that this man seemed a bit flighty, but one could never have too many connections. He pulled out his phone and scanned the code. Tang Zheng, he uttered his name curtly. With a soft beep, the friend request was accepted. Qin Feng glanced at the profile picture on WeChat, a side profile with no other personal details, and took the opportunity to introduce the others. We've got two more brothers who went back to the dorm to sleep after their shift. One's called Zhao Yi, the other Zhou Kai. The four of us are known as the four little dragons on campus. I'll set up a time to introduce you another day. They're solid guys, the loyal kind. Tang Zheng gave both of them a nod, then, without another word, bent down and slid into the driver's seat. He pressed the ignition button. Vroom. The mid-mounted engine erupted with a deafening roar, the exhaust blasting out a gust of air that sent dust swirling from the ground. Qin Feng and his companion quickly stepped back, clearing the way. Tang Zheng floored the accelerator, and the silver supercar shot forward like a phantom, vanishing towards the parking lot exit in the blink of an eye. Only after the taillights had completely disappeared did Qin Feng rub his ears, still ringing from the roar, his face full of envy. Xian, that guy is seriously cool. When will I ever get to try that, Enzo? It'd make my whole life worth it. My hands are itching already. Lin Zhang shot his car-obsessed friend a disdainful look and retorted, sounds like your skin is itching more like it. With your driving skills, if you ever got behind that, well, who knows what kind of mess you'd cause. He paused, then added, besides, a guy like that probably has a background deeper than we can imagine. Qin Feng scratched his chin and leaned in again, curiosity and gossip written all over his face. So who do you think this Tang Zheng is? Which family's young master? The wealthy Tangs in the capital only have daughters as far as I know. I've never heard of him. Could he be a dragon crossing the river from somewhere else? Lin Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. Who cares? We're at the same school. We'll figure out his story sooner or later. Come on, let's get out of here. Go grab the other two. I'm starving. He pulled open the door of his Kian and climbed in. Qin Feng stopped dwelling on it and followed, getting into his own car. The vehicles slowly pulled out of the parking lot. It was 7 in the evening. The evening rush hour in the capital was enough to make anyone want to smash their steering wheel in frustration. Qin Feng was in his 911, crawling along the second ring elevated highway like a snail. His home was a high-end villa within the second ring, not far from where he was. After finally getting off the elevated road, he turned into a quiet, secluded lane. The road was lined with century-old locust trees. The streetlights were dim, and the atmosphere was a world apart from the clamor outside. He was taking a shortcut. On one side of the middle section of the road stood a sprawling courtyard residence. A vermilion gate, towering walls, and two majestic white marble lions flanking the entrance. It was the renowned Princess Manor, but its gates were perpetually shut, leaving its interior a mystery. Every time Qin Feng passed by on his way home, he would instinctively slow down to take in the sight. Today was no exception. As he decelerated, he suddenly heard a low, ferocious engine roar from behind. In his rearview mirror, two blinding headlights rapidly closed in. Startled, Qin Feng quickly yanked the steering wheel to pull over. A streak of silver flew past the 911 mere inches away, whipping up a violent gust that made his car sway. Damn, who is that? Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, squinting ahead. He froze solid in his seat. The sleek carbon fiber body and the distinctive Beijing A-plate, with consecutive numbers. What else could it be but Tang Zheng's Ferrari Enzo? Then Qin Feng's eyes widened as he watched the supercar, without even a hint of braking, head straight for the garage of the Princess Manor. He instinctively thought Tang Zheng was about to crash into the gate. His heart leapt into his throat, and he couldn't help but yell, "Hey, are you crazy?" But then, the garage door slowly slid open. Tang Zheng didn't even roll down his window. He just pressed the accelerator, and the car drove straight into the Princess Manor. The gate closed behind him slowly, completely obscuring the view. Qin Feng's foot remained pressed firmly on the brake, frozen. His mind went blank, his face a mask of lingering shock. Filled with questions, Qin Feng drove back to his own villa in a daze. Half an hour later at Guanlan Lake Villa District, he tossed his car keys to the servant at the door and shuffled into the living room in his slippers. A massive crystal chandelier bathed the living room in light as bright as day. On a leather sofa, a middle-aged man in a gray Tang suit sat with glasses on, deeply engrossed in reading several documents. This was Qin Feng's father, Qin Zhangwo, the head of Zhongtai Solar, a company in the photovoltaic sector. What's the rush? Got a ghost chasing you? Hearing the commotion, Qin Zhangwo didn't even look up, turning a page of the report as he spoke in a slow, measured tone. Qin Feng strode over to the tea table, grabbed a cup of already cold Maojin tea, and gulped it down. Dad, I saw a ghost today. No, wait, I saw an immortal. Hearing his son's words, Qin Zhangwo put down the documents, took off his glasses, and slowly wiped the lenses with a cloth, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Has the boy finally grown up? A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Oh, tell me about it. What happened?" Chin Feng pulled over a single-seat sofa and sat down, rubbing his hands on his knees. "So I'm in the school parking lot today, and I spot an Enzo, the one and only liquid metal silver one in China. Guess what? The owner is a freshman at our school named Tang Zheng." Qin Zhangwo paused in his actions, the cloth hovering over the lenses. A freshman? Someone who can afford a car worth tens of millions must come from a formidable family. Whose kid is back from abroad? Qin Feng shook his head. No clue. That's what's weird. I've never seen this guy at any gathering before. He's probably not from around here. But luckily I was smart and added him on WeChat. There'll be plenty of chances to find out more about him. He then leaned forward, lowering his voice as if he were about to divulge a national secret. But that's not the main point. The main point is on my way back after getting off the elevated highway and taking the shortcut, I saw this guy drive that Enzo straight into the Princess Manor. The gate opened automatically for him. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise and doubt crossed Qin Zhangwo's eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, staring intently at his son, and murmured, "Could it be him?" "Are you sure you saw it right? Say it again. Which place did he go into?" "I'm absolutely sure. It's the Princess Manor on the second ring, the one with the two white marble lions in front." Seeing his father's unusual reaction, Qin Feng's curiosity grew. "Dad, do you know him? Have you met him?" Qin Zhangwo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought, his mind drifting back to a scene from 2 months ago. That day he had been taking a walk and walking his bird as usual when he happened to see a young man enter the gates of the Princess Manor. Later he had someone investigate, but they couldn't dig up any useful information. It was as if the young man's assets had materialized out of thin air. After a moment, Qin Zhangwo opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng. "Feng, your sister's 1-month celebration is in a few days. Try to invite him." Qin Feng's face immediately fell. "You said you weren't going to make a big deal of it, just a few tables for relatives at home, right? Is this appropriate? Besides, with his status, would he come to a 1-month banquet for the sister of someone he just met?" Qin Zhangwo waved his hand dismissively. "Just invite him in the spirit of classmates getting together. Tell him it's a young people's gathering, a chance to socialize and have fun. Go ahead and ask. If he doesn't want to come, then so be it. But if you can get him to show up, I'll send someone to pay in full for that Aston Martin you've been eyeing tomorrow." Qin Feng's eyes instantly lit up like a pair of 100-watt light bulbs. An Aston Martin. He'd been craving one for over half a year, but the old man had been withholding his allowance to thwart his plans. Hearing his father's words, now his spirit was instantly rekindled. "Don't worry. Consider it done. I'll beg him on my knees if I have to, but I'll get him there." At 11 o'clock at night, Qin Feng threw himself onto the 2-meter-wide genuine leather bed in his bedroom, pulled out his phone, and tapped open a WeChat group named Beijing University's Handsome Guys, a 4-person chat. His thumb flew across the screen. "Brothers, big news. Don't say I didn't think of you. Guess who I just saw?" After the message was sent, the group fell silent for over a dozen seconds. Then Lin Xiang sent a voice message. "Spit it out. I'm having tea with my old man. Don't have time for your riddles." Lin Xiang's voice carried a hint of helpless exasperation, as if dealing with a simpleton transmitted through the phone speaker. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and pressed the voice message button directly. "That Tang Zheng we saw in the school parking lot today. I saw his car again when I got home, and it drove straight into the Princess Mansion on the second ring road. I saw it with my own eyes. Absolutely true." This voice message was like a bomb, instantly exploding in the group. Zhao Yi and Zhou Kai sent a dozen meme stickers followed by Lin Xiang's message. "The Princess Mansion. Are you sure you didn't mistake it? Wasn't it bought by some mysterious big shot years ago and never lived in?" Lin Xiang's tone was filled with shock and skepticism. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly replied, "I saw it with my own 2 eyes. The taillights were almost right in front of me. If I weren't afraid of rear-ending him, I'd have followed and said hello." After saying that, ignoring the wailing and howling in the group, Qin Feng switched out of the chat interface and tapped on Tang Zheng's profile picture. It seemed he could already see the Aston Martin his old man had promised waving at him. And if he could really turn this guy into his close buddy, then at home and in front of his old man, he could walk with authority, no longer constantly being scolded for being useless. Thinking this, he hastily typed and deleted in the chat box, carefully considering his words, and finally sent a message he thought was quite appropriate. "Brother Tang, are you up? The day after tomorrow is my little sister's full moon party. She's all chubby and adorable. It's at Villanelle, 2 Guanlon Lake. The family hasn't invited outsiders, just young friends around our age. Would you like to come over? I'll also introduce some of our schoolmates to you." After sending this message, Qin Feng tossed his phone onto his chest, lay back on the bed, and stared at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, waiting for a reply. Generally speaking, even if someone didn't come, they'd at least exchange a few polite words, going back and forth a few rounds. That's how friendships gradually built. Time ticked by, each second feeling unbearably long. A few minutes later, his phone finally vibrated. Qin Feng sat up abruptly and unlocked the screen. On the screen were only a few brief words. "Thanks, of plans not free." Those few words held Qin Feng's gaze for a full half-minute, his Adam's apple bobbing. He had prepared a whole repertoire of lines to continue the conversation with Tang Zheng, but now they were all choked in his throat by these few words, unable to go up or down. My Aston Martin. Sheen Feng muttered to himself, his face full of helplessness. He weakly leaned back against the headboard, his eyes mournful. October 1st, early morning. Warm sunlight streamed through the window into the master bedroom of the Princess Mansion's inner courtyard. On the large rosewood bed, Tang Zheng opened his eyes. He ignored the holiday greetings on his phone, turned over, and got out of bed. After washing up, he casually picked a white short-sleeved shirt from the wardrobe, grabbed a black chest bag from the rack, and pushed open the door to leave. He had no other plans today. He intended to follow the crowd and explore the city's attractions. Back when he was in the orphanage, even a trip to the city's zoo was a luxury. Now, with ample time and confidence, he wanted to measure the capital city with his own footsteps. As he stepped out of the inner courtyard's hanging flower gate, a towering figure stood in the shadow of the corridor pillars. Ivan, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, his muscles straining the fabric, stood silently staring at him with eager eyes. "Boss." Seeing Tang Zheng approach, Ivan bowed his head slightly, his voice carrying a rough texture. Tang Zheng paused, glanced at him, and said, "I'm going out for a stroll. You don't need to follow. Take a good rest." He knew Ivan had been working hard to keep an eye on the Princess Mansion recently. Ivan's gray-blue eyes were full of stubbornness as he shook his head. "During the National Day holiday, there are many people outside and many variables. I'd feel safer following you." Seeing Ivan's determined gaze, Tang Zheng smiled helplessly. He knew this big guy's temperament. His loyalty was maxed out, and he was stubborn. However, he had been busy with military training lately and had stayed in the mansion without going out, so a walk might be good. "All right, just keep your distance, and we'll go out together." If a burly man followed him closely, what kind of strolling would that be? He'd become a spectacle in the crowd. At 10 in the morning, outside the Meridian Gate of the Forbidden City, it was packed with tourists jostling shoulder to shoulder, the smell of sweat mingling with various perfumes fermenting in the air, stinging the brain. Tang Zheng, carrying his backpack, blended into a tour group, waving small red flags, leisurely stepping on the blue bricks. Looking at the mottled red walls and glazed tiles, his mind automatically turned to the I Ching and Bagua and related information. The Forbidden City, sitting in the Can position and facing the Li position, backed by Wanshui Mountain, facing the Golden Water River. The Feng Shui grand layout set by Liu Bowen and Yao Guangxiao back then was indeed exquisite. Ivan always stayed about 10 meters behind Tang Zheng. His aura instinctively made ordinary people give way. At 1:30 p.m. Tang Zheng exited from the Gate of Divine Might, his stomach aching with emptiness. He didn't join the queues stretching to the curb at the trendy snack shops. Instead, he walked along the moat for a street and entered a private kitchen tucked away in a hutong. This restaurant was recommended by Sun Fu before he left, reputed to have authentic flavors. The place had no sign, relying entirely on word of mouth and advance reservations. Fortunately, Sun Fu had already made a reservation. After the lobby manager verified their identities, the professional fake smile instantly transformed into genuine flattery. He bowed and ushered them to a seat by the window on the first floor. Tang Zheng ordered 2 signature imperial dishes, a pot of Dahong Pao tea, and leaned back in his chair, watching the locust tree leaves falling in the hutong outside the window. Little did he know, behind a screen 3 seats away, Lin Wanxiu was originally holding a powder puff, touching up her makeup in front of a folding compact mirror. She was wearing a pure white knitted bodycon dress today with a neckline that was just right, showing off her collarbone without being too revealing. This was her latest, pure and seductive style, 100% man killer. Judging by the occasional glances from the surrounding people, it was clearly effective. Her best friend sitting across from her was scrolling through her phone, muttering, "This place is way too expensive. 2 people spent nearly 5,000 and still aren't full. We'll have to split the bill. I didn't bring that much money." After saying that, she rolled her eyes and asked, "Wanxiu, where are we going next?" Lin Wanxiu offered no response. Her gaze, peering through the gap at the edge of the screen, remained fixed upon Tang Zheng's profile. It was him again, the young man from the airplane. Moreover, according to her informant within the company, this person had appeared at Huanyu Corporation, and General Manager Shun had even addressed him as boss. Although the storm of her contract termination had passed, she had not only lost a substantial sum of money, but also seen her fame plummet. Her previous endorsement deals had all been rescinded. Had it not been for a handful of diehard fans holding her up, she estimated she would have fallen far below even the 3rd-tier ranking. At this moment, upon seeing Tang Zheng again, the schemes in her mind began to click and clatter once more. As things stood, this man was almost certainly of extraordinary background. If she could latch onto this connection, make him fall in love with her, become utterly infatuated with her, and ideally marry her, then ascending to the pinnacle of high society would be a foregone conclusion. "What? You've set your sights on some handsome young man." Her close friend followed her gaze and remarked with a dismissive curl of the lip, "He's quite handsome, it's true, but he looks rather young. Still, you'd best abandon these fantasies of yours. His family would never deign to look favorably upon people like us. Besides, have you forgotten what happened with Wu Changfeng's wife?" At the mention of this matter, Lin Wanxiu felt a pang in her teeth, her heart brimming with resentment. Back when Wu Changfeng was apprehended, his wife somehow discovered the affair and came to her residence, hiring thugs who assaulted her, nearly disfiguring her in the process. This was precisely why she had been in hiding these past days, nursing her wounds from the attack. She wasn't even the primary mistress, merely the 4th in line. Was this really necessary? What do you know? Lin Wanxiu shot an irritated glare at her companion. Drawing a steadying breath to compose herself, she snapped the compact shut with a sharp click. She rose from her seat, fingers catching the second button at the collar of her knit dress and tugging it outward, emphasizing her already striking curves with deeper definition. She then lifted her unfinished glass of red wine, stilettos clicking as she swayed gracefully around the screen, making her way toward Tang Zheng. At this moment, Tang Zheng was lifting a piece of braised pork to his mouth when an overwhelming wave of Jo Malone blue willow perfume overwhelmed the aroma of his food, striking his senses. He frowned slightly. "Handsome, pardon the interruption. We meet again." Lin Wanxiu's honeyed voice chimed at his table, the tones deliberately lifted at the ends. She endeavored to make her voice sound coyly innocent. Tang Zheng did not lift his gaze. He continued chewing the meat, swallowing it before raising his eyelids to look. Lin Wanxiu stood to his front side, her body leaning forward slightly. From this angle, should Tang Zheng's gaze drift even slightly downward, he would have a clear view of that expanse of fair skin. "What is it?" Tang Zheng's tone carried more coldness than the tea in his cup. Upon seeing who had arrived, his expression twisted, as if he had stepped in something foul. He held not a shred of favorable impression for this woman. Lin Wanxiu wore that practiced expression of innocent sweetness upon her face. "Mr. Tang, it's been a while. I truly apologize for last time. I came to offer my apologies once more. Please rest assured I've already dismissed that assistant. She will never offend your eyes again." As she spoke, she naturally reached over and pulled out the chair across from Tang Zheng, preparing to sit down, entirely ignoring Ivan beside her, whose fearsome expression and rolling eyes made his displeasure abundantly clear. "Did I give you permission to sit?" Tang Zheng spoke, his voice not loud, yet carrying an unmistakable cold and resolute tone. A flash of disgust crossed Tang Zheng's gaze as he stared directly at Lin Wanxiu. Lin Wanxiu's body froze instantly, her posterior hovering a mere centimeter from the chair's surface. The smile on her face froze as well. According to her usual experience, when a beauty took the initiative to strike up conversation in public, even if the man didn't blush with excitement, he should at least politely invite her to sit. She never imagined this person would be so unrelentingly merciless. Handsome meeting is fate. Lin Wanxiu swiftly recovered her composure, directly straightening her posture, with a show of grievance, gently biting her pink lower lip. She deliberately raised her voice, hoping to pressure Tang Zheng using the gazes of the surrounding diners. "I only wanted to come over and say hello, to make a friend." A flicker of anticipation showed in her eyes. She felt that Tang Zheng should, for the sake of propriety before the public, offer her a way out. But Tang Zheng was not fooled by such tactics. He leaned back against the chair, drew a napkin from the box on the table, and unhurriedly wiped the corners of his mouth. He then gazed at Lin Wanxiu's face with its meticulously applied, natural-looking makeup, finding it rather amusing. He said, "I never befriend those whose character and morality are corrupt." Upon hearing these words, Lin Wanxiu's breath suddenly stopped. Her complexion instantly turned ashen, her eyes filled with disbelief and fury. "You? What are you babbling about?" Lin Wanxiu's voice sharpened, her face flushing crimson. Tang Zheng paid no attention to her frantic rage, tapping his fingers lightly twice on the table. "I wish to enjoy this meal in peace. You now have 5 seconds to vanish from my sight, or else face the consequences." Lin Wanxiu felt a jolt of fear, a chill shooting up from her tailbone to the back of her skull. She could no longer spare any thought for her plan to ensnare a wealthy husband. Stumbling backward on her stilettos, she turned and fled, not even calling out to the companion behind the screen, simply pushing open the restaurant's doors and rushing out. Meanwhile, the companion behind the screen, who had been plotting how to dodge the bill, dared not even breathe heavily. Grabbing her bag, she quickly settled the account along the wall and hurried out in pursuit. Cursing inwardly, "What a rip-off, I'm the one paying again. I need to catch up quickly." Tang Zheng didn't even glance in that direction. He picked up the last piece of braised pork from the plate and placed it in his mouth. The meat was tender and soft, the fat dissolving in his mouth. The flavor was truly authentic. He wondered if this chef had any thoughts about changing employers. After finishing, he wiped his hands. Tang Zheng picked up his phone and dialed Xinxing's number. The phone rang only twice before it was answered immediately. "President Tang." Xinxing's voice came through the receiver, carrying a hint of puzzlement as to why President Tang was contacting her at this moment. "This person named Lin Wanxiu, do you still remember her? I do not wish to see this face on any screen whatsoever from now on." Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair of golden strata, with his gaze falling upon the orange cat grooming itself in the alley outside the window. His tone was calm, yet betrayed an ironclad resolve that brooked no argument. On the other end of the line, there was silence for 2 seconds. "Understood." Xinxing asked no why, nor did she hesitate in the slightest. After a moment of consideration, she added, "Within half a day, all investors, directors, and producers who have had contact with her will no longer use her. Anyone who dares to use her would be making an enemy of Huanyu." Tang Zheng acknowledged and hung up the phone. At the same time, in the president's office of Huanyu Group, Xinxing set her phone on the desktop, her gaze sweeping across the several executives on either side of the long table who were reporting on their work. Her expression stern, she said, "Have the directors of the legal department and the public relations department come to my office immediately. Additionally, notify the industry association, The company will draft a comprehensive and thorough blacklist order against the disgraced artist Lin Wanxiu. The executives exchanged glances, all filled with puzzlement. They wondered what celestial offense this Lin Wanxiu had committed to incur such a decree directly from the boss, compelling General Manager Shin to issue a death warrant. The next day, October 2nd. The temperature outside was pushing 40 degrees, the late summer heat still raging like a ferocious tiger threatening to bake people alive. Outside the east gate of He Garden, visitors were still queued up in a long winding line, colorful parasols squeezed together like a seething mass of poisonous mushroom clouds. Tang Zheng, wearing a gray baseball cap, stood in the shade of a tree just outside the ticket checkpoint. Ivan lagged a few steps behind him. His white shirt was already soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to his muscles, yet his gray-blue eyes still swept the surrounding crowd with the keen vigilance of a hawk. Not even a frown crossed his face. He remained utterly devoted to his duty. We'll still have to queue half an hour just to buy tickets. I should have had Sun Fu arrange them in advance. Tang Zheng sighed as he looked at the sluggishly crawling line, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Just then his attention was drawn to a scene beside a stone bollard not far away. An old woman and a little girl were crouching there. The old woman's hair was pure white and the wrinkles on her face were as deep as if carved with a knife. In her hand, she waved a worn-out palm leaf fan whose edges were already coming apart, fanning the little girl beside her stroke after stroke. The little girl looked about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt with a pilled collar and a pair of plastic sandals, her big toes nearly poking out of the front. She was clutching a bamboo-woven basket filled with dozens of pink lotus flowers bound with iron wire. Her small face was flushed red from the scorching sun, and several strands of hair on her forehead were plastered together by sweat. She was staring with eager, wistful eyes at the passers-by. "Grandma, I'm not thirsty. You drink this water." The little girl pushed a bottle of mineral water only half full to the old woman's lips. "Nana, be good. Grandma isn't thirsty, you drink it." The old woman pushed the water back, then took the faded, unidentifiable towel from around her neck and wiped the sweat off the little girl's face with heartfelt tenderness. It was such scorching weather. Nana might get heat stroke. Tang Zheng watched this scene, and the face of the old dean flashed through his mind. Back in the orphanage years ago, they wouldn't even bear to switch on a rickety, oscillating fan in summer. The old dean would sit by the bedside with a palm leaf fan, fanning the children and driving away mosquitoes. The edge of that fan had looked almost exactly like the one in the old woman's hand. After a few seconds of silence, he stepped forward and walked over. He stopped in front of the basket. A faint fragrance of lotus flowers drifted into his nostrils, dispersing the sour smell of sweat mixed in the surrounding air. "How much are these flowers?" Tang Zheng asked, his voice gentle, without a trace of disdain. Hearing his voice, the old woman hastily stood up. Having crouched for so long, the blood supply was insufficient, and her body suddenly swayed violently, nearly toppling headfirst to the ground. Tang Zheng instinctively reached out a hand to steady her, but fortunately the old woman managed to grab hold of the stone bollard and steadied herself in time. "1 yuan per stem. Boss, how many would you like?" A fawning smile was forced onto the old woman's face as she nervously rubbed her hands against her trousers. A hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Once she sold the flowers, she would be able to buy Nan Nan and Ice Pop. "All the ones in this basket. I'll take them all." Tang Zheng opened his bag, pulled out 5 red banknotes, and handed them over. The old woman was stunned. Staring at the 500 yuan, she waved her hands repeatedly and shrank backward. No, that won't do. There are only a little over 30 stems left in this basket. It's not worth this much money, and I can't make change either. Just take it." Tang Zheng pressed the money firmly into the old woman's hand, then bent down and took out a single lotus flower from the basket, pushing the rest along with the basket in front of the little girl. "Keep the flowers to play with. It's too hot outside. Hurry and take Grandma home. Don't let her get heat stroke." The little girl looked up, her big clear eyes as transparent as spring water reflecting Tang Zheng's silhouette. "Thank you, big brother." She stood up and with perfect obedience bowed 90 degrees to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng reached out and ruffled her hair, then turned and walked toward the ticket checkpoint. Entering He Garden, Tang Zheng strolled slowly along Kunming Lake. This imperial garden from the previous dynasty had an exceptionally meticulous feng shui layout. Longevity Hill served as the black tortoise, Kunming Lake as the vermilion bird, Yuchuan Mountain to the left as the azure dragon, and the western hills to the right as the white tiger. With all 4 symbols present, it was a premier formation for gathering qi. Unfortunately, by the end of the Qing dynasty, the dynasty's fortune had already been exhausted. No matter how excellent the feng shui, it could not hold back the torrent of history. After wandering for a few hours, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The sun had not weakened at all. It had only grown more vicious. The heat waves rising from the ground visibly distorted the air. Tang Zheng followed the same route back out through the east gate, planning to hail a car back to the princess residence. Just as he stepped out of the plaza, a shrill, piercing cry of despair tore through the surrounding noise. Nanan, where are you?" Tang Zheng followed the direction of the sound, his gaze cutting through the crowd. It was the flower-selling old woman. She was now crashing wildly through the crowd like a madwoman, the worn palm leaf fan in her hand long since lost somewhere. The 500 yuan was clutched desperately in her hand, nearly crumpled into a ball of waste paper. Have you seen my granddaughter? She's wearing pink clothes, 6 years old, about this tall. The old woman grabbed a passerby's arm, gesturing at the child's height, while tears streamed down her face in desperation. The passerby shook off her hand with disgust and hurried away, afraid of being implicated. Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks, his brows knitted into a tight knot. This was the entrance to a scenic spot packed with people everywhere. How could a child disappear in broad daylight? Nan said she wanted an ice pop, so I went to the little shop nearby to buy one. When I turned around, she was gone. The old woman knelt on the ground, slapping her thighs in utter despair. Human traffickers. The word instantly leapt into Tang Zheng's mind. Snatching a child right at a scenic spot entrance in broad daylight. Just then, crushed by anxiety and rage, the old woman scrambled up from the ground and staggered toward the opposite side of the road, screaming her granddaughter's name at the top of her lungs as she ran. She completely failed to see the traffic light. At that moment, a white BMW 7 Series was turning around the intersection. It was traveling at breakneck speed, showing no sign of slowing down. The roar of the engine was especially piercing in the open road. Bang! Before anyone in the crowd could react, a sickening, teeth-grinding thud rang out. The old woman was struck squarely by the side of the car's front end. Her entire body flew like a kite, with a broken string rolling several meters across the asphalt. Her forehead slammed hard against the curb and blood gushed out instantly. The red banknotes scattered across the ground, stained with blood. The BMW surged forward more than 10 meters before screeching to a halt. The tires scraped against the road, leaving a long black mark and sending up a wisp of blue smoke. The crowd surged over in an uproar, pointing and whispering, yet no one dared to actually step forward and help. The car door was kicked open. A young man in a flowery shirt with a thick gold chain around his neck stepped out, cursing loudly. He didn't spare a single glance at the old woman lying in the pool of blood. Instead, he first touched the dent on his car's hood with a pained expression. "FCK, my car." The man turned, strode over to the old woman, raised his foot shod in a pointy leather shoe, and kicked her hard in the shoulder. "You blind old hag. Think you can pull a scam on me? Sell every organ in your whole family's bodies, and you still couldn't afford this paint job." Clutching her forehead, the old woman curled up on the scorching asphalt, still murmuring, "Nan. My Nan." Someone in the crowd could not bear it any longer and shouted out, "How can you hit an old woman? Call 120 and the police now." The man in the flowery shirt spun around, pulled a baseball bat from the trunk of his car, and pointed it at the crowd. "Go ahead, call. I'd like to see who dares." He spat on the ground and scanned his surroundings with an arrogant sneer. "This old hag damaged my car today. Even if the Heavenly King himself showed up, she'd still have to pay up first. Anyone who sticks their nose in, I'll cripple them too. Anyone who dares to meddle, I'll take them down as well." Muffled curses emerged from the crowd. "How can you drive like that? So careless. Exactly, it looks painful. Call an ambulance now." However, when the crowd saw the gleaming aluminum baseball bat and the thick gold chain around the man's neck, the people in the front rows instinctively shrank back. No one wanted to provoke such a wealthy, foul-mouthed idiot driving a BMW 7 Series. At this moment, Tang Zheng stood at the edge of the crowd, his brow furrowed. He quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket and rapidly pressed a few digits on the screen. The call connected. "Emergency, Hayuan Eastgate Square. There's a car accident. The victim is an elderly woman hit on the head with heavy bleeding, semi-conscious. Please send the nearest ambulance immediately." After hanging up, he dialed again. "Police, Hayuan Eastgate Square. There's a traffic accident leading to a fray. Also, a few minutes ago, a suspected child abduction occurred here. The missing child is about 6 or 7 years old, a girl wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and plastic sandals." "Family? No, I'm not. The little girl's family is the accident victim." After finishing the call, Tang Zheng shoved his phone back into his pocket and prepared to walk toward the injured woman. The man in the floral shirt had sharp ears and heard the sound from behind the crowd. Holding the baseball bat, he pushed past several timid tourists and strode aggressively to stand before Tang Zheng. "You little bastard, were you just calling the police?" The man in the floral shirt looked Tang Zheng up and down, sneering at his plain sportswear with no obvious logos. He said disdainfully, "You sure like to show off, huh? Want to play the hero? Do you know how much it costs to repaint this car? You couldn't pay it even if you sold yourself. You're just pretending to be a big shot. Playing the saint here." As he spoke, he raised the baseball bat, making as if to poke it at Tang Zheng's shoulder. Before the bat and touched Tang Zheng's clothes, a large knuckled hand suddenly reached out from the side and precisely grabbed the aluminum shaft. Yuan stood like an iron tower materialized out of thin air, blocking Tang Zheng. The man in the floral shirt was stunned for a moment and tried to yank the bat back with force. It didn't budge. The solid aluminum bat in Yuan's hand seemed as if it were cast in concrete, stuck firmly in midair. The man in the floral shirt grew anxious, lifted his foot in a pointed leather shoe, and kicked directly at Yuan's knee, cursing, "Let go, you son of a bitch. What's it got to do with you?" Yuan didn't even dodge. The leather shoe struck Yuan's kneecap heavily, producing a dull thud. The man's face changed instantly. He felt as if he had kicked not a human leg, but a solid steel pillar. The sharp pain from the sole of his foot shot straight into his bones, causing him to stagger back 2 steps, gasp in pain, and grimace. Yuan flicked his wrist, and the aluminum bat came loose, falling into his hand. "Boss, what should we do with this guy?" Yuan turned around and asked in Chinese. Tang Zheng didn't even glance at the man hopping on one foot while clutching his toes. Never mind him for now. Go check on the old lady. Don't let anyone move her or wait for the ambulance. Yuan nodded and casually tossed the bat to the ground with a clatter. He strode to the pool of blood, knelt on one knee, and pulled out a clean piece of gauze from his pocket, a habit from his days on the battlefield, always carrying first aid supplies for emergencies. He never thought it would come in handy today. He pressed the gauze onto the wound on the old lady's forehead to stop the bleeding. The man in the floral shirt stood still, his face alternating between pale and livid. Staring at Yuan's exaggerated muscles, he dared not act again and could only take out his phone to call for backup. Hey Chong, I'm being bullied at Yuan East Gate. Some idiot smashed my car. Bring a few guys over now. 10 minutes later, the sharp sound of sirens came from afar. A white ambulance with flashing blue lights forced its way through the crowd and stopped at the edge of the square. 2 paramedics rushed out pushing a stretcher. Make way. Everyone step back, keep the air circulating. The doctor ran to the old lady, quickly checked her pupils and pulse, and his face immediately darkened. Elevated intracranial pressure, possible internal bleeding. Immobilize the cervical spine immediately and load her onto the ambulance. 2 nurses quickly came to assist. Just as the stretcher was about to be lifted, the man in the floral shirt, seemingly emboldened from somewhere, suddenly rushed forward and grabbed the stretcher's handle. Who told you to take her away? He glared, blocking the paramedic like a thug, shouting, She crashed into my car. 500,000. Not a single cent less, and nobody leaves today. If you take her away, who do I ask for the money? The paramedic, a man in his 30s, had seen all kinds of medical disputes, but this was the first time he encountered someone blocking the rescue. He reddened with rage and shouted, Are you insane? The victim is in critical condition. Can you bear the legal responsibility for delaying the rescue? Move aside immediately. The doctor pushed hard at the man's hand, trying to pull him away. The man clung to the stretcher, yelling at the top of his lungs. What responsibility? She crashed into me. I just got this car less than a month ago, original paint, and now there's this huge dent. If you take her away, who's going to pay for this? He turned his head and pointed viciously at Tang Zheng, standing nearby. Weren't you the one who called the police? Aren't you the one who loves to meddle? Fine, you pay the 500,000 for her, and I'll step aside. If you can't, then let this old hag lie here and die. The surrounding tourists were in an uproar, all outraged by the man's behavior, but still no one dared to step forward. 500,000 was no small sum, and no one wanted to take on that debt for nothing. The paramedic, sweating profusely, took out his walkie-talkie to call for police backup. A cold glint flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes. He stepped forward. He didn't argue with the man in the floral shirt. He had figured out that reasoning with such a person was futile. The man had no morals, a complete scoundrel. He walked straight to the white BMW 7 Series, calmly appraising the car. It was a mid-range 740, costing about over 600,000 on the road. At the moment, there was indeed a noticeable dent on the front right side, a mark from hitting the old lady without slowing down. Tang Zheng looked around. There was no other convenient tool, so he bent down and picked up the aluminum baseball bat that Yuan had tossed on the ground. He weighed it in his hand. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, Tang Zheng swung the bat and smashed it hard against the BMW's windshield. Bang! A loud crash. The sturdy laminated glass instantly webbed with cracks, and a large pit dented in the center. The noise from the crowd abruptly stopped. Even the man in the floral shirt who was clinging to the stretcher was dumbfounded. Tang Zheng didn't pause. He walked around to the side of the car and backhanded the bat onto the left side mirror. The alloy casing shattered, the mirror glass flew, and the entire mirror hung limply from the door. Next came the window glass, the hood, the headlights. Bang! 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 The sounds of metal deforming and glass shattering echoed across the empty square. Tang Zheng's movements were rhythmic, without any manic venting of emotion, as if he were completing a disassembly task on an assembly line. Every swing precisely destroyed the most expensive exterior parts of the car. In less than a minute, the once brand-new BMW 7 Series now had a completely mangled front, all glass shattered, and the doors covered with dents. Tang Zheng stopped. He casually tossed the now slightly bent bat onto the hood, which was covered in glass shards, producing a dull thud. He turned around and looked at the completely stunned man in the floral shirt. With a calm gaze, he said coldly, Now it's worth 500,000. Tang Zheng's tone was calm, betraying no emotion. I'll cover the 50,000 in vehicle damage. He pointed to the stretcher. Now take your filthy hands off the stretcher. The man in the floral shirt finally snapped back to reality. Staring at his battered beloved car, his eyes reddened, completely forgetting the lesson he had just learned. Fuck you. I'll kill you. He released the stretcher and lunged at Tang Zheng like a madman. But before he could take 2 steps, Yuan's massive frame had already blocked the way. He casually reached out, grabbed the man by the collar, and lifted him off the ground like a chicken. The man's feet kicked wildly in the air, his face flushed red, but he couldn't break free in the slightest. Get him in the ambulance. Quick. The emergency doctor seized the moment and signaled the nurse to swiftly push the elderly woman into the ambulance. The door slammed shut, the siren wailed again, and the vehicle sped away. Just then, 2 police cars with flashing red and blue lights arrived at the scene. 4 officers quickly stepped out. The leading officer glanced at the wrecked BMW, then at the man dangling from Yuan's grip, and furrowed his brow. Stop. What's going on here? The officer barked, his hand already resting on his equipment belt. Iwan turned to look at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng gave a slight nod. Iwan released his grip, and the man crashed to the ground with a thud, dazed and disoriented. Officer, he smashed my car. Arrest him. My car's worth over 600,000. The man scrambled to the officer seeking protection and pointed accusingly at Tang Zheng. The officer approached Tang Zheng, studying him from head to toe. Did you smash this car? Yes, I did. Tang Zheng calmly produced his ID and handed it over. Officer, I'll take full responsibility for the damages. But the main reason I called the police isn't the accident or the vandalism. Tang Zheng pointed to the bloodstain on the ground and the crushed flower basket. 10 minutes ago, the victim's granddaughter, a 6 or 7-year-old girl, was abducted by traffickers in this square. The victim, frantic to find the child, didn't notice the speeding car and was hit. The officer's hand froze as he was verifying the ID. He looked up, his expression turning grave. A traffic accident and vandalism were civil disputes and minor offenses. But child abduction in broad daylight was a heinous felony. Are you sure it's abduction? Did you see the trafficker's face? The officer asked, rapidly reaching for his radio. I didn't see them. The little girl was at the scenic area entrance. Her grandmother was buying an ice cream, and she vanished. This is the main gate, covered by surveillance cameras everywhere. You can still pull the footage in time. Tang Zheng stated the facts with clarity. The officer immediately pressed the transmit button. Calling command center, suspected child abduction at the East Gate Plaza of Heiyuan. Suspect description unknown. Victim female 6 to 7 years old, wearing a pink short-sleeve shirt. Request immediate blockade of surrounding traffic arteries and retrieval of surveillance footage. After issuing the orders, the officer turned to Tang Zheng. You'll need to come to the station for a statement. Tang Zheng looked at Iwan. Iwan, stay here and cooperate with the police on the vandalism case. Pay whatever is due through proper channels. Then he turned back to the officer. Officer, the elderly woman is in critical condition and the little girl is missing. May I go to the hospital first to see if I can help? My contact information and address are in your system. I'll come to the station later to complete the statement. The officer looked at Tang Zheng's composed yet unwavering gaze, then at Iwan beside him. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Go ahead. Don't leave the city and keep your phone on. Tang Zheng walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver to Woad Medical Center. Follow that ambulance ahead. Half an hour later, at the emergency department of Woad Medical Center. The pungent smell of disinfectant filled the corridor. Tang Zheng sat on a plastic bench outside the operating room, staring at the red "Resuscitation in Progress" sign. Rapid footsteps echoed from the end of the hallway. 2 local police officers holding several printed documents hurried to the triage desk. Nurse, how is the elderly woman brought in by the ambulance? Li Shufan. The nurse typing at the computer looked up and sighed. It's critical. Severe traumatic brain injury. She needs emergency surgery. And we can't find any medical insurance records for her, as she likely doesn't have coverage. Major surgery like this plus ICU costs will require at least several $100,000. Have you contacted her family? Someone needs to sign consent and pay the deposit. The senior officer gripped the edge of the papers firmly. There's no family to contact. How is that possible? What about her husband? Children? The nurse grew anxious. The officer's voice was hoarse. Her husband died of illness 20 years ago. He flipped to the second page of the document and pointed to a red stamp. She had only one son. He died in a border anti-drug operation 8 years ago. A first-class martyr, a war hero. A sudden silence fell around the triage desk. The nurse's mouth hung open, words failing her. A few passing family members of patients stopped in their tracks. Tang Zheng, sitting 10 meters away on the bench, heard every word clearly. He leaned back against the hard plastic chair, tilting his head to stare at the harsh white fluorescent light on the ceiling. A martyr who gave his life for the country. His mother in her 70s or 80s had to sell lotus flowers for $1 each under the scorching sun at the scenic gate in 40-degree heat. Not only was she hit by a car and left fighting for her life, but she was also cursed as a scammer by the rich brat in the BMW. And the sole bloodline left by the martyr. The little girl who obediently stayed by her grandmother's side and saved water for her to drink. In broad daylight, was snatched away by traffickers like a chick. Tang Zheng slowly stood up. He walked to the triage desk. Nurse, where do I pay the deposit for Li Shufan's surgery? The nurse paused, looking at the young man who had suddenly approached, and instinctively pointed to the payment window. She thought for a moment and asked, what is your relationship to her? A stranger. Tang Zheng didn't waste words and turned to walk toward the payment counter on the right side of the hall. There was a queue at the regular counter, so Tang Zheng went to an empty VIP window. Emergency room, Li Shufan. Deposit payment. The clerk typed a few keys. The system shows preparation for surgery. The initial deposit is 100,000. Sir, are you a family member? If not, the refund process might be complicated. Tang Zheng pulled a black bank card from his wallet and slid it through the slot beneath the window. Not a family member. Swipe 500,000 first. The clerk's hands froze over the keyboard. She looked up at Tang Zheng as if he were an alien. Sir, are you sure? 500,000. Make sure the attending physician knows to use the finest medicine and the best surgical materials. If an outside expert is needed, summon them immediately. All expenses will be charged to this card. If the funds fall short, feel free to call me at any time. Tang Zheng's gaze was resolute, his tone carrying an air of unquestionable authority. He picked up a notepad beside the window, swiftly wrote down his mobile number, and handed it to the staff member. Witnessing this, the staff member swallowed hard. As an employee of Woad Medical Center, he naturally understood what a black card represented. It was the hallmark of the ultra-wealthy. He carefully picked up the black card, preparing to swipe it through the machine. Just then a young woman's voice rang out from behind Tang Zheng. The hospital cannot accept this money. Tang Zheng's brows furrowed slightly as he turned around, a trace of obvious astonishment in his eyes. Shen Yiqing, what is she doing here? She was dressed in a sophisticated white women's suit, the tailored fit sculpting her tall, statuesque figure to near perfection, devoid of any excess flesh, exuding elegance and competence in equal measure. She wore a pair of black pointed-toe high heels. Those bright eyes first glanced at Tang Zheng, offering a faint smile, then looked past his shoulder directly at the staff member behind the glass window. For Li Shufan's surgery, charge it directly to the hospital's Green Leaf Fund account. Shen Yiqing's voice was not loud, but it carried an unmistakable authority. All emergency rescue costs, subsequent ICU monitoring, and rehabilitation expenses are to be fully waived. Go inform Director Hu in the emergency department that it is my directive. Use the best medicine. This patient must be saved. The staff member inside the glass window paused for 2 seconds, and upon recognizing who had arrived, hastily rose from his chair, nodding repeatedly. Understood, President Shun. I will call the emergency department right away to file a report. He knew full well that as the owner of Woad Medical Center, Shen Yiqing held absolute authority. Her orders were the law. Tang Zheng observed the scene before him, a ripple of curiosity stirring within. His fingers tapped twice on the glass counter, signaling to Shen Yiqing that he was still there. Shen Yiqing turned to meet Tang Zheng's scrutinizing gaze, tilting her chin up slightly, with a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Don't look at me like that. I am the owner of Woad Medical Center. As she spoke, she stepped forward in her high heels, the sharp click of her heels against the marble floor closing the distance between them to less than half a meter. The sudden proximity made Tang Zheng instinctively take a slight step back. Noticing his reaction, Shen Yiqing explained with satisfaction, just now officers from the local police station came to verify the injured party's identity. It just happened that I was inspecting the hospital today. The mother of a first-class meritorious serviceman. If she still had to rely on strangers pooling money for surgery in my hospital, and the media got wind of this, would Woad Medical's reputation survive? I am doing this to protect the hospital's public image. Tang Zheng observed the subtly tightened line of her jaw, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So stubborn yet soft-hearted. Out loud he said, since President Shun has such deep pockets, I won't compete for the spotlight. With that, Tang Zheng smoothly retrieved his black card, and tucked it into his pocket. Immediately afterward, he flipped his wrist, withdrew a check for 1 million yuan from his bag, and held it out in front of Shen Yiqing. Tang Zheng looked straight into her eyes, his tone calm and sincere. Just the right timing to return this. I intended to repay you at daybreak, but you had already left, returning what was never mine to keep. Shen Yiqing saw the check extended toward her, and felt a wave of embarrassment well up within. Recalling how she had clung to Tang Zheng, touching and kissing him while intoxicated, her cheeks flushed slightly. When she awoke, she had felt only mortification, hastily abandoning the check and fleeing. Later, upon careful reflection, she admitted such behavior was indeed improper. Looking at Tang Zheng, now having grown up navigating the highest circles of business and society, her eye for detail was sharper than any luxury appraiser's magnifying glass. The t-shirt he wore was plainly custom-made by the Givenchy atelier, the base garment starting at a minimum of 6 figures, and every inch of fabric downward spoke of top-tier craftsmanship and materials. She understood clearly that the man before her was not someone who lacked money in the slightest. A flicker of light danced across Shen Yiqing's eyes. She bit her lower lip, then extended 2 slender fair fingers, and cleanly plucked the debit card from Tang Zheng's grasp. All right. She slipped the check into her suit pocket, her crimson lips parting slightly. Then I will take this back. I apologize for what happened before. Tang Zheng observed her somewhat embarrassed expression and found it rather amusing. He waved his hand dismissively and said, no matter. It was merely a misunderstanding. Looking at Shen Yiqing, a trace of newfound appreciation shimmered in his eyes. I must still thank you, President Shun. To have a compassionate and responsible owner like you is a blessing for Woad Medical Center and for every patient who walks through its doors. Hearing Tang Zheng's praise, a faint blush touched Shen Yiqing's cheeks. She cleared her throat softly and said, enough of this. I have matters to attend to. I must go. Tang Zheng nodded. After Shen Yiqing departed, he dialed Ivan's number. Hanging up, he raised his hand to flag down a taxi. Driver, please take me to the Eastern District Police Bureau. 20 minutes later. The glass doors of the bureau's case-handling hall swung open, and a gust of cool air tinged with the scent of tobacco enveloped him. Along the wall, seated on a blue stainless steel bench, Ivan sat, like a towering iron statue. His massive frame pressed the standard-issue bench nearly out of shape, his thick arms resting on his knees, motionless as a sculpture. Several meters away on the other side, the man in the floral shirt leaned back against the chair, his eyes watchful as they fixed upon Ivan. His right shoe had been removed, and his big toe was wrapped in a thick bandage seeping with traces of crimson. That was his battle scar, the consequence of violently kicking Ivan's knee and fracturing his own toe in the process. A young police officer in a short-sleeved uniform, his name tag reading Xiao Li, approached with 2 documents in hand, meeting Tang Zhong as he entered. "Hello, you must be Tang Zhong." Xiao Li sized him up and extended a mediation agreement. Regarding the car smashing incident, the Price Appraisal Bureau has issued an expedited assessment. The total repair cost is 486,000 yuan. Since you both agree to full compensation, sign here, transfer the funds to the official account, and this civil matter will be closed. Tang Zhong took the pen and signed his name in swift, confident strokes. "Officer, is there any progress on the little girl's trafficking case?" Tang Zhong handed the pen back and asked casually. Xiao Li's grip on the mediation document faltered for a moment, and he lowered his voice. "The Criminal Investigation Brigade has taken over. They are reviewing surveillance footage from along the route. The van with the fake plate headed toward the suburban area, and checkpoints have been set up at every intersection. As for the elderly woman who was struck, she is at Woad Medical Center undergoing craniotomy." Tang Zhong finished the sentence. "That is good. Very well, there is nothing else. You may leave. In the future, do not act so impulsively. Having money does not mean spending it recklessly." After Xiao Li finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the inner office. Tang Zhong turned and nodded toward Ivan. Ivan rose to his feet, and the bench emitted a relieved creak. The two of them had barely taken half a step. Heavy footsteps echoed from the corner of the hallway. Then a rough, gravelly voice called out, "Hold it. Xiao Li, who gave you the order to let them go?" A portly middle-aged man with a protruding belly emerged, his hands clasped behind his back. He wore a white shirt with the top button undone, a black leather briefcase tucked under one arm, and a stainless steel thermos emblazoned with some official insignia. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Li straightened immediately, a flicker of tension crossing his face. "Director Liu, this public order dispute has been mediated. The compensation has been settled." But Deputy Director Liu appeared to have heard none of it. He strode directly toward the man in the floral shirt. The man, who had been grimacing in pain just moments ago, perked up instantly at the sight of Deputy Director Liu and hopped to his feet on one leg. "Director Liu, you're finally here. Brother Chang just called me asking how this was being handled." The floral shirt man pointed to his bandaged toe, then jabbed a finger at Tang Zhong, and Ivan spittle flying as he ranted. "These 2 bastards not only smashed my car, but also attacked me. Look at my foot. The hospital just x-rayed it, comminuted fracture of the toe bone. This is intentional injury. These 2 scumbags need to be punished." Deputy Director Liu nodded with a smile, then turned and methodically unscrewed his thermos lid, blew away the tea leaves floating on the surface, took a slow sip, and carefully replaced the cap. He lifted his gaze, letting it sweep over Tang Zhong and Ivan before settling on Tang Zhang's face. "You smashed a car, paid compensation, and think you can just walk away?" Deputy Director Liu tapped the base of his thermos against the nearby desk, producing a dull thud. Picking quarrels and provoking trouble, along with gang-related intentional assault, particularly egregious circumstances, and an arrogant attitude. He turned to Xiao Li, his voice rising sharply. "Detain them. Process administrative detention, 15 days to start. The tall one is suspected of violent assault. Get him medically examined. If the injuries meet the minor injury threshold, we'll convert this to criminal detention." The atmosphere in the lobby grew tense. Xiao Li stood, frozen mouth slightly open, torn between speaking up and holding back, still clutching the freshly signed mediation document. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Li swallowed hard and took a tentative step forward. "Director Liu, we've reviewed the surveillance footage. The car owner struck first with a baseball bat. The tall man was merely acting in self-defense by grabbing it. As for the foot injury, the victim initiated contact by kicking toward the knee. That doesn't constitute intentional injury." Deputy Director Liu's expression darkened instantly. He slammed his thermos down with such force that hot water splashed through the lids, seemed scalding Xiao Li, who flinched backward. "Am I the deputy director, or are you? Am I handling this case, or are you? Why don't you just take my seat?" Deputy Director Liu jabbed a finger in Xiao Li's face, spittle flying. "Surveillance footage is merely reference material. The victim's injury assessment is right here. Would a law-abiding citizen randomly kick someone's knee for no reason? It's clear violence was used. Director Li is at the headquarters meeting today, which means I have final authority over all cases in this bureau. Go process the paperwork immediately." Xiao Li's face burned crimson under the tirade. He lowered his head, his lips moving as if to protest, but ultimately dared not defy his superior again. With visible reluctance, he reached for the handcuffs. Tang Zhong stood his ground, raising an eyebrow with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He glanced at the smug man in the floral shirt, then at Deputy Director Liu, who carried himself with bureaucratic arrogance. Pieces of information clicked together in his mind. A spoiled rich kid driving a BMW 7 Series, a deputy director from the city's Eastern District branch, and this Brother Chang, mentioned by the floral shirt man. The implications were obvious. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Liu was calculating quietly in his own mind. This Brother Chang was actually the second son-in-law of the city police bureau chief. It was said that Director Li favored his second daughter most. Liu had been stuck in this deputy director position for 5 or 6 years now, always craving a higher post, but never finding the right opening. Today presented that opportunity. Director Li was attending a meeting at headquarters, giving Lu the chance to handle this case flawlessly and demonstrate his capabilities to the bureau chief. Deputy Director Lu correct. Tang Zheng lifted his eyelids, his gaze calm and steady as he looked at the portly man. According to Article 42 of the Administrative Penalty Law, before an administrative organ makes decisions on administrative penalties, such as detention orders, revocation of permits or licenses, or substantial fines, it must inform the party concerned of their right to request a hearing. You haven't even conducted the most basic interrogation record. You haven't verified the on-site surveillance footage. Yet based solely on his word, you're directly ordering 15 days of detention. Tang Zheng extended a finger pointing at the man in the floral shirt, his eyes filled with scorn. For the sake of climbing the social ladder, have you really given up your dignity? These words landed like a thunderclap. The fleshy features on Deputy Director Lu's face twitched noticeably. He hadn't expected this young man to be so bold as to openly mock him. Having his secret ambitions exposed in front of everyone sent his expression turning cold and menacing. Save your nonsense. Obstructing official duties and slandering a state functionary only compounds your offense. Deputy Director Lu bellowed at Xiao Li in a fit of rage. What are you standing there for? Put the handcuffs on him and lock him up immediately. Xiao Li approached Tang Zheng with the gleaming handcuffs, his hands trembling. He felt his conscience fracturing, yet unable to resist. Ivan, standing nearby, saw this scene, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stepped forward half a pace. Ignoring Xiao Li entirely, his gaze locked onto Deputy Director Lu, and the muscles in his arms bulged, straining against his short sleeves. It was as if with just a single look from Tang Zheng, he could twist that pot-bellied man's neck into a pretzel within seconds. Ivan, stand down, Tang Zheng said quietly yet with unmistakable authority. Ivan froze for a moment. Though unwilling, he complied and stepped back to Tang Zheng's side, but his eyes remained fixed on Deputy Director Lu like a predator watching its prey. Tang Zheng rose to his feet, a faint smile touching his lips with a hint of pity. He extended his hands toward Xiao Li of his own accord. Wristing them together, he said calmly, "Go ahead." Xiao Li gritted his teeth. With 2 clicks, his trembling hands secured the handcuffs around Tang Zheng and Ivan's wrists. The man in the floral shirt immediately limped over, a smug grin spreading across his face. He leaned close to Tang Zheng, lowering his voice to a whisper meant only for those nearby, dripping with mockery. "Grandson, weren't you so damn cocky earlier? Weren't you so tough when you smashed my car?" The man in the floral shirt no longer dared to touch him directly, instead poking at Tang Zheng's shoulder from a distance with his finger. "You called the police to arrest me. You think this is some TV drama? Let me tell you, Brother Chong has spoken. During these 15 days you spend inside, I'll make sure someone gives you a proper welcome. When you get out, I'm suing you for emotional distress damages. I'll ruin you, you fucking idiot." Tang Zheng studied the arrogant face before him, then glanced at Deputy Director Lu standing nearby with cold detachment and absolute confidence. A silent sneer crossed his mind. Before entering the police station, he had called Xinqing to explain the situation, confident that she wouldn't let him down. "Director Lu, it's easy enough to put these cuffs on, but have you really thought through what happens once they come off?" Tang Zheng finished speaking, turned and strode toward the detention cell, ignoring the conflicted stares of the officers around him. His back was straight, radiating no sign of panic. Deputy Director Lu remained rooted where he stood. For some reason, Tang Zheng's eerily calm departure and those measured words unsettled him. His grip on the thermos slipped involuntarily, the base striking the desk with a harsh grating sound. An inexplicable chill crept up his spine. Suddenly, the door of the branch bureau's case-handling hall was violently shoved open, producing a dull thud. Xinqing, in 7-centimeter black stiletto heels, strode in with urgent yet steady steps. Her hair was neatly pinned at the back of her head. Her heels struck the marble floor, creating a rapid series of sharp, oppressive clicks. Behind her followed a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a black leather briefcase. The few people in the hall were dumbfounded at the sight of them. Wasn't this President Shun of Huanyu Entertainment? Why would she come here? Xinqing swept her gaze across the people in the hall. Not finding the person she wanted to see, her already cold expression turned darker and her chest rose and fell violently. "You need to release Mr. Tang." Xinqing's voice was not loud, but it carried an unassailable force through the silent hall. "President Shun, this is against procedure. He's currently undergoing administrative detention." Xiao Li stammered, his hands instinctively covering the pocket containing the keys. Deputy Director Lu also ambled out slowly, holding his stainless steel thermos. "What's all the noise? President Shin, this is a police station, not your Huanyu Entertainment. Here things are done by my rules." Lu tapped the table with the bottom of his cup, putting on his best bureaucratic air, his eyes radiating condescending arrogance. "Lawyer," he behind Xinqing stepped forward, took a gilded business card from his breast pocket, and laid it open. "I am Mr. Tang Zheng's attorney. I now demand the immediate bail of my client, and will file an administrative review against your bureau's unlawful enforcement." Deputy Director Lu gave a contemptuous snort. Without even looking at the card, he casually flicked it to the corner of the desk like shooing away an annoying, clueless fly. "Bail? He's suspected of picking quarrels and complicity in intentional assault. The evidence is ironclad. The victim's condition is right here. Even the King of Heaven couldn't get him out." Xing looked Deputy Director Lu up and down. Are you the one in charge here today? May I ask your surname? My surname is Lu. What, you want to file a complaint about me with the inspection department? The door faces south. Feel free to see yourself out. Lu unscrewed his thermos and blew at the tea leaves floating on top. Xing ignored his remark. She placed her Hermes bag on the table, unzipped it, rummaged around, and pulled out a thick craft paper envelope. Her fingers flicked open the twine, and she flung a stack of high-definition printed photos onto the desk in front of Deputy Director Lu with clean, decisive motion. Deputy Director Lu, on the 8th of last month at Highway Villa, you had a naked party with a third-rate model named Nana for 4 hours. Unfortunately for you, that little model is an employee of our company. She herself recorded quite a few videos hoping to go viral, but her agent stopped her. After all, it would be too detrimental to public order. And this one, tisk, yet another woman. You were kissing someone at a concert behind your wife's back. Quite fiery, aren't you? Xing pulled out photo after photo, tapping 2 of them heavily with her index finger. Deputy Director Lu, I presume you wouldn't want to go viral online, either would you? Seeing the series of photos, Xing pulled out the flesh on Deputy Director Lu's face, twitched violently. The thermos he had been raising to his mouth tilted, and scalding hot water sloshed out onto his proudly protruding belly. He quivered on the spot from the burn, but didn't dare make a sound. Panicking, he reached out to gather up the photos, his hands trembling, as if he had Parkinson's, sweeping several interrogation files off the desk onto the floor. Why you? This is fabricated evidence, slandering a public official. He lowered his voice to a hoarse rasp like a broken bellows, his eyes darting toward Xiao Li and the others, terrified that his subordinates might see what was in the photos. Lawyer, he pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and curled his lip in disdain. A scumbag like this didn't deserve to hold such a position at all. Deputy Director Lu, whether it's slander, I'm confident that once this is submitted, the Forensic Appraisal Division of the Disciplinary Inspection Department will give the answer. Furthermore, regarding my client's case, I've just reviewed the scene's surveillance footage. Our people have committed no illegal or improper acts. You have no right to detain my client. If this material of yours is sent to the Disciplinary Inspection Department, Director Lu, how many minutes do you think you'll be able to keep wearing that uniform? Deputy Director Lu felt as if the air around him had been sucked dry. He glanced at the photos on the desk, his mind buzzing. He had toiled for years to climb to the deputy director position, and the municipal bureau favored subordinates of integrity. He absolutely could not let any of this be exposed in the slightest. Otherwise, he could forget about promotions for the rest of his life, or worse, he might end up behind bars sewing for years. Misunderstanding President Shun. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Deputy Director Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. His previously bureaucratic tone instantly lost half its bluster, and his fleshy face forced out an extremely obsequious dry smile. Then he whirled around and roared at Xiao Li with all his might. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what lawyer he said? Release Mr. Tang and the others right now. It's all because of you, you blind fool, making wrong judgments and causing me to misunderstand Mr. Tang. Just wait until we get back. I'll deal with you. Xiao Li opened his mouth and shook his face incredulous. Wasn't this his order? How dare he lie with his eyes wide open? But he didn't dare disobey. He quickly pulled out his keys, ran over, and unlocked the door to the detention room. Then with 2 clicks he removed the handcuffs from Tang Zheng and Ivan. Tang Zheng, who had been listening to the exchange outside, flexed his wrists and walked out, nodding at Xing. You came quickly. Xing saw the faint marks on his wrists and gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, if I'd been a step later, were you planning to spend the night here? A tycoon worth billions going to smash someone's car. Thank goodness the company holds dirt on quite a few people. The floral shirt man, seeing what was happening, finally snapped out of it. He hopped up on 1 foot, pointing at Deputy Director Lu's nose and cursing violently. Fat Lu, are you fucking crazy? You dare let him go? All those benefits I stuffed into your hands were for nothing. I'll call Brother Chong right now and have you pack up and get the hell out by tomorrow, stripped of that uniform. Deputy Director Lu now wished he could leap over and tear that floral shirt man's mouth apart. He rushed up, pointed at his nose, and cursed with spittle flying everywhere. Shut up. You scum of society, a pretty boy who sells his ass. Armed affray and provocation. You are now under 24-hour administrative detention in accordance with the law. Xiao Li, what are you waiting for? Cuff him and throw him in, and keep a close eye on him. The floral shirt man was completely stunned. Then, like a feral cat whose tail had been stepped on, he let out a shrill scream, struggling desperately as he shouted. Lu, you double-dealing old bastard. Let me tell you, Brother Chong is Director Li Jiangwo's son-in-law. You dare arrest me. Just you wait. I'll make you regret it. Tang Zheng stopped, turned around, and looked at the floral shirt man, barking like a mad dog. Director Li Jiangwo's son-in-law. Tang Zheng silently memorized that name. Without paying the man any more attention, he led Xing, Ivan, and the others straight out of the branch bureau's main gate. A black Audi commercial vehicle emblazoned with the Huanyu Entertainment logo glided silently to a halt before the group. Ivan strode over, pulled open the rear door, and instinctively placed his palm on the edge of the roof. Tang Zheng bent down and slipped into the seat. The enveloping leather and the car's air conditioning offered a slight respite from the heat on his back. Lawyer, he took a separate car behind. Xinqing in her high heels settled into the passenger seat, casually tucking the folder of photos that had just been used to threaten Deputy Director Liu into the storage compartment. Ivan took the place of the previous driver. Tang, are you heading back to the office or home? Xinqing asked over her shoulder. To Huanyu. Tang Zheng leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes, and rubbed his brow. A flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. His voice was calm, yet carried an unmistakable harshness. That guy in the floral shirt back there too despicable. Ivan, find some people later to deal with him. Make sure he stays inside for a few extra months. Clean up your tracks, leave no evidence. From the driver's seat, Ivan nodded in the rearview mirror and said in a low voice, understood, boss. Tang Zheng nodded, thought for a moment, then said to Xinqing, check if there's a man named Chang around the Municipal Police Bureau director. Or I will look into it right away. At 5 o'clock that afternoon in the chairman's office of Huanyu Entertainment, Tang Zheng was reviewing the company's newly developed live streaming platform. Ivan stood guard outside like an iron tower. Xinqing pushed open the door and walked in holding a tablet. Found out. Xinqing pulled out the chair opposite, sat down, opened the tablet, and brought up a file, handing it over. The man named Chang, full name Zhao Chang, elementary school graduate, an old street thug who used to collect protection money. Later somehow he managed to get close to Li Jiangwo's second daughter. On the tablet were dozens of high-definition images, their content unsightly. Li Jiangwo, a city bureau director, could fall for someone like that. That's impossible. Tang Zheng tapped on one of the images. In the picture, a man with slicked back hair, a thick gold chain around his neck, was embracing two scantily clad hostesses in a KTV booth drinking. The table was littered with piles of white powder and stacks of cash. That's where his skill comes in. Xinqing let out a cold laugh. Li Jiangwo's second daughter was in a car accident at 16, had to have both legs amputated. After that she was confined to a wheelchair, and her personality gradually became extremely irritable and erratic. Zhao Chang, through sheer persistence, went to the rehabilitation hospital every day to tend to her, even cleaning up after her, and won her over completely. Xinqing pointed at the man in the photo. To marry him, the girl even slit her wrists at home just to force Li Jiangwo to agree. For all these years that was his only weakness. In the end he had no choice but to hold his nose and accept this son-in-law. Tang Zheng flipped through the images on the tablet one after another. There were pictures of Zhao Chang running the table at an underground casino, surveillance screenshots of him leading a gang of thugs to drive a debtor to the rooftop edge, and most shockingly a photo of him arm in arm, with several police officers, with the background clearly showing a government building. Tang Zheng's finger stopped on that image. Looks like this guy has been using his father-in-law's name to swindle people left and right. He selected the most glaring photos and moved them into a folder. Li Jiangwo doesn't know about this. Probably not. Xinqing shook her head. Zhao Chang has always acted like a model student who dropped out due to poverty in front of his wife's family. He goes home on time every day to cook and massage his wife. He keeps all his dirty dealings under wraps. Which subordinate would dare to bring up such a sore spot in front of the director? That deputy director, Liu, probably tried to curry favor by sucking up to him. Tang Zheng said nothing, picked up the lighter on the table and toyed with it in his hand. The metal casing made a crisp click. He quickly calculated in his mind to eliminate the threat. It had to be uprooted entirely. The sharpest knife had to be wielded by one of their own. Ivan, Tang Zheng called out toward the door. The door swung open and the tall Russian man entered. Tang Zheng handed the tablet to Ivan, pointing to the new folder he had created. Print these photos. Tomorrow morning use a local courier to send this to the Municipal Police Bureau addressed to Li Jiangwo. Xinqing frowned. Send it directly to the bureau. Li Jiangwo will be furious when he sees this. He's an upright man, a cop his whole life. He'll trace the courier back to you in half a day at most. Tang Zheng stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the traffic below. Let him trace it. If he protects his own and buries this, then his career as director is over. I can take him down too. If he upholds the law and personally sends his son-in-law to prison, then the fire won't reach us. Xinqing stared at Tang Zheng's calm face, her heart skipping a beat. This was an open scheme. Hand the knife to the other party, forcing them to cut their own flesh. The next morning at the Municipal Police Bureau. At the gate booth, old guard Zhang was drinking from his enamel mug. A delivery rider in a yellow uniform stopped his electric bike outside the barrier, holding a document bag. Elder and urgent local delivery. Addressee is Li Jiangwo. Old Zhang nearly spat out his water. In his 10 years at the gate, hardly anyone had ever addressed a package to the director by name. What is it? Bring it over for registration. Zhang put down his mug and stepped out cautiously. The rider handed over the bag. Don't know. The sender added an extra 50 for urgency, said I must deliver it. Zhang squeezed the bag. Thin, felt like a few sheets of paper. He scanned it with a detector, found no contraband, then signed the receipt and had the young officer on duty take it to the main building. Director's office. Li Jiangwo had just returned from a long meeting at the city committee. He was 55 with a square face and graying temples. Years of frontline work and late nights had left him with heavy bags under his eyes. He unbuttoned the collar of his police uniform, hung his cap on the coat rack, and sat heavily in the wide leather office chair. He had heard that a car vandalism case had broken out at the district bureau yesterday, causing quite a stir. He was about to call someone in to ask about it. Knock knock. Officer Xiao Li knocked and entered holding the flat bag. Director Li from the gate said, it's your personal local express. Li Jiangwo's brow furrowed into a deep crease. Personal Express. Sent to the bureau. He took the bag, glanced at the waybill. The sender field was blank. Leave it here. Go fetch old Zhao from the second squad. Xiao Li withdrew. Li Jiangwo fished out his reading glasses from the drawer, put them on, and picked up a paper knife to slit the seal. He slipped 2 fingers inside and pulled out the photos and copies. He took one look. Li Jiangwo's breath stopped instantly. The air in the office, which had been still, seemed to be sucked dry in that second. The first photo showed his good son-in-law, who cooked and cared for his disabled daughter every day, bare-chested in a smoky, chaotic room, pinching a hostess's chin with one hand while stuffing a wad of cash into her collar with the other. The second photo, Zhao Chong standing in the wrecked lobby of a bathhouse, his foot on the head of a bloodied man. Li Jiangwo's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. His nails dug into the edge of the photo, leaving white creases on the paper. He desperately flipped to the copies behind. They were ledgers from an underground casino. The bottom line seared into his eyes like a red-hot branding iron. Monthly dividend balance 2 million, and another 500,000 transferred to Li Haiju's account. Proxy collection. Li Haiju was his precious daughter. Bang! Li Jiangwo slammed his palm on the desk. The force was so great that even the Celadone teacup toppled, spilling most of the scalding tea onto the surface, which dripped down onto the carpet. He ignored the water. His mind was buzzing. He had served as a policeman his entire life, yet near the gates of retirement someone had played him right beneath his nose. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the surging fury boiling in his chest. With a violent motion, he tore off the reading glasses from his nose bridge, the temple striking the desk with a sharp, crisp click that echoed piercingly through the dead silent office. A dozen seconds later, he snatched the red internal desk phone and quickly dialed a number. Lao Zhao, bring everyone from the second team to the underground garage and switch to unmarked vehicles. Also, after a pause of a few seconds, he continued, bring your weapons. We depart in 3 minutes. On the other end of the line, Lao Zhao hesitated. Had something urgent happened? But he ultimately swallowed the question and simply replied with a firm, understood. Li Jiangwo hung up the phone, grabbed his police cap from the coat rack, and jammed it onto his head, then strode out of the office. Half an hour later, the Crown Bathhouse in the Southern District. 3 worn minivans screeched to an abrupt halt, blocking the ornate entrance. Doors clattered open as a dozen men in plain clothes, bulges visible at their waists, filed out in rapid succession. The lobby manager rushed forward, mouth half open to speak, but Lao Zhao simply slapped his credentials against the man's chest. Police business. Seal every entrance and exit. Where is your surveillance room? Send 2 men to take control. Li Jiangwo walked at the front, his footsteps clicking against the marble floor tiles. He paid no attention to the commotion in the lobby, walking straight to the elevator and pressing the button for the second underground level. As the elevator doors opened, a thick haze of cigarettes, alcohol, and competing perfumes rushed to meet him. At the end of the corridor, 2 heavily tattooed men stood guard outside the VIP suite. Spotting the approaching group, both reached instinctively toward their waists. Don't move. Police. Zhou Zheng, deputy captain of the second team, and Li Jiangwo's eldest son-in-law lunged forward in a single bound, executing a textbook arm lock that pinned one man firmly against the wall. Lao Zhao kicked the other to the ground, driving his knee into the man's back before snapping on the handcuffs. Li Jiangwo approached the suite door, lifted his leg, and delivered a powerful kick against the heavy soundproof door. With a muffled thud, it swung open. The room was thick with haze. Several scantily clad women clustered around the gambling table, pouring drinks over their bodies. Zhao Chong stood bare-chested, his gold chain swinging with each card, shuffle, a cigar dangling from his lips. One hand was stuffing a stack of crimson bills into the low neckline of the woman beside him. What the hell? Can't you see I'm in the middle of? Zhao Chong cursed over his shoulder without looking, but the words died in his throat like a chicken being strangled the instant he recognized the newcomer. The cigar tumbled from his mouth onto his crotch, burning him as he jolted upright. Dad, what are you doing here? Zhao Chong shoved the woman beside him aside and frantically grabbed a shirt from the sofa, pulling it over his body while forcing a smile onto his face more grotesque than a sob. Stammering through his explanation, he said, the people downstairs didn't know any better. They failed to inform me you were coming. Did you come to play as well? Hearing Zhao Chong's words, Li Jiangwo said nothing. Step by step, he walked toward the gambling table. Rage surging in his heart, he delivered a vicious kick. Play. I'll teach you to play. I'll beat you to death. After the brutal assault, Zhao Chong steadied himself against the sofa, gazing at his father-in-law's face, dark as storm clouds weeping rain. His legs turned to jelly. No matter how arrogantly he behaved outside, he never let it show at home, precisely because he knew his father-in-law's eyes could tolerate not a single grain of sand. Deep in his bones, he feared this old man. Dad, this is just casual fun among friends, killing time. This is my first time here. Zhao Chong forced a smile, while reaching for a pack of premium cigarettes on the table, ready to offer one. Before he could finish, Li Jiangwo raised his hand and delivered another ringing slap. Smack! The blow landed with devastating force, spinning Zhao Chong around half a rotation. One side of his face swelled instantly, with 5 clear finger marks, and a thin line of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Following this display of violence, the women in the room shrieked and scrambled into the corner, too terrified to make a sound. Li Jiangguo jabbed his finger at Zhao Chang's nose, his voice hoarse. Take him away. Turn this place inside out. No one is to be overlooked. Lao Zhao produced the handcuffs and shook his head as he approached his old partner's second son-in-law. Seeing Li Jiangguo meant business, panic finally seized Zhao Chang. Cupping his swollen face, he stumbled back 2 steps and shouted defiantly, Dad, what are you doing? I'm your son-in-law. Haiju is waiting for me to come home for dinner. If you do this, she won't be able to bear it. Hearing his daughter's name Li Jiangguo's, I twitched violently. He never imagined Zhao Chang would be this shameless, refusing to yield until faced with irrefutable evidence. He pulled the file folder from his bag and hurled the stack of photographs and photocopies directly into Zhao Chang's face. You dare call yourself my son-in-law? Look at what this is. Papers scattered across the floor like snowflakes. Zhao Chang glanced down. One glimpse was enough. His entire body crumpled like a puppet with severed strings collapsing onto the carpet in a heap of defeat. He knew it was all over. 2 hours later, the Municipal Bureau residential complex. Li Jiangguo pushed open his door. The living room lights were off, though only the television screen cast a ghostly blue glow. His second daughter Li Haiju sat in a wheelchair. Turning toward the sound at the door, she looked up with a hint of surprise. Dad, you're not working overtime today. Xiangzi hasn't come back yet. That's strange. He promised to make sweet and sour spare ribs for me tonight. Call him and ask where he is. Li Jiangguo removed his shoes and sat down on the sofa, pressing his palms together and rubbing his face. Haiju, Zhao Chang isn't coming back. I arrested him myself and sent him to prison. The air seemed to crystallize in that moment. Li Haiju sat frozen for several seconds, then released an ear-piercing scream. On what grounds did you arrest him? What law did he break? Li Jiangguo, have you been waiting for an opportunity to destroy our family? Is that what will finally satisfy you? Li Jiangguo stood up and placed the photographs from the file one by one onto her lap. He's been running underground casinos, loaning money at usurious rates, forcing innocent women into prostitution. The 500,000 yuan transferred to your account each month. It's all blood money. Li Haiju didn't even glance at the photographs, sweeping them all to the floor. I don't believe it. Release him. If you don't let him go, I'll kill myself. Li Haiju grabbed a fruit knife from the snack bowl and pressed it against her wrist, her eyes burning crimson as she glared at her father. Li Jiangguo noticed the crisscrossing old scars covering his daughter's wrist, and his heart felt as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. He didn't lunge for the knife. He simply watched her in silence, his gaze revealing the unyielding resolve of a veteran policeman who would not be moved. Haiju, the car accident when you were 16. I failed to protect you. I owe you that debt. But I wear this uniform, and above my head sits the national emblem. What Zhao Chang has done is worthy of execution 10 times over. If you truly believe you cannot live without him, then do it now. I will prepare your burial. And afterward I will shed this uniform and descend to the underworld to beg your forgiveness. These words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering Li Haiju's final stubbornness. She lowered her gaze to the photographs scattered on the floor. That devoted husband, who attended to her every need, was embracing 2 scantily clad women in debauchery. There were even bank statements documenting his secret transfers of assets to overseas accounts. She should have seen it long ago. Her fundamentally decent nature notwithstanding, as she gazed upon her father's face, aged an extra decade in mere moments, and his unwavering resolve to uphold justice even at the cost of family, the knife slipped from her grasp with a clatter. Gradually all her frenzy dissolved into a collapse of sobbing, and she buried her face in her hands, weeping uncontrollably in her wheelchair. Li Jiangguo did not offer comfort. He simply watched her in silence. Then he turned away and walked step by step toward the study, his silhouette projecting an extraordinary haggardness and stoop. Inside the study, Li Jiangguo did not turn on the lights. He sat at the desk, withdrew a stack of blank paper, and uncapped his fountain pen. He wrote the first line on the page, a profound self-criticism and report regarding the dereliction of duty by Li Jiangguo. A knock came at the door. His eldest son-in-law Zhou Zheng pushed it open and stepped inside, lowering his voice. He had just participated in the entire operation to apprehend Zhao Chang. Father, we found it. That local delivery order originated from the headquarters building of Huanyu Entertainment in the capital. Li Jiangguo's hand holding the fountain pen halted abruptly, the ink bleeding into a black blot on the paper. Huanyu Entertainment. He reflected for a moment, then said, Zhou Zheng, I need you to handle something for me tomorrow. In the reception room of the Huanyu Entertainment headquarters, Zhou Zheng sat on the wide leather sofa, legs naturally apart, back straight as a ramrod. Having served as a police officer for nearly a decade, his instincts had already swept the entire room layout. The moment he sat down, pinpointing the positions of 3 surveillance cameras and their blind spots. With a soft click, Xinqing pushed the door open and walked in, followed by a secretary, carrying 2 cups of freshly brewed black coffee. The secretary gently placed the coffee on the table and withdrew. Captain Zhou, sorry to keep you waiting. Xinqing smiled, sliding 1 cup of coffee toward Zhou Zheng as she gracefully settled into the single sofa opposite, crossing her legs with an air of relaxed ease. Zhou Zheng glanced at the steaming coffee, but made no move to take it, his gaze fixed firmly on Xinqing. His tone was crisp and to the point without any hesitation. Manager Xin, you're too kind. As you might know, I'm here today on a personal errand for Director Tang, looking to speak with your company's president, Tang. Xinqing's lips curled slightly as she took a sip of coffee. A personal matter. I'm sorry, but our President Tang isn't in the office today. As for where he's gone, well, a boss's itinerary is not something I as a subordinate feel free to inquire about. Zhou Zheng seemed to have anticipated this answer, showing no surprise. He reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, pulled out a palm-sized black notebook, tore off a blank page, grabbed a fountain pen from the pen holder on the desk, and scribbled a string of numbers with a swift motion. When he finished, he slid the note to the center of the table, his eyes meeting Shen Qing's. It's fine if President Tang isn't here, just pass along the message. With that, Zhou Zheng smiled and put away his pen. The director said he received the same City Express delivery from yesterday. From now on, if 1U Entertainment encounters any trouble in Jingdu City that falls within reasonable legal boundaries, you can call this number. If he can help, he will. This string of numbers is his private line, reachable 24 hours. Each word was clear and forceful, as if conveying a steadfast promise to Shen Qing. Shen Qing looked at the thin slip of paper on the table, a flicker of surprise passing through her mind. It seemed Li Jianguo was returning the favor. Although President Tang had made Li Jianguo personally send his own son-in-law to prison, it also helped Li Jianguo preserve the integrity he had built over half a lifetime. He was a man who understood the score. Captain Zhou, I will relay every word to President Tang exactly as you said. Shen Qing tucked the note into her bag, and her smile grew more genuine. Zhou Zheng nodded with a smile, stood up, and took his leave. Watching his figure disappear through the door, Shen Qing returned to her office, closed the door, and dialed Tang Zheng's number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered with the background noise of howling wind and a tour guide's amplified commentary. Speak. Tang Zheng's voice was clear and crisp. Shen Qing wasted no time, quickly reporting the entire visit of Zhou Zheng, the message from Li Jianguo, and the phone number in detail. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Good, got it. Then the call ended. On the other side, Tang Zheng stood on the beacon tower of the Badaling Great Wall, one hand resting on the rough brick parapet, gazing at the rolling mountain ranges in the distance. A potential threat had been resolved. Over the next few days, Tang Zheng completely relaxed, putting aside company affairs to enjoy the National Day holiday. He first visited the Forbidden City, spent half an afternoon in the pavilion of Jingshan Park letting the wind blow, and then went to Nanluo Guxiang for an authentic bowl of Luzhu braised offal stew, whose rich aroma left him savoring the memory. Time flew by, and soon it was the day for classes to officially begin. At Jingdu University, in the physics department building, a lecture hall awaited. The classroom buzzed with noise. Over 100 freshmen from 3 physics major sections gathered in clusters, some chatting about where they'd spent the holiday, others sizing up the handsome boys and pretty girls in the room. Tang Zheng chose a seat near the back by the window, tossed a brand new copy of General Physics onto the desk, and put on his earphones to listen to a new song. The bell for class rang. The door pushed open, and an old man with gray hair wearing a faded gray jacket entered with a teaching plan under his arm. Behind him followed a young student with thick black-rimmed glasses carrying a stack of materials, apparently one of his graduate assistants. The old man walked to the podium, eschewing the microphone, and slammed his teaching plan onto the desk. A dull thud echoed. The classroom fell silent instantly, leaving only the hum of the central air conditioning vent overhead. My name is Chen Jingming. I'll be teaching you mathematical methods in physics for the next year. His voice was loud and forceful. He picked up a piece of chalk, turned to the blackboard, and wrote his name in vigorous, bold strokes. I know you all, top scorers from various provinces, proud and ambitious. But in my class, what you learned in high school doesn't even count as a scratch on the surface. Chen Jingming turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. For the first lesson, I won't teach from the textbook. I'll show you something. He picked up the eraser, wiped off the name he'd just written, and then turned to start writing furiously on the blackboard. The chalk screeched against the surface in a rapid, noisy rhythm. In just 2 minutes, a massive cluster of formulas covered half the blackboard. It was an extremely complex system of partial differential equations interspersed with various Greek letters, multiple integral signs, and tensor matrices. The freshmen below exchanged bewildered glances. Some even began flipping through their textbooks, trying to find the corresponding chapter. This is a reduced-dimension, simplified model of the Navier-Stokes equations in fluid dynamics under specific nonlinear boundary conditions. Chen Jingming tossed the remaining stub of chalk precisely into the chalk box and dusted off his hands. Who can tell me, when the Reynolds number approaches infinity, what is the distribution pattern of singular points in this system within 3-dimensional space? As long as you can provide a reasonable derivation direction, your usual grades for this course will be a perfect score. For the final exam, just show up and sign your name. This was completely beyond the physics knowledge they'd learned in high school, but a generous reward always attracts brave contenders. A bespectacled boy in the front row immediately raised his hand and stood up. He was the top science student from Northwest Province this year. Professor Chen, according to perturbation theory, when the Reynolds number approaches infinity, we can ignore the viscous term and the equation degenerates into the Euler equation. The singular points should be concentrated in regions of high vorticity near the separation points of the boundary layer. The boy spoke rapidly, his face full of confidence. Chen Jingming shook his head repeatedly. Wrong, completely wrong. You're treating the nonlinear term as a linear system degenerating to the Euler equation. That's an ideal state. The boundary conditions I gave are dynamic. Your very first assumption is unsound. The boy's face flushed, and he sat down awkwardly. Over the next 10 minutes, several more self-proclaimed bright students stood up to try, only to be thoroughly rebuked by Chen Jingming. The young teaching assistant standing nearby couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was a second-year master's student, and staring at the equations on the blackboard, his mind was equally foggy. This was nothing like what these undergraduates had encountered before. Even in a graduate research group, it ranked among the toughest cutting-edge problems. What had gotten into the advisor today, throwing such a problem at first-year freshmen? Just as the atmosphere in the classroom grew suffocatingly tense, with everyone lowering their heads afraid to meet Chen Jingming's gaze. From a seat near the back by the window, a hand slowly rose. Tang Zheng stood up, his eyes calm. This student, do you have a thought? Chen Jingming narrowed his eyes, appraising the handsome young man standing before him. Tang Zheng looked at the formulas on the blackboard and said in a flat tone, "Teacher, your question itself contains a logical flaw." These words caused an uproar in the room. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Tang Zheng as if they were looking at an alien. Tang Zheng said no more, simply left his seat, walked down the aisle, and went straight to the podium. Chen Jingming's brows knitted into a deep furrow as he scrutinized Tang Zheng from head to toe. A logical issue, then elaborate. He regarded Tang Zheng with keen interest, unwilling to believe that a freshman just stepping through the university gates could truly discern anything. After all, this partial differential equation system, derived in the lab over the course of days and nights of exhaustive work, was designed to test the extreme value problem under dynamic boundary conditions. Even some graduate students struggled to grasp it, yet this freshman dared to claim it was flawed. Tang Zheng showed no fear. Without further explanation, he picked up a fresh white chalk stick, turned to face the vast formula covering half the blackboard. The Reynolds number approaching infinity. That's fine, he said. Then his wrist hovered the chalk tip, landing on the board. But when you introduce the nonlinear boundary condition to forcibly close the equation, you preset a constant k as a damping coefficient in the lower right corner of the third tensor matrix. Chen Jingming raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this kid can actually spot that. He's got some skill. Yet his face remained impassive as he replied coldly, so what? Without the damping coefficient, the system would diverge directly in 3 dimensions. You'd never find the singular point. That's exactly where the problem lies. Tang Zheng's chalk moved. Tap, 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 tap. The rapid, crisp clicks echoed like a dense drumbeat through the now quiet classroom. His hand moved like a precision plotter, never pausing as a torrent of complex derivations poured onto the empty spaces of the blackboard. If you take the partial derivative of the constant k with respect to time t as the Reynolds number approaches infinity, this damping coefficient will be amplified multiplicatively by the nonlinear term. Tang Zheng filled one line, then immediately moved to the next, writing and explaining with terrifying clarity. The amplified result causes the vorticity generated at the boundary layer separation point not to concentrate, but instead to produce a high-frequency infinite oscillation term. Chalk dust fell in a steady stream, landing on Tang Zheng's hand. Chen Jingming's arms, originally crossed at his chest, had somehow lowered. He stepped forward, closing in on the blackboard, his eyes fixed on every new character Tang Zheng wrote. Substitute this oscillation term into the left side of the Navier-Stokes equation. Tang Zheng drew an arrow on the board, pointing to the final result. The equation collapses right at the third step. There is no singular point distribution pattern. It's an unsolvable deadlock. With the final stroke, the chalk snapped in two from the force. Tang Zheng tossed the remaining piece back into the chalk box, dusted off his hands, and turned to Chen Jingming. Professor, it's like building a sports car without brakes, and then asking me what the thermal radiation pattern of the brake pads is at 300 kilometers per hour. Chen Jingming stood silent, frozen like a statue before the blackboard, his eyes darting between his original formula and Tang Zheng's derivation, his mind racing to find a flaw. But no matter how he looked, Tang Zheng's derivation was flawless. The young teaching assistant beside him swallowed hard, already stunned into silence. Though he couldn't understand what Tang Zheng had written, he could read the expression on his mentor's face. It was a look of utter disbelief. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Chen Jingming suddenly reached out and tapped vigorously on the second line of Tang Zheng's derivation. His voice, tinged with nervousness, asked, "How did you simplify that triple integral directly into a scalar? You didn't draft, just wrote the result." Mental calculation. Tang Zheng's reply was crisp, with no hint of pride or boasting, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Chen Jingming took a deep breath, turned to look at the stunned freshman below, and announced loudly, "Class dismissed." Then he grabbed his lecture notes from the podium and pointed at Tang Zheng. "You come with me." At the end of corridor, the cold wind from the vent blew fiercely, trying to cool the fiery excitement in some hearts. Chen Jingming fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and bit it between his lips. He patted his pockets for a lighter, but found none. Tang Zheng gave a helpless smile, pulled a Ferrari windproof lighter from his pocket, flicked it on with a click, and handed it over. Chen Jingming leaned in to light it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a plume of bluish-white smoke. "What's your name?" "Tang Zheng." "Which high school?" "Anqing no. One high school." Chen Jingming was inwardly surprised. He recalled that the national top scorer this year wasn't from there. How could this kid possess such astonishing talent? He flicked the ash, turned to Tang Zheng. The dimensional reduction mental calculation method you wrote on the board, that's not in high school textbooks, nor in standard college curricula. Who taught you? Tang Zheng smiled. Self-taught. I like flipping through domestic and international academic journals in my spare time, just messing around. He couldn't exactly say it was the result of his brain's supercharged computing power from the system. Chen Jingming snorted, clearly skeptical, but the facts before him left him no choice but to believe. How else could someone just messing around master the Navier-Stokes equation variants so effortlessly? This kid's mind was practically a human computer. Chen Jingming didn't dwell on the matter and directly extended an offer. Join my research group. His tone carried a hint of anticipation. I'm currently working on a national-level fluid mechanics project that's stuck on data modeling. You help with the core calculations, and I'll give you full marks for this course. You don't even need to show up for the final exam. Tang Zheng leaned against the railing watching students pass by below, deep in thought. For now, joining the research group seemed beneficial. He didn't want to sit in class listening to basics he'd already self-studied, and it came with privileges, easy credits, and convenient leave. But the old man was clearly a research fanatic. If he got chained to the lab as free labor, it would be a loss. Tang Zheng turned to face Chen Jingming, his gaze firm. I'll join, but I have conditions. Chen Jingming's hand holding the cigarette paused to a flicker of surprise crossed his face. This was the first time a freshman had dared to negotiate terms. Usually graduate students fought tooth and nail to get into his group. Go on. First, I won't clock in or work in the office. I won't do any routine lab chores. I'll only handle the core calculations you consider most difficult. Second, I'm often busy and may not be on campus. If you need data computed, just email or call me. I guarantee I'll deliver the results on time. Chen Jingming's eyes widened. Ash fell onto his shoe without him noticing. You won't work in the office. You think my lab is a market where you come and go as you please? Tang Zheng shrugged. Professor, if you think those mechanical data entry tasks are more valuable than my mental calculation ability, you can hire a few typists. What I can offer you is the power to push through the project that's been stuck for months. That sentence hit Chen Jingming's sore spot precisely. The national project was indeed stuck on an extremely complex nonlinear system of equations. The entire group had been working on it for over half a month only to get non-converging gibberish giving him a headache. And this young man could be the key to solving it. Chen Jingming gritted his teeth, then finally made up his mind. He crushed his cigarette, but underfoot. Fine. As long as you deliver good work, I don't care if you don't come to the office or even sleep in your dorm all day. But let me warn you, if you can't back it up with real ability, I'll kick you out and make you retake this course. Tang Zheng's lips curled slightly upon hearing this. He extended his hand. Deal. Pleasure working with you. Chen Jingming gave him a playful slap on the back. Come to my office tomorrow morning to pick up the team materials. Watching Chen Jingming stride away with his teaching notes tucked under his arm, Tang Zheng chuckled inwardly, his heart brimming with joy. This old man might be a bit stubborn, but he wasn't rigid. Tang Zheng had originally thought he would have to go through a lot of trouble. With this special past life at school would be much more comfortable. At least he wouldn't have to waste time on meaningless sign-ins and basic courses, freeing up plenty of time for his own pursuits. 20 minutes later, in the physics department professor's office, Chen Jingming pushed the door open, tossed his teaching notes onto the desk, and for the first time ever hummed a tuneless excerpt of Peking opera. He picked up his enamel mug and took a big gulp of strong tea. Professor Zhang from the next desk, who was grading assignments on his computer with reading glasses on, looked up at the sound. Old Chen, did the sun rise from the west today? Isn't your class a freshman class? Aren't freshmen supposed to be the most troublesome? You didn't lose your temper today. Professor Li, sitting across the room, also put down his tablet. Yeah, I thought you'd come back fuming and slamming the desk. What did you find a promising student? Chen Jingming set down his mug, opened his briefcase, and pulled out the sheet of paper on which his graduate student Xiao Wang had copied all of Tang Zheng's derivation formulas. Xiao Wang might not excel at everything, but his eyesight was something Chen admired. He slapped the paper on old Zhang's desk. Take a look yourselves. Old Zhang adjusted his glasses and leaned in for a glance. A dynamic boundary derivation of the Navier-Stokes equations? Old Chen, are you torturing a freshman with a graduate-level topic? Have you lost your mind? Stop the nonsense. Look at the next few lines. Old Zhang followed Chen Jingming's finger. After a few seconds, old Zhang's brow furrowed. He pulled a red pen from the pen holder and quickly scribbled a few equations in the blank space. The more he wrote, the heavier his strokes became. This? Who worked this out? Old Zhang suddenly looked up. This method of simplifying the triple integral completely avoids the conventional Taylor expansion and directly exploits the symmetry of the tensor matrix. The approach is brilliantly unorthodox. Did your ace graduate student Xiao Lu do this? Chen Jingming leaned back in his chair smugly. Xiao Lu, even if he had 2 more brains, he couldn't come up with something like this. He picked up his mug and took another sip. A freshman named Tang Zheng. The most crucial part is that he didn't use any draft. He stood at the blackboard and did pure mental calculation. He wrote down the result in 3 minutes, and even pointed out the constant error I had set. The office fell silent instantly. Old Zhang and Professor Li exchanged bewildered glances. Pure mental calculation. Old Chen, you're incredibly lucky. A mind like this would be wasted in fluid mechanics. He should come to my field and work on quantum computing. Professor Li's eyes lit up. Get lost. Chen Jingming cursed with a grin. I've already pulled him into my research group. None of you can steal him. The two could only chuckle and return to their seats, but they both made a mental note of the freshman named Tang Zheng. At 1230 p.m. in the third cafeteria of Jingdu University. It was peak lunch hour and the cafeteria buzzed with the din of voices, the air thick with the mingling aromas of various dishes. Tang Zheng carried a tray loaded with a portion of braised pork belly, a serving of Buddha jumps over the wall, a dish of sautéed potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers, plus 2 tails of rice. He dodged the crowded flow of people scanning the dining area for an empty seat. In a corner by the window, 4 girls were sitting around a long table eating. One of the girls wore a simple Chanel white top. Her long hair was casually pinned up with a uniquely styled hairpin. She ate quietly, head down, devouring her meal, as if the surrounding noise had nothing to do with her. It was Shen Yiqing. Across from her, a short-haired girl named Zhou Xiaoya was gesticulating animatedly, her plate of rice untouched. Yiqing, have you heard? This morning, that rich second generation from the finance department, who's supposedly the department's heartthrob, drove a Porsche 911 to the girls' dormitory and laid out 99 roses. But the dorm aunt chased him away with a broom. Hilarious. Shen Yiqing just gave a soft then picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it in her mouth. Your reaction is way too cold. Zhou Xiaoya pouted. But then again, you even ignored the student council president when he tried to add you on WeChat. I guess that kind of rich guy is beneath your notice. I really wonder what kind of god would be needed to melt this ice queen. As the words left her mouth, a figure carrying a tray stopped by their table. Mind if I join you? The boy's voice was clear, resonant, and very pleasant to the ear. Zhou Xiaoya looked up, about to say something, but when she saw the newcomer's face, her words got stuck in her throat. So handsome. Without waiting for their reply, Tang Zheng sat down directly in the empty seat next to Shen Yiqing. The other girls at the table exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with gossipy curiosity. Usually in the cafeteria, there were plenty of boys who brazenly tried to sit with Shen Yiqing and strike up a conversation. But without exception, at the very least, Shen Yiqing would simply pick up her tray and leave, not giving them a chance to speak. At worst, she would give them a beating and then walk away coolly. Zhou Xiaoya stared at Shen Yiqing, ready to watch the show. However, what happened next made Zhou Xiaoya's jaw almost drop into her plate. Not only did Shen Yiqing not get up and leave, but her hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly. She turned her head, a faint, barely perceptible ripple stirring in the depths of her cool eyes. She bit her lower lip lightly. You? Why are you in the cafeteria? Shen Yiqing's voice suddenly lowered, carrying a softness that didn't match her usual cold and aloof persona. Tang Zheng picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of braised pork, and put it in his mouth. Just got out of class. Got hungry, so came to eat. This cafeteria's braised pork is pretty good. Shen Yiqing said nothing, but quietly moved her own tray to the side to give Tang Zheng more space. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Zhou Xiaoya and the other 2 classmates, as if they'd seen a ghost, Shen Yiqing picked up the untouched piece of sweet and sour spare ribs from her own plate and placed it into Tang Zheng's plate. The cafeteria's sweet and sour spare ribs are also good. Try them. Her tone was still cool, but carried a hint of familiarity. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Zhou Xiaoya's chopsticks clattered onto the table. She looked at Shen Yiqing, then at Tang Zheng, her mind feeling like hundreds of screaming chickens were crowing at once. What was going on? The school beauty Shun, who was notoriously cold to boys and had a famously fiery temper, not only didn't kick him out, but also actively gave him food. And that tone, how could it sound so familiar, like a doting wife? A few boys who had been secretly watching from a distance were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out, the sound of hearts shattering almost forming a chorus in the cafeteria. Tang Zheng looked at the spare ribs in his plate and smiled. Thanks, but you have so little food on your plate. If you give it all to me, what will you eat? I always eat very little. Shen Yiqing turned her head slightly, a faint blush creeping up to her ears. She poked at the white rice in her plate with her chopsticks, looking a little awkward. Watching this utterly bizarre scene unfold, the other female classmates at the table exchanged knowing glances, their seats suddenly feeling as if they were studded with nails, leaving them squirming in discomfort. I'm full. The club still has some business to attend to, so I'll head off first. I'm done too. Let's go together. With that, the 2 grabbed their half-finished trays and bolted, as if fleeing for their lives. Zhou Xiaoya stayed put, leaning forward with her head craned, her eyes darting back and forth between Tang Zheng and Shen Yiqing, a grin stretching nearly ear to ear. Jing, something's off with you, Zhou Xiaoya whispered, keeping her voice low enough for only the 3 of them to hear. Did your severe germophobia finally get cured? Just now you used your own chopsticks to pick up food for him. Shen Yiqing's hand holding the chopsticks froze mid-air. She lifted her head, a flicker of panic flashing through her cool, clear eyes, and tapped Zhou Xiaoya's tray directly with the blunt end of her chopsticks. Eat your meal. No one's going to mistake you for a mute if you keep quiet. Zhou Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and prudently shut her mouth, but she began picking at her rice with the pace of someone counting grains, terrified of missing a single juicy bit of gossip. Tang Zheng swallowed the piece of pork rib in his mouth, then pulled out a tissue to wipe his lips. By the way, senior, how's Grandma Li doing now? At the mention of serious matters, the awkwardness on Shen Yiqing's face faded somewhat, returning to her usual cool composure. They pulled her off the ventilator in the middle of the night, and all her vital signs have stabilized. This morning she was transferred from the ICU to a regular ward. Director who said that since the old lady's constitution is weak, this ordeal has taken a toll on her vitality, so she'll need to stay in bed for at least half a year. As long as she's out of danger, that's what matters. Tang Zheng nodded. Have you hired a caregiver? Yes, we've arranged for round-the-clock special care. Shen Yiqing looked at Tang Zheng, still curious. By the way, were you really ready to pay that 55 for a complete stranger that day? Of course. It was just a trivial matter, and it's not like I'm short on cash. Tang Zheng picked up the pork rib soup beside him and took a sip. If the hospital bills aren't enough, you can come to me anytime. Shen Yiqing shook her head. Don't worry about that. We've already looked into her special circumstances, and the hospital's Green Leaf Fund account will cover everything. Her tone was calm and natural, yet carried a stubbornness that brooked no argument. Hearing this, Tang Zheng didn't press further. He had probably figured out Shen Yiqing's personality by now. This woman was fiercely stubborn to the bone, and when she said something she meant it. Just as the two were talking, the phone in Tang Zheng's pocket vibrated violently. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. The caller ID showed a long local number, an unfamiliar phone number. Tang Zheng set down his chopsticks and stood up. He gestured to Shen Yiqing. I need to take this call. He walked down the aisle out of the cafeteria and stopped behind a quiet bulletin board in a secluded spot outside. The autumn wind swirled, sweeping up fallen leaves along the ground. He pressed the answer button. Mr. Tang Zheng, hello. This is the Kyoto 8th District Police Bureau. I'm Officer Zhou Bei. The voice on the other end came through with a harsh crackling static along with the faint high-pitched roar of an off-road vehicle's engine. Tang Zheng took out his Ferrari lighter and toyed with it in his hand. Click. Captain Zhou, did you find the little girl? Yes, we found her. We intercepted a refrigerated truck at the Yunnan province border. Zhou Bei's tone carried no trace of the relief that came with a successful mission. Instead, it was weighed down by a leaden heaviness. The little girl is alive, but she was injected with a heavy dose of sedatives and hidden among the frozen pork. If we had arrived 15 minutes later, the truck would have crossed the border. Tang Zheng's hand, which had been flicking the lighter's lid, stopped. Yunnan province border. From Kyoto to Yunnan. That spanned over half the entire Huaxia nation. If she had been taken by ordinary traffickers, their goal would likely be money, and they would have found a nearby buyer to unload her as soon as possible. But transporting her thousands of miles to the border, braving layers of checkpoints and risk, the cost and the rewards simply didn't add up. Unless their goal wasn't selling her at all. Could it be a vendetta? Taking her out of the country alive? Was it all to carry out some even more brutal revenge in a lawless land beyond the border? Who are these people? Tang Zheng asked. Zhou Bei took a deep drag of his cigarette on the other end of the line, the heavy sound of exhaling smoke clearly audible. He thought for a moment, recalling the background information the General Bureau had unearthed about Tang Zheng. Mysterious, yet showing a man of righteous character. And finally said, they're not ordinary traffickers. They're foreign mercenaries with professional training. Most likely it's because the little girl's father was a narcotics police officer before his death. A fallen hero. Zhou Bei's voice turned somewhat hoarse as he forced out those final words. A few years ago, her father was on the southwestern border, engaged in a shootout with the forces of the drug lord Kuan Ge. He was cornered by 16 dealers in a mountain cave. When his ammunition ran out, he pulled the pin on his grenade and took Kuan Ge's own younger brother and son down with him. A cold gust of wind blew past, and Tang Zheng felt a chill creep up his spine. The higher-ups knew Kuan Ge was a madman who would never let a grudge go, so to protect the family, they gave the little girl and her grandmother new names and new identities and settled them in Kyoto. Zhou Bei continued, there have always been undercover agents watching over them, but the brothers in the narcotics unit didn't dare get too close for fear of exposing the mother and daughter's location instead. Who would have thought? It still happened. Tang Zheng's mind worked at lightning speed. The higher-ups' covert protection, even if it wasn't close contact, the perimeter surveillance and early warning systems should have been as ironclad as a fortress. So what did it mean that they could snatch the girl right under those very noses? It meant the drug lord had not only figured out the patterns of the undercover agents, but might even have eyes on the inside. If Tang Zheng hadn't happened to be there that day, getting dragged into this case and calling the police in time, by now that little girl would probably have been hung up in some rainforest across the border bleeding out. Is she safe now? Tang Zheng put away his lighter. The border armed police special forces have taken over. They're on their way back to Kunming Military Region Hospital. Zhou Bei paused for a few seconds, and the roar of the engine suddenly grew heavier. But this isn't over yet. Tang Zheng's gaze darkened. When we set up the roadblock to intercept them, we came up empty. The only ones left in the refrigerated truck were 2 low-level lackeys responsible for driving. The real leader of the operation had already received word 5 minutes early, bailed out of the truck, and fled into the mountains. This was a premeditated sacrifice of the pawns to save the king. The leader had keenly sensed something was off and directly abandoned the mission objective. And that's not even the main point. Zhou Bei's voice came through the wind, laced with a hint of coldness. The key is the forensics unit found a smashed old Nokia in the truck. They spent an hour recovering the last MMS data that was sent out from it. What was sent? A photo, and the recipient was an overseas number. Zhou Bei said each word slowly and deliberately. The photo is of you. That afternoon at the payment window of the emergency department at Ward Medical Center, a clear shot of your face as you look down to pull out your bank card. Those words hit like a depth charge detonating underwater, but on this, Tang Zheng merely raised an eyebrow with a calm expression, a faint ripple of surprise passing through his mind. The timing of when that photo was sent, what did it mean? It seemed that day in the hospital's emergency hall there had been eyes of the drug lord's network mixed in with the crowd. These people truly left no stone unturned. Even while abducting the girl, they had thoroughly investigated exactly who had ruined their plan, even sending Tang Zheng's appearance straight back to their overseas stronghold. Tang Zheng, you've been marked by Kuan Ji's people. Zhou Bei's tone reached its gravest pitch. These drug dealers are all inhuman mad dogs. You destroyed a revenge plan they spent years meticulously crafting, so they absolutely won't let this go. I'm already filing the paperwork to request plainclothes protection for you from the Bureau. No need. Tang Zheng cut Zhou Bei off. Should he have the police tail him around the clock? Then how could he keep the secrets hidden on him? Moreover, if there really were informants for the drug cartel within the police force, no one could say whether the plainclothes officers sent would be a protective umbrella or a death warrant. Don't be stubborn, Zhou Bei said urgently. You have no idea who you're dealing with. They're armed thugs with dozens of lives on their hands. I know what I'm doing. Tang Zheng's tone was still eerily calm. Officer Zhou, thank you for telling me this. I can handle the rest myself. Before Zhou Bei could press further, Tang Zheng hung up. He pocketed his phone, turned around, and looked at the bustling university campus. Every passerby had multiple identities. The auntie in a janitor's uniform sweeping the ground, the boy running with earphones, even the old man pushing a cart selling starch sausages. So who was the rat? Now that a venomous snake had its eyes on him, waiting passively was never his style. He had to find that snake and stomp it right on its vital spot. Tang Zheng put his phone back into his pocket, pretending nothing was wrong, and turned back into the cafeteria. He returned to his seat. Shen Yiqing and Zhou Xiaoya were still there. A phone call that long? Was it your girlfriend? Zhou Xiaoya bit her chopsticks, looking curious. Tang Zheng pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping almost imperceptibly over the surrounding tables. 3 boys were hunched over their phones playing games, a couple was feeding each other, and a boy in black-framed glasses was reading a novel. Nothing out of the ordinary. It was nothing, a sales call. Tang Zheng picked up the still warm pork rib soup and took a sip without changing his expression. Shen Yiqing's sharp senses caught something. She looked at Tang Zheng and set down her chopsticks. Her once relaxed posture tightened slightly. You're in trouble. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Tang Zheng's hand holding the soup spoon froze midair. He looked at Shen Yiqing across the table. This woman's intuition was terrifyingly accurate. Was this the legendary female sixth sense? How could that be? Tang Zheng smiled, picking up a piece of pork rib with his chopsticks and putting it into his mouth. I'm just a freshman. What trouble could I have? Eat up. After we finish, I still need to go back to the dorm to grab my afternoon textbooks. This matter absolutely must not drag Shen Yiqing into it. Drug traffickers had no bottom line. If they discovered that he and Shen Yiqing were close, she could easily become their target. Shen Yiqing gave him a long, deep look, but didn't press further. The meal was eaten with each lost in their own thoughts. When they finished, the 3 of them walked out of the cafeteria. Tang Zheng made an excuse to part ways with them and walked alone toward the laboratory building of the School of Physics. As he walked, he was calculating in his mind. The enemy was hidden while he was exposed. Wanna play? Tang Zheng entered the restroom on the first floor of the lab building, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on his face. Cold water droplets dripped from his chin into the sink. He raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. There was not a trace of fear on that young face. Instead, it exuded a chilling confidence and ruthless ferocity. If those desperados thought that a freshman who had just entered college was a soft persimmon they could squeeze at will, then they were gravely mistaken. Tang Zheng casually tossed the crumpled paper towel into the nearby trash bin. With a focused thought, he directly summoned the system panel on his retina. Point small opened. His gaze quickly swept across the dazzling array of special exchangeable items, finally coming to rest on a dark gold icon in the corner. Special Bond Asset Overseas Tactical Mercenary Squad, Blackblade, 6-person unit. Background Implantation Protocol, you are the sole angel investor from the team's founding days. 6 years ago on the meat grinder battlefield of Syria, you pulled them out of a pile of corpses with helicopters and enormous sums of money. Your commands stand above the god they believe in. Points required for redemption, 800 points. Tang Zheng glanced at the balance in his account, and without any hesitation confirmed the exchange. Redemption successful. Encrypted communication channel connected, ready for global zero latency command delivery at any time. As the system notification faded, the phone in Tang Zheng's pocket vibrated slightly. He took out his phone. On the screen, there was a new black app with no icon. Tang Zheng opened the app, and the screen showed only a red call button. He didn't press it immediately. Instead, he pushed open the restroom door and walked to a shaded fire escape passage outside the lab building. Only then did he press the red button. At the same time, in Cape Town, South Africa, in a private villa halfway up the mountain in Camps Bay, the salty sea breeze mingled with cigar smoke swirling back and forth in the spacious living room. Bang! A burly man with tattooed arms slammed his game controller heavily onto the coffee table, shaking the empty beer bottles on it, so they toppled over. Damn it. Are these South African gangsters all a bunch of pushovers? I cruised the slums 3 times and not one of them dared to draw a gun. They're all just a bunch of soft-shelled shrimp who only know how to wave their knives around. The assaulter, codenamed Wild Dog, cursed and kicked the sofa irritably, running his hand through his messy yellow hair. A woman sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window didn't even raise her head. She wore a black bikini with barely enough fabric, and her tan skin was covered with fine strap marks from a bulletproof vest. In her hand, she held an oily flannel cloth, leisurely wiping the barrel of a disassembled M110 semi-automatic sniper rifle. Wild Dog, if you're sexually frustrated, go find a few chicks on the beach and blow off some steam. Stop causing a ruckus here. Anna, the demolitions expert, codenamed Red Devil, blew the dust out of the gun chamber, her tone lazy. What the hell do you know? Wild Dog rolled his eyes. My hands are itching. We've been on vacation in this dump for 2 weeks and my bones are rusting. If we don't take a job soon, I'll forget how to switch off the safety. In the open kitchen, a giant built like a grizzly bear was using tongs to flip a steak on the hot plate, which sizzled with oil. He was the heavy gunner, codenamed Tyshawn. Isn't it good to be idle? The money the boss sends to our accounts every month is enough for you to buy out the casino here. Tyshawn tossed a piece of grilled meat onto a plate. Stay quiet and wait for the boss's orders. At the mention of the boss, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the living room tensed up slightly. The Asian girl sitting behind the corner bar, who had been typing away while staring at 4 computer screens, stopped her actions. She pushed up her black-framed glasses, and the eerie blue glow from the screens cast a cold light on her impassive face. She was the team's intelligence officer, Spider. The boss hasn't contacted us for half a year, Spider said softly, yet her voice clearly reached everyone's ears. A middle-aged man who had been sitting in a single sofa, eyes closed, smoking a cigar, slowly opened his eyes. An ugly knife scar ran from the corner of his left eye down to his chin, and his gaze was as calm as a stagnant pool. He was the leader of the Black Blade Squad, Old Ghost. No contact means everything is fine on the boss's side. Our reason for existing is to be the blade the boss keeps hidden in the dark. Old Ghost ground the cigar into the ashtray. Live like wealthy idlers in peacetime, but once the blade leaves its sheath, it must taste blood. Just as he finished speaking, a short beep suddenly came from the special satellite phone on the coffee table, which was wrapped in a black explosion-proof case. Beep. The entire villa fell into a deathly silence. Wild Dog's hand, frozen midair, stopped pounding the controller. Anna's hand, wiping her gun, jerked to a halt before she quickly snapped the barrel into its slot. The barbecue tongs in Tyshawn's hand clattered onto the iron plate. Spider's fingers hovered above the keyboard, holding his breath. The frequency of that phone was locked one way. In this world, only one person could call in. Old Ghost suddenly rose to his feet and strode to the coffee table in 2 steps, moving with a speed that belied his middle-aged frame. He pressed the answer button and casually hit speaker. Boss. Old Ghost's voice was low, laced with undisguised reverence. A faint rustle of wind came through the phone, followed by Tang Zheng's calm, emotionless voice. Old Ghost, your vacation is over. Awaiting orders at any moment. Old Ghost straightened his back. Target is in the Golden Triangle area, goes by Kuan Go. That old bastard has stretched his hands too far and set his sights on me. I don't care where he is, how many men he has, or how much heavy firepower he's got. Tang Zheng paused for a second, his voice coming through the speaker with a bone-chilling coldness. I want him dead, along with his core network underneath. Physically erased, not a single breath left. Wild Dog's eyes lit up instantly. He unconsciously licked his lips, his hand already reaching for the tactical vest under the sofa. Old Ghost glanced at the world map on the wall. Understood. Within 12 hours we'll be in the target area. Within 24, I'll send you a photo of his head. Go. Stay safe. If you need funds or equipment, go directly through the Darknet account. The call ended. Old Ghost turned around, looking at the 5 team members who had all risen to their feet in the living room. Wild Dog, who had just been complaining about boredom, was now feverishly pressing gleaming golden bullets into a magazine. Anna had already pulled on tactical pants and was fastening a few high-explosive grenades to her belt. Tyshawn dragged 2 heavy black weapon cases from the basement and slammed them onto the floor with a dull thud. Spider, check flight routes the nearest transport plane. No matter the cost, I want it parked at the airport within 2 hours. Old Ghost issued the order. Already hacked into South Africa's air traffic system. Hired a Russian smuggler's IL-76. It takes off in 40 minutes. Spider's hands blurred over the keyboard, data cascading down the screen like a waterfall. Meanwhile, I'm scraping all of Kuan Ge's coordinate info from the darknet. Old Ghost picked up the tactical knife from the table and sheathed it on the outside of his thigh. Move it. These drug rats are tired of living if they dare target the boss. 14 hours later. A jungle hill compound in northern Myanmar, near the heart of the Golden Triangle. The night was pitch black. A torrential rain had just ceased, leaving the air thick with the stench of rotting leaves and pungent opium poppies. In a cellar beneath a stilt house on the outskirts of the compound, a dim yellow bulb glowed. The cellar was soundproofed excellently. Outside, deafening insect chirps. Inside, only heavy breathing and the clinking of chains. Kuan Ge's second-in-command, a man nicknamed Poison Scorpion, was bound to a rusted iron chair with 4 wrist-thick chains. His body was covered in wounds, the nails on all 10 fingers had been ripped out, blood dripping in a steady patter onto the dirt floor. Yet he gritted his teeth, staring fixedly at the man in black tactical gear who was idly twirling a scalpel. Who? Which faction are you from? Cha-Cha's men. We're the cops. Poison Scorpion spat out a bloody glob, his voice hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. I've been with Kuan-Ge for 15 years. What haven't I seen? With these tricks. Trying to pry my mouth open. Dream on. The medic, codenamed Scalpel, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled with a refined air. Ignoring the provocation, he pulled a syringe filled with green liquid from his medical kit and leisurely expelled the air from it. You're wrong. We're not Cha-Cha's men, nor are we cops. Old Ghost stepped out of the shadows, his combat boots making a sticky squelch in the mud. He dragged over a worn wooden chair, sat down grandly in front of Poison Scorpion, holding a photo he had just taken from the man's body. In the photo, Tang Zheng could be seen standing at a hospital payment window, his face clearly visible. Old Ghost held the photo up to Poison Scorpion's eyes and flicked it with his finger. Of all the things you could have done, you should never have taken this photo to curry favor. You thought you were tailing an ordinary student, but you've actually touched the inverse scales of death. Poison Scorpion's pupils constricted sharply. His mind raced through intelligence reports. The kid who had disrupted their kidnapping plot in Kyoto. How could that be? Wasn't that kid just a freshman? How could he have stirred up such a bunch of living demons? These people had slipped into the compound like ghosts tonight, silently slitting the throats of 16 sentries on the perimeter within 3 minutes. That level of individual combat skill and tactical coordination was nothing like the drug traffickers of the Golden Triangle who just sprayed bullets with AKs. You? Are you that kid's man? A tremor finally crept into Poison Scorpion's voice, uncontrollable. Not completely stupid. Old Ghost pocketed the photo and tilted his head. Scalpel, don't let him pass out. I want Kuan-Ge's exact coordinates right now. 3 minutes. Understood. Scalpel stepped forward and injected the needle into Poison Scorpion's carotid artery, pushing the green liquid into the bloodstream. This is a high-concentration nerve sensitizer. It won't kill you, it just amplifies your pain receptors tenfold. Next, I'll sever your foot tendons one by one. You're welcome to stay tough. I've got plenty of other interesting agents in my kit that I haven't tried yet. A blood-curdling scream, hardly human, instantly filled the cellar. 2.5 minutes later, Old Ghost walked out of the cellar holding a blood-stained tactical tablet. Outside, Wild Dog was crouched on a tree branch on lookout, and Anna was setting booby traps under several corpses. Got it. Old Ghost tapped on the tablet. Kuan-Ge's not in this camp. He's hiding in an abandoned arms depot on the upper reaches of the Mekong River 50 kilometers from here. He's got a crew of over 70 heavily armed mercenaries, 2 heavy machine guns, and a few RPGs. The more the merrier. Wild Dog jumped down from the tree, grinning wide. Spider, send the coordinates to the boss. Old Ghost pulled down his night vision goggles. Everyone switched to armor-piercing rounds. In 1 hour we start cleaning up the trash. Kyoto University, a lecture hall. Sunlight streamed through the huge glass windows onto the desks. Shun Jingming stood at the podium, rapidly deriving fluid dynamics formulas on the blackboard with chalk. Tang Zheng sat in the 3rd row from the back by the window, chin resting on one hand, as if listening, but actually idly spinning a pen in his other hand. Suddenly his phone vibrated twice in his pocket. Tang Zheng pulled it out. A text from an unknown number, full of garbled characters. After the system automatically decrypted it, a short line appeared. Boss, the snake's nest is locked. Coordinates abandoned arms depot on the upper Mekong. Perimeter cleared. Expected to deliver the head within 3 hours. Old Ghost. Tang Zheng gazed at the words on the screen, rubbing the pads of his fingers, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These guys' efficiency was as reassuring as ever. Just as he was about to reply with an okay, the phone screen flickered, and a call came in without warning, the caller ID showing Zhou Bei. Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow, slightly a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He still excused himself to the professor at the podium, stepped out of the classroom, pressed the answer button, and held the phone to his ear. Tang Zheng. On the other end of the line, Zhou Bei's voice was filled with extreme agitation and tension, and in the background the piercing wail of police sirens could be heard. Zhou Bei was almost shouting into the phone, his tone frantic. Where are you right now? Find a safe place to hide immediately, and don't move around. Upon hearing Zhou Bei's words, Tang Zheng shifted to a more comfortable stance. Officer Zhou, what's wrong? Has something happened? The Bureau just received intelligence that Kuan-Ge has gone completely insane. Not only has he sent assassins infiltrating Jingdu, but he also posted a high bounty on the dark web targeting you. Now it's not just drug dealers, there might be other killers who'll risk their lives for money coming after you. Zhou Bei was breathing rapidly, speaking at a frantic pace. We're checking the entry lists. Listen, don't trust any strangers until the police pick you up. On his end, Tang Zheng was looking at a live photo just sent by Lao Gui on his phone screen. In the photo, the gate of an ammunition depot deep in the rainforest had been blown to pieces, flames soaring into the sky, with several bodies in camouflage uniforms lying scattered in the muddy water. A bounty on me. Tang Zheng chuckled into the phone, a scornful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Officer Zhou, you might be overthinking this. The person who placed the bounty probably won't live long enough to pay up. With that ignoring Zhou Bei's shock and confusion on the other end, he hung up the phone, casually slipped it back into his pocket, and calmly returned to the classroom. At that moment, Shen Jingming, who was at the podium, turned around and saw Tang Zheng returning. He tapped the blackboard with his pen. Tang Zheng come and explained the boundary condition transformation for this last step. Tang Zheng stood up looking at the dense numbers on the blackboard without a trace of panic in his eyes and began calmly articulating the answer. His voice was steady, his reasoning clear, every formula and every step coming to him effortlessly. Who would have thought that this freshman answering a physics problem in class was at that very moment orchestrating a bloody massacre targeting a transnational drug lord from thousands of miles away? On the other end of the line, Zhou Bei heard the busy tone, stared at his phone in shock, then ran his hand through his hair in frustration. He turned and walked to his desk, grabbed the tea mug, and took a big gulp of cold water. What the hell is that kid thinking? The cold water rushed down his throat into his stomach, finally suppressing some of the inexplicable agitation. 10 minutes later, bang. The office door was violently shoved open from outside, the wooden door slamming against the rubber bumper on the wall with a dull thud. Lao Zhao from the intelligence division, without even bothering to knock, strode in with a few sheets of freshly printed A4 paper still warm from the ink, clutched tightly in his hand. Lao Zhao, this is insane. Lao Zhao, who was usually unflappable in a crisis, now had a voice cracking with tension, and even the stubble on his chin was trembling. Zhou Bei put down the tea mug, frowning deeply, and looked at Lao Zhao. What's wrong? Has the dark web made another move? Or have the assassins already entered the country? Lao Zhao strode over to Zhou Bei, slapped the A4 sheets heavily onto the desk, and panted, the bounty is gone. Did Kuan Ge withdraw it? Zhou Bei's brows knitted into a knot, of strange confusion rising in his heart. No, it wasn't withdrawn. The account that posted the order was automatically deactivated by the system. Lao Zhao was breathing heavily, his finger jabbing emphatically at the top photo, his eyes filled with shock. We all know the rules of the dark web. There's only one situation that leads to a high-level account being forcibly deactivated. The system determines that the poster is completely dead. And Lao Zhao paused. Zhou Bei's gaze followed Lao Zhao's finger to the photo. It was an overhead shot taken by a high-altitude drone. In the photo, a cluster of buildings in the tropical rainforest had been reduced to complete ruins. Charred black soil was littered with mangled limbs, and several burnt corpses lay twisted at the edge of a crater. This is one of Kuan Ge's secret ammunition depots upstream of the Mekong River. Lao Zhao swallowed hard. 10 minutes ago, an informant in the Golden Triangle risked his life to send back the news. The entire camp, 75 heavily armed mercenaries plus Kuan Ge himself, was wiped out. Not even a guard dog was left. Upon hearing this, the hairs on the back of Zhou Bei's neck stood up instantly, and a chill shot from his spine straight to the top of his head. He jerked his head around and glanced at the clock on the wall. It had been exactly 10 minutes since he called Tang Zheng. 10 minutes. Zhou Bei murmured to himself. What 10 minutes? Lao Zhao didn't catch it, looking at Zhou Bei in confusion. Who did it? Have you found out? Zhou Bei grabbed the papers and pulled them toward him, staring intently at the blast marks. Was it Jia Chai's people? Or did the warlords from Myanmar make a move? Lao Zhao pulled over a chair, sat down, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring. Looking at Zhou Bei through the bluish-gray smoke, he said, neither. Based on the shell casings and explosive remnants left at the scene, the drug dealers in the Golden Triangle couldn't afford this kind of equipment. High-explosive armor-piercing rounds, American M67 fragmentation grenades, and traces of a high-precision sniper position. This was definitely the work of a fully equipped, highly disciplined, top-tier tactical squad. The headquarters just held an emergency meeting. Their speculation is that Kuan Ge had been overreaching these past few years, stepping on the toes of some international oligarchs, so they hired a Grim Reaper at a heavy price to clean house. As for the dark web bounty, it was probably automatically removed by the platform, because Kuan Ge's death caused a funding chain break. Zhou Bei said nothing. He stared at the crater in the photo, which was over 3 meters in diameter, the string in his mind growing tighter and tighter. Tang Zheng had just spoken those words, and then Kuan Ge was uprooted. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Yet his rationality was frantically denying this absurd notion. Tang Zheng was just a freshman who had been admitted to Jingdu from its city, and he was an orphan at that. The orphanage's records were so clean, they could be used as copy paper. Where would he get the channels to contact overseas mercenaries? Not to mention, how could a firepower team of this level be mobilized so easily? Even if, by some stretch, he did have such capability, completing a transnational decapitation operation within 10 minutes exceeded the bounds of human comprehension. Lao Zhao, what are you thinking about? Lao Zhao waved his hand in front of Zhou Bei's eyes. Zhou Bei snapped back to reality, pushed the A4 papers back, and forced calmness into his voice. Nothing. Whoever did it, Kuan Ge, is dead, so the student's crisis is over. Zhou Bei forced that crazy thought back into the depths of his mind. Write a report to the chief. This case can be closed. Lao Zhao nodded and left with the report. Zhou Bei picked up his phone again, pulled up Tang Zheng's number, and his thumb hovered over the dial button for a long time before finally turning off the screen. Some things without evidence could only be coincidence. Jingdu University Lecture Hall. The long drawn-out sound of the class bell echoed through the corridor. Chun Jingming precisely tossed the stylus back into the pen holder and dusted off his hands, even though there was no visible dust. That's all for today. Submit the homework problems from the first 3 chapters of Fundamentals of Fluid Mechanics next week. The classroom immediately filled with the sounds of chairs scraping and bags being packed. Tang Zheng stuffed his books into his bag, zipped it up, slung it over one shoulder, and prepared to slip out through the back door. Tang Zheng, wait a moment. Chun Jingming's voice was not loud, yet it cut through the noisy din and reached Tang Zheng, who was preparing to leave from the back row. Several students nearby who were about to depart paused mid-step, surprise flickering across their faces as they turned to look at Tang Zheng. Pity lingered in their eyes, for by now they knew from experience that being singled out by old Demon Chun was never a good sign. Professor Chun Jingming was infamous across campus for his sternness. He held extraordinarily high standards for his students and possessed an eccentric temper, earning him the whispered moniker Old Demon Chun behind his back. Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks and turned around. Chun Jingming had already descended from the podium and was striding down the aisle toward him. Though his hair was white, the old man's spine remained as straight as a rod, and he walked with an imposing stride. The rigorous aura forged by years immersed in the laboratory pressed down on the nearby students, causing them to breathe even more lightly, terrified that a single misstep might incur the professor's displeasure. You're coming with me. Chun Jingming tossed out those words and immediately turned walking out of the classroom. Tang Zheng rubbed his chin, speculation brewing in his mind. That old man's looking at me the way one might appraisal a handy tool. This doesn't bode well. Tang Zheng didn't hesitate further and fell into step behind him. The two crossed nearly half the campus in silence, finally arriving at an independent experimental building at the farthest corner of the school grounds. Though the building's exterior bore the marks of age, its entrance was heavily secured. Not only did access gates stand guard, but 2 security personnel in dark uniforms bulging at the waist stood at attention with rigid postures and sharp, piercing gazes. Chun Jingming stepped forward, swiped his work badge, and passed facial recognition before leading Tang Zheng into the ground floor elevator and pressing the button for B2. The elevator doors opened. A blast of cold air carrying the scent of machine oil and ozone washed over them. Both sides of the corridor were lined with heavy metal doors, and low rumbling emanated from the ventilation ducts overhead. Chun Jingming pushed open the largest set of double doors at the end of the corridor. This was a comprehensive laboratory spanning over 300 square meters. At its center sat a massive wind tunnel simulation apparatus resembling a slumbering steel beast radiating formidable presence. Around it were scattered intricate instruments flashing multicolored lights and rows of computer desks piled high with documents and materials. 3 people occupied the laboratory, each absorbed in their own tasks. A young man with a worrisome receding hairline and thick-rimmed glasses was furiously hammering away at his computer keyboard. At a nearby workstation, a short-haired young woman was recording data from a set of pressure sensors. In the corner, a slightly portly young man was finishing a bucket of instant noodles, beads of sweat on his forehead, occasionally pausing to blow on the noodles with audible hoo-hoo sounds. Pause what you're doing. Chun Jingming clapped his hands, his voice echoing through the laboratory. All 3 froze simultaneously and turned to look. Upon catching sight of Tang Zheng's youthful, handsome face, bewilderment crossed every expression. What's he doing here? Another rich kid come to pad his resume. How boring must this place be to lose your mind over? Let me introduce him. Chun Jingming gestured toward Tang Zheng behind him. This is Tang Zheng, a first-year freshman in the physics department, and you're junior. Starting today, he joins our research group to familiarize himself with our procedures. The laboratory fell silent for 2 seconds. The portly young man holding his noodles gaped, a single strand dangling from his chin. The short-haired woman blinked, her gaze darting back and forth between Tang Zheng and Chun Jingming, as if trying to confirm whether the professor was playing a joke. The balding young man's brows knitted together even more sharply. He pushed up his glasses and rose to his feet. Professor, you're not joking, are you? His tone was blunt, laced with obvious resistance. We're sitting on the Institute's key project right now. Progress is already stalled, and time is running short. What does a first-year student who hasn't even finished the foundational theory have to contribute? Washing beakers or placing food orders? He was the leading force of this research group, Gao Yuan, a postdoctoral researcher. At only 23, he had graduated with his PhD from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and Chun Jingming had poached him from among his fiercest rivals at CS. His experimental prowess was exceptional, but so was his stubbornness. His personality was blunt to the point of friction. Recently, his flow field simulation model had been stuck for a full 3 months, threatening to delay the entire experimental schedule. Sleepless nights had turned his temper into a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Hearing Gao Yuan's outburst, Chun Jingming did not grow angry, or even offer a rebuttal. He simply glanced at Tang Zheng. The meaning was clear: this is my domain, and here rules are set by capability. If you cannot produce real skill, then go back where you came from. Tang Zheng looked at Gao Yuan, his expression unreadable. He stepped past Chun Jingming and walked directly to Gao Yuan's computer screen. The monitor was densely packed with lines of code and 3-dimensional flow field simulation diagrams. To an ordinary first-year student, it might as well have been gibberish, but to Tang Zheng it was as clear as a map. He had already studied advanced physics material during the summer vacation. Leaning one hand on the desk's edge, Tang Zhang's eyes swept swiftly across the few key lines of code. Seconds ticked by. The laboratory grew so quiet that only the humming of the computer fan could be heard. 5 minutes later, Tang Zhang spoke. Your closure equation for the Reynolds stress term. You're using the K-epsilon model, correct? Gao Yuan paused, somewhat startled that Tang Zhang could even identify the model type, but he replied dismissively. So what if I am? This is currently the most mature model for handling high Reynolds number turbulence. The top laboratories in America and Britain all use it. The model itself is mature, but your boundary conditions are wrong. Tang Zhang straightened and pointed to a parameter on the edge of the screen. According to your current wall function settings, once the flow velocity exceeds Mach 2.5 of the boundary layer will inevitably undergo force separation. You've ignored the vortex losses caused by this separation, which is why your simulation results can never converge in the latter half. Tang Zhang's words landed like a boulder cast into still water, sending ripples surging through the laboratory. The portly young man with the noodles completely forgot to chew, his mouth wide open and eyes bulging. The short-haired woman leaned sharply toward the screen, studying the parameter. Tang Zhang had indicated astonishment etched across her face. Gao Yuan's expression shifted instantly. He shoved his chair aside and threw himself almost flat over the keyboard, his hands becoming a blur as he swiftly modified several boundary parameters, then hammered the enter key with force. The progress bar on screen began to leap frantically. Every pair of eyes locked onto the monitor. 30 seconds later, the simulation curve, which had repeatedly crashed at 80%, glided smoothly past the critical threshold and settled steadily at 100%. It converged. Gao Yuan stared at the final data on the screen, his atoms apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. The knot that had tormented him for 3 months, untied in just minutes by a first-year freshman. The laboratory was deathly silent. Everyone remained frozen in shock, unable to process what had just occurred. Tang Zhang turned toward the still-dazed, portly boy and short-haired girl, a faint smile touching his lips. Hello, my name is Tang Zhang. His tone was as natural as if he were merely asking to borrow a seat in the cafeteria. In the future, washing beakers and ordering takeout will still have to trouble you senior brothers and sisters. This sentence shattered the silence in the laboratory. The slightly plump young man couldn't help but burst out laughing while the girl with short hair gently shook her head, a helpless smile flickering across her face. Beside them, Gao Yuan's face flushed crimson red. He hemmed and hawed for a long while, but failed to utter a single word. Chen Jingming, who had observed all of this from nearby, revealed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his lips. He stepped forward and retrieved an unmarked craft paper envelope from the locked drawer at the very bottom of the desk. All right, stop standing there like statues. Chen Jingming held the envelope in his hand. Gao Yuan, Zhangbo, Lin Yue, you three continue running the data we were working on just now. With that, Chen Jingming turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Tang Zhang, and a gratified smile spread across his face. Tang Zhang, come in with me. Chen Jingming gestured toward a private office at the innermost part of the laboratory, one fitted with an electronic code lock. Tang Zhang followed him inside, and the door automatically clicked shut behind them. This office had no windows whatsoever, and every wall was covered with soundproofing materials. Sit. Chen Jingming pointed to the chair opposite him, then pulled out his own chair and sat down, his hands clasped on the desktop. Tang Zhang pulled out his chair and sat down, his gaze falling upon the craft paper envelope, curiosity overwhelming him. You spotted Gao Yuan's model flaws just now, which shows your intuition and knowledge reserve in fluid dynamics have already far surpassed the undergraduate level. Chen Jingming stared intently into Tang Zhang's eyes. Since that's the case, calling you in today means I can't have you helping them patch up that childish code. With these words, Chen Jingming pushed the envelope toward Tang Zhang. Open it and take a look. Tang Zhang untied the string binding the seal and drew out several sheets of technical drawings from inside. After merely glancing at the three-dimensional structural diagram on the topmost page, Tang Zhang's previously relaxed posture immediately straightened. Drawn on the blueprints was an extraordinarily bizarre shuttle-shaped metal casing lacking traditional wings, with no discernible air intake, the entire surface exhibiting a counterintuitive, streamlined profile. In the lower right corner of the blueprint, 2 large characters had been stamped in red ink: military. This is a project just approved from above, codename The Abyss. Chen Jingming's voice suddenly dropped to a near whisper, his eyes revealing a seriousness and air of mystery. We need to design a specialized pressure-resistant hull that can maintain high maneuverability under the crushing water pressure of 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. Currently, no materials or aerodynamic configurations in the country can meet the military's requirements. We've tried seeking help from civilian sources, but no suitable solutions were found, so we have no choice but to develop this technology ourselves. Tang Zhang's fingers tightened slightly around the blueprint. In his mind, he was frantically comparing a piece of information. While browsing the system points mall before, he had glimpsed a brief description for a special blueprint that could be unlocked and redeemed for 100 points. That blueprint's description was about the complete framework of the deep-sea Phantom supercavitation submersible. The design on the blueprint before him bore at least 80% similarity to that deep-sea Phantom in the system. Professor Chun. Tang Zheng set down the blueprint and looked up at the old man across from him, presenting his own hypothesis. The fluid dynamics resistance of this thing doesn't only come from the water. Is there also a possibility it comes from water molecule density variations under high pressure? As he spoke, Tang Zheng pointed to the pointed cone at the front of the blueprint, then continued presenting his idea. If a high-frequency cavitation generator were installed here, utilizing the supercavitation effect to envelop the entire hull within a bubble layer, it would not only solve the pressure resistance problem, but should also increase the speed by more than threefold. Chen Jingming abruptly stood up. In his excitement, he knocked over the teacup beside him, spilling tea across the desk, yet he paid it no attention whatsoever. What did you say? Chen Jingming stared fixedly at Tang Zheng, his voice slightly cracking from excitement. Supercavitation effect. You even understand this? Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, watching Professor Chen lose his composure. In his heart, he was calculating that this national-level project served as a perfect stepping stone. Not only could he legitimately bring out the system's black technology, contributing his share to the nation, but he could also reasonably establish connections in the military-industrial sector. With this layer of protection, in the future, whoever dared to make a move against him would have their claws severed clean. Just a bit of knowledge. Tang Zheng smiled modestly, yet confidence gleamed in his eyes. But Professor Chen, if we're going to pursue this, I'll need the highest access privileges to the laboratory. Chen Jingming's entire body jolted upright, his gaze fixedly on Tang Zheng, not missing a single change of expression on the young man's face. He understood better than anyone what the highest access privileges meant. The wind tunnel simulation device outside, and the supercomputing array 2 floors below were strategic resources that the department had gone to tremendous lengths to get approved. Even Gao Yuan, the prodigy recruited from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, possessed only level 2 operational clearance. Chen Jingming leaned forward, his 2 sparse eyebrows nearly knitting together. You want the highest access privileges? Chen Jingming's voice dropped low, as if evaluating a dangerous piece of fragile glassware. Do you have any idea how much funding this machine burns through for every additional hour of operation? Enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for 10 years. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming unconsciously against the side of his thigh. He was calculating the old man's bottom line in his mind. Chen Jingming was protective of his people, but he valued technology even more. As long as one could demonstrate real ability, rules in this old man's eyes might as well be worthless. If the model runs successfully, the research and development cycles and military costs we can save would be enough to purchase 10 more laboratories like this one. Tang Zheng shifted into a more comfortable sitting position, his gaze meeting Chen Jingming's scrutiny without the slightest hesitation. Gao Yuan's experiments outside are also part of this project, aren't they? Even if he toiled for another 3 months using the existing materials science framework, he still couldn't produce a hull capable of withstanding 10,000 meters of water pressure. This is a fundamental approach problem, not a computational power problem. The gazes of the 2 men collided in the narrow space between them. Chen Jingming said nothing. His withered cheeks puffed up angrily, whether from frustration at the failures outside, anger at himself, or perhaps excitement and gratitude for discovering a prodigy like Tang Zheng. Impossible to tell. After a long while, he pulled open the drawer and fished out a black magnetic card with frayed edges from the deepest part, slamming it onto the desk along with a brass key. From now on, you can deploy the laboratory's computational power whenever you need, but you must report to me. Chen Jingming's knuckles rapped against the desktop. I'm giving you 1 month. If you can't produce a prototype, by then you can go wash beakers outside. Tang Zheng casually pocketed the magnetic card, pushed open the door, gave a casual wave, and walked out. Upon hearing the door close, Gao Yuan whipped his head around his thick-framed glasses, sliding halfway down his nose, too distracted to bother fixing them. He scurried over to Tang Zheng in a few quick steps, an unopened can of Red Bull still in his hand, which he extended toward Tang Zheng with both hands. Well, Junior Brother Tang. Junior Brother Tang, there's no trace of that arrogance you had just now. On his sallow face, wrinkled from years of staying up late, he squeezed out a fawning smile. How did you calculate the convergence domain of the forced separation coefficient for that K-epsilon model in your head, oi? Tang Zheng took the Red Bull, pulled the tab, and thought to himself, this guy's face changes faster than a book flip. A scientific researcher's pride is indeed worthless before the truth. Bayesian inference plus Monte Carlo simulation. If you stretch the logarithmic axis of the Reynolds number by 3 times, you'll see it. Tang Zheng casually tossed out a few parameters. Gao Yuan stood frozen, his lips muttering these words rapidly. A few seconds later, he suddenly slapped his thigh, producing a crisp sound. Damn, you can do it like this. Gao Yuan grabbed Tang Zheng's arm, leaning in closer with his worrisome hairline, his face full of sincerity and even a hint of fervor. Junior Brother Tang, you're definitely going to pursue scientific research in the future, right? If you start your own research group in the future, take me with you, okay? I'll be your assistant, no, even a low-level coder, as long as you can let me run this level of model. This shamelessness left Tang Zheng dumbfounded. Slightly plump Zhang Bo came over with a half-eaten bowl of instant noodles, slurping a big mouthful of noodles. Junior Brother, is your brain even carbon-based? As he spoke, Zhang Bo saw the black card in Tang Zheng's hand, his eyes nearly popping out. Old Demon Chin gave you his lifeblood. Lin Yue, holding a notebook, awkwardly smoothed her short hair behind her ears and handed over a freshly organized materials rheology datasheet. Tang Zheng, I'll rely on your guidance on experimental matters from now on. Tang Zheng took a sip of Red Bull, then accurately tossed the empty can into the trash bin 2 meters away. Everyone, senior brothers and senior sisters, let's talk nicely. Let's finish the work at hand first. Tang Zheng walked to the main console, inserted the black card into the card slot. Senior brother Gao pushed the Mach number of wind tunnel no. 2 to 2. 8. Senior brother Zhang Bo, prepare to inject high-frequency cavitation bubbles. Senior sister, keep a close watch on the pressure sensor. For the next 10 days, the laboratory on the second underground floor completely became Tang Zheng's personal stage. During these 10 days, Tang Zheng redeemed the detailed blueprints of the deep-sea ghost supercavitating submersible complete architecture from the system. After fully integrating them, the aerodynamic layout intuition he displayed was not merely conducting experiments, but replicating a mature process that seemed to have existed for centuries. Every fine-tuning of parameters was extremely critical, yet miraculously stabilized the overall situation at the last moment. On the afternoon of the third day material stress test, Zhang Bo's hand trembled, and he typed an extra 0 while setting the water pressure parameters, causing the pressure inside the simulation chamber to instantly skyrocket to 80 megapascals. Alarms blared throughout the entire basement. Red fault lights flashed wildly. Gao Yuan was so frightened that he jumped up from his chair and scrambled to unplug the main power supply. The equipment here was far more valuable than his own life. One hand moved faster than his. Tang Zheng, with one hand propping on the console, his fingers became a blur on the physical keyboard. In just 3 seconds, 3 pieces of blocking code were forcefully entered into the system kernel. The pressure relief valve emitted a sharp hiss, steadily holding the water chamber, which was about to explode at the critical point. Zhang Bo collapsed on the floor, his clothes completely soaked with cold sweat. Tang Zheng didn't even turn his head, just shook his slightly sore wrist. Cleaned the pressure relief valve and read-arrived the 4th set of data. Late at night, on the 7th day, the frequency matching of the cavitation generator hit a dead end. Gao Yuan stared at the waveform graph on the screen, which was a mess like a pot of porridge tugging at his already sparse hair, nearly on the verge of collapse. Tang Zheng directly slammed a cup of strong tea on Gao Yuan's desk, reminding him, switch the frequency to 40 kHz, use the latent heat of phase transition of water molecules under ultra-high pressure to perform reverse compensation. Gao Yuan's trembling hand changed the parameters. 30 seconds later, the waveform graph smoothly converged. The way Gao Yuan looked at Tang Zheng was now completely like looking at a monster not belonging to this dimension. Late at night on the 10th day, the air in the underground laboratory was filled with a mixed smell of ozone and burnt metal. Inside the central water pressure simulation chamber, the 3-meter-long spindle-shaped shell quietly floated in the pale blue liquid. The final pressure test. Tang Zheng stared at the main control screen, his finger pausing over the red button for half a second. Increased the water pressure to 110 megapascals, equivalent to 11,000 meters deep in the ocean. Gao Yuan swallowed hard, his trembling hand pushed up the pressure valve. The motor emitted a harsh roar, and the special glass on the outer layer of the simulation chamber began to produce a tooth-grinding, squeezing sound. 90 megapascals, 100 megapascals, 110 megapascals. It's holding. Lin Yu grabbed the edge of the console, her fingernails leaving a white scratch on the metal panel. The shell deformation rate is less than 0.02%, and the cavitation bubbles perfectly envelop the entire outer shell. It's done. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, rubbing his slightly sore brow. It was 2:40 a.m. Chun Jingming, who had received Gao Yuan's message, threw on a wrinkled plaid pajama and, still wearing a pair of plastic slippers, sprinted all the way from the staff dormitory into the laboratory. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest. He even swiped his access card 3 times before it opened, and on the last attempt he was so forceful that one of his slippers flew off. Where's the data? The old man shouted as soon as he entered, his voice trembling. He didn't even bother to pick up his slipper, stepping on the anti-static floor with one bare foot. Tang Zheng handed over the freshly printed data roll on thermal paper. Chun Jingming snatched it, almost pressing his face against the paper. He followed the dense curves downward, his sunken chest heaving violently. 11,000 meters of water pressure, the drag coefficient reduced by 70%. Chun Jingming muttered indistinctly, his eyes visibly reddening, his hand holding the paper trembling like a sieve. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Tang Zheng. Did you create this? The old man's fingers tightly gripped the data sheet, the fragile thermal paper crumpled with several cracks. I just optimized the aerodynamic layout and the frequency of the cavitation generator. Tang Zheng's tone was calm, and he leisurely poured himself a glass of water. Chun Jingming, as if not hearing him, paced around twice. Write a paper. Prepare the paper immediately. The old man slapped the table, startling Zhang Bo, who was dozing off, nearly toppling him off his chair. If this gets published, it will turn the world of fluid dynamics upside down. Professor Chen, this is a military confidential project. Tang Zheng took a sip of water and reminded him unhurriedly. These words were like a bucket of cold water, drenching Chun Jingming completely. The old man stood frozen, half of the fervor fading from his face, replaced by a solemn gravity. You're right. This thing is a bit conspicuous. Chun Jingming rubbed his cheeks his rough palm, making a rustling sound against his stubble. He quickly calculated in his mind the boundary between confidentiality regulations and academic achievements. However, some theories can be extracted. Organize the fundamental equations of cavitation effect, and I'll submit a report to the higher-ups overnight. Chun Jingming stared intently at the metal shell suspended in the water tank. As long as they give the nod, it will yield at least one paper. Then you'll gain recognition in academia, and your graduate school admission, whether for master's or doctorate, will be assured. Tang Zheng watched Professor Chun, whose face flushed with excitement. He didn't really care about academic fame, but an official endorsement would make many things easier in the future. Thank you for your trouble, Professor Chun. Tang Zheng nodded. Chun Jingming hurried away with the key data, locking all other materials in his safe, ready to rush off to gather people and file a report. Before leaving, Chun Jingming turned to the still-dazed Gao Yuan and the other two, his voice low, but leaving no room for argument. All test data from tonight is to be classified at the highest level of secrecy. If anyone lets slip a single word, I'll personally escort them to a court-martial. The three of them shuddered and nodded repeatedly. The lab fell silent once more. Gao Yuan slumped into his chair, exhaling a long, turbid breath. Junior brother Tang, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Gao Yuan looked at Tang Zheng, his tone tinged with complexity and envy. Once the paper is published, the military will likely come directly to snatch you away. Tang Zheng merely smiled and said nothing. He knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. With the materials in the system store, he would only achieve more astounding results in the future. After returning to the quarters assigned by the school, Chun Jingming wasted no time. He grabbed a red internal phone on the study desk and directly dialed a special line starting with 11. The phone rang 5 times before being answered. A thick nasal male voice came through the receiver, accompanied by the rustling of paper in the background. Old Chun, do you know what time it is? If you're calling about the approval for that batch of special titanium alloy, save your breath. The General Assembly is being very strict. Chun Jingming didn't take the bait. He switched the receiver to his left hand, pressing his right hand firmly on the desk, and said excitedly, "Oldly, we've got a prototype for the Abyss project." The line went silent for 2 seconds. Don't try to fool me with a half-finished product. Director Lee's voice was now much more alert, carrying the steady authority of a long-term leader. The military needs a pressure hull capable of maneuvering at 3 times the speed of sound at a depth of 10,000 meters. Your previous aerodynamic layout couldn't even withstand 5,000 meters. How long has it been, and you're telling me you have a prototype? 110 megapascals. We achieved it. Chun Jingming reported the numbers directly. A sudden heavy thud came from the receiver, as if a thermos had crashed onto the hard floor. How much? Director Lee's voice shot up an octave, his breathing becoming heavy. The simulation chamber water pressure reached 110 megapascals, equivalent to a depth of 11,000 meters in the deep sea. Chun Jingming's tone was dry and hard, but his shoulder pinning the receiver was trembling. The hull deformation rate is less than 0.2 per thousand. We installed a high-frequency cavitation generator, reducing the drag coefficient by 70%. Dead silence. Only the static of the electric current filled the line. After a full half-minute, Director Lee spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Old Chun, be straight with me. Did you burn the midnight oil yourself to spearhead this, or did you get the technology from somewhere else? Chun Jingming looked up at the quiet night outside the window and lowered his voice. Neither. It's a freshman from the physics department at Jingdu University. I brought him into the group just 10 days ago. He redesigned the aerodynamic layout all by himself, and even the frequency compensation for the cavitation generator was coded by him. Another long silence on the line. A freshman. Director Lee's sharp intake of breath came through the phone. Old Chin, you're not joking with me, are you? I have the lab surveillance footage as proof. All the experimental data and operation videos are with me now. Send someone to pick them up tomorrow morning. Top secret level escort. Chun Jingming urged again, also mentioning the matter of publishing a paper. Director Lee was not overly rigid about such things, as long as no state secrets were leaked. Appropriate publications were beneficial for the growth of the scientific research community. Director Lee bellowed from the other end. I'll bring people over myself tomorrow. Also ask that kid if he's interested in transferring directly to Huawei University of Science and Technology. I'll handle his student status overnight, grant him a major rank, and give him an annual funding of 5 million. Chun Jingming ignored him completely and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Chun Jingming still felt uneasy and called Tang Jing, hinting that he should go ahead with the paper and that he would review it later. He also tentatively conveyed Director Lee's offer. After hearing Chun Jingming's words, Tang Jing's hand, which had been organizing data, stopped. Transfer to Huawei University of Science and Technology. The conditions were indeed tempting: a major's rank and 5 million in annual funding. For anyone else, this would be a direct leap to the pinnacle of life, essentially latching onto the thickest thigh. But Tang Zheng had his own considerations. Going to a fully enclosed high-security school would inevitably restrict him in many ways. Moreover, he had no intention of binding his entire future to discipline and regulations. As for money, he didn't lack the 5 million annual funding. Professor Chun, Tang Jing put down his hand, his gaze resolute. Please decline for me. Thank him for his kindness. Chun Jingming was stunned. Kid, have you thought this through? The old man's voice grew heavier. This is Huawei University of Science and Technology, the place countless people would kill to get into. It's the top scientific research institute in the country and the first military academy that grants ranks upon graduation. If you just nod, your future will be a path to the heavens. I'm too used to being free and easy. I can't stand the daily whistle and assembly routine. Tang Zheng casually grabbed his jacket from the back of the chair, his tone light. Besides, staying here as an ordinary worker is fine with me. I do the work, leave the technology behind, and you guys handle the troublesome stuff. A win-win. Shun Jingming listened to the voice on the phone, stunned for a long moment. In all his years he had seen many geniuses, but never a young student like Tang Zheng, who wouldn't even blink at a military rank and millions in funding, and who could state the pros and cons so bluntly. Fine. Shun Jingming didn't press further. He knew that trying to persuade someone so strong-willed was useless. Inside he was overjoyed, but he forced calmness. I'll turn down the military side for you. Tang Zheng smiled, hung up, pushed open the lab door, and walked out ready to head back. At 3 in the afternoon on the 3rd floor of Jingdu University Library, sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, slanting across the table. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping on the keyboard. He was writing a technical paper on cavitation effects. Currently, almost all companies in this field were monopolized by foreign countries. Domestic technological barriers made life difficult for many downstream companies, forcing them to buy expensive foreign products. Tang Zheng hoped to break this deadlock through his research and later establish a technology company in this field. Suddenly, a strong, pungent, floral, fruity perfume scent wafted over. Though somewhat uncomfortable, Tang Zheng didn't stop typing. He was focused on writing the paper and didn't want to be disturbed. A girl in a fitted short skirt with delicate makeup walked over to the table carrying a Starbucks takeout. Several nearby male students' gazes were drawn to her. Some pretended to read, but their sidelong glances kept drifting. Is this seat taken? The girl's eyes, adorned with carefully applied eye makeup, fixed on Tang Zheng's profile, her voice sweet and syrupy. Beside her stood 2 companions with linked arms covering their mouths in a snicker. They had done their research these past few days. The handsome guy in the window seat was a super-rich second-generation heir, not only incredibly good-looking, but also dripping with wealth. Rumors said the Enzo in the parking lot was his, and most importantly, he was exceptionally low-key. A walking hormone god, their perfect dream lover. Today they finally couldn't resist coming up to chat. If one of them succeeded, wouldn't the rest have no trouble? Yes. Tang Zheng didn't even lift his head. The girl paused, her gaze sweeping across the empty seat opposite him. Liar, there isn't even a backpack. The girl pushed an iced Americano toward Tang Zheng. I'll buy you coffee, handsome. Shall we add each other on WeChat? My name is Zhao Xiaoxiao, a junior in the School of Economics. If you ever want to know anything, your senior can tell you. Tang Zheng's fingers paused on the enter key. He turned his head, glanced at the coffee, then at the girl. Senior, your green tea scent is so strong it's overpowering the coffee. Tang Zheng's tone was flat, without any fluctuation. He stared at her eyes with a serious expression and said, it's making my rhinitis act up. Could you please go spread your charm somewhere else? Several nearby boys who had been eavesdropping almost burst out laughing. The girl who spoke flushed crimson. All her life, with her fox-like features, she had always had her way in school, never been humiliated face-to-face like this. How dare you talk to me like that? Don't think you can bully people just because you're handsome. A chubby boy nearby couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward, blocked the girl, and accused with righteous indignation. Goddess Xiaoxiao, asking for your WeChat is an honor. Why are you pretending to be aloof? Tang Zheng glanced at him, as if he were an idiot, finding him inexplicable. If you like being a simp, go do it somewhere else. Don't be an eyesore here. The chubby boy's face instantly reddened. He was about to retaliate when the crisp sound of high heels striking the floor came from the library entrance. The sound was not loud, but its rhythm was remarkably steady. A cool, woody fragrance silently spread, washing away the pungent perfume smell entirely. Shen Yiqing walked over wearing a long milk gold cheongsam and carrying a Hermes bag. She stopped by the table. The moment those girls from the School of Economics saw who it was, their arrogant and confident demeanor was doused like a bucket of ice water, and they fell silent. The boy who had been defending his goddess, meeting Shun Yiqing's icy gaze, also shrank his neck in fear, stepped back into the crowd, and didn't dare to utter a single word. Shen Yiqing didn't even spare them a glance. She pulled out a chair and sat down, extending 2 fair and slender fingers to press against the bottom of the coffee cup, the one with the Starbucks mermaid logo, and slowly pushed it to the very edge of the table. That casual gesture was like pushing away a bag of nauseating medical waste. Zhao Xiaoxiao's face turned liver-colored. She was about to steel herself and speak to regain some face. Junior from the School of Economics. Shen Yiqing took a tissue from her Hermes bag, wiped the spot on the table where the cup had been, and only then lifted her eyelids to glance at Zhao Xiaoxiao. In your sophomore year alone, you changed 5 boyfriends in your own class. The psychology department teachers practically want to invite you over because of all the boys coming for counseling. And now you still have the leisure to add a freshman's WeChat. Zhao Xiaoxiao's lips trembled. The surrounding students who had been watching immediately covered their mouths and snickered. The pointing and whispering pricked her back like needles. The social death of being exposed in public made her scalp tingle. She no longer cared about hooking a rich, handsome guy. Grabbing her coffee, she dragged her companion and slunk out of the library door. Tang Zheng hit the last enter key and casually saved the document. He closed his laptop and turned his gaze to the woman opposite. One doesn't come to the temple without a reason. Senior, go ahead. What help do you need? Let me state up front, I won't take any job that violates my principles or involves selling my looks. Shen Yiqing adjusted her posture, folded her hands on her lap, and looked straight at him with an elegant and serious expression. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me to the Yuchuan Mountain Sanatorium. Just half a day. After a pause, she added, as a token of thanks, I own a well-known domestic law firm, Red Star Law Firm, which ranks among the top 3 in China's industry. I can provide you and your company with free related support for the next 3 years. Deal. Tang Zheng stood up, packing his laptop. Are we leaving now? Half an hour later, a red Pagani drove smoothly along the mountain road to Yuchuan Mountain. The car was filled with that cool woody fragrance, and the well-insulated doors blocked out all the wind noise. Tang Zheng sat in the passenger seat, reaching out to press the adjustment button on the seat edge. Senior, this car costs tens of millions, but its seat ergonomics are worse than my company's Phaeton. The lumbar support doesn't match the spine curve at all. Tang Zheng gave his objective user experience evaluation. After this experience, he would never buy a Pagani, spending money and suffering for nothing. Shen Yiqing turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. This guy had indirectly admitted to running a company in front of her, but she didn't take the bait and began to explain the background. My grandfather's surname is Gu. He's 93 years old and retired from the military in his early years. Shen Yiqing stared at the windshield ahead, her tone calm. My mother was my grandfather's late-born daughter. Over 20 years ago, she insisted on marrying a poor boy from the countryside, who is now my father, Xin Jiangwo. Tang Zheng stroked his chin. A classic old trope, he could guess the rest of the plot with his little toe. After marriage, Xin Jiangwo used the Gu family's resources and connections to make his fortune, setting up a listed company called Jiangwo Heavy Industry. Shen Yiqing continued, after giving birth to me, my mother's health was always poor. She died of illness 10 years ago. Barely half a year after she was gone, Xin Jiangwo brought back a woman named Lin Lan along with an illegitimate son who was only half a year younger than me. That's quite disgusting, Tang Zheng commented neutrally. Shen Yiqing went on, my grandfather fell in the bathroom last month. Tests showed a blood clot in his skull. He was just transferred out of the ICU a few days ago. Shen Yiqing stepped on the brake, stopping the car in front of an armed guard post. Shen Jiangwo has been visiting my grandfather frequently these days under the guise of caring for me, constantly bringing up my marriage in front of the old man. I've received word that he plans to betroth me to Lin Lan's nephew. This absolutely cannot happen. Shen Yiqing's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles slightly white. Grandfather's biggest worry now is me. I just want to bring someone to reassure him and also dash Xin Jiangwo's hopes. She had thought it over and over. Only Tang Zheng, whom her family didn't know, was the most suitable. So she went to the library specifically to find him today. The armed police examined the special pass. Shen Yiqing handed over, saluted, and raised the barrier. Tang Zheng mulled over the terms he had just heard. This Xin Jiangwo sounded truly disgusting. Following the plot of a melodramatic novel, the Phoenix Man made his fortune, missing only the step of wife killing. TSK. But Jiangwo Heavy Industry. He had often heard that name mentioned at school. It seemed to be a distinguished cooperative enterprise of the school, with many graduates choosing to intern there each year. He never expected it to be Senior Shen's family company. The two got out of the car and entered the special care ward. The corridor was filled with a mix of medicine and high-grade disinfectant, and the polished terrazzo floor reflected the cold white fluorescent lights above. Suddenly Tang Zheng's right arm grew heavy as Shen Yiqing pressed against him without warning. A cold woody fragrance instantly dispelled the smell of disinfectant as their shoulders nearly touched. Her hand slipped delicately through his arm, her fingers resting naturally on his forearm. Tang Zheng glanced down at that fair hand, feeling the silky texture of her sleeve and just the right amount of weight against his arm. He tilted his head slightly and lowered his voice. Did old Master Gu install surveillance cameras in here? There are personal bodyguards right behind the door. Most of the coldness on Shen Yiqing's face melted away, replaced by a gentle, sweet expression. From now on, Tang Zheng, you're my boyfriend of 6 months. Remember, smile. Don't look like someone forced into this. Don't blow our cover. Tang Zheng thought to himself that the retainer for 3 years of legal support had been collected quickly indeed. But since he'd already taken the job, he might as well play the part well. He adjusted his breathing, relaxing his tense muscles and squeezing out a natural smile. Letting Shen Yiqing hold his arm, the two walked side by side to the ward door, looking for all the world like a couple deeply in love. The door was unlocked. Shen Yiqing pushed it open gently. The suite-style VIP ward was as spacious as a star-rated hotel, with even the air purifier humming at an almost imperceptible volume. Tang Zheng's gaze instinctively swept across the room. What caught his eye first was not the elderly man in the bed, but a young man with a crew cut, standing to the left just inside the door. Dressed in plain clothes, the young man stood as straight as a pine, silent, and still, his breathing so long, and even it was almost inaudible. Miss Qing. The crew-cut young man greeted her in a low voice, then his gaze shifted to Tang Zheng. It wasn't the look of an ordinary person, but a professional assessing appraisal. The young man's gaze swept down from Tang Zheng's shoulders, skimmed past his waist where a weapon might be concealed, and finally settled on his stance. Tang Zheng's posture looked casual, but in reality his weight was firmly pressed on the Yongquan acupoints of his feet, knees slightly bent. This was the muscle memory left behind after the system had strengthened his body. If any external force struck his frame, could launch a counterattack within a fraction of a second. The crew-cut young man's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. The fingers of his naturally hanging right hand curled slightly toward his palm. A trained fighter, he judged silently. At the same time, Tang Zheng was also sizing up the crew-cut young man before him. The calluses on this bodyguard's hands were in the wrong places, not the kind left by years of holding a pen, but the sort of hardened marks from long-term practice of some close-quarters combat technique. If it came to a fight in this cramped space, this man could probably dislocate an ordinary person's joints within a second. But he was no ordinary person. The crew-cut young man likewise reached a judgment about Tang Zheng. This kid's physical condition looked even better than a few of the troublemaking recruits he'd trained. Clearly not a simple character. But out of respect for Shun Yiqing, he didn't ask further questions, merely stepping aside to clear the way. The two walked into the ward and headed toward the hospital bed. An old gaunt man was reclining against the hospital bed. Old Master Gu still had gauze wrapped around his head and his face was covered in age spots, but his eyes were astonishingly bright, radiating wisdom and authority, nothing like a man in his 90s who had just been pulled out of the ICU. Grandpa. Shun Yiqing let go of Tang Zheng's arm and hurried to the bedside, gently tucking the blanket around the old man. Qing, didn't you just come the day before yesterday? Why are you here again today? Old Master Gu's voice was a bit hoarse, but full of vigor. As he spoke, his gaze drifted past Shun Yiqing and landed on Tang Zheng, who had come with her. So this is the unreliable boyfriend you mentioned on the phone. There was a hint of teasing in the old man's words mixed with a measure of scrutiny. A flush spread across Shun Yiqing's cheeks. She turned and shot Tang Zheng a reproachful look. Grandpa's name is Tang Zheng. When did I ever say he was unreliable? Honestly, Tang Zheng had no idea what story Shun Yiqing had cooked up for the old man before this. He would just have to adapt on the fly. Tang Zheng stepped forward, naturally bent slightly at the waist, and greeted the old man politely, with a sincere smile on his face. How do you do, Old Master Gu? I'm Yiqing's boyfriend. It's a great honor to meet you. Old Master Gu fixed his gaze on Tang Zheng, eyes blazing like torches for a full half-minute. The ward was so quiet that the faint drip of liquid in the foretube could be heard. Tang Zheng met the old man's gaze with composure. No nervous fawning, no forced calm. He even had the leisure to glance at the data on the cardiac monitor nearby. Have a seat. After a moment, Old Master Gu pointed to the companion chair beside the bed. So you're Xiao Tang. How old are you? What does your family do? Tang Zheng pulled out the chair and sat down. I turned 18 this year. I'm a freshman at Kyoto University. I grew up in an orphanage and now I run an entertainment company of my own. Tang Zheng's voice was steady, as if he were talking about someone else's life. Shun Yiqing was peeling an apple with a fruit knife. At those words, the blade paused for a moment, and a long strip of peel broke off into the trash bin. She had only found out that Tang Zheng was a wealthy junior at the university who ran a company, but she had never imagined he was an orphan, let alone that his company had been built entirely by himself. She had assumed his company was funded by his family. A flicker of surprise also passed through Old Master Gu's eyes. His bloodshot eyeballs shifted slightly as he continued, a freshman. Leaning against the soft pillow, the old man's tone gave nothing away. Then Qing is several years older than you, isn't she? She's a workaholic who forgets to eat. How did you two end up together? Tang Zheng took the tissue Shun Yiqing handed him, casually wiped the water stains off the table, and kept a faint smile on his face. We met on a cruise ship. Tang Zheng made up a casual lie, dragging Shun Yiqing into it as well. She has a fiery temper, and I'm stubborn. We had some misunderstandings at first, but after seeing each other again and again, we came to understand each other better and eventually confirmed our relationship. As for the age gap, I don't see it as a problem, as long as she doesn't mind that I have no family behind me. Old Master Gu couldn't hold it in any longer. His withered lips cracked into a smile. Good, well said. He pointed at Shun Yiqing. This girl has always been strong-willed. I don't even want to talk about that mess of the Shin family. If you can put up with her temper, that's quite a feat. But you must also be tolerant of her, or I won't let you off. Shun Yiqing chimed in with feigned annoyance. Grandpa, how can you talk about your own granddaughter like that? As she spoke, she cut off a small piece of apple and held it up to Tang Zheng's lips with a toothpick. Open up. Tang Zheng looked at the apple, then at the silent warning in Shun Yiqing's eyes, and decisively bit down. Pretty sweet, Tang Zheng remarked, putting on an expression of pure enjoyment. Watching the natural, intimate interaction between the two, the scrutiny in Old Master Gu's eyes finally began to fade. This young man, though young, and though he came from an orphanage, had managed to run an entertainment company all on his own. Clearly there was drive and ability in his bones. Still, he had noticed the way Xiao Zhao had tensed up in silent alert just now. A man who could put his personal bodyguard on such high guard was definitely not an ordinary student. There had to be some hidden secret behind this kid. Still, as long as he wasn't one of those ill-intentioned people arranged by Shen Jiangwo, this old man could rest easy. The group was chatting idly when a clatter of footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the ward. A moment later, the half-closed door was pushed open. Dad? I brought you a century-old wild ginseng. I had someone fetch it all the way from Changbai Mountain. A middle-aged man in a high-end tailored suit with slicked-back hair strode in carrying several exquisitely wrapped brocade boxes, a fawning smile plastered on his face. This man was none other than Shen Jiangwo. Behind him followed a young man in his early 20s wearing a white suit with an elaborately styled hairdo, holding a bouquet of carnations, and wearing a somewhat ingratiating smile. Lin Shuyuan. Tang Zheng's gaze swept across Shen Jiangwo's face and finally settled on Lin Shuyuan. The world really was absurdly small. Hearing the commotion, Shen Yiqing didn't even lift an eyelid, simply pulling out a wet wipe and wiping her fingers with deliberate calm. Old Master Gu, leaning against the soft pillow, watched Shen Jiangwo's obsequious display with undisguised disdain. He had clawed his way through life and seen every kind of person. Shen Jiangwo's little schemes were an open book to him. But with Qingqing present, he held his tongue, letting out only a non-committal grunt from his throat. Shen Jiangwo was long accustomed to the old man's frostiness and paid it no mind. In his view, as long as he achieved his goal, a little cold shoulder was nothing. His face wreathed in smiles, he turned and yanked Lin Shuyuan to the front. Dad, when Shuyuan heard you were ill, he insisted on coming to see you. The boy now stands on his own at the Lin Group, managing projects worth hundreds of millions. Young and accomplished, his future knows no bounds. Shen Jiangwo deliberately emphasized his words, his eyes brimming with praise, all while darting a furtive glance at the old man to gauge his reaction. Yiqing, you know how Shuyuan feels about you. You're the same age from matching families, and you've known each other since childhood. That kind of foundation can't be compared to some random outsider. You're not getting any younger. If you married Shuyuan, our two families would be bound even closer. United, the Shen family would surely rise to greater heights. Lin Shuyuan set his flowers aside, stepped forward half a pace, and curled his lips into a confident smile aimed at Shen Yiqing. Yiqing, long time no see. You're as beautiful as ever. Shen Yiqing ignored him, merely lifting her eyes to cast an icy glance at Lin Shuyuan. She paused her wiping, then tossed the used tissue with pinpoint accuracy into the trash bin half a meter away. Shen Jiangwo, did you take the wrong pills before coming out? Or did the door slam your brain? Her voice was frigid. My grandfather needs peace and quiet, and you bring one of Lin Lan's relatives here to yap. The smile on Shen Jiangwo's face froze instantly, the flesh over his cheekbones twitching. Anger surged within him, but he swallowed it down. He hadn't expected Shen Yiqing to be so disrespectful, scolding him in front of the old man. Yiqing, is that how you talk to your elder? I'm your own father, and everything I do is for your good. Look at yourself, buried in work day and night, not a soul to warm your heart. Shuyuan is outstanding. Oh, what about him isn't good enough for you? Don't be ungrateful. Shen Yiqing let out a cold laugh. If he's so wonderful, then you marry him. She leaned back, casually linking her arm through Tang Zheng's. My affairs are none of your concern. I have a boyfriend. Let me introduce him. Tang Zheng, my boyfriend. The moment those words left her mouth, the air in the ward seemed to stall. Only then did Shen Jiangwo truly focus on the handsome young man who had been sitting quietly beside her, whom he had dismissed as some ordinary aide or assistant. He looked Tang Zheng up and down, taking in the casual clothes without a single logo, and a look of undisguised contempt surfaced in his eyes. In his estimation, Tang Zheng was nothing but a poor boy, unworthy of his daughter, and certainly unfit to set foot in the Shen household. Boyfriend. Yiqing, if you're going to make up an excuse to fob me off, at least make it convincing. How much do you pay this snot-nosed little pauper each month to play this role for you? Since when did the Shen family's standards drop so low? He then gestured with his chin at Tang Zheng, his tone dripping with condescension. You go back to where you came from. The Shen family's door is too high for you to climb. Lin Shuyuan had been about to join in with a few jeers of his own. He followed Shen Yiqing's linked arm and let his gaze fall on Tang Zheng's face. Tang Zheng was just taking a crisp bite out of an apple. He lifted his eyelids and met Lin Shuyuan's stare with a faint mocking smile. Their eyes collided midair. The oily self-assurance on Lin Shuyuan's face hit a pause button and froze solid within a second. Then his pupils dilated uncontrollably and his breath caught in his throat. This was the Tang Zheng he had met in Anqing, his brother Tang. So he had actually been about to mock Brother Tang. And he wanted to steal Brother Tang's woman. Smack! The beautifully wrapped bouquet of carnations in Lin Shuyuan's hand crashed to the floor, petals scattering everywhere. Lin Shuyuan felt his shirt clinging to his back, soaked with sweat in an instant. The cold air from the air conditioner rushed down his collar, raising a fine layer of goosebumps. His stomach churned violently, and his knees began to buckle. Shuyuan, what's wrong? Shen Jiangwo frowned, thinking the boy had been startled, and reached out to pat his shoulder. Don't mind this kid. Some nobody who crawled out of nowhere. Yiqing is just using him as a shield. Don't take it to heart. Uncle-in-law enough. Lin Shuyuan let out a strangled shriek as he could no longer bear Shen Jiangwo's ignorance and stupidity. He shoved Shen Jiangwo's hand away with such force that the man staggered back 2 steps and slammed into the wall behind him. Shen Jiangwo was stunned. Shen Yiqing raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Even old Master Gu, who had been lounging against the headboard watching the show, found himself taking a keener interest in Lin Shuyuan. Only Tang Zheng tossed the remaining apple core into the trash, pulled out a tissue, and wiped his hands. Young Master Lin, your flowers fell, Tang Zheng said in a flat tone. Sorry. Lin Shuyuan crouched down like he'd been electrocuted, scrambling to pick up the flowers from the floor, even scraping up the scattered petals with his fingers, terrified of offending Tang Zhang's sight. At that moment he felt he had suffered the worst luck of his life. Why had he believed the lies of that good-for-nothing Uncle Shen Jiangwo, thinking about a grand alliance between the two groups? He stood up, his face ashen, not daring to lift his head toward Tang Zhang. Turning to Shun Yiqing, his voice trembled so badly he could barely form words. Yiqing, no sister-in-law. Uncle Shun was talking nonsense. I swear ever since I was old enough to know better I've always seen you as my own sister, closer than a sister. Lin Shuyuan swallowed hard as atoms, apple bobbing painfully. I just came by today to pay my respects to Grandpa Gu. I swear I had no other intentions. You and Brother Tang are a match made in heaven. If anyone dares to say otherwise, I, Lin Shuyuan, will be the first to fight them. Lin Shuyuan only wanted to appease Tang Zhang now to avoid any disaster befalling him. Shun Jiangwo, leaning against the wall, felt his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. In his 50-odd years, he had never seen anyone change their tune so fast. Moments ago the man had been full of designs on Shun Yiqing, and now he was calling her sister-in-law and vowing to defend Tang Zhang and Shun Yiqing. The transformation was beyond comprehension. Shuyuan, have you lost your mind? What are you calling her sister-in-law for? What are you afraid of this poor student for? Shun Jiangwo felt his old face being ground into the dirt, fury shooting straight to his head. He strode over, pointing at Tang Zhang's nose, ready to unleash a tirade. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you strut around in front of the Shun and Gu families playing tricks? Get the hell out of here right now, or I'll have security break your legs and throw you off Yuchuan Mountain. The crew-cut guard behind the ward door silently slid half a step forward, his hand already resting on the belt of his uniform. If Shen Jiangwo dared to take another step closer, he would have no hesitation in dislocating that fool's jaw. Though he couldn't quite discern the background of this young man, named Tang Zhang, the latter had remained courteous throughout, never once offending old Master Gu, and had even engaged in a pleasant conversation with him. As for Shen Jiangwo, the guard had endured him long enough. If it weren't for the fact that he was Miss Qing's father, he would have tossed him out of the ward long ago. Moreover, he had clearly noticed that Tang Zhang's right foot had subtly shifted an angle, the precursor to exerting force. It seemed Tang Zhang, too, was prepared to respond. But someone moved faster than them. Shen Yiqing stood up directly like a lioness protecting her cub, placing herself in front of Tang Zhang. Her eyes, usually so calm and collected, now blazed with fierce, murderous intent. Call security to break my boyfriend's legs. Shen Yiqing stared coldly at her own father. Shen Jiangwo, have you been lying in that fox spirit Lin's bed so long that your brains have been sucked dry? You. Shen Jiangwo raised his hand in fury. Try it. Shen Yiqing met his gaze unflinchingly, her eyes filled with contempt. 60% of Jiangwo Heavy Industries' orders last quarter came through the Gu family's old channels. Do you think your pathetic company has survived this long thanks to your own abilities, Shen Jiangwo? Stop dreaming. Shen Yiqing's words were not fast, but each one seemed to flay Shen Jiangwo's skin. You came from the countryside back then, too poor to afford even a decent suit. My mother was blind to fall for you. The Gu family poured money and connections into building you up, and you repaid them with ingratitude. My mother's body was still warm, and you brought Lin Lan and that bastard son into the house. Now you have the nerve to bring her nephew to my grandfather's bedside and disgust us. Shen Yiqing took a step forward, her high heels clicking sharply on the terrazzo floor. Each word struck like a blade, plunging deep into Shen Jiangwo's heart. If you dare touch a single hair on Tang Zhang's head, I swear that by sunrise tomorrow the capital chain of Jiangwo Heavy Industry will be completely severed and bank collection notices will plaster all over your and your mistress's foreheads. Shen Jiangwo's raised hand froze in midair. His face alternated between pale and green, his chest heaving violently like an enraged bull. He knew his daughter too well. She meant every word. Though old Master Gu had retired, his former disciples and old connections still remained. The resources Shen Yiqing commanded were more than enough to choke the life out of Jiangwo Heavy Industry. You are utterly unfilial. Shen Jiangwo finally managed to squeeze out that dry, meaningless retort after a long pause. Get out. Shen Yiqing pointed mercilessly at the door, her eyes brimming with disgust. Shen Jiangwo clenched his teeth and shot Tang Zhang a venomous glare, as if he could heap all his humiliation onto this young man. He turned to look at Lin Shuyuan, who was still apologizing profusely to Tang Zhang. Let's go. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Lin Shuyuan felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He gestured apologetically with his phone to Tang Zhang, indicating they could contact each other online, then clutching the tattered bouquet of carnations he darted out of the ward like a cat, with its tail stepped on, never looking back. Shen Jiangwo snorted coldly, straightened his slightly disheveled suit, and walked out with a dark expression. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed in the corridor, gradually fading away. The ward fell silent once more. Shen Yiqing turned around, her chest still heaving slightly from the lingering anger. She looked at Tang Zhang, a flicker of apology in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Sorry you had to see that. She sat back down, trying to steady her voice. No worries, I've seen enough oddballs to get used to it. Tang Zhang smiled, picked up an orange, and began peeling it slowly. Isn't that how those soap operas go? Next he'll probably have someone investigate my background, then throw money at me to leave you. He might even slap a check for a few million in my face. Shun Yiqing couldn't help but soften at his words, the tension in her easing considerably. If he really does throw money at you, would you take it? She glanced at him, a slight smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Depends on how much he offers. If it's too little, it wouldn't be worth my appearance fee. If it's a lot, I'd take the money and run away with you just to spite him. Tang Zheng popped a segment of orange into his mouth and grinned. Shun Yiqing couldn't help it, the corner of her mouth curved into the faintest smile. She marveled inwardly. This man always managed to show her a different side of himself. Old Master Gu, propped up on the hospital bed, observed everything. His gaze swept over Tang Zheng, twice a hint of suspicion glimmering in his eyes. Lin Shuyuan's terrified reaction just now might have been mistaken by others as fear of Shun Yiqing, but these eyes, weathered by over 90 years, were not blind. That young man named Lin had been afraid of Tang Zheng from start to finish, fear that ran bone deep. How could a freshman from an orphanage possess such a commanding presence? How could he intimidate a second-generation heir like Lin Shuyuan, who had been steeped in the ways of the world since childhood to the point of stammering? Tang Zheng was far from the simple person he claimed to be. Old Master Gu coughed twice to clear his throat. Then with a genial smile he said, "Qingqing, go downstairs to Director Wang's office and bring up my examination report from yesterday." Shun Yiqing was taken aback. Director Wang said yesterday the report wouldn't be ready until evening. I heard this morning it might be available by afternoon. Go ask about the specifics for your grandfather. I'm old, my ears aren't what they used to be. Old Master Gu urged, a sly glint barely flickering in his eyes. Shun Yiqing looked at her grandfather, then at Tang Zheng, and rose reluctantly. All right, Grandpa, but don't you bully him. Don't say anything reckless, she whispered to Tang Zheng before grabbing her bag and leaving the ward. The door was gently closed from outside by the crew-cut guard. Only Tang Zheng and Old Master Gu remained in the room. Tang Zheng showed no unease at Shun Yiqing's departure. He divided the peeled orange in half and placed the portion on the fruit plate on the bedside table. Old Gu, you can ask whatever you want directly. There's no need to send her away. He seemed to have seen through Old Master Gu's intentions and spoke candidly. Old Master Gu looked at the half orange but didn't touch it. He leaned back against the pillow, his clouded eyes emitting a sharp oppressive force that only a long-time ruler could possess, as he smiled at Tang Zheng. This pressure was enough to make any adult's legs go weak. But Tang Zheng simply sat there, unhurriedly popping the remaining half of the orange into his mouth. The sweet and sour juice burst across his tongue, masking the pungent smell of disinfectant. His expression remained unchanged and not a single beat of his rhythm wavered. A full minute passed. Suddenly Old Master Gu laughed, a hoarse, aged chuckle. Young man, the old man pointed at Tang Zheng. That Lin Shuyuan from the Lin family. He's actually quite capable among his peers. But just now the look in his eyes when he saw you was like a mouse seeing a cat. So who exactly are you? Tang Zheng stopped mid-bite of his orange. Old Gu, you flatter me too much. Young Master Lin is simply well-bred, knowing to respect the elderly and cherish the young. It has nothing to do with me. Those words were impeccably diplomatic, but Old Gu was not fooled. Boy, you think you can pull the wool over my old eyes. You're still a bit green. The old man's withered fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the bed, producing a dull, hollow thud. The sound was soft, yet it seemed to fall on a specific rhythm, carrying the weight of authority honed through years of giving orders, as if telling Tang Zheng not to attempt concealment. Qingqing, that girl has had a hard life, cursed with such a father. Old Gu let out a faint sigh, his tone filled with deep affection. I don't care who the big shot behind you is, nor why the Lin boy is afraid of you. I just want one word from you. Tang Zheng pulled a tissue and meticulously wiped the lingering orange peel residue from his fingertips. He mused inwardly, what big shot? The only thing behind me is a system. But that system is my greatest secret, something I can never tell anyone, not even my future bedmate. Whether this system brings me fortune or misfortune in the days to come, I'll bear it alone. However, all Old Gu wanted was a reassurance. Realizing this, Tang Zheng lifted his eyes and met the old man's gaze, murky yet still sharp. His eyes were resolute. Old Gu, I can't say much else, but I can promise that as long as Qingqing is with me, Shun Yiqing won't lose a single hair. As for anyone else who wants to touch her, they'll have to ask this carcass of mine first. His voice was steady, carrying an unyielding determination. The ward fell silent. The central air conditioning vent emitted the faintest whirring sound. Old Gu stared at Tang Zheng for a full half-minute. The oppressive aura gradually dissipated, and the old man's bark-like face finally cracked into a genuine smile. Good, with those words, this old bone can close his eyes even if he breathes his last today. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicked from the corridor, growing closer. The door was gently pushed open, and Shun Yiqing walked in, holding several forms. Grandpa, Director Wang said all your vitals are stable, but you still need to be careful. If all goes well, you'll fully recover by next week. As she spoke, she walked to the bedside, picked up the cup on the cabinet, tested its temperature against the back of her hand, then turned to the water dispenser to add some warm water. Don't send Brother Zhao away anymore from now on. Having him follow you will put our minds at ease. Tang Zheng leaned back in the visitor's chair, quietly watching the scene. He watched as Shun Yiqing skillfully propped up the old man's soft pillow and meticulously smoothed the creases on the bedsheet. Ordinarily Shen Yiqing was always cold and aloof like a prickly hedgehog, but at this moment her face was filled with tenderness, her features softened beyond belief, and even her voice was lowered, as if afraid to disturb the old man. This woman, once she shed that hedgehog-like shell, was actually quite gentle. Tang Jing averted his gaze. Grandpa, I have a meeting at the company later, so I need to head back now. I'll come see you tomorrow. Shen Yiqing tucked the blanket corner and then turned to Tang Zheng. Let's go. The two walked out of the ward side by side, and the crew cut guards silently closed the door behind them. At the foot of Yuchuan Mountain, there was a private kitchen restaurant without even a signboard. The private room was carpeted with thick rugs silencing every footstep, and a faint scent of agarwood rose from a purple clay incense burner on the table. Shen Yiqing picked up a piece of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, chewed it slowly, then set down her chopsticks, and fixed her gaze on Tang Zheng. What did my grandpa say to you just now? At that moment Tang Zheng was tackling the plate of braised pork belly in front of him, eating with great relish. Hearing Shen Yiqing's question, the corners of his mouth curled into a mischievous grin. Nothing much, just asked when I plan to marry you, and how much the bride price will be. Shen Yiqing's motion of wiping her mouth with a tissue froze completely. She shot Tang Zheng a cold glare, crumpling the tissue into a ball. If you keep spouting nonsense, you'll finish this whole plate of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish by yourself. Ever since the dishes were served, she had noticed that Tang Zheng had no interest in sweet and sour flavors. He hadn't even glanced at this dish. Seeing this, Tang Zheng immediately put down his chopsticks, picked up the teacup beside him, and rinsed his mouth. Then, putting on a serious expression, he said, Old Gu just asked about my background. I told him I came from an orphanage, so poor that all I have left is my good looks. But as discerning, I recognized my talent, saying, I have a remarkable bone structure, and am a promising individual. This woman flips her mood faster than a book. Better not provoke her. Shen Yiqing hadn't expected to pry the truth out of him anyway. She called the waiter to settle the bill, pulled a black card from her bag, and handed it over with a crisp, decisive motion. Thanks for cooperating today. Shen Yiqing picked up her bag and walked out on her high heels. Any classes this afternoon? I'll give you a ride back to school. A free chauffeur. I'd be a fool to say no. The red Pagani pulled up to the east gate of Jingdu University with a low rumbling roar. Tang Zheng pushed open the door and stepped out. Drive safe. Shen Yiqing said nothing, only gave a slight nod, then the window rolled up. The Pagani merged into traffic with a single press of the accelerator, leaving behind a defiant exhaust trail. Tang Zheng shrugged and turned to walk into the campus. The afternoon sun was still glaring. As he approached the entrance of the second cafeteria, he keenly sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. Passing the basketball court, several boys who had been playing suddenly stopped clutching the ball as they stared at him with the intensity of a mortal enemy. By the flower bed nearby, a few girls huddled together, whispering and sneaking photos of him with their phones covering their mouths as they giggled. One particularly bold girl even deliberately pulled down her collar and shot him an unmistakable wink. Tang Zheng rubbed his chin. The head-turning rate today was off the charts. Could the system have secretly boosted his attractiveness stats again? Ignoring the chaotic gazes, he headed straight back to the dormitory building. He pushed open the door of room 316. His roommate Song Ming was hunched over his gaming chair, frantically pounding the keyboard. Hearing the sound, he spun around. Holy crap, the Casanova is back. Seeing Tang Zheng enter, he abandoned his game entirely, tossed the mouse aside, and leaped up to wrap an arm around Tang Zheng's neck. Come clean, brother Tang. What dark art have you mastered? How do you manage to sweep every stunning woman off her feet? Tang Zheng disdainfully pried his hand away, walked to his desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Did you take the wrong pills? Get lost. Brother Tang, still putting on an act in front of your bro. Song Ming wouldn't let up, shoving his phone screen directly into Tang Zheng's face, nearly hitting his nose. Take a look yourself. Our school forum is about to crash because of you. Tang Zheng leaned back and glanced at the screen. On the Jingdu University campus forum, a post with a red-hot tag was visible at the top of the homepage, followed by a glaring, hot symbol. Shocking expose. Digging into the deep cover player among our schoolmates. He curiously scrolled down. The post featured over a dozen high-resolution photos. The first few were taken during military training at the school gate, showing Shin Qing, dressed in a professional suit with a fiery figure, handing him something. That mature woman, as she bent over, revealed every curve, while Tang Zheng wore an indifferent expression as he took the item. The following photos were from this afternoon, just moments ago. He was getting out of Shen Yiqing's conspicuous red Pagani, with Shen Yiqing looking at him through the car window. The angle was extremely cunning, capturing her gaze with a sense of unspoken longing and tension. The replies below the post had already piled up over 3,000 floors, and the number kept climbing with every refresh. Who is that guy? A junior from which major? His looks are indeed impressive, but changing partners at such a rapid pace is outrageous. Wasn't military training just over? The second reply immediately followed. I know. He even drives a Ferrari parked in the school's lot alongside a row of luxury cars. I think his name is Tang Zheng. The 12th floor poster continued. The cool, elegant senior girl ahead is already drool-worthy. But today's one is our business school's ice queen, Shen Yiqing. Rich and handsome. Why would she choose him again? The 45th floor erupted. Some have too much, others too little. I haven't even held a girl's hand, yet he smoothly moves from one relationship to another. Has God lost his mind? The 108th floor changed tactics, offering heavy reward for this junior's WeChat ID. Senior sisters like guys who are handsome and know how to play. I'm wealthy. I could even keep you. The 233rd floor retorted coldly, stop dreaming, dear. He drives a Pagani. Your monthly allowance wouldn't cover his fuel costs. Tang Zheng lowered his gaze, helpless inside. These university students clearly had too much free time. If it were only about such trivial matters, how could one thread grow to over 1,000 replies? Brother Tang, you're now the common enemy of every male student on campus. Song Ming pulled up a chair, eyes shining with excitement, practically begging for gossip. But seriously, what's going on with you and Senior Shun? She's famous as a rose with thorns. Countless rich young masters line up at the business school gate with flowers only to have them tossed into the trash in front of their faces. How did you win her over without even trying? You're overthinking it. I just happened to help her out. Tang Zheng casually picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, twisted the cap, click, and drank deeply. Song Ming snorted, clearly unconvinced. Keep lying. That's the passenger seat. The goddess's passenger seat. But the tone under this post is shifting. Some are digging into your background. He scrolled quickly on his screen and tapped a highly upvoted reply near the top. Look at this ID, Righteous Avenger. The familiar username made Tang Zheng pause mid-sip. He followed Song Ming's finger to the screen. The reply consisted of only 2 lines, yet had been voted to the most prominent position in what god-tier rich heir. He probably rented that luxury car to show off. I went to high school with this guy. He's a poor orphan, no parents, nothing. Senior Shin must have been tricked by him. Just wait until he's ruined. Tang Zheng's gaze lingered on those lines for 2 seconds. The water in his bottle rippled slightly. In the sour jealousy and venom in those words could be smelled even through the screen. What was the point of attacking someone for being an orphan? Did orphans deserve to be looked down upon and mocked simply for that? So what? Does being an orphan break the law? Did he eat from your family's rice or spend your money? And, Brother Tang, who is this guy? His mouth is filthy. Song Ming's playful expression faded. Should I have a friend from the computer science department trace his IP and drag him out? Tang Zheng set the water bottle down, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he picked up his phone. No need. In tracing an IP through a CS friend would be far too slow. Moreover, he could guess with high certainty who this person was. Attended high school together, knew about the orphanage background, and held such deep resentment. All 3 conditions narrowed the possibilities to just a handful. With that familiar ID, there was only one answer. Dealing with this kind of person required striking at the core weakness. Let him understand the meaning of consequences. Just as he was considering handing the matter directly to his lawyer, Song Ming's phone on the desk suddenly vibrated violently. And holy crap! Brother Tang, look at this. Song Ming snatched up the phone, eyes wide as saucers, his voice cracking from shock. Meanwhile, in a 4-person dorm room of Building 13 at Kyoto University, the air was thick with the smell of cheap tobacco and sour instant noodles. Bai Wenyuan scratched his foot, wiped his dirty fingers on the mouse pad, and kept frantically refreshing the university forum. With only him in the dorm, there was no need to maintain any pretense of decency. Watching his own reply accumulate likes and rise to the top, watching formerly aloof alumni join in his rhythm to viciously attack Tang Zheng, a morbid excitement surged in by Wenyuan's emaciated chest. Why? Back in high school, Tang Zheng had no parents, his uniform always washed bleached white, yet every girl in class seemed to have eyes only for him. His own grades ranked in the top 5. In talent and learning, how was he inferior? Why did everyone only see Tang Zheng? It was all because of his face. He remembered the class beauty he had secretly loved. Every morning she would take a detour just to quietly slip a carton of milk into Tang Zheng's desk. Meanwhile, the imported chocolate he had saved a week's breakfast money to buy was not even glanced at by her and was tossed directly into the trash. Now in university, how could this pauper still cling to some gorgeous wealthy socialite driving a Pagani? The more Bai Wenyuan thought, the angrier he became. Gnashing his teeth, he typed furiously, ready to fabricate 2 more rumors about Tang Zheng stealing in high school to fan the flames. His parents had named him Wenyuan, hoping he would grow wise and cultivated, erudite and brilliant. But at this moment, he had completely forgotten their teachings. His face twisted into something demonic. Before he could press send, a cheap smartphone beside the instant noodle bucket began to ring. In the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number from Kyoto. Bai Wenyuan answered, irritably barking without courtesy, "We don't need mortgage loans. Don't bother me." On the other end, there was no sales pitch. Only a cold machine-like male voice devoid of emotion. "Mr. Bai Wenyuan, ID suffix 237X, currently a freshman in Chinese language and literature at Kyoto University. Is that correct?" Bai Wenyuan's fingers froze over the keyboard as if struck by a petrifying spell. And the blue light from the screen fell upon his acne-marked face. His arrogant expression instantly hardened into terror. Who are you? How do you have my information? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Wei, senior partner at Red Star Law Firm. Acting on the full authorization of Ms. Shen Yiqing, I am formally notifying you. And the voice on the other end showed no fluctuation. Every word struck Bai Wenyuan's nerves with precise force. At 1735 today, you published defamatory and insulting remarks against Mr. Tang Zheng on the Kyoto University internal forum. We have completed a full IP trace backend data lockdown and blockchain notarization. Given that the post has exceeded 100,000 views and over 3,000 replies, it far surpasses the serious circumstances threshold prescribed by criminal law. Bai Wenyuan felt a buzzing in his head, his breath caught in his throat. Cold sweat rolled down his greasy forehead, dripping onto the ash-strewn keyboard. Why, you're just trying to scare me. I only said a few things online. Freedom of speech, get it? He summoned his courage to shout, but his trembling voice betrayed his inner weakness. Whether or not this is a scare, tomorrow at 9 in the morning you will receive our lawyer's letter and criminal complaint at your current residence, Kyoto University. Lawyer Lee's pace remained unhurried. And furthermore, because your rumors have severely damaged Ms. Shen Yiqing's reputation, we will file a civil suit for damages, as well, with an initial claim of 1 million. Mr. Bai, prepare your bank statements and asset proofs. Oh, and a reminder. Maliciously transferring assets will lead to heavier sentencing. Beep. 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 The call was terminated crisply. Bai Wenyuan's hand trembled, the phone fell from his grasp with a sharp crack, its screen shattering, much like his own fragmented heart in that moment. 1 million yuan. Criminal private prosecution. His father earns only 3,000 yuan a month as a network administrator at an internet cafe. In the next second, a spasm in his stomach. Bai Wenyuan's face turned deathly pale. He violently shoved the keyboard aside and bent over the trash can, dry heaving. His pitiful jealousy and the courage of a keyboard warrior were crushed into nothingness before the absolute violence of capital and law. At that moment, the violent retching echoed through the dormitory like the lament of his shattered self-esteem. Jingdu University Dormitory 316. Song Ming suddenly widened his eyes as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Then he excitedly thrust the phone screen directly in front of Tang Zheng's nose. Brother Tang, you are eating the soft rice way too hard. Tang Zheng was startled by Song Ming's sudden move. He leaned back, avoiding the glare on the screen, frowned slightly, and said with a hint of displeasure, "What are you doing? So jumpy." His gaze swept across the screen in front of him. The once searing red posts of the exposé had all disappeared. In their place was an announcement post bolded and reddened by the moderator, pinned across the entire forum. The poster was unmistakably the verified official account of Red Star Law Firm. The post wasted no words, directly throwing out 3 high-resolution scans. The first was a lawyer's statement stamped with a bright red official seal. The second was a notarized certificate of internet evidence preservation. The third was a blurred version of the Righteous Avenger's real identity information, leaving only the surname and the first 6 digits of the ID number, along with a receipt for the complaint. Below the announcement, there was a line of comment from Shen Yiqing's personal account, just one cold sentence: "If anyone else spreads rumors, see you in court." My passenger seat is not something anyone can meddle with. These words were concise and forceful, exuding an undeniable aesthetic of violence. Those who had been following the thread to insult Tang Zheng instantly deleted their accounts and fled, not daring to utter a single word. Only a few onlookers remained frantically worshipping as various admiring comments continuously refreshed the screen. "This is a true big shot. Sends a lawyer's letter at the slightest disagreement and even exposes your IP down to your underwear. What exactly is this junior student's background? Able to get senior Shun to mobilize Red Star Law Firm. That's a top-tier firm that charges by the minute. If I had such connections, I'd laugh in my dreams. Forget it, this is true love. We single dogs shouldn't be jealous. Let's work hard to become handsome, and maybe one day we can also latch onto a rich woman's thigh." Tang Zheng looked at that comment on the screen, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. He rubbed his chin, musing to himself, this woman is really fast. He had just been about to stretch his muscles, and she had already flattened the opponent's base with a dimensional strike. What a novel feeling. At that moment, the phone on the table lit up, just in time, Shen Yiqing's name appearing on the screen. Tang Zheng's eyes brightened, and he picked up the phone, pressing the answer button. "The matter is handled cleanly. You don't need to worry about it." Before Tang Zheng could say a word, Shen Yiqing's voice came through the phone, crisp and decisive. In the background, there was the rustling sound of paper being turned, clearly indicating she was still handling business. "Senior Shen, your protective move is way too fast. I haven't even had a chance to show off my hidden hacking skills, and you've stolen all the limelight. Can't you leave me a chance to be impressive for once?" Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, teasing lazily. "Cut the cheek." Shen Yiqing let out a light snort. "Do you think I did it for you? Those rumors dragged me in too. My reputation, Shen Yiqing's reputation, cannot be tainted by such rotten fish and shrimp. Besides, you're now my shield. If someone smears dog shit on the shield, it would disgust me too. Alright, you're right about everything. This 1 million claim, if it actually gets paid out, how do we split it? 80 to 20. You take 20, I take 80, since I was the one being insulted. I've suffered quite a lot of grievances." Tang Zheng started to push his luck, a glint of cunning in his eyes. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. "Tang Zheng, do you believe I'll have Attorney Lee draft another complaint right now, including you in the lawsuit?" No. In a society governed by law, don't be so quick to talk about fighting. I'm a very good boy, but still thank you." Tang Zheng dropped his joking tone and spoke seriously. No matter what Shen Yiqing said, she had indeed swiftly resolved the trouble for him. This favor had to be acknowledged. "If you really want to thank me, clear your schedule tomorrow evening." Shen Yiqing's tone became more serious. There's a charity gala tomorrow evening. All the influential figures in the Jingdu business circle will be there. My grandfather's health hasn't recovered, and my uncle's family isn't in Jingdu. I have to attend on behalf of the Gu family. You'll accompany me. Is this considered overtime? Any overtime pay? Tang Jing teased. No, but there's a piece of news you might be interested in. Tang Jing switched the phone to his left hand, his right hand fiddling with the black pen on the desk. Oh, let's hear it. If the news isn't attractive enough, I might not agree. Shen Yiqing didn't immediately respond. The rustling sound of paper in the background stopped. After a moment, Shen Yiqing's voice lowered a few notches. When Attorney Li was securing by Wen Yuan's back-end data, he took the liberty of checking his recent financial transactions. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, half an hour before he posted that rumor thread on the forum, an anonymous remittance of 200,000 yuan appeared in his personal account. Tang Jing's hand stopped fiddling with the pen. The tip tapped lightly on the desk with a soft tap. He was somewhat puzzled. An anonymous remittance of 200,000 yuan. Could there be some other trickery behind this? As if reading Tang Jing's thoughts, Shen Yiqing continued. Attorney Li had the technical department trace that remittance account. After 3 overseas proxy layers, the final IP pointed to country M. Hearing this, Tang Jing's eyes sharpened, and he immediately became alert. Shen Yiqing paused, her tone carrying a hint of concerned reminder. Tang Jing, you've been making quite a splash at school lately. Luxury cars, beautiful women, and a regular guest on the forum's hot topics. This money came too coincidentally. I suspect someone is deliberately amplifying your negative publicity, and there might even be overseas funds behind it. Because Jingdu University is a renowned institution for physics in China, it has always attracted considerable attention from overseas forces internationally. You need to be careful. Country M. Tang Jing's fingers rubbed the pen barrel, the smooth plastic pressing against his fingertips. By Wen Yuan, a freshman from Anqing with a family barely middle class, had only one value. He had been in the same high school as Tang Zheng and held a grudge, and he happened to jump out to bite today. What does an overseas force gain by spending 200,000 yuan to buy a freshman as a pawn? It can't be jealousy of his good looks. The only plausible explanation is that they want to turn him in the future or obtain some confidential information through him. They want to take advantage of his being cyberbullied at school to first probe his background, or simply use public opinion to tarnish his reputation and then exploit his vulnerability. Thinking of this, a surge of anger welled up in Tang Jing's heart. He was not a soft persimmon to be bullied at will. Sister Yiqing, thank you. I'll be careful. Tang Zheng adjusted his posture and spoke seriously. Shen Yiqing laughed on the other end and said, just focus on your studies. I'm only responsible for reminding you, not for being your bodyguard. Keep your eyes open. Don't cause trouble that forces me to fish out your corpse. Got it. Thanks for the concern, Sister Yiqing. Unconsciously, their relationship had taken a step closer. Also, for tomorrow's charity gala, don't waste your good looks. Shen Yiqing directly cut to the chase, speaking faster. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, I'll pick you up at school and take you for a full makeover. The Gu family situation is delicate right now. So many eyes are on me. Since you're attending as my escort, you must dazzle the entire audience with me. A makeover? That'll take hours, won't it? Tang Zheng rubbed his neck. I'm devastatingly handsome. Even if I wear a sack, I won't let you lose face. Shen Yiqing completely ignored his protest, saying dominantly, I've already sent your measurements to a tailor shop in Milan. They'll be air-freighted express. Tomorrow at 3, the school's east gate. If you're even 1 minute late, you'll deal with the consequences. Do. The call was abruptly and cleanly hung up. Tang Zheng looked at the phone with its screen off and shook his head. This woman, when she works, is like a bulldozer without emotions, decisive and efficient. However, this kind of resolute character is mostly acquired later in life. As for the foreign forces, a glint of coldness flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes. He put the phone into his pocket, pulled back the chair, and stood up. Since someone had already reached into the school, it seemed he couldn't afford to be too passive. He was not a piece of mud. Whoever dared to stretch out their hand would have their claws chopped off. He wanted to see just how capable these foreign forces really were. Brother Tang, where are you going in the middle of the night? Not going to play a couple of rounds. Song Ming turned his head from the computer screen, sporting 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, looking just like a giant panda. A few seconds later, as if suddenly remembering something, he winked with a gossipy expression and revealed a meaningful smile. Could it be a date with senior Sister Shen? Tang Zheng turned back and glanced at him, laughing and scolding without anger. Stop talking nonsense. I have some real business to handle. You go ahead and enjoy yourself. With that, he strode out of the dormitory, leaving Song Ming muttering regretfully in place before turning his attention back to the computer screen. He needed to go to the School of Physics. Professor Chen Jingming had messaged him this morning saying he had something to discuss. At night, Jingdu University was enveloped in tranquility. The autumn wind blew through the phoenix trees, causing the leaves to rustle with a faint, crisp sound. Tang Zheng followed the tree-lined path toward the little white lab building. The streetlights were dim, casting a long shadow behind him. He walked slowly, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the flower beds and parked cars by the roadside. According to Shen Yiqing, since someone had already approached by Wen Yuan, it was not impossible that they would approach others. However, as he walked all the way to the lab building, there was nothing unusual. In the basement of the lab building, the innermost independent laboratory was brightly lit. Tang Zheng pushed open the heavy soundproof door and a strong scent of freshly ground coffee mixed with the faint ink smell of A4 paper greeted him. Professor Chen Jingming was leaning over a large experiment table, his hair disheveled like a messy bird's nest, and his white lab coat was somewhat wrinkled, making him look a bit disheveled. In front of him were piles of thick documents like a small mountain, and he was like a diligent miner constantly digging into the veins of knowledge. Hearing the door open, Chen Jingming stood up abruptly. Because he rose too quickly, the chair behind him made a sharp scraping sound. He stared intently at Tang Zheng, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with excitement. He strode over, his outstretched hands trembling slightly, and finally slapped Tang Zheng heavily on the shoulder, saying excitedly, "You rascal, you finally made it." "Easy, old Chen, my bones are about to fall apart." Tang Zheng laughed, and pulled over an ergonomic chair to sit down, his gaze falling on Chen Jingming's joyful face. "Judging by your complexion, there must be some great news, right?" Chen Jingming, beaming with smiles, slapped the document stamped with a red seal heavily onto the table, sending a cloud of fine dust into the air. Then he said excitedly, "The parameter model you used last time has received great attention from above. They specially invited 2 academicians to conduct an urgent experimental simulation. The results showed it was perfect, flawless. Because of your model, our Huagwa's research progress in this field has been pushed forward by at least 5 years." The old man was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with pride and excitement. Then he pulled out a bank card from the desk drawer and stuffed it directly into Tang Zheng's arms. "This is a specially approved research reward from above, 1 million. It goes through the special allowance channel tax-free. The school will also provide an additional 200,000 in rewards later. More importantly, above has approved a special fund of 50 million for our lab. From now on, any project you participate in will have the highest priority, with all school equipment and personnel given the green light." Chen Jingming looked at Tang Zheng, his eyes full of gratitude and relief. This was 50 million in research funding. You know, usually he had to talk his head off in front of the principal's office and engage in fierce competition with other experimental groups just to secure a little funding. But now, thanks to Tang Zheng's model, everything had changed. Tang Zheng was truly his lucky star. Tang Zheng casually flipped the card between his fingers, a smile on his face, but his heart was calm. 1 million. To the long string of zeros in his bank account, it might not even make a splash. But this was not just money, it represented recognition at the national level. This honor was the most precious. "Old Chen, please thank them for me. And thank you too." Tang Zheng put the card into his pocket, looked up at Chen Jingming, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Old Chen, you called me over in such a hurry, it can't be just to give me a bonus, right?" Chen Jingming rubbed his hands together, pulled a chair over, and sat down opposite Tang Zheng. He pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, a hint of expectation in his eyes. "How is the paper I mentioned to you before coming along? This is your first paper. It is not only a stepping stone to establish your status in the academic world, but also a precedent for our country to show its strength internationally in this field." Chen Jingming paused and continued, "If you're ready, I'll help you check the formatting and such. Don't worry, you don't need to put my name on it. Also, I suggest you submit to Nature or Science. They are both top-tier journals in the field of physics. As long as you organize the paper, I will personally write a recommendation letter. Within a month, as long as their reviewers aren't blind, your paper will be published in a top international journal." For a scholar, publishing one's paper in a top international journal is undoubtedly the highest honor pursued in a lifetime. Once published, Tang Zheng would leap from an obscure student to a globally acclaimed academic star, gaining both fame and fortune with boundless prospects. Tang Zheng looked at Chen Jingming's expectant and fervent gaze without speaking immediately. He reached out and picked up a discarded test tube on the table, weighing it in his hand, a flicker of thought passing through his eyes. "Publish in a top international journal?" Tang Zheng asked softly, his tone calm. "Yes. The weight of this paper even has a chance to contend for a Nobel Prize nomination next year." With a snap, Tang Zheng threw the test tube back onto the experiment rack on the table. Then he looked up, his gaze firm as he met Chen Jingming's eyes, and uttered 2 words, "Not publish." Chen Jingming's smile instantly froze as if time itself had stopped. His eyes widened as he looked at Tang Zheng in disbelief. "Huh? You? What did you say?" His tone was filled with shock. "I said, old Chen, I don't want to publish this paper in a top international journal." Tang Zheng repeated, his voice not loud, but clear, each word carrying an unshakable determination. "Are you crazy?" Chen Jingming stood up abruptly, the chair scraping noisily against the floor. "Do you have any idea what it means to publish this paper in Nature? That is the pilgrimage site for scholars worldwide, a symbol of academic authority. If you don't publish there, where will you publish? In a domestic journal." Tang Zheng lifted his eyes to meet Chen Jingming's gaze, his expression full of determination. "Find one of our country's top core journals and publish it domestically. Also, I want to publish only the Chinese version of the paper." Chen Jingming stared at him as if he were an alien, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. After a long moment, Chen Jingming finally snapped out of his shock. He grew so agitated that he began pounding the table as if reprimanding a wayward child at home, and shouted, "Publish it domestically. Do you have any idea what the impact factor of domestic journals is? And what about the impact factor of Nature? You're squandering a treasure. Science knows no borders. You must let the world see your achievements." Only by publishing in top international journals can you gain true recognition from scientists worldwide. Science knows no borders. Hearing those words, a cold sneer flickered in Tang Zheng's heart. He had never believed that statement. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. The extra 200,000 in overseas funds that had appeared in Bo Wenyuan's account that afternoon was the most damning slap in the face. If borders truly didn't exist, why would foreign entities spend money stirring up trouble on campus trying to reach a freshman like him? These foreign capitals, which usually impose the harshest technology blockades on their own countries, suddenly spout rhetoric about sharing for all humanity whenever they see someone else producing something remarkable. It's utterly laughable. Tang Zheng stood up, placed both hands on the table, and leaned forward slightly, his presence instantly overwhelming. Professor Chen, science truly has no borders. But scientists have nationalities. I am a Chinese citizen, and my research must first serve my own country, benefiting the domestic academic community. Why must it be published abroad for them to judge our achievements? Are our own Chinese academic standards insufficient? Chen Jingming was stunned, rendered speechless by Tang Zheng's relentless barrage. He gazed at the young freshman before him, a complex emotion welling up inside. Originally, he had thought Tang Zheng, being young, might not understand the importance of publication venue and had intended to persuade him further. But now those words were stuck in his throat. A surge of complex emotions arose. Shock, shame, and a hint of doubt about the ingrained beliefs he had held for years. Yes, for so many years he had prioritized international top journals, yet overlooked some fundamental principles. And Tang Zheng, a young student, could see through it so clearly. He had truly grown old and muddled. Tang Zheng, seeing Chen Jingming's silence, knew his idea had been accepted. He tapped his fingers lightly on the laboratory table and continued, "My work, my decision. Want to read this paper? Fine, let them learn Chinese by our journal and adhere to our Chinese academic standards. It's already a mercy that I didn't write it in classical Chinese." Tang Zheng's lips curled into a faint, teasing smile, breaking the somewhat heavy atmosphere in the lab. After a long silence, Chen Jingming slumped back into his chair and let out a long, turbid breath. He took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with the corner of his lab coat, and looked up at Tang Zheng, his eyes brimming with admiration and praise. "Kid, you see more clearly than this old fossil." "I'm old, I'm muddled," Chen Jingming exclaimed emotionally. "All right, then we'll publish it domestically. I'll contact the chief editor of Chinese Journal of Physics right now. After we adjust your paper, I'll have them pull all other submissions from this issue if necessary, just to put your article on the front page. Let the domestic academic community and even the world see that China also has top-tier scientific achievements and outstanding research talents." By the end, Chen Jingming grew increasingly excited, as if he couldn't wait another moment. He directly pulled out his phone from the drawer and dialed a number. The call connected, and the sound of rapid keyboard tapping came through. It was already late, around 8 or 9 at night, but the older generation of researchers were still tirelessly working at the front line. "Hey Oldie, it's Chen Jingming. To make a long story short, clear the front page of next month's Chinese Journal of Physics for me." The person on the other end clearly paused, then raised his voice. "Chen Jingming, are you crazy? Next month's issue went to the printer yesterday for proofing. The front page is reserved for Academician Wang from the Chinese Academy of Sciences review of quantum entanglement. You want me to pull it? How am I supposed to explain that to Academician Wang? That's your problem. But if you miss this paper and some foreign jerk publishes it first, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Chen Jingming slammed his hand on the solid wood table in excitement, causing the coffee in the cup to slosh violently. "I have a paper here that could shake the entire field of physics. Never mind Academician Wang's review. Unless he actually solves the quantum entanglement problem, he'll have to make way for this paper." Chen Jingming practically roared, so confident was he in Tang Zheng's paper. The line went silent for a full 10 seconds, even the keyboard noise stopped. "Chen Jingming, are you willing to stake your academic reputation on this?" Realizing the seriousness, Oldly asked sternly. "I swear it. I'll bring the data to your office tomorrow and block your door. If you dare reject the submission, I'll flip your damn editor-in-chief's desk." Chen Jingming roared, then slammed down the phone with a sharp click. Tang Zheng sat across from him, listening to the old man's spirited roar, and felt a bit embarrassed. The older generation was truly fierce. Yet he was deeply grateful for Chen Jingming's trust. Then Tang Zheng pulled over the laptop and began revising the paper format as Professor Chen had suggested. His fingers flew across the keys, encrypting the paper's data and sending it to Chen Jingming's email with a press of the enter key. Suddenly a loud bang echoed. The heavy soundproof door of the lab was slammed open from the outside, the hinges groaning in protest. A figure in a wrinkled lab coat burst in, clutching a stack of A4 papers covered in formulas. It was Gao Yuan. At this moment, Gao Yuan's hair was greasy and matted, his eyes bloodshot from staying up all night. Like a starving wolf catching the scent of blood, his gaze wildly scanning the lab. Seeing Chen Jingming, he first gave an embarrassed smile, as if apologizing for the commotion he had caused. Then his eyes locked onto Tang Zheng. "Junior, I knew you'd be here." Gao Yuan rushed over in 3 long strides, his shoes screeching on the anti-static floor. He yanked the chair next to Tang Zheng, and before even sitting down, slammed the papers onto the table beside the laptop, nearly knocking over the coffee cup. Quick, help me look at this derivative derivation of the quantum spin Hall effect. I've been stuck for 10 whole days." I reapplied the asymmetric matrix algorithm you suggested last time, but at the critical value, there's always a 0. 2 error no matter how I calculate. This error is driving me crazy. Gao Yuan's words came out like a machine gun spittle flying. He gestured wildly at the papers, his fingernails chewed to ragged edges, one finger even bearing a bloody mark from biting. Chen Jingming put away his phone, watching the crazed Gao Yuan and shaking his head, but he didn't intervene. Instead, he took a sip of his goji berry tea from his thermos, adopting an onlooker's stance. He knew well the caliber of Gao Yuan, whom he had fought hard to recruit. If Gao Yuan was reduced to this state, the data must be a real tough nut. Tang Zheng's gaze shifted to the scattered papers. They were covered in a dense jumble of derivation processes, formula stacked upon formula, variables layered upon variables, enough to make any ordinary person dizzy. After a minute of reading, Tang Zheng pointed his pen at an equation in the middle of the third page and jabbed it firmly. You assumed here that electron spin is constant, but under strong magnetic field spin-orbit coupling introduces a tiny phase shift. Add the compensation term for this phase shift, plug it into the Schrödinger equation, and recalculate. Don't use linear algebra, apply calculus for dimensional reduction. Gao Yuan's mouth hung half open, his breath catching for a moment. He stared intently at the spot Tang Zheng had indicated, his eyes nearly touching the paper. Something seemed to explode in his mind, every cell in his body wildly vibrating, as if welcoming a grand baptism. 1 second, 2 seconds. He stared dead at the paper, his mind ablaze. The world seemed to slow as clarity dawned. The breakthrough had come. Paper. Do you have paper? Gao Yuan shouted excitedly, unable to contain his eagerness to calculate using the method Tang Zheng had described. At that moment, he was like a traveler who had groped in the darkness for a long time, finally catching a glimmer of dawn. Tang Zheng handed over the pen in his hand. The nib scratched urgently across the paper, and several times due to excessive force it tore through the back of the sheet. In less than 5 minutes, Gao Yuan suddenly straightened up, threw the pen onto the table, clutched his head with both hands, and let out a suppressed wild laugh from his throat. It's balanced. The data is balanced. Good heavens, it was the phase difference. How did I not factor that in? He turned his head and looked at Tang Zheng. That was not the gaze of a senior looking at a junior, it was a pilgrim beholding a living deity. Junior, how on earth is your brain wired? I worked through 10 all-nighters with 3 PhD students, racked our brains, tried every possible method, and still couldn't figure it out. You saw through it with just a glance. Gao Yuan swallowed hard, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at Tang Zheng. This was no ordinary human brain. It was Einstein reborn, a super quantum computer wrapped in human skin. Tang Zheng smiled, faintly feigning nonchalance. It's all luck, senior brother. Don't push yourself too hard. Sleep less and drink more water. Then he stood up, pushed the chair back into place. He couldn't tell the truth. With the system's daily check-in, his IQ was steadily approaching 200. Those complex computational problems had gradually become child's play in his eyes. Teacher, senior brother, let's call it a day. I need to go back to the dormitory and sleep. Tang Zheng glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 11 at night. Hearing this, Gao Yuan immediately grabbed Tang Zheng's sleeve with excitement, half his body leaning forward. Don't go. I still have a concept about the crystal structure of room temperature superconducting materials. Help me take a look. Just 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. After that, I'll treat you to a month's meals at the cafeteria deal. The grip was surprisingly strong. Tang Zheng pulled twice, but couldn't break free. These researchers. Usually they can't even carry a jug of water, but when it comes to academic problems, their grip is stronger than a blacksmith's. Let go. Tang Zheng's tone hardened as he reached out and forcibly pried open Gao Yuan's fingers. Senior brother, you need to learn to balance work and rest. Spare me. It's almost midnight and I have class tomorrow. If I don't sleep now, I'll have to show up with dark circles. Gao Yuan stared at his empty hand, still wanting to lunge forward. Chen Jingming, who had been standing by, finally spoke up. All right, Gao Yuan, let Tang Zheng go rest. And you? Would you sacrifice your life over some data? Organize your conceptual ideas and hand them to me tomorrow. Chen Jingming wore an expression of helplessness. Only then did Gao Yuan reluctantly stop clutching the stack of papers, muttering about phase difference compensation under his breath, completely immersed in his own world. Tang Zheng picked up his coat, pushed open the door, and walked out of the lab. The night wind outside carried the chill of deep autumn. He zipped his coat all the way up, shoved his hands into his pockets, and strode briskly toward the dormitory area. He pushed open the door of dormitory 316. Zhao Lei and Zhou Yu, who had been out during the day, were already asleep. Song Ming was still wearing headphones, his keyboard clattering loudly as he spouted various profanities. Go? Jungler, are you sleepwalking? That's a low-health enemy. Why are you running? The light from the screen illuminated his face, casting deep dark circles under his eyes. Hearing the door open, Song Ming removed one earpiece and turned around. Brother Tang, you're finally back. It's already midnight. Where did you go to save the world? Saved a senior brother who was almost going bald. Tang Zheng replied casually, picked up his wash basin and towel, and headed to the bathroom. Cold water splashed on his face, washing away most of his fatigue. By the time he finished washing and climbed into bed, Song Ming's match had also ended in defeat. Cursing, he shut down the computer and went to shower. The dormitory fell completely silent. Tang Zheng lay flat on the bed with its bamboo mat hands behind his head staring blankly at a patch of peeling paint on the ceiling. In his mind, a cold mechanical voice rang out without warning. Ding. Host has completed today's check-in. Today's check-in reward 10 points. Detected host's recent behavior data, no meaningless squandering of points, extremely efficient use of points and funds. In view of the host's good habits, the system has triggered a hidden reward mechanism. Permanently activate the 10-point flash sale wheel lottery event with prize contents refreshed daily. Tang Zheng's vision began to shift. A holographic wheel emitting a faint blue glow materialized on his retina. The wheel was evenly divided into a dozen sections, each densely inscribed with prize names. There were cutting-edge research blueprints, large cash checks, and various real assets. 10 points per spin. Tang Zheng glanced at the balance in the upper right corner of his system panel. Including all previous fragmented check-in rewards, he had accumulated nearly 6,000 points. Moreover, spinning for 10 points was a sure-win deal. Even if he got a consolation prize like toilet paper, it wouldn't hurt. Spin. Tang Zheng silently uttered in his mind. The pointer on the holographic wheel began to spin wildly, creating a blur of light. After a few seconds, the pointer slowed down, passing over one enviable top-tier research equipment prize after another. It finally came to a dead stop on an inconspicuous gray area. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward ownership of Green Source Times Technology Co., Ltd., and related legal documents. Reward items have been delivered to the system space. Host may retrieve them at any time. Company ownership. Tang Zheng propped up his pillow, and with a thought, a thick document envelope landed directly beside his hand, its cover stamped with a bright red, top-secret seal. By the streetlight filtering in through the window, he also turned on the bedside lamp and pulled out the documents from the envelope. Green Source Times Technology Co., Ltd. The name sounded decent enough, but when he saw the company's situation below, Tang Zheng's brow furrowed into a tight knot. It had been running losses for 5 consecutive years, insolvent. The liquid assets on the books were a pitiful 3 million plus, but the liabilities behind it amounted to a staggering 200 million. Most absurdly, it was a veteran non-listed company that had transformed from a state-owned enterprise background, once glorious, now reduced to this state. Main business: R&D and manufacturing of power batteries. Currently, the new energy battery research progress is stuck. The only valuable thing this lousy company had now was probably the 300 mu industrial land and old factory buildings located in the suburbs of Jingdu City. That land was allocated over a decade ago, and its value had multiplied more than tenfold, but unfortunately it had been mortgaged to the bank and frozen, completely unsellable. Extremely low market competitiveness, chaotic management, ready to be shut down and liquidated at any moment. Was the system giving a reward or stuffing a deadly bottomless pit? Tang Zheng's fingers pinched the company transfer confirmation document, quickly flipping through the employee structure and debt details behind. 600 active employees, 6 months, without pay, only guaranteed the monthly social insurance and housing fund. The bank loan was due at the beginning of next month. Each year, just equipment depreciation and factory maintenance costs were a staggering sum. Wasn't this equivalent to spending 10 points to buy a ticking time bomb? Tang Zheng's eyes settled on the core asset list on the last few pages of the document, and his breathing relaxed slightly. Though this company was on the verge of collapse, it still held 2 complete sets of the earliest generation lithium battery production lines in China, along with a group of technical core members who had graduated from top-tier Chinese universities and accumulated years of industry experience. These core members were the pioneers who had navigated China's battery technology by trial and error over a decade ago. Their skills may have fallen behind the times, but their industrial foundation and production experience were etched into their minds, a wealth that money could scarcely measure. Power batteries. Undeniably, this was a capital-intensive track, yet it was also one of the most critical battlegrounds in the future of the industrial sector. Tang Zheng connected the physics, chemistry formulas, and materials science derivations in his system, far beyond the current era, and a surge of passionate excitement welled up within him. In the current market, a battery capable of a 500-kilometer range could already be touted as a super selling point. What if he could manufacture a super battery that had the volume yet achieved a range of over 200 kilometers and required only 10 minutes to charge? The formulas in his system needed only a few variable adjustments to be weakened, yet they would still completely overwhelm current graphene and ternary lithium battery technologies. This would undoubtedly be a nuclear bomb capable of detonating the entire global new energy market. Thinking this way, the 200 million in debt was nothing more than a fraction compared to the profits of future super batteries and super energy. He tucked the documents under his pillow. After all, the company wasn't going anywhere. He would spend these days considering the specific implementation plan, and in a few days find time to conduct an on-site inspection to take stock of the situation. For now, the most urgent thing was to sleep. The next day at 3:00 p.m., a red Paganini pulled up steadily beside the tree-lined path outside the male dormitory, building its engine, emitting a low rumbling roar. Shun Yiqing wore a fitted light gray trench coat and large sunglasses, her hand resting casually on the steering wheel. Male students heading to the teaching buildings turned their heads repeatedly, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Two of them were so captivated that they walked straight into trash cans by the roadside, provoking a burst of laughter from those around. The moment Tang Zheng stepped out of the dormitory gate, the car door opened. "Get in." Tang Zheng pulled open the passenger door, sat down, and reached for the seatbelt, saying, "Miss Shin, why did you come directly to the building? Let's talk. Here there are some snacks for you. Time is tight, heading straight to Sanlitun." As she spoke, Shin Yiqing floored the accelerator, and the intense pushback force shoved any further questions from Tang Zheng back down his throat. He silently muttered to himself, "What the hell? Kids eat snacks." He was only 3 years younger than her. Yet looking at the bag of snacks in the car, a warmth crept into his heart. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a standalone building without a sign. The exterior wall was covered in ivy, and the door was made of heavy black walnut, giving the place the appearance of a private gallery. As the door swung open, several stylists in black vests approached directly. Without a word of nonsense, they led Tang Zheng into the innermost private dressing room and pressed him into a wide leather chair. Scissors made rapid snips against his scalp, and cut hair fell in a shower. Then came adjustments to the clothing details and matching of cufflinks. Tang Zheng let the group of people measure and work on him with various tools. This woman was indeed a bulldozer in her approach, never asking for opinions, only caring about results. Fortunately, he also knew that Shin Yiqing had no reason to harm him. The entire series of operations proceeded in an orderly manner. 2 hours later, the folding door of the fitting room was pushed open. Tang Zheng stepped out with one hand in his trouser pocket. The deep blue bespoke suit had not a single unnecessary crease, and the fabric emitted a subdued, lustrous gleam under the overhead lights, exuding an understated luxury. Thanks to his regular training with E1, his physical fitness had been greatly enhanced. His frame was broader than that of his peers, and his shoulder line perfectly supported the suit, giving him an imposing presence. The stray hair at his forehead was swept back with gel, revealing his clear brow bone and sharp jawline. Combined with the improved posture instilled by the butler Sun Fu, his entire demeanor radiated a calm confidence of someone in power, as if he were naturally born to be the center of this stage. Shin Yiqing was leaning on the sofa, flipping through a magazine. Hearing his footsteps, she looked up. The motion of turning the page froze in midair. She closed the magazine, tossed it onto the glass coffee table, stood up, and circled around Tang Zheng, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. "Your foundation is indeed good. With this outfit you look even more handsome." Tang Zheng turned around and took a glance at her as well. Shin Yiqing had also changed into a dark green velvet evening gown. It had no exaggerated hoop skirt or superfluous sequins, relying entirely on its precise tailoring to outline the curves of her waist and hips. A simple platinum necklace hung around her neck, yet it overshadowed all the elaborate backdrops the stylists had painstakingly created. The poise and cool elegance cultivated over a long time in a top aristocratic family naturally flowed from her every gesture, something no mere clothes could ever fabricate. "Senior, you've invested so much today. The evening's event must be quite deep," Tang Zheng said with a smile, tugging at his slightly tight tie. Hearing this, Shin Yiqing raised an eyebrow and smiled, a hint of mystery in her eyes. "Deep or not, you'll find out when you get there, right?" Tang Zheng touched his nose and asked no more. Shin Yiqing picked up her clutch from the sofa and turned to walk out. Tang Zheng followed closely behind. At 7:00 p.m., the Jingdu Rose Manor was ablaze with lights. A massive crystal chandelier illuminated the entire banquet hall as if it were daylight. The air was filled with a blend of high-end perfume and champagne. The hall was carpeted with thick rugs, and leather shoes stepped on them without making a sound. In the lounge area on the right side of the first floor, several young men in exquisite attire were chatting with wine glasses in hand. Two of them were the very ones Tang Zheng had encountered earlier in the school parking lot. Lin Xiang leaned against the bar, idly swirling his wine glass, the liquid leaving thick, viscous streaks on the glass. He too wore a custom-made suit, his hair combed immaculately. "Xiang, this event today is quite impressive. I saw the cars in the parking lot, all consecutive license plates." Qin Feng lowered his voice, looking around with an excited expression. Lin Xiang clinked his glass with Qin Feng's and reminded him, "Of course. Today's gathering includes people who truly touch the ceiling of Jingdu. However, we're here with our families just to show our faces and broaden our horizons. Don't rush in mindlessly." Their families were either nouveau riches who had recently struck it rich in the windfalls of the past 2 years, or new forces that had just entered the core political circles of Jingdu. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were unattainably rich second-generation or official second-generation figures. But in tonight's Vanity Fair, they were at best third-tier fringe figures, not even qualified to hand over their business cards to the core circle. "Xiang, I heard that granddaughter of the Gu family is also coming tonight." Zhou Kai, with his dyed yellow hair, also leaned in, lowering his voice with a gossipy look. Lin Xiang smiled and glanced at him, offering a kind explanation. "Her uncle is the future leader of the Gu family. I heard he will be formally transferred from the local level to the central high level next month. Once that step is taken, the Gu family will have fully entered the topmost circle." Tonight's banquet, many people are taking the opportunity to sound out the Gu family's stance in advance. Qin Feng clicked his tongue and swallowed hard. So the Gu family is about to take off. But that granddaughter of the Gu family is Shin Yiqing, right? She's not exactly known for a good temper. I hope nothing goes wrong at this banquet. Thinking of this, Qin Feng shrank his neck and quickly shut his mouth, no longer curious. Just then a waiter ushered in a man and a woman from the entrance. The chatter that had been somewhat noisy quickly subsided, as if a mute button were pressed within 2 seconds. All eyes instinctively swept toward the door. Shen Yiqing, with her arm linked through Tang Zhang, stepped onto the red carpet. The dark green velvet evening gown shimmered with a muted luster under the lights. She looked straight ahead, her chin slightly raised, her aura dwarfing the so-called socialites around her. But the gazes of even more people fell on the man beside her.